Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Was Trained by Goblins to Rule. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description.
Chapter 1. The Summons. The letter arrived on the hottest day of summer. Harry Potter sat on the edge of his bed, sweat beading on his forehead as he stared at the parchment envelope. Unlike Hogwarts letters with their emerald ink, this one bore a deep crimson seal, the wax imprinted with the unmistakable mark of Gringotts Bank. His name was written in flowing gold script that seemed to shimmer in the afternoon light filtering through the bedroom window. He turned the envelope over in his hands, suddenly hesitant. After the events of the Triwizard Tournament and Cedric's death, any unexpected correspondence made him uneasy. The prophet had been printing lies about him all summer, Dumbledore was mysteriously silent, and now this. Might as well get it over with, he muttered, breaking the seal. The parchment inside was thick and clearly expensive, bordered with intricate runes that pulsed faintly as he unfolded it. Mr. Potter, your presence is required at Gringotts Bank on the 31st of July. At precisely 9 a.m. regarding matters of inheritance, bloodline, and magical obligation that can no longer be delayed. This summons supersedes any prior arrangements or restrictions. A Gringotts Reaper, Essentative will arrive at your place of residence at 8:30 a.m. to escort you to the meeting. This is not a request. Failure to comply will result in significant magical and financial penalties as outlined in the ancestral contracts binding your bloodline. Ragnarok, Director of Gringotts Bank, Keeper of the Old Pacts. Harry read the letter 3 times, his brow furrowing deeper with each pass. Inheritance. Bloodline contracts. He'd never heard of such things, and the tone was far more demanding than anything Gringotts had sent him before. His birthday was tomorrow, and apparently, he had a meeting whether he liked it or not. A second, smaller piece of parchment fell from the envelope. The handwriting was different, sharper and more hurried. Potter, pack your belongings, all of them. You won't be returning to that house. No signature beyond the initial. Harry's mind raced through people he knew with names beginning with S. Snape, impossible. Sirius, he wouldn't be so cryptic. Shacklebolt, M.C. Gonagal had mentioned an aura by that name. A sharp rap at his bedroom door interrupted his thoughts. Boy, Uncle Vernon's voice was a low growl. There's someone at the door asking about you. Dressed like one of your lot. What have you done now? Harry quickly folded the letters and slipped them into his pocket. I haven't done anything. Did they say who they are? Says he's from your bank. Vernon spat the word as though it were obscene. Wearing a suit but still looks unnatural. A goblin, Harry realized. But the letter said they'd come tomorrow, not today. I'll be right down, he said, slipping on his shoes. Vernon's face purpled. You'll explain what this is about first. I won't have more freakishness in my house. Harry stood, suddenly feeling a strange calm settle over him. It's about my parents' estate. I think. Nothing that concerns you. Before Vernon could respond, a new voice called from downstairs. Mr. Potter, your presence is requested immediately. The voice was clipped, professional, and definitely not human. Harry pushed past his uncle and headed down the stairs. In the living room, Petunia stood pressed against the wall, her face a mask of horror as she stared at their visitor. The goblin was tall for his kind, nearly 5 feet, dressed in an immaculate charcoal suit. His long fingers were adorned with heavy rings, and a pair of small, wire-rimmed spectacles perched on his hooked nose. When he smiled at Harry, his teeth gleamed like small daggers. Mr. Potter, excellent. I am Silverclaw, Senior Account Manager at Gringotts. He looked Harry up and down with calculating eyes. I see the letter reached you. However, circumstances have changed, necessitating my early arrival. What circumstances? Harry asked, very aware of the Dursleys hovering nearby, Vernon looking outraged. Dudley peering curiously from the kitchen doorway. Silverclaw's expression darkened. Detected attempts to intercept your correspondence. The protective enchantment NTS around this residence were temporarily modified about 30 minutes ago. We deemed it prudent to accelerate our schedule. Harry tensed. Was it Voldemort? The Dursleys flinched at the name, but Silverclaw merely adjusted his spectacles. No, the magical signature was different. More bureaucratic in nature. He gave a slight sneer. Ministry, most likely. Or perhaps your guardian. The way he said guardian made it clear he wasn't referring to the Dursleys. Dumbledore, Harry whispered. Silverclaw neither confirmed nor denied, merely checking an ornate pocket watch. We should depart immediately. The window of opportunity is narrow. Now wait just a minute. Vernon finally exploded. You can't just come in here and take the boy. We're his legal guardians. Silverclaw turned slowly, fixing Vernon with a stare that made the large man take an involuntary step back. Mr. Dursley, the goblin said with deadly softness, your guardianship is a Muggle legal construct that holds no weight against magical inheritance law. The Potter and Peverell bloodlines predate your legal system by nearly a millennium. He produced a rolled document from his jacket. However, if you insist on documentation. The goblin unfurled the parchment, which expanded until it was nearly 6 feet long, covered in dense text and glowing seals. This writ, authorized by the Treaty of 1612, supersedes any Muggle arrangement. He smiled thinly. Sign here to acknowledge receipt, or don't. It changes nothing. Vernon sputtered, but didn't approach the document. Harry looked between them, mind racing. Peverell bloodline, what does that have to do with me? Silverclaw rolled the document back up with a snap. All will be explained at Gringotts, Mr. Potter. Now, your belongings. Most of my things are still in my trunk. Harry said. I'll need a minute to gather everything. 30 seconds, Silverclaw corrected, checking his watch again. The interference with the wards will be noticed soon. Harry rushed upstairs, shoving his few possessions into his trunk. He pried up the loose floorboard to retrieve his hidden valuables, photo album, invisibility cloak, the Marauder's map. As he worked, a strange feeling built in his chest. Not quite excitement, not quite fear, but a certainty that whatever waited at Gringotts would change everything. When he dragged his trunk downstairs, Silverclaw was waiting by the door. Ignoring Vernon's continued protests. Your wand, Mr. Potter, the goblin asked. Harry patted his pocket. Got it. Good. You'll need it. Silverclaw produced a smooth black stone from his pocket. This portkey will take us directly to a secure room within Gringotts. Place one hand on your trunk and one on the stone. Harry hesitated, looking back at the Dursleys. Despite everything, some small part of him felt he should say goodbye. Petunia met his eyes for a brief moment. Something unreadable flickered across her face, relief, regret. Before he could decide, she turned away. I won't be coming back here, will I? Harry asked Silverclaw quietly. That depends entirely on what you decide today, Mr. Potter. The goblin held out the stone. But I suspect not. Harry nodded, placed his hand on the portkey, and felt the familiar hook behind his navel as number 4, Privet Drive disappeared forever. The portkey deposited them in a circular chamber deep beneath Gringotts. The walls were lined with glowing runes, and the marble floor bore an intricate inlaid pattern that seemed to shift when Harry wasn't looking directly at it. His trunk landed with a HEAV. Y thud beside him as he struggled to keep his balance. Welcome to the inheritance chamber, Mr. Potter, Silverclaw said, tucking the portkey away. Few wizards ever see this place. Before Harry could respond, a door materialized in the previously seamless wall, and 3 more goblins entered. The first was ancient, his skin like crumpled parchment, leaning on a staff carved with runes similar to those on the walls. The second was female, dressed in gleaming armor that looked to be made of dragon scales. The third wore elaborate robes embroidered with what appeared to be accounts ledgers and arithmancy equations. Director Ragnarok, Silverclaw said with a deep bow. The heir has arrived. The ancient goblin approached Harry, studying him with eyes like polished onyx. Harry James Potter, he said, his voice surprisingly strong. Last scion of the Potter line and unknowing heir to the Peverell legacy. You stand at a crossroads few wizards ever reach. He gestured to the chamber around them. Do you know why you're here? Harry shook his head. The letter mentioned inheritance, but I thought my parents just left me the vault I've been using. A sound like cracking stone came from Ragnarok, a laugh. Harry realized with surprise. That vault is merely your trust fund. A pittance compared to your full inheritance. The director thumped his staff once on the floor, and the chamber's runes flared brighter. Tell me, Mr. Potter, what do you know of your family history? Nothing, Harry admitted, feeling a familiar pang. No one's ever told me anything beyond my parents' names. The female goblin made a disgusted sound. Disgraceful. A heir kept ignorant of his bloodline. Indeed, Ironheart, Ragnarok agreed. A situation we intend to remedy today. He fixed Harry with a penetrating stare. You have been deliberately kept from your heritage, Mr. Potter. The question is, why? Harry's mind immediately went to Dumbledore. The headmaster had always controlled information about Harry's past, doling it out in small pieces over the years. I don't know, he said honestly. But I'd like to find out. Ragnarok nodded approvingly. A good start. Curiosity rather than blind acceptance. He gestured to the third goblin. Goldtooth will explain the immediate circumstances. The robed goblin stepped forward, producing a crystal orb that he placed on the floor. With a tap of his finger, the orb projected glowing images into the air, a family tree that expanded outward, names and dates hovering in the chamber. The Potter line is ancient, Goldtooth began, his voice precise and academic. 12 generations of wizards, all with seats on the Wizengamot, significant holdings, and powerful magic. Your father, James Potter, was the last Lord Potter. The family tree shifted, highlighting Harry's father's name. Then his own. Upon reaching magical majority at 17, you would naturally inherit the title, properties, and responsibilities. However, Goldtooth paused, tapping the orb again. The display changed, showing an even older lineage. The Peverell family predates even the Potters. Their bloodline was thought extinct in the male line centuries ago, though it continued through female descendants. Including your father's mother. Harry stared at the elaborate family tree, tracing the connections with his eyes. So I'm related to the Peverells through my grandmother. Precisely, said Goldtooth. But mere relation doesn't make one an heir. The magic of such ancient houses is selective, often skipping generations until it finds a worthy vessel. The orb's projection shifted again, showing 3 brothers at the top of the Peverell line. A shock of recognition went through Harry. I've seen them before, in a book Hermione had, a children's story. All 4 goblins went utterly still. You know of the tale of the 3 brothers? Ragnarok asked carefully. Harry nodded. Just that it exists. Something about death giving them magical objects. The goblins exchanged meaningful glances. Simplified, but essentially correct, Ragnarok said. Those brothers were the original Peverells, Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus, and the gifts they received became known as the Deathly Hallows. Your invisibility cloak, Mr. Potter, is one such hallow, passed down from Ignotus Peverell himself. Harry's eyes widened. My cloak. But, how do you know about it? Gringotts keeps records of all significant magical artifacts, Ironheart said. Especially those tied to great families. Your cloak has been listed in the Potter family inventory for centuries. Silverclaw stepped forward. And that brings us to why you're here today, rather than on your 17th birthday. 2 nights ago, the Peverell family vault registered magical activity for the first time in over 300 years. I don't understand, Harry said. What does that have to do with me? Everything, Ragnarok said gravely. The magic awakened because it sensed its heir coming into his power. You, Mr. Potter. Harry felt like the floor had dropped away beneath him. That's not possible. I'm just Harry. No, Ragnarok said firmly. You were the heir to 2 ancient and powerful bloodlines. The Potter magic accepted you at birth. Now, the Peverell magic has recognized you as well, likely triggered by recent events in your life. Great trauma or triumph can awaken dormant family magic. The Triwizard Tournament, Voldemort's resurrection, Cedric's death. Harry's mind spun with the implications. When such magic awakens, Goldtooth continued, certain magical contracts and obligations activate as well. The Peverell Vault contains objects of immense power that must be claimed and controlled before they become unstable. Moreover, he hesitated, looking to Ragnarok. Moreover, the director said, here are others who might sense this awakening. Others who would kill to claim what is rightfully yours. Voldemort, Harry whispered. Perhaps, Ragnarok acknowledged. Though our concerns extend beyond even him. Ironheart spoke up. The Peverell legacy is tied to death itself, Mr. Potter. Such power draws attention from forces older and darker than any single dark wizard. Harry ran a hand through his hair, overwhelmed. So what happens now? Now, said Ragnarok, you have a choice. You can walk away, return to your Muggle relatives and continue as you have been, ignorant of your heritage until your 17th birthday. The family magic will remain dormant again, though not forever. Or, Harry asked, you can claim your birthright now. Begin training to take your place as head of both houses. Learn the magic, politics, and responsibilities that come with such a position. Ragnarok's eyes gleamed. It will not be easy. You will face challenges and enemies you cannot yet imagine. And you'll help me. Why? Harry asked, suspicious of their motives. Goblins aren't known for helping wizards out of kindness. Ironheart barked a laugh. He's not entirely ignorant, at least. Ragnarok smiled, showing pointed teeth. Indeed, we have our reasons, Mr. Potter. The Potter and Peverell families were among the few wizard lines that dealt fairly with goblin kind. The treaties we hold with your ancestors have been beneficial to our nation. Also, Silverclaw added pragmatically, the contents of your vaults represent a significant portion of our bank's holdings. We would prefer they remain active and growing rather than sealed or claimed by the ministry. At least they were honest about it, Harry thought. And if I agree to claim my inheritance now, what exactly would happen? Ragnarok thumped his staff again, and a stone pedestal rose from the floor in the center of the chamber. Atop it sat a shallow stone basin carved with runes, similar to a pensieve but smaller. You would undergo the rite of succession. The director explained. A drop of your blood in the basin of lineage will confirm your claim to both families. If accepted, you would then begin intensive training here at Gringotts until September 1st. When you return to Hogwarts. Training in what? Harry asked. Everything a young lord needs, Silverclaw said. Finance, politics, magical theory, combat, history, etiquette. His eyes gleamed. Family magic. Harry hesitated. This was happening too fast. Can I have some time to think about it? The four goblins exchanged glances again. Time is precisely what you lack, Mr. Potter. Ragnarok said grimly. The awakening of the Peverell magic has already begun to draw attention. Even now, there are those searching for you. The Order, Harry realized. And maybe the Ministry too. Silverclaw nodded. Your absence from your relatives' home has undoubtedly been noticed by now. Don't they have a right to know where I am? I mean, Dumbledore and Sirius would be worried. Legally, no one has the right to interfere with Gringotts' inheritance proceedings, Goldtooth stated flatly. Not the Ministry, not the Chief Warlock, not even your godfather. We could send notification of your safety if you wish. Harry thought for a long moment. All his life, others had made decisions for him. Where he lived, what he knew, how he was trained. And look here that had gotten him. Watching Cedric die, blood taken against his will, Voldemort returned. Maybe it was time to take control of his own destiny. I'll do it, he said firmly. I want to claim my inheritance. Ragnarok's eyes glittered with approval. Very well. The rite of succession will commence. The four goblins moved to form a circle around the pedestal. Ragnarok gestured for Harry to step forward. Place your wand hand over the basin, he instructed. Harry did so, palm down above the shallow stone bowl. With your other hand, draw your wand. Harry pulled his wand from his pocket, feeling its familiar warmth. Now, Mr. Potter, Ragnarok said solemnly, you must make a small cut on your palm and allow 3 drops of blood to fall into the basin. As you do so, state your full name and your intention to claim your birthright. Quote, Harry touched his wand tip to his palm, whispering, Defendo. He felt a sharp sting as a small cut appeared on his skin. Holding his hand over the basin, he watched as 3 drops of blood fell into the stone receptacle. I, Harry James Potter, claim my birthright as heir to the houses of Potter and Peverell. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the blood in the basin began to glow, changing from crimson to gold. The liquid expanded, rising up in a swirling column that separated into 2 distinct streams, one deep red, one midnight black. The streams twisted around each other, forming a double helix that rose higher until it was level with Harry's face. Then, with startling suddenness, both streams shot forward, entering Harry's chest directly over his heart. Pain exploded through him. Not the burning agony of the Cruciatus, but a deep, bone-cold sensation that spread from his chest to every extremity. Harry gasped, dropping to his knees as Gic older than Hogwarts itself coursed through his veins, testing, judging, awakening. Images flashed before his eyes. A man crafting a cloak of shifting shadows, a woman with his eyes raising a wall of stone with a gesture. 3 brothers standing before a hooded figure on a lonely road. Then, as suddenly as it began, the pain subsided. Harry found himself on all fours, breathing heavily, the chamber spinning around him. As his vision cleared, he saw 2 rings on the floor before him, one gold with a ruby crest, one silver with a black stone. "Take them," Ragnarok said softly. "If they accept you, place them on the index finger of your wand hand." With trembling fingers, Harry picked up the gold ring first. The moment he touched it, warmth spread up his arm, and the ruby seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. He slid it onto his finger, and it resized perfectly, feeling as though it had always been there. The silver ring was different, cold to the touch, with the black stone seeming to absorb the light around it. When Harry put it on the same finger, it merged with the gold ring, the metals twisting together into a single band bearing both crests. "Rise, Lord Potter Peverell," Ragnarok intoned. "Heir of 2 houses, master of hidden magics, guardian of the hallowed line." Harry stood, feeling strange currents of power flowing through him, like his normal magic but deeper, more primal. What just happened?" he managed to ask. "The family magics have accepted you," Ironheart said with what might have been respect. "Both of them. A rare occurrence. You will need time to adjust," Silverclaw added. "The influx of dormant family magic can be disorienting." That was an understatement. Harry felt like he'd drunk 10 pepper-up potions at once. "The initial effects will stabilize within a day or 2, Goldtooth assured him. "Then your training can begin in earnest." "Where will I stay?" Harry asked, his practical concerns returning as the magical euphoria began to fade. "The bank maintains secure residential quarters for special clients," Silverclaw explained. "You will be comfortable, protected, and completely inaccessible to anyone we don't approve." "Which brings us to the matter of communication," Ragnarok said. "Many will be searching for you, Mr. Potter. How do you wish to handle this?" Harry considered. He didn't want his friends to worry, but he also didn't want to be dragged back to the Dursleys or hidden away at Grimmauld Place. "Can I send letters to let people know I'm safe but don't want to be found yet?" Ragnarok nodded. "Gringotts can deliver secure co.R. respondents that cannot be traced back to your location. I would suggest brevity, however. The less detail provided, the fewer questions raised." "Okay," Harry agreed. "I'll write to Sirius and Ron and Hermione tonight." "Very good." Ragnarok made a gesture, and the basin of lineage sank back into the floor. "Silverclaw will show you to your quarters and explain the training schedule. We begin at dawn tomorrow." As they turned to leave, Harry felt a strange prickling at the back of his neck. He turned back to find Ragnarok watching him with an unreadable expression. "Is something wrong, Director?" he asked. The ancient goblin seemed to weigh his words carefully. "Not wrong, precisely. But there is one detail we have not yet discussed." He paused. "The timing of the Peverell magic's awakening. It is unusual. Typically, such dormant magic remains so until the heir's 17th birthday, barring extraordinary circumstances. Like surviving the killing curse as a baby," Harry suggested dryly. "Even that did not awaken it," Ragnarok said, shaking his head. "No, something more recent has occurred. Something that resonated specifically with the Peverell legacy." Harry thought back to the graveyard. To Voldemort's resurrection ritual. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken," he murmured. Ragnarok's eyes sharpened. "Blood magic. Yes, that could be a trigger, especially if," he stopped abruptly. "Especially if what?" Harry pressed. The director exchanged a glance with Ironheart. "There are connections between your mother's sacrificial protection, the killing curse you survived, and certain aspects of the Peverell legacy. Connections we are still working to understand." "What aren't you telling me?" Harry demanded, a flare of familiar frustration rising. He was tired of half-truths and hidden information. "Many things, Lord Potter Peverell," Ragnarok said with surprising candor. "Many things that you are not yet prepared to hear. But unlike others who have kept you in ignorance, we withhold information only until you are ready to use it, not to control you, but to protect you." The director thumped his staff once more, and the door reopened. Rest tonight. Tomorrow, your education begins in earnest. Harry's quarters were nothing short of luxurious, a suite of rooms deep within Gringotts, far below the main banking floor. The sitting room featured comfortable leather furniture, bookshelves filled with volumes on magical theory and wizarding politics, and a massive desk of polished mahogany. The bedroom beyond contained the largest four-poster bed Harry had ever seen, ped in rich burgundy and black hangings that matched the colors of his newly merged family ring. After Silverclaw left him to settle in, Harry explored the suite, finding a marble bathroom with a tub nearly the size of the prefect's bath at Hogwarts, a small dining area where food could apparently be summoned with a tap of a small golden bell, and a training room equipped with practice dummies and what looked like medieval weapons mounted on the walls. His trunk had been delivered and his belongings unpacked, his clothes hanging in a massive wardrobe in the bedroom. Harry noticed with surprise that new garments had been added, robes of fine materials, dragonhide boots, and formal attire that he suspected cost more than everything he'd ever owned combined. Sitting at the desk, he found parchment, quills, and ink waiting for him. He needed to write those letters, but now that he was alone, the magnitude of what had just happened hit him fully. He, Harry Potter, was now lord of two ancient magical houses. He had agreed to train with the goblins, to learn skills and magic he'd never even heard of before. And he had done it all without consulting Dumbledore, Sirius, or any of the adults who usually directed his life. Part of him expected to feel guilty, but instead, he felt liberated. For the first time since entering the wizarding world, he had made a major decision based solely on what he wanted, what he needed. Harry looked down at the ring on his finger, watching how the light played across the merged metals and gemstones. This was his heritage, his birthright. And no one, not Dumbledore, not the Ministry, not even Voldemort, was going to keep him from it any longer. With newfound determination, he pulled a sheet of parchment toward him and began to write. Dear Sirius, first, I'm safe, so don't worry. I've left the Dursleys permanently and am somewhere secure where I'm learning about my family history and receiving training I should have had years ago. I can't tell you where I am. And I ask that you don't try to find me. I need this time to prepare for what's coming. I'll return to Hogwarts on September 1st, and we can talk then. Please trust that I know what I'm doing. For once in my life, I'm taking control of my own destiny. Harry, P.S. You can tell the Order I'm safe, but I'd appreciate if you kept the details between us for now. He wrote similar brief notes to Ron and Hermione, knowing they would be frantic but also knowing he couldn't explain everything in a letter. They would have to wait until the Hogwarts Express to hear the full story. As Harry sealed the letters, a soft chime sounded from the sitting room. He found Silverclaw waiting for him, hands clasped behind his back. Your training schedule, Lord Potter Peverell, the goblin said, handing over a rolled parchment. We begin tomorrow at 6. Harry unrolled it, eyes widening at the packed schedule. Combat training, political studies, financial management, family history, magical theory, from dawn until well after dusk. Every day until September 1st. This is intense, he said, looking up at Silverclaw. Will I be able to handle all this? The goblin's expression was unreadable. That remains to be seen. But necessity often reveals capabilities we didn't know we possessed. He nodded at the letters on the desk. Your correspondence. Yes, Harry said, handing them over. Thank you for delivering them. Silverclaw took the letters, tucking them into an inner pocket. One last matter before I leave you to rest. Director Ragnarok asked me to give you this. He produced a small, leather-bound journal from his jacket. This belonged to your grandfather, Fleemont Potter. He was the last Potter to maintain close ties with Gringotts before your father's untimely death. You may find his insights illuminating. Harry accepted the journal, feeling a strange tightness in his throat. Something that had belonged to family, real family. Thank you, he said quietly. Silverclaw nodded once. Sleep well, Lord Potter Peverell. You will need your strength tomorrow. After the goblin left, Harry settled into an armchair by the fireplace and opened his grandfather's journal. The ND writing was neat but distinctly masculine, the ink faded to a warm sepia. September 3, 1965. James starts Hogwarts today. Euphemia cried all morning, though she tried to hide it. I admit I'm not much better. The house feels too quiet already. Took a meeting with Ragnarok about the investments in Southeast Asia. The political situation there remains volatile, but the potions ingredients market is too lucrative to abandon entirely. We've agreed to shift 20% of holdings to magical communities in Australia instead, safer, though less profitable. Must remember to send James his broomstick next week. Minerva wrote to remind me that first years aren't allowed their own, but some traditions are worth bending the rules for. A Potter should fly, regardless of school policies. Harry read until his eyes grew heavy, absorbing details of a grandfather he'd never known, a successful potioneer, a shrewd businessman, a loving father. Throughout the journal, Fleemond referenced meetings with goblins, political maneuvering in the Wizengamot, and family magic that he planned to teach James when he was older. Magic that should have been Harry's birthright. Magic he was now, finally, going to learn. As he drifted off to sleep that night, still in the armchair with the journal on his lap, Harry felt something he hadn't experienced in a long time: anticipation. Not dread of what tomorrow might bring, but genuine excitement to begin this new chapter of his life. For the first time since the graveyard, Harry Potter slept without nightmares. The training began brutally early. At precisely 5 in the morning, the lights in Harry's bedroom flared to life, and a harsh gong sounded throughout the suite. He bolted upright, disoriented for a moment before remembering where he was. "Lord Potter Peverell," came a gravelly voice from the doorway. "Your first day begins." The goblin who entered was unlike any Harry had seen before, shorter than most, but corded with lean muscle, scars crisscrossing his face and arms. He wore simple leather armor and carried what looked like a curved short sword at his hip. "I am Grimaclaw, Master of Combat," the goblin announced without preamble. "You-ha, vey 30 seconds to dress and meet me in the training room." Harry scrambled out of bed, finding training clothes laid out on a nearby chair, black trousers of some light, flexible material, a gray sleeveless shirt, and soft-soled boots. 28 seconds later, he skidded into the training room to find Grimaclaw standing in the center of a circle marked on the stone floor. "You are not ready," the goblin stated flatly. Harry blinked. "I'm dressed and here on time. Your body is present. Your mind is scattered. Your magic is undisciplined." Grimaclaw circled him slowly, assessing. "You have survived thus far on luck and raw power. That ends today." Without warning, the goblin moved, so fast Harry barely saw it, and suddenly he was flat on his back, staring at the ceiling, the wind knocked from his lungs. "Your reflexes are adequate," Grimaclaw noted, standing over him. "But you telegraph your confusion. An enemy would kill you before you drew your wand." Harry got to his feet, embarrassed and annoyed. "I wasn't expecting to be attacked." "Precisely the problem." Grimaclaw's scarred face showed no emotion. "You should always expect attack. Especially now." "Now that what? I'm a lord of 2 houses." Harry asked, dusting himself off. "Now that you have claimed the Peverell legacy," the goblin corrected. "There are forces that have waited centuries for that magic to resurface. They will sense it, and they will come for you." A chill ran down Harry's spine that had nothing to do with the morning hour. "What forces?" "Voldemort." Grimaclaw shook his head. "The Dark Wizard is but one threat, and a recent one at that. I speak of older dangers. The Peverell brothers made enemies beyond the mortal realm." Before Harry could ask what that meant, Grimaclaw drew his curved blade. "Enough talk. Draw your wand." Harry pulled his wand from a pocket in his training trousers, holding it at the ready. "Now," Grimaclaw said, "we begin with the most basic principle of combat: how to stand so you cannot be easily knocked down." For the next 2 hours, Harry learned more about balanced stances, footwork, and proper breathing than he had in 4 years of defense against the dark arts. Grimaclaw was relentless, correcting every misplaced foot, every tense shoulder, every wandering thought with either a sharp word or a swift strike that sent Harry sprawling. By the time breakfast arrived, Dell, evaded by a younger goblin who seemed amused at the sight of Harry sprawled on the training room floor for the dozenth time, he was sore in muscles he hadn't known existed. "You learn quickly for a wizard," Grimaclaw said as they ate a simple meal of eggs, meat, and dark bread. "Most take a week to grasp the foundational stance." Coming from the taciturn goblin, it felt like high praise. "Tomorrow we add magical reflexes to physical ones." Grimaclaw continued. You must learn to cast while dodging, to shield without thinking, to fight while maintaining awareness of your surroundings. Harry nodded, too exhausted to speak. He'd thought himself reasonably fit from Quidditch, but this was a different level entirely. Rest 10 minutes, then proceed to the history chamber for your next lesson, Grimaclaw instructed. Rising from the table, Sharptooth does not tolerate tardiness. The rest of the day passed in a blur of new information. Sharptooth, a female goblin historian with silver-streaked hair and a voice like rustling parchment, immersed him in the intertwined histories of the Potter and Peverell lines, drilling him on names, dates, and key alliances until his head spun. Your ancestor, R.S. did not stumble blindly through history, Lord Potter Peverell, she admonished when he confused a 14th-century treaty with a 15th-century marriage alliance. Neither should you. After history came finance with Goldtooth, who spread out ledgers, investment portfolios, and property deeds across a massive table, explaining the complex web of Potter Peverell holdings. You are, conservatively speaking, among the 20 wealthiest wizards in Europe, the goblin informed him matter-of-factly. Though much of that wealth has been dormant or under ministry management since your parents' deaths. Ari stared at figures that made the contents of his trust vault look like pocket change. Why hasn't anyone told me about this before? Goldtooth's expression soured. Attempts were made. Letters sent. When you first returned to the wizarding world. All intercepted. When you did not respond, ministry regulations allowed them to appoint a steward for a clearly neglected estate. Let me guess, Harry said bitterly. Dumbledore. The very same. Goldtooth shuffled through several documents. Though we must acknowledge he has managed the estate conservatively and honestly, no funds have been misappropriated. But neither have they been used to their full potential or for your direct benefit. The day continued with magical theory under an ancient goblin called Scrollkeeper, who spoke so awfully Harry had to lean forward to hear him, yet somehow commanded absolute attention. Family magic exists beyond wand movements and incantations, the ancient goblin explained. It is in your blood, in your very essence. The spell work wizards learn at school is but the surface of true magic. Harry found this session the most fascinating yet the most frustrating. According to Scrollkeeper, hold be able to feel the distinct signatures of his Potter and Peverell magic if he meditated properly, yet after an hour of trying, he felt nothing but a growing headache and impatience. It will come, Scrollkeeper assured him. The magic is awakening still. You cannot rush what has slept for generations. By evening, Harry was mentally and physically exhausted. His final session, etiquette and politics with Silverclaw, nearly defeated him entirely. Straighten your posture, Silverclaw instructed as Harry practiced formal greetings. You are a lord of 2 houses, not a street urchin. Your bearing must reflect your status. Does it really matter how I stand or which fork I use? Harry asked, frustrated. Voldemort is trying to kill me. I need combat training, not table manners. Silverclaw's eyes narrowed. Politics has killed more wizards than combat ever will, Lord Potter Peverell. The Wizengamot is as dangerous as any battlefield, more so, because the knives are hidden behind smiles. Harry sighed, trying again to execute the formal bow that was apparently required when greeting the head of an allied family. Better, Silverclaw conceded, though your left-hand position still suggests Nocturne Alley rather than Wizengamot Chambers. When Harry finally stumbled back to his suite after dinner, a formal affair with Ragnarok where he'd been expected to demonstrate everything Silverclaw had taught him, he felt as though he'd been through 3 consecutive Quidditch matches against Slytherin. Collapsing into the armchair by the fire, he considered writing more detailed letters to his friends but couldn't summon the energy. Tomorrow would be just as intense, according to the schedule Silverclaw had provided. A soft knock at his door roused him from near sleep. Enter, he called, too tired to get up. To his surprise, it was Director Ragnarok himself who entered, carrying a small wooden box. Lord Potter Peverell, the ancient goblin greeted him. I trust your first day was illuminating. Exhausting is the word I'd use, Harry admitted. But yes, I've learned more today than in months at Hogwarts. Ragnarok smiled thinly. A different kind of education, to be sure. He set the box on the table between them. I've brought something that may interest you, recovered from your family vault this afternoon. Harry leaned forward as Ragnarok opened the box. Inside, nestled on black velvet, lay a silver pendant on a fine chain. The pendant was circular, marked with a familiar symbol, a triangle containing a circle, bisected by a line. The sign of the Deathly Hallows, Harry murmured, recognizing it from the family history Sharptooth had shown him. Indeed, Ragnarok lifted the pendant carefully. This belonged to Ignotus Peverell himself. It has been passed down through your family line for centuries, though few understood its true significance. What does it do? Harry asked. It is a focus, a way to channel and control the Peverell family magic once it fully awakens. Ragnarok handed it to him. Wear it always. It will help stabilize the changes occurring within you. Harry slipped the chain over his head, and immediately felt a subtle shift, like a door opening somewhere deep in his mind. I feel different, he said quietly. The pendant recognizes your blood, Ragnarok explained. It will guide you toward the abilities that are your birthright. The Goblin director rose to leave, but paused at the door. One last thing, Lord Potter Peverell. There has been movement since you claimed your inheritance. Harry tensed. What kind of movement? Multiple parties searching for you. The Order of the Phoenix, the Ministry, and others, less easily identified. Ragnarok's ancient eyes held his. Rest assured, you are undetectable here. But when you return to Hogwarts, you will need to be vigilant. The world will sense the change in you, even if they cannot name it. After Ragnarok left, Harry sat staring into the fire, absently fingering the pendant. He thought about Ron and Hermione, about Sirius and Dumbledore, about all the people who would have opinions about the path he'd chosen. For a moment, doubt crept in. Was he making a mistake, trusting the goblins? Was this intense training worth alienating the people he cared about? Then he remembered Cedric falling in the graveyard. Voldemort rising from that cauldron. The feeling of utter helplessness as he was tied to the gravestone. Used for a dark ritual against his will. Never again, he promised himself. Whatever it takes, I'll never be helpless like that again. With newfound resolve, RRY opened his grandfather's journal again, searching for any mentions of the pendant or the family magic. If he was going to master this legacy, he needed to understand it. The path ahead would be difficult, but for the first time, it was truly his own. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2. Blood and Stone. Morning came with the now familiar gong, pulling Harry from dreams filled with strange symbols and whispered incantations. For a moment, he lay still, taking inventory of his body, muscles sore from yesterday's training, but not as badly as he'd expected. The pendant Ragnarok had given him rested cool against his chest, seeming to pulse gently with his heartbeat. 5 days had passed since he'd claimed his inheritance, each day more intense than the last. Today marked the beginning of his second week of training, and Harry found himself oddly eager to continue despite the grueling schedule. Grimmaclaw was waiting in the training room, today accompanied by what appeared to be a wooden mannequin standing motionless in the corner. You move better, the scarred goblin observed as Harry entered, already in his stance. Your body begins to remember. Harry nodded, taking position across from his instructor. The first lesson had stuck. Always be ready. Today we add magic to movement, Grimmaclaw announced. Draw your wand. Harry did so, holding it in the modified grip Grimmaclaw had taught him, Slightle. Why different from what he'd learned at Hogwarts, allowing for quicker transitions between offensive and defensive casting. Without warning, the wooden mannequin in the corner sprang to life, launching a glowing red orb directly at Harry's chest. Pure instinct took over. Harry pivoted on his back foot, twisting his torso to let the projectile pass, simultaneously raising his wand. Protega. The LD charm formed just in time to deflect a second orb fired from Grimmaklaw's direction. Good, the goblin said, circling slowly. Again, but without the incantation. A shouted spell warns your enemy. For the next hour, Harry dodged, shielded, and counterattacked as Grimmaklaw and the enchanted mannequin bombarded him with spells and physical projectiles. By the time they paused for water, Harry's shirt was soaked with sweat. But he felt more coordinated, more in control of his movements than ever before. Your magical reflexes are strong, Grimmaklaw acknowledged, but your spellwork lacks variety. A shield is not always the answer. What other options do I have against incoming spells? Harry asked, gulping water. Grimaclaw's scarred face twisted into what might have been a smile. Conjuration, transfiguration, elemental manipulation. He gestured at the floor beneath them. The Potter family magic has always had an affinity for earth and stone. You should be able to raise barriers from the ground itself. Harry looked skeptical. I've never done anything like that. Because you have never tried to access your family magic, the goblin replied. Close your eyes. Feel the ring on your finger. The gold band is Potter magic, stable, protective, enduring as the earth. Harry obeyed, focusing on the sensation of the merged ring. The gold portion did feel different from the silver, warmer, with a steady pulse like a heartbeat. Now, Grimaclaw continued, place your left hand on the stone floor. Extend your awareness downward. The stone remembers the touch of Potter magic. It will respond if you call. Harry pressed his palm against the cool floor, feeling slightly foolish. How was he supposed to call to stone? He tried to imagine his magic flowing down through his arm, into the ground beneath him. Nothing happened. You're trying too hard, Grimaclaw observed. It is not about forcing your will upon the stone. The Potter magic works with earth, not against it. Ask, don't demand. Harry took a deep breath. Trying again. This time, instead of pushing, he tried to feel what was already there, the solidity of the floor, the ancient rock deep below Gringotts. He imagined his magic resonating with it, like plucking a string and feeling another string vibrate in harmony. A tremor ran through his palm. The stone beneath his hand warmed slightly. Yes, Grimaclaw said quietly. Now raise your wand and visualize a wall rising before you. Not as a separate creation, but as an extension of what already exists. Harry lifted his wand, still maintaining contact with the floor. In his mind's eye, he saw a section of stone lifting, forming a protective barrier. To his astonishment, the floor before him rippled and a rough stone wall about 3 feet high actually emerged from the ground. I did it, he exclaimed, breaking his concentration. Immediately, the wall crumbled back into the floor, leaving the surface smooth as though nothing had happened. Grimaclaw nodded approvingly. The beginning of earth working. The Potters were known for their defensive magic, not flashy, but nearly impossible to break when mastered. Harry stared at the floor, then at his ring. Could my father do this? Your father had the capability, but lacked the training, Grimaclaw said, his tone neutral. James Potter was powerful but relied primarily on conventional magic. Your grandfather was more traditional, more connected to the old ways. That aligned with what Harry had read in Fleemont's journal, references to family rituals and magics that James had shown little interest in learning. We will continue this work tomorrow, Grimaclaw said, ending the session. For now, Master Scrollkeeper awaits you in the ritual chamber. Today you begin practical work with the Peverell legacy. The ritual chamber was unlike any room Harry had seen in Gringotts so far. Circular like the inheritance chamber, its walls were lined not with runes but with mirrors, dozens of them, in various shapes and sizes. All angled to reflect a central obsidian altar. Scrollkeeper stood beside the altar, his ancient face more animated than Harry had seen before. The Peverell magic awakens in you, the old goblin said by way of greeting. I can see it stirring behind your eyes. Harry touched the pendant at his throat. I've been having strange dreams. Shadows that move against the light, whispers I can almost understand. The voice of death, Scrollkeeper nodded, as though this were perfectly normal. The Peverells did not conquer death, as the children's story suggests, but they did learn to hear its whispers. A chill ran down Harry's spine. You mean death is real? Like an actual entity? Not as wizards imagine it. Not a hooded figure with a scythe. Scrollkeeper gestured at the mirrors surrounding them. Death is a transition, a boundary between states of being. The Peverell gift was the ability to perceive that boundary, to work magic in the liminal spaces between life and not life. The ancient goblin placed a small black box on the altar. Your invisibility cloak is one manifestation of this gift, the ability to exist partially outside the normal constraints of reality. The Peverell magic extends far beyond simple invisibility. He opened the box, revealing what looked like black sand. This is shadow essence, collected from the oldest part of the bank where sunlight has never touched. It responds to Peverell magic. Take some in your hand. Harry hesitantly reached out, letting some of the fine black particles pour into his palm. It felt strangely cold, almost liquid despite its granular appearance. Now focus on the silver portion of your ring. Feel its nature. Cold, fluid, ever-changing like shadow itself. Unlike the Potter magic, which had felt warm and solid, the Peverell magic in his ring felt cool and strangely elusive, like trying to hold mercury in his fingers. Ask the shadow to take form, Scrollkeeper instructed. Any simple shape will do for your first attempt. Harry stared at the black sand in his palm, trying to connect with the elusive Peverell magic. He visualized the particles forming a sphere, spinning slowly above his hand. To his shock, the sand lifted from his palm, swirling into a perfect black orb that hovered an inch above his skin. Unlike his attempt with stone, which had required intense concentration, this felt almost effortless, as though the shadow essence was eager to obey. Excellent, Scrollkeeper breathed, eyes wide. Now, change its form again. Make it flow, like water. Harry barely had to think it before the sphere elongated, transforming into a ribbon of darkness that wound through his fingers and around his wrist like a liquid serpent. The shadow working comes naturally to you, Scrollkeeper observed. Most heirs struggle for months to achieve even a simple shape. It feels different from the stone magic, Harry said, watching the ribbon of darkness dance across his skin. Like it's partially doing what it wants. Not just what I tell it. The old goblin nodded. The Peverell magic has always been thus, more partnership than servitude. Shadow and death cannot be fully controlled, only directed. With a flick of his wrist, Harry sent the ribbon spiraling upward, where it dissipated into fine mist before vanishing entirely. What practical applications does this have? He asked. I mean, controlling shadows is interesting. But how does it help in a fight? Scrollkeeper's eyes gleamed. Shadow is everywhere, Lord Potter Peverell. In the darkest night and the brightest day, every object casts its shadow. One who can command shadow can blind enemies, create distractions, or even, with sufficient mastery, transport themselves through the shadow realm from one location to another. Harry's mind raced with possibilities. Can I make solid objects out of shadow? Like weapons or shields? With training, yes. The Peverells were known to craft shadow blades that could cut through almost any magical defense. The ancient goblin gestured at the mirrors around them. These will help you practice. Each reflection creates its own shadow, multiplying what you have to work with. For the remainder of the session, Scrollkeeper guided Harry through progressively more complex shadow manipulations, forming shapes, controlling multiple shadows simultaneously, and finally, creating a shadow duplicate of himself that mimicked his movements. By the time they finished, Harry felt mentally drained but exhilarated. This magic was unlike anything taught at Hogwarts, more intuitive, more primal. You have an affinity for the shadow arts, Scrollkeeper told him as they left the ritual chamber. The Peverell blood runs strong in you. But remember, this magic comes with responsibility. Shadow and death are neutral forces. Neither good nor evil, but they can corrupt those who seek power for its own sake. Harry nodded, understanding the warning. I don't want power to control others. I just want enough to protect myself and the people I care about. A worthy goal, the old goblin said. Though the line between protection and control is often thinner than we wish to believe. Lunchtime brought a surprise. As Harry entered the small dining room adjoining his suite, he found not the usual goblin attendant but a tall, slender witch with platinum blonde hair and ice blue eyes, dressed in elegant blue robes. She rose as he entered, executing a perfect formal curtsy. Lord Potter Peverell, I am Lady Daphne Greengrass. Director Ragnarok invited me to join your training program. Harry stared, momentarily speechless. He recognized Daphne from Hogwarts, a Slytherin in his year, though they'd never spoken directly. She was known for her aloof demeanor and for staying out of the typical Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalries. Hello, he managed, trying to remember the formal greeting Silverclaw had drilled into him. I welcome you, daughter of House Greengrass. Please, be seated. A slight smile touched Daphne's lips as she took her seat again. Your etiquette lessons are progressing, I see. Harry sat across from her, still confused. Sorry, but why exactly are you here? I thought this training was just for me. The Greengrass family has maintained close ties with Gringotts for generations, she explained as food appeared on the table between them. When the bank extends special training to an heir, They occasionally invite allies to participate. My father received word of your elevation, and suggested I join you. Harry served himself from the platters of food, watching her carefully. And you just happen to be available for weeks of secret training right before school starts. Daphne's cool composure cracked slightly as she laughed. Hardly. I've been in a similar program for the past month. Though focused more on financial matters than combat. The Greengrass family specializes in trade and diplomacy, not battle magic. Still doesn't explain why you're joining my training specifically. Harry pointed out. She took a sip of water, regarding him over the rim of her glass. Our families have history, Potter. The Greengrasses and Potters were allies for centuries before your parents' generation. My father believes it would be advantageous to renew that connection, especially given recent events. Voldemort's return, you mean? Harry watched her face carefully for a reaction to the name. To her credit, Daphne didn't flinch. Precisely. Not all Slytherin families support the Dark Lord, despite what Gryffindors may believe. The Greengrasses have always maintained neutrality in wizarding conflicts, but neutrality requires strength and allies to be sustainable. Harry considered this. Having someone from Slytherin in his corner could be valuable, especially someone who might understand the political landscape better than he did. Still, caution was warranted. And what do you get out of this arrangement personally? He asked. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, quickly masked. Direct, aren't you? Very well. I get access to training I wouldn't otherwise receive, connections to a powerful ally, and... She hesitated. And, Harry prompted. And protection, she admitted. As a neutral family with significant assets, we're targets for both sides. The Dark Lord wants our wealth and influence. The Ministry wants to control us through regulation and taxation. Even Dumbledore has attempted to draw us into his orbit. Her eyes met his. An alliance with the boy who lived, especially now that he's claimed his lordships, offers a certain degree of security. Harry appreciated her honesty, even if her assessment was somewhat calculating. And what can you offer me in return? Now Daphne smiled fully, revealing a dimple in her right cheek. Knowledge, connections, a different perspective. I've been trained in pureblood politics since I could walk, Potter. I know who holds the real power in the Wizengamot, which families are secretly in financial trouble. Which ministry officials can be bought and which are incorruptible. She leaned forward slightly. Plus, I'm quite good at potions and ancient runes, which I understand aren't your strongest subjects. Harry couldn't help smiling back. Fair enough. So we help each other. That's how proper alliances work, she agreed. Mutual benefit, mutual respect. They ate in company. Ownable silence for a few minutes before Harry's curiosity got the better of him. So, does this mean you'll be staying here at Gringotts too? Daphne shook her head. I have quarters elsewhere in the bank. Our training will overlap for certain subjects, politics, financial management, some magical theory, but I understand you're receiving specialized combat training that isn't part of my curriculum. And shadow magic, Harry added. I've just started working with the Peverell family magic. Interest sparked in Daphne's eyes. The Peverell legacy. That's significant. The Peverells were said to wield magic that bordered on the mythical. It's real enough, Harry said, touching the pendant beneath his shirt. Though I'm still learning the basics. The Greengrasses have our own family magic, of course, Daphne said. A hint of pride in her voice. Water affinity. Not as martial as earth or shadow, but extremely versatile for protection, healing, and divination. Harry was about to ask when Silverclaw entered the dining room. Lord Potter Peverell, Lady Greengrass, the goblin greeted them. I see you've become acquainted. Excellent. After lunch, you'll both join me for your furs. Joint lesson in Wizengamot procedure and alliance building. Harry suppressed a groan. Politics remained his least favorite subject, despite Silverclaw's insistence on its importance. Daphne must have caught his expression, because she leaned across the table and whispered, "Don't worry. I'll help you through the dull parts. It's actually quite fascinating once you understand it's all just a complex game." A game with real consequences, Silverclaw added, his hearing apparently better than Harry had realized. One you must learn to play, Lord Potter Peverell, whether you wished or not. Our mere existence makes you a piece on the board, better to be a player than a pawn. The political lesson with Daphne proved surprisingly engaging. She had an encyclopedic knowledge of wizarding families and their various allegiances, illuminating connections Harry had never considered. The traditional division is light, dark, and neutral families, she explained as they studied a magical model of the Wizengamot chamber, with miniature figures representing the various seats. But that's overly simplistic. In reality, most families vote based on economic interests, personal relationships, and historical alliances. She pointed to a cluster of seats. Take the Macmillan Bones Abbott coalition. Traditionally, light families, yes, but their primary concern is agricultural policy because they own most of the magical farmland in Britain. They'll side with Dumbledore on issues of Muggle protection, but against him on import regulations. Harry watched in fascination as the miniature figures moved around the model, forming and breaking alliances as Daphne explained various historical votes. And where do the Potter and Peverell seats fall in all this? He asked. Silverclaw, who had been observing silently, stepped forward. The Potter seat has been held in proxy by Albus Dumbledore since your parents' deaths. He has consistently voted it with the Progressive Bloc. The Goblin's expression soured slightly. The Peverell seat, being dormant for centuries, was officially removed from the chamber in 1893. However, with the line now proven extant, you have the right to petition for its restoration. Harry frowned. So Dumbledore has been voting with my family's political power all this time without my knowledge or consent. Welcome to wizarding politics, Daphne said dryly. Proxy voting is common practice, especially for minor heirs. The concerning part isn't that he held the proxy, but that no one informed you about it when you returned to the wizarding world. There's a pattern there, Harry muttered, thinking of all the other information that had been withheld from him over the years. Indeed, Silverclaw agreed. However, as of your claiming of the lordship, the proxy automatically terminates. At the next Wizengamot session, you will have the right to cast your own vote, or name a new proxy of your choosing. Daphne studied the model thoughtfully. The Restauratio N of the Peverell seat would be significant. It's one of the founding 12, the oldest and most prestigious houses that established the Wizengamot itself. Such seats carry additional procedural privileges, including the right to call for emergency sessions and veto certain types of legislation. The political landscape would shift considerably, Silverclaw added. Many assumed the Potter vote would remain under Dumbledore's control until your majority. Your unexpected claiming of the lordship has disrupted certain calculations. Good, Harry said firmly. I'm tired of others making decisions about my life without my input. The lesson continued with practical exercises, Harry and Daphne taking turns arguing positions on fictional legislation, practicing formal objections, and learning the Byzantine rules of Wizengamot procedure. By the end of the 3-hour session, Harry's head was swimming with information, but he felt he'd gained a better understanding of the political world he'd been thrust into. Having Daphne there had helped immensely. She had a knack for translating Silverclaw's formal explanations into more practical examples. You did well, she told him as they left the chamber. Better than I expected, honestly. Thanks. I think, Harry replied, not entirely sure if he'd been complimented or insulted. Daphne smiled. It was meant positively. Most heirs who have and been raised in this environment struggle far more with the concepts. You have good instincts, Potter. Harry, he corrected. If we're going to be allies, you might as well use my first name. She considered this for a moment. Very well, Harry. Though in formal settings, I'll still need to address you by title. Same goes for you, Daphne, he replied, testing the unfamiliarity of her name on his tongue. Something shifted in her expression, a softening around the eyes, a slight relaxing of her perfect posture. I should go. I have ancient runes study next. Will I see you at dinner? I think so. Silverclaw mentioned something about a formal dinner with Director Ragnarok tonight. Excellent. We can continue our discussion of alliance benefits then. With a formal nod that somehow managed to seem both proper and friendly. She turned and walked away down the corridor. Harry watched her go, feeling oddly off balance. Whatever he'd expected from his first interaction with a Slytherin since claiming his lordship. It hadn't been that. Daphne Greengrass was nothing like the Slytherins he'd dealt with before. No sneering superiority like Malfoy, no cruel taunts like Pansy Parkinson. She was calculating, Yes. But refreshingly direct about her motivations. An ally from Slytherin. The idea would have seemed laughable a week ago. Now, it felt like a natural extension of his new reality. The afternoon brought another new experience, Harry's first visit to his family vaults. Silverclaw escorted him deep into the bank, far below the public levels, to a section where the tunnels were wider and lined with ornate doors rather than simple vault entrances. The ancestral vaults are protected by blood magic in addition to our standard security measures, Silverclaw explained as they approached a massive golden door engraved with the Potter family crest. Only a true heir can enter safely. The goblin gestured for Harry to place his hand against the door. The moment his palm touched the cool metal, the crest glowed red, and Harry felt a slight prick as the door sampled his blood. With a low rumble, the massive portal swung inward, revealing a chamber larger than the Gryffindor common room. Unlike his trust vault, with its neat stacks of coins, the Potter family vault was a treasure trove of magical artifacts, furniture, paintings, and yes, significant quantities of gold. "This is incredible," Harry breathed. Stepping inside, the vault was organized into sections, a library area with bookshelves, a weapons display, cabinets of what appeared to be potions ingredients, and various trunks and chests. "This vault has been accumulating Potter family treasures for over 6 centuries, Silverclaw said, following him inside. "Everything from family grimoires to enchanted jewelry to historical artifacts. Take your time exploring. We have allocated the entire afternoon for this visit." Harry moved through the vault slowly, examining items that caught his attention. AGL's case contained what appeared to be the original Potter family wand, gnarled and ancient, with a gold band around its handle. Portraits of ancestors lined one wall, though many were currently empty. Their occupants presumably visiting other frames elsewhere. In the library section, he found journals similar to his grandfather's, dating back hundreds of years. One shelf held books with titles like Earth Manipulation, The Potter Legacy, and Defensive Magics of the Noble Houses. "I'd like to take some of these books back to my quarters to study," Harry told Silverclaw. "Of course. That is your right as Lord Potter." The goblin produced a moleskin bag. "This is enchanted to carry significant weight without burden. Select what you wish to take." Harry chose several books on Potter family magic, a few historical journals from different time periods, and a small leather-bound volume simply titled Peverell, that he found tucked away at the end of a shelf. As he explored further, he came upon a pedestal displaying a stunning sword with a ruby-encrusted hilt. Unlike the ceremonial weapons mounted on the walls, this blade looked functional, well-balanced and razor-sharp. "The Potter ancestral blade," Silverclaw noted. "Goblin forged in the 12th century as payment for services rendered during the Goblin Rebellion of 1172. Your ancestor, Hardwin Potter, provided sanctuary to Goblin refugees, risking his family's standing with the ministry." Harry carefully lifted the sword, surprised by its perfect balance and the way it seemed to adjust to his grip. "It's amazing," he said, giving it an experimental swing. "Why didn't my father use this against Voldemort?" Silverclaw's expression darkened. "Your father never claimed his lordship formally. He had access to the vault but showed little interest in the family artifacts. He was progressive in his views, sometimes to the point of rejecting tradition entirely." Harry frowned, carefully returning the sword to its pedestal. Had didn't sound like the father he'd imagined, the man who'd stood up to Voldemort to protect his family. "There will be time for more exploration later," Silverclaw said, checking his pocket watch. "Now, we should proceed to the Peverell vault. It has been sealed for far longer and may contain unpredictable elements." The Peverell vault was located in the oldest section of the bank, the tunnel leading to it, rough-hewn and lit by floating orbs of pale light rather than torches. The door itself was black stone rather than metal, unmarked except for the Peverell symbol, the triangle, circle, and line, carved deeply into its center. "Few have entered this vault in the past 5 centuries, Silverclaw said quietly. "The last confirmed Peverell heir died in 1727 without claiming his lordship. Since then, the magic has waited." Harry approached the door, the pendant around his neck growing noticeably colder as he neared the symbol. Without being told, he knew what to do. He pressed the pendant directly against the matching symbol on the door. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The carved symbol flared with silver light, and tendrils of shadow emerged from the edges of the door, wrapping around Harry's wrist like living vines. He felt a moment of panic before realizing they weren't restraining him, they were recognizing him, tasting his magic. After a moment, the shadows receded, and the door simply dissolved, revealing a darkness beyond that seemed deeper than the absence of light. "You must enter alone," Silverclaw said, remaining in the tunnel. "The Peverell magic will not admit those not of the blood, even under escort." Harry nodded, taking a deep breath before stepping through the doorway. The moment he crossed the threshold, orbs of silver light sprang into existence, illuminating a vault utterly unlike the Potter's. Where the Potter vault had been organized and welcoming, the Peverell vault felt ancient and somewhat unsettling. The chamber was circular, its walls lined with alcoves containing artifacts Harry couldn't begin to identify. In the center stood a stone table, and upon it lay a single book bound in what appeared to be black dragonhide. As Harry approached the table, he became aware of whispers just at the edge of hearing, not threatening, but not entirely comforting either. The pendant grew colder still, seeming to pull him toward the book. With cautious fingers, he opened the cover. The pages were vellum, the text written in a flowing script that shifted before his eyes from incomprehensible symbols to modern English. "The Grimoire of Shadow and Passage," the title page read. For the true heir of Peverell blood. Harry turned to the first chapter, titled, "The Nature of Shadow." Shadow is not merely the absence of light, but a substance unto itself, a veil between worlds. A pathway for those who understand its nature. The Peverell gift allows us to perceive shadow as it truly is, malleable, alive, and responsive to our will. To begin shadow working, one must first understand that all shadows are connected in the realm beyond perception. What appears as separate darknesses to the untrained eye is, in truth, a single entity extending across time and space. Fascinated, Harry continued reading, absorbing theories of shadow manipulation far more advanced than what Scrollkeeper had shown him. According to the grimoire, mastery of shadow could allow for invisibility without a cloak, transportation across great distances, and even the ability to hear the whispers of the dead. That last bit sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Communication with the dead sounded dangerously close to necromancy, exactly the sort of dark magic he wanted no part of. As if sensing his discomfort, the book's pages turned on their own, revealing a new section. The Peverell gift is not dark, though it deals with darkness. It is not light, though it works with the boundaries of illumination. It simply is, a neutral force like gravity or time, to be you. Said according to the heart of the wielder. This is why death chose our line. Not for cruelty or power, but for balance. The ability to stand between worlds requires a soul that understands both light and shadow, life and death. Power and restraint. Harry closed the book, his mind racing. He knew instinctively that this grimoire contained knowledge beyond anything taught at Hogwarts, perhaps beyond what even Dumbledore understood about magic. It was both thrilling and terrifying. Carefully, he placed the book in his moleskin bag. Whatever secrets it contained, he needed time to process them properly. Away from the whispering shadows of the vault. As he turned to leave, a glint of silver caught his eye from one of the wall alcoves. Inside was a small wooden box, intricately carved with scenes of forests and mountains. When Harry opened it, he found a silver ring nearly identical to the Peverell portion of his merged lordship ring, but smaller, sized for a woman's hand. A consort ring, he realized. Traditionally worn by the spouse of a lord or lady, sharing in some of the family magic without full access to its powers. He pocketed the box, not entirely sure why he felt compelled to take it, and made his way back to the vault entrance. Silverclaw was waiting patiently in the tunnel, seemingly unsurprised by whatever time had passed. "Did you find what you needed, Lord Potter Peverell?" the goblin asked. Harry nodded, patting his bag. "I think so, though I have more questions now than when I went in." "Such is the nature of ancient magic," Silverclaw replied. "Answers often breed deeper questions." The goblin checked his pocket watch. "We should return to the upper levels. You have time to refresh yourself before dinner with Director Ragnarok and Lady Greengrass." As they made their way back through the tunnels, Harry's mind was still in the Peverell vault, with its whispering shadows and ancient secrets. Something fundamental had changed in him during this visit, a deeper connection to his heritage, yes. But also a growing sense that he was embarking on a path few modern wizards had trodden. Whether that path led to victory against Voldemort or to something even more profound remained to be seen. Dinner that evening was a formal affair in Director Ragnarok's private dining room. Harry arrived wearing one of his new sets of robes, deep burgundy with black and gold accents that matched his lordship ring. Silverclaw had insisted on proper attire, and for once, Harry didn't mind the formality. It felt appropriate for his new status, a physical reminder of the changes taking place in his life. Daphne was already present when he arrived, engaged in conversation with Ragnarok. She wore elegant robes of midnight blue with silver embroidery, her platinum blonde hair arranged in an intricate style that emphasized her high cheekbones and clear blue eyes. She looked up as Harry entered, offering a slight smile and formal nod. "Lord Potter Peverell, you look quite lordly this evening." "Lady Greengrass," he returned with the bow Silverclaw had drilled into him. "You look." He hesitated, searching for an appropriate compliment that wouldn't sound awkward. "Distinguished." Ragnarok made a sound that might have been a chuckle. "Please, be seated. We have much to discuss." The table was set with goblin-wrought silver, crystal goblets, and fine porcelain. As they took their places, Harry noticed a map of Britain laid out at the center, with glowing markers at various locations. "Your progress has been remarkable, Lord Potter Peverell," Ragnarok began as servers brought in the first course. "Master Grimaclaw reports significant advancement in combat training, and Master Scrollkeeper believes your affinity for shadow working may exceed that of your ancestors." "It still feels new," Harry admitted. "Like I'm just scratching the surface." "As indeed you are," the director agreed. "Centuries of magical knowledge cannot be mastered in weeks. However, time grows short. You must return to Hogwarts in 18 days, and there are matters that cannot wait." Ragnarok gestured at the map. "These markers represent properties belonging to the Potter and Peverell estates. Most have been maintained by stewards in your absence, but several require your personal attention as Lord." Harry studied the map, noting markers scattered across Britain, with several concentrate in the West Country near Godric's Hollow. "The ancestral Potter Manor was destroyed in the last war," Ragnarok continued, "but there are 3 other significant properties: the hunting lodge in Scotland, the coastal estate in Cornwall, and a townhouse in London." "I own houses." "Actual houses?" Harry asked, still adjusting to the concept of his inheritance extending beyond gold in a vault. "Indeed. The Peverell holdings are fewer but more significant: a fortress in Northumbria that has been sealed since the last heir's death, and extensive landholdings in Wales that currently generate income through magical timber harvesting." Daphne spoke up, her tone practical. "You'll need to visit each property to update the blood wards and formally claim ownership. Magical residences, especially ancient ones, require the Master's presence periodically to maintain their integrity." "Precisely," Ragnarok nodded. "We have arranged for you to visit the Potter properties this weekend, with Lady Greengrass as your escort and witness. The Peverell Fortress will require more preparation and should perhaps wait until after your return to Hogwarts, during the holiday break." Harry looked between them, surprised. "I'm actually leaving Gringotts. Is that safe with people looking for me?" "The properties are unplottable and protected by family magic," Daphne explained. "No one can track you there, especially now that you've claimed your lordship. The family wards will recognize and shield you." Ragnarok's expression grew more serious. "However, this brings us to a more immediate concern." He tapped the map with one long finger, and the image shifted to show London, with a glowing red marker near Westminster. "Yesterday, the Ministry passed Educational Decree No. 22, allowing them to appoint a Hogwarts teacher if the headmaster cannot fill a position." Harry frowned. "Let me guess. Defense against the dark arts again." "Correct. The position has been filled by one Dolores Umbridge, Sr., Under-Secretary to the Minister, and a woman with concerning views regarding magical beings and creatures." Ragnarok's distaste was evident. "She's awful," Daphne stated flatly. "Pure bigotry wrapped in pink cardigans and false sweetness. My father has dealt with her at ministry functions and says she has personal vendettas against half-breeds, magical creatures, and anyone who opposes ministry authority. More concerning for you specifically," Ragnarok continued, "is her outspoken belief that you are unstable and attention-seeking, potentially dangerous to other students. The prophet's summer campaign against you has found fertile ground with her. Harry sighed, pushing his barely touched soup away. So I go back to Hogwarts to find the ministry has installed someone who already hates me. Brilliant. It gets worse, Daphne said. There are rumors that this is just the first step in a larger ministry plan to bring Hogwarts under direct government control. Father believes Fudge is Pirano. That Dumbledore is training students as some sort of private army. Which is ridiculous, Harry scoffed. Is it? Daphne raised an eyebrow. The D.A. Dumbledore's army has a certain ring to it, don't you think? Harry stared at her. That's not a real thing. It could be, she replied thoughtfully. With the right organization and leadership. Ragnarok cleared his throat. This brings us to our proposal, Lord Potter Peverell. In light of these developments, we believe you would benefit from establishing your own coalition at Hogwarts. Not aligned with Dumbledore, not against him, but independent. A third power representing the interests of your houses. My own faction, Harry said incredulously. I can barely manage my own life, let alone lead a political group. Not alone, Daphne interjected. That's where alliances come in. I can bring several neutral Slytherins who would value protection from both the Death Eater children and Dumbledore's influence. You already have loyal friends in Gryffindor. And what exactly would this coalition do? Harry asked. Protect its members, Ragnarok said simply. Train them to defend themselves against the coming conflict. Create a network of future leaders not beholden to either Voldemort or Dumbledore. And most importantly, provide you with resources and information beyond what either side would willingly share. Harry cons. Eyed this as the main course arrived, expertly prepared roast with various side dishes. The idea wasn't without merit. He'd already been thinking about practical defense training, given Voldemort's return and the Ministry's denial. Expanding that to include political education and inter-house cooperation could be valuable. I'll think about it, he said finally. But I won't manipulate people or lie to my friends about my intentions. Transparency with close allies is essential, Ragnarok agreed. Though discretion regarding your full capabilities would still be advisable, at least initially. The conversation shifted to lighter topics as they ate. The properties Harry would be visiting, the training schedule for the coming week, Daphne's thoughts on which subjects at Hogwarts might be most relevant to his new responsibilities. It was during dessert, a delicate trifle served in crystal bowls, that Ragnarok broached another sensitive subject. There is the matter of your godfather, Lord Potter Peverell. Harry tensed immediately. What about Sirius? As Lord Black, however contested his claim due to his legal status, he represents a potentially powerful ally. The Black family magic, while different in nature from Potter or Peverell magic, is formidable in its own right. Sirius doesn't care about any of that, Harry said. He rejected his family legacy. Did he? Ragnarok's eyes gleamed. Or did he reject his family's politics while still accepting the power of their magic? The Black family ring still adorns his finger, after all. That was news to Harry. He'd never noticed Sirius wearing a lordship ring. Though admittedly, he'd had limited time with his godfather and plenty of other things to focus on. The point, Ragnarok continued, is that Lord Black's expertise could be valuable to your training. Particularly in certain aspects of battle magic where the Blacks excelled. Would you be amenable to his involvement, under strict confidentiality protocols? Harry's immediate instinct was to say yes. Any chance to see Sirius would be welcome. But caution made him hesitate. Would this put him at risk? He's supposed to be in hiding. Gringotts can arrange secure transport, the director assured him. And our wards prevent tracking of any kind. The risk would be minimal and, I believe, one Lord Black would consider worthwhile. After a moment's consideration, Harry nodded. All right, if Sirius is willing, I'd appreciate his help. Excellent. We will send correspondence immediately. Ragnarok set down his fork with finality. Now, I believe you both have evening studies to attend to. Lady Greengrass, your tutor in international magical cooperation awaits you. Lord Potter Peverell, Master Scrollkeeper has prepared additional materials on shadow theory for your review. As they rose from the table, Daphne turned to Harry. May I have a private word before we part? Ragnarok bowed slightly. Of course. The antechamber is at your disposal. With that, The ancient goblin departed, leaving Harry and Daphne alone in the dining room. She led the way to a small room adjoining the main chamber, closing the door behind them. Away from Ragnarok's presence, her formal demeanor relaxed slightly. "Look, Harry, there's something you should know about this weekend's visit to your properties." She hesitated, seemingly choosing her words carefully. "It's more than just updating wards. In pureblood circles, when a lord and lady of different houses visit family properties together, it sends a message." Harry blinked, not immediately understanding. What kind of message? A faint blush colored Daphne's cheeks. "It suggests a potential marriage alliance is being considered between the houses. Not an engagement, nothing that formal, but an exploration of compatibility." "Oh," Harry said, suddenly feeling warm. "I didn't realize. Should we cancel, then? I don't want to create rumors or put you in an awkward position." "Actually," Daphne said, meeting his eyes directly, "my father suggested it." The Greengrass family would not object to such speculation. Quite the contrary. Understanding dawned. "This is political, isn't it? Your family wants to be publicly aligned with mine." "Yes," she admitted, "but that doesn't mean it's the only consideration." She hesitated again, a vulnerability in her expression that hadn't been present before. "We don't know each other well, obviously. But my family wouldn't suggest this if they didn't believe we could be compatible. On a personal level, I mean." Harry ran a hand through his hair, unsure how to respond. Daphne was certainly attractive, intelligent, and far easier to talk to than he would have expected from a Slytherin. But he'd never considered her, or any girl besides Cho Chang, if he was honest, in a romantic light before. "I don't expect anything," Daphne clarified quickly. "Just be aware of how it might be perceived. If you're uncomfortable with the implications, we can arrange for another witness." "No," Harry said, making a decision. "It's fine. As you said, it's just an exploration, right? Not a commitment." She smiled, relief evident in her expression. "Exactly. Just something to keep in mind as we proceed." She straightened, her composed facade returning. "I should go. My tutor is waiting." "Good night, Harry." "Good night, Daphne," he replied, watching as she left the antechamber. The same graceful confidence she displayed throughout the evening. Alone, Harry let out a long breath. His life had become surreal. Lordships, family magic, political alliances, and now potential marriage considerations. A week ago, he'd been locked in his bedroom at Privet Drive, isolated and ignorant of his heritage. Now he was discussing property visits with implications of courtship with a Slytherin girl he barely knew. Yet strangely, he didn't feel overwhelmed. Each new development, while unexpected, seemed to fit into a larger picture that was gradually coming into focus, a picture of who Harry Potter was meant to be. Beyond the constraints of others' expectations. With that thought in mind, he headed back to his quarters to study the shadow theory materials Scrollkeeper had prepared. The path ahead might be complex and unfamiliar, but for the first time in his life, it felt truly his own. The next morning's combat training brought a surprise. Grimmaclaw was not alone in the training room. Beside him stood a tall, thin wizard with long white hair tied back in a severe ponytail, his weathered face marked with a scar running from temple to jaw. He wore practical dueling robes of charcoal gray and carried a staff rather than a wand. "Lord Potter Peverell," Grimmaklaw greeted him. "This is Master Thorn, a specialist in battle magic who has agreed to augment your training." The wizard inclined his head slightly. "My lord, Director Ragnarok has informed me of your unique situation. I am here to ensure you can defend yourself against threats both conventional and otherwise." Harry returned the nod warily. "You're not a goblin." "An astute observation," Thorn replied dryly. "I am, in fact, a wizard who has worked with Gringotts for over 40 years as a curse breaker and security consultant. My loyalty to the bank is absolute, as verified by multiple binding magical contracts." Grimmaklaw grunted. Master Thorn is one of very few wand carriers the Goblin Nation trusts. He will focus on aspects of combat magic that require a wizard's perspective. Harry looked between them, such as the integration of family magic into combat scenarios, Thorn explained. Goblins understand family magic conceptually but experience it differently. I've studied multiple family traditions and can help you apply Potter earth working and Peverell shadow manipulation in practical combat situations. This made sense. While Harry had made progress with both types of family magic separately, combining them with conventional spellcasting in a fight would require specialized instruction. Today we begin with defensive applications, Thorn continued, moving to the center of the training room. I understand you've mastered basic shield charms and have started working with stone barriers. Now we'll combine them for layered defense. For the next 2 hours, Harry worked with both instructors, Grimaclaw focusing on his physical positioning and movement, Thorn on the magical theory and execution. The wizard proved to be a demanding but effective teacher, pushing Harry to combine standard spells with family magic in increasingly complex ways. A conventional shield blocks a spell but does nothing for physical projectiles, Thorn explained as Harry practiced. Earth barriers stop physical attacks but are vulnerable to certain magical disruptions. Shadow manipulation can obscure your position but won't stop an area effect spell. He demonstrated how to layer all three, raising an earth barrier, reinforcing it with a shield charm, and using shadow manipulation to create false targets to draw enemy fire. The goal is defense in depth, the wizard said as Harry struggled to maintain all three simultaneously. No single protection is perfect, but layers of different defenses compound their effectiveness exponentially. By the end of the session, Harry could maintain a basic layered defense for about 30 seconds, not long enough for a prolonged battle, but a significant improvement nonetheless. Acceptable progress for a first attempt, Thorn acknowledged as they concluded. Tomorrow we'll work on offensive applications, combining conventional attack spells with family magic for enhanced effect. As Thorn departed, Grimaclaw regarded Harry with his usual impassive expression. You have potential, Lord Potter Peverell. More than most wizards have trained. Coming from the scarred goblin. This was extraordinary praise. Thank you, Master Grimaclaw. Don't thank me yet, the goblin replied. The real challenge begins next week, when Lord Black joins your training. He has different methods. Quote, with that cryptic statement, Grimaclaw left Harry to prepare for his next lesson. As he toweled off sweat and changed into fresh clothes, Harry contemplated the mention of Sirius. Ragnarok must have contacted him immediately after dinner, and apparently, his godfather had agreed to participate. The thought of seeing Sirius again lifted Harry's spirits. Despite the intensive training and new relationships forming at Gringotts, he had missed the connection to his parents that Sirius represented. Having his godfather's support in this new chapter of his life felt important, a bridge between the path he was forging now and the legacy his parents had left him. The days fell into a rhythm. Combat training in the mornings, academic subjects in the afternoons, and specialized family magic instruction in the evenings. Harry's progress accelerated as the disparate elements of his education began to connect and reinforce each other. His earth working improved dramatically under Thorn's tutelage. By the end of the week, Harry could raise stone barriers almost instantaneously, shape them to his will, and even send shards of rock flying at practice targets. A more aggressive application of Potter family magic than he'd initially realized was possible. The Potter defensive tradition doesn't mean passive defense, Thorn explained as Harry practiced. Sometimes the best defense is removing the threat entirely. Shadow manipulation proved more challenging to integrate into combat, as it required a different kind of concentration than conventional magic. Still, Harry made steady progress. Learning to create shadow duplicates to distract opponents and manipulate ambient shadows to obscure his movements during dueling practice. Most surprising was his growing friendship with Daphne Greengrass. Their shared lessons, primarily in politics, finance, and magical theory, created a camaraderie he hadn't expected. Unlike Ron or Hermione, Daphne approached problems from a pragmatic, sometimes ruthlessly practical perspective that complemented Harry's more intuitive style. You see 3 moves ahead in a crisis, she told him during a particularly challenging political simulation. I see 10 moves ahead in a stable situation. Together, we cover most contingencies. The weekend approached quickly, bringing with it the planned visit to Harry's Potter properties. On Friday evening, after completing his training for the day, Harry found a set of formal traveling robes laid out in his quarters, deep green with the Potter crest embroidered in gold on the left breast. As he examined them, a knock came at his door. Enter, he called, expecting Silverclaw with last-minute instructions for tomorrow's excursion. Instead, to his shock, Sirius Black strode into the room, looking healthier and more put together than Harry had ever seen him. Gone was the gaunt, haunted appearance of the escaped prisoner. This Sirius wore well-tailored robes of midnight blue, his hair neatly trimmed. His face filled out. A heavy silver ring with a black stone adorned his right hand, the Black family lordship ring, Harry realized. "Hello, godson," Sirius said with his familiar roguish grin. "Surprise, Sirius," Harry exclaimed, crossing the room in 3 quick strides to embrace his godfather. "You're here already. Grimaclaw said you weren't coming until next week." Sirius returned the hug firmly before stepping back to look Harry over. "I arrived early to observe your training before participating. Been watching from concealed viewing areas for the past 2 days." His eyes gleamed with pride. "You're doing incredibly well, Harry. James and Lily would be amazed. You've been watching. Why didn't you tell me?" "Wanted to get a clear picture of your progress without influencing it," Sirius explained, dropping casually into an armchair by the fire. "Plus, I needed to finalize certain arrangements with Ragnarok." Harry sat across from him, still processing his godfather's unexpected appearance. "What arrangements?" "Legal matters, primarily. As your godfather and magical guardian, I'm formally endorsing your early assumption of the Potter and Peverell lordships." Sirius leaned forward, his expression growing serious. "This prevents any legal challenges from the Ministry or Dumbledore once your status becomes public." "Could they really challenge it?" Harry asked, concerned. The Goblin ritual was quite definitive. "Goblin law and wizard law don't always align," Sirius explained. "Under normal circumstances, the Ministry might argue that you're too young to claim your lordships, regardless of the Goblin rights. With my endorsement as Lord Black and your magical guardian, that argument becomes moot." Harry frowned. "But I thought Dumbledore was my magical guardian." A shadow passed over Sirius's face. "He assumed that role illegally after your parents died. Your fathers will explicitly named me as your guardian, with Alice Longbottom as a secondary option if I was unavailable. Dumbledore bypassed the will entirely, claiming emergency powers as chief warlock during a time of crisis. And no one challenged this?" Harry asked, anger stirring at yet another revelation of Dumbledore's manipulations. "The will was sealed by court order at Dumbledore's request," Sirius said grimly. "Only direct family or a member of the Wizengamot Inner Council could request it be opened. And with me in Azkaban." He shrugged. "However, with my formal recognition as Lord Black and your claiming of your own lordships, the will has been unsealed and its provisions activated." Harry processed this information, adding it to his growing list of grievances against the headmaster. "So what happens now? Legally, I mean, now you are officially Lord Potter Peverell, with all rights and responsibilities thereof, endorsed by Lord Black as your godfather and magical guardian." Sirius smiled slightly. "Effectively, you're considered a legal adult in most matters relating to your estates, though still subject to educational regulations as a Hogwarts student." He glanced at the traveling robes laid out on Harry's bed. "Which brings me to your property tour tomorrow. I understand you'll be accompanied by the Greengrass girl." Harry nodded, feeling a slight warmth in his cheeks. "Daphne, yes, she's been helping me with the political side of things." Sirius's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Just political, is it? The Black family and Greengrasses have history, you know. They've always had a talent for aligning themselves with powerful families at precisely the right moment." "It's not like that," Harry protested. "At least, not entirely. She's been straightforward about the potential advantages for both our families, but we're just getting to know each other." "Smart approach." Sirius nodded approvingly. "And yes, I'm teasing you a bit. The Greengrasses are one of the few traditionally neutral families I respect. They've maintained their independence through multiple conflicts without compromising their principles. Astute allies, if nothing else." He leaned back in the chair, studying Harry with a more serious expression. "How are you really doing with all this, Harry? It's a lot to absorb in a short time." Harry considered the question honestly. "It was overwhelming at first. Still is, sometimes. But it also feels right, somehow. Like I'm finally learning who I'm supposed to be, instead of what everyone else wants me to be." Sirius nodded, understanding in his eyes. I felt something similar when I claimed the Black Lordship after escaping Azkaban. It was never my intention to embrace the family legacy, quite the opposite, in my youth. But sometimes our heritage offers tools we need at precisely the right moment. Did you know about my Peverell connection? Harry asked. Not specifically, no. The Potters never advertised that ancestry, though there were always rumors about heirloom artifacts with unusual properties. Sirius smirked slightly. The invisibility cloak makes more sense now, doesn't it? The Hallows, Harry murmured. The Deathly Hallows from the children's story. Sirius's expression sharpened. So you know about those? Yes. Your cloak is almost certainly the third Hallow from the tale. The original, not a mere invisibility cloak enchanted to unusual durability. What about the other two? The stone and the wand. Sirius shook his head. Lost to history, as far as I know. Though there have always been rumors about a particularly powerful wand changing hands through violent means over the centuries. They fell silent for a moment, the fire crackling softly in the hearth. I won't be joining you tomorrow, Sirius said eventually. Property visits between potential allies should be witnessed but not chaperoned too closely. I'll begin your specialized combat training on Monday instead. What will you be teaching me? Harry asked, curious. Sirius's smile turned slightly predatory. The B.L.A.C. family specializes in battle transfiguration and environmental warfare, using the surroundings against your opponent in ways they don't expect. Combined with your Potter Earth working and Peverell shadow manipulation, you'll have a formidable arsenal that few opponents will be prepared to counter. He stood, stretching casually. But that's for next week. For now, focus on your properties. The connection between a lord and his family lands is important magic in its own right. It will strengthen your access to the family powers once properly established. Harry rose as well, still processing everything. I'm glad you're here, Sirius. With everything changing so quickly, it helps to have someone I trust completely. Sirius's expression softened, and he clasped Harry's shoulder firmly. I failed you once, when I went after Pettigrew instead of taking care of you as I should have. I won't fail you again, pup. Whatever path you choose, I'll support you, lordship, politics, or telling the whole wizarding world to sod off and becoming a professional Quidditch player instead. The joke broke the serious moment, and Harry laughed. I don't think I can avoid the politics entirely, but I'm definitely keeping my firebolt handy just in case. Wise plan, Sirius grinned. Now get some rest. Property tours are more magically demanding than they sound, especially the first time you claim ancestral lands. You'll need your strength tomorrow. With one more quick hug, Sirius departed, leaving Harry to prepare for the weekend ahead. As he carefully laid out everything he would need for tomorrow's journey, Harry reflected on how quickly his life had transformed. Just 2 weeks ago, he'd been isolated and in the dark, cut off from both information and meaningful human connection. Now he's street-ood at the center of an expanding network of relationships and responsibilities. Sirius and Daphne, the Goblins and Thorn, his newly claimed heritage and the magic that came with it. For the first time since the graveyard, Harry felt not just prepared but genuinely eager to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Tomorrow would bring new discoveries as he visited his family properties for the first time. Next week would bring specialized training with Sirius. And after that, Hogwarts, where he would return not as the same Harry Potter who had left, but as someone new, Lord Potter Peverell, heir to ancient magic and architect of his own destiny. As he drifted off to sleep that night, the pendant cool against his chest and the family ring solid on his finger, Harry's dreams were not of shadows and whispers, but of stone foundations, strong walls, and a future built on his own terms. The morning dawned clear and bright as Harry met Daphne in the main hall of Gringotts, both dressed in formal traveling robes, his green with gold accents, hers a deep blue that matched her eyes, emblazoned with the silver crest of House Greengrass. Lord Potter Peverell, she greeted him with a formal curtsy. You look well rested, Lady Greengrass, he returned with the proper bow. As do you. Silverclaw approached, carrying a scroll and a small velvet pouch. The itinerary for today's visits, he explained, handing the scroll to Harry. You will begin at Seacliff Cottage in Cornwall, proceed to Highwood Lodge in Scotland, and conclude at Potter Place in London. Each property requires formal octiva, Cheon of the family wards through blood recognition. He handed the velvet pouch to Daphne. The portkeys are keyed to Lord Potter Peverell's magical signature. Each will activate only after the preview. As property's wards have been properly claimed. Daphne accepted the pouch with a nod. Thank you, Master Silverclaw. We understand the protocols. The goblin bowed slightly. A Gringotts representative. They will meet you at each location to provide relevant documentation and property details. Good fortune in your claiming, Lord Potter Peverell. As Silverclaw departed, Harry unrolled the scroll, examining the schedule. Looks like we spend about 3 hours at each property, with time for lunch at Seacliff and dinner at Potter Place. A full day, Daphne agreed. Shall we begin? She opened the velvet pouch, removing a small seashell that gleamed with a pearlescent sheen. This will take us to Cornwall. We both need to touch it. Harry placed his finger on the shell alongside Daphne's. After a brief countdown, the familiar hook behind the naval sensation of portkey travel seized them, and the marble hull of Gringotts dissolved into a whirl of color and sound. They landed on a grassy cliff overlooking the sea, the morning sun glinting off waves that crashed against rocks far below. The air was fresh with salt and wildflowers, and the cry of seagulls echoed around them. Oh, Daphne breathed, momentarily dropping her composed facade. It's beautiful. Before them stood a cottage that belied its modest name. Though not as large as a manor house, it was still substantial, 2 stories O.F. weathered stone with large windows facing the sea, a slate roof with multiple chimneys, and a wraparound porch supported by columns of driftwood polished to a silvery sheen. Welcome to Seacliff Cottage, Lord Potter Peverell, called a voice from near the house. A middle-aged witch in Gringotts uniform approached, carrying a leather portfolio. I am Madam Clearwater, property manager for Gringotts Coastal Holdings. The cottage has been maintained in anticipation of your eventual claiming, though it has not been occupied since your grandparents used it as a summer home in the early 1970s. It's been empty for over 20 years. Harry asked, surprised at the well-kept appearance. Maintenance charms, renewed monthly by our staff, Madam Clearwater explained. Plus a small contingent of house elves bound to the property itself. However, the full protective wards have been in dormant status since the last Potter's visit. She led them to an arched doorway of pale stone. Above the entrance, the Potter crest was carved in relief. To claim the property, you must place your ring against the crest and allow 3 drops of blood to fall upon the threshold. Harry approached the door, already feeling a strange resonance with the house, like a distant humming just at the edge of hearing. When he placed his lordship ring against the carved crest, the humming intensified, and the stone warmed beneath his touch. Drawing his wand, he cast a minor cutting charm on his palm and let 3 drops of blood fall onto the stone threshold. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The blood seemed to sink into the stone, and lines of golden light spread outward from the doorway, racing along the walls of the cottage in intricate patterns before shooting outward to form a dome that encompassed the entire property. The dome shimmered for a moment before fading from view, though Harry could still feel its presence, a protective shell tuned specifically to his magic. The wards are active, Madam Clearwater confirmed, consulting a small device like a golden compass. Blood recognition complete. Seacliff Cottage acknowledges you as its master, Lord Potter Peverell. As she spoke, the door swung open of its own accord. From within, Harry heard multiple soft pops, and suddenly a line of house elves appeared on the porch, all dressed in neat tea towels emblazoned with the Potter crest. The eldest stepped forward, his ears quivering with emotion. Master has returned to Seacliff. We is waiting so long. I am Pebble, head elf of Seacliff Cottage, sir. Harry smiled, touched by the elf's obvious joy. Hello, Pebble. It's nice to meet all of you. How many elves are bound to this property? 7 elves at Seacliff, Master, Pebble replied proudly. We keeps everything ready for Potter family return. Madam Clearwater handed Harry the portfolio. This contains the deed, ward schematics, property boundaries, and an inventory of all magical items within the cottage. Now that you've claimed the property, you may designate approved visitors who can pass through the wards. Lady Greengrass is approved, Harry said immediately, glancing at Daphne. As is Sirius Black, the property manager nodded, tapping the portfolio with her wand. Recorded. Would you like a tour of the property, or would you prefer to explore privately? Harry looked to Daphne, who gave a slight nod. We'll explore on our own, thank you. Will you return for our departure to the next location? In 3 hours, yes. The portkey to Highwood Lodge will activate only after I verify the claiming is complete. Until then, the property is yours to rediscover. As Madame Clearwater disapparated with a soft crack, Harry turned to the waiting house elves. Pebble, we'd like to see the cottage, please. And perhaps some refreshments after our journey. The ancient elf beamed. Yes, master. We has prepared morning tea in the sea room. Follow Pebble, please. Harry offered his arm to Daphne in the formal manner Silverclaw had taught him. She accepted it with a small smile, and together they entered Seacliff Cottage for the first time. The interior was even more impressive than the exterior suggested. High ceilings with exposed beams, walls of warm cream and soft blue, and wide windows that framed spectacular views of the coastline. The furniture was comfortable yet elegant, with nautical touches throughout, model ships in glass cases, paintings of seascapes, and decorative items crafted from shells and driftwood. This was a beloved home, Daphne observed quietly as they moved through the entry hall. You can feel it in the magic. Happy memories infuse the very walls. Harry nodded, sensing exactly what she meant. Unlike Grimmauld Place, with its oppressive darkness, Seacliff radiated warmth and welcome. As though the house itself was pleased to have Potters within its walls again. The sea room proved to be a stunning conservatory built along the cliff-facing side of the house, with glass walls and ceiling that created the illusion of floating above the ocean. A table had been set with tea, fresh scones, clotted cream, and preserves. As they enjoyed the refreshments, Harry explored the portfolio Madame Clearwater had provided. It says here the cottage sits on 30 acres, with magical boundaries extending a half-mile into the sea. There's a private cove with a small dock, accessible by a path from the garden. Perfect for swimming or sailing, Daphne noted. The portfolio probably lists any boats or equipment stored on the property. Indeed it did, a magical sailboat, 2 smaller enchanted rowboats, and various recreational items from different eras, all preserved under stasis charms in a boathouse near the dock. After tea, Pebble gave them a proper tour of the cottage. The ground floor contained the conservatory, a formal dining room, a comfortable library with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, and a large kitchen where 3 house elves were already preparing lunch. The second floor held 5 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom, including a master suite with a private balcony overlooking the sea. Your grandmother decorated the master suite herself, Pebble informed Harry proudly. Mistress Euphemia had excellent taste. Below the main level was a partial cellar containing a potions laboratory, Master Fleement's workshop, where he invented many famous potions, and a secure room for valuable items, currently empty except for some family photographs and documents deemed too personal for the vaults but not valuable enough to warrant removal when the property was vacated. Harry lingered over the photographs, his grandparents waving from the porch, a teenage James zooming around on a broom above the cliff, family picnics on the lawn. Glimpses of a happy childhood he'd never known his father had, in a home that could have been his. These are wonderful, Daphne said softly, looking over his shoulder at the images. You should take some back with you. I will, Harry agreed, selecting several to place in his robe pocket. After completing the tour, they enjoyed lunch on the seaside patio, fresh seafood and summer vegetables prepared by the enthusiastic house elves, who seemed overjoyed to be serving their master at last. Will master be staying at Seacliff soon? Pebble asked hopefully as they finished their meal. Not immediately, Harry said, feeling annoyingly regretful at the elf's crestfallen expression. I have to return to Hogwarts soon. But perhaps during Christmas break, or next summer. This cheered Pebble considerably. We will have everything perfect for master's return. The best linens, fresh flowers, master's favorite foods. I don't actually know what my favorite foods are, Harry admitted. The Dursleys never let me choose. Pebble's ears drooped momentarily before perking up with determination. Then we will prepare many different dishes for Master to try. Master will discover his favorites at Seacliff. After lunch, Harry and Daphne explored the grounds, the carefully tended gardens, the winding path down to the private cove, and a small orchard of wind-twisted apple trees that Pebble informed them had been planted by Harry's great-great-grandfather. What do you think of your first property? Daphne asked as they stood on a bluff overlooking the cove, the afternoon sun warm on their faces. "It's incredible," Harry said honestly. "I never imagined owning somewhere like this. It feels like a real home, not just a house." "That's the difference between a magical family property and a simple dwelling," Daphne explained. "Places like this absorb the magic and memories of generations. They become extensions of the family itself." Harry nodded, understanding perfectly what she meant. Seacliff Cottage felt an inheritance far more precious than gold or artifacts, a piece of his family's heart, preserved for him across time. As their visit drew to a close, Madame Clearwater returned to verify the claiming and activate the next portkey. Before departing, Harry gathered the house elves to give them instructions. "Continue maintaining the property as you have been," he told them. "You've done an amazing job. I'll return when I can. Hopefully before the end of the year." The elves bowed, beaming with pride at their master's approval. Pebble stepped forward, presenting Harry with a small shell similar to the portkey but strung on a leather cord. "This is keyed to Seacliff wards, Master," the elderly elf explained. "It will bring Master directly home, anytime he wishes, from anywhere." Touched by the gift, Harry slipped it around his neck alongside the Peverell pendant. "Thank you, Pebble, I'll treasure it." With a final look at the cottage gleaming in the afternoon sun, Harry took hold of the next portkey, a small pinecone, alongside Daphne. The familiar portkey sensation whisked them away from the Cornish coast to their next destination. Highwood Lodge proved to be the perfect complement to Seacliff Cottage. Where the coastal home had been bright and airy, the Scottish hunting lodge was all warm wood, stone fireplaces, and comfortable leather furnishings, a place designed for cold evenings and outdoor adventures. Set deep in the highlands, the lodge was surrounded by ancient forest and rolling heather-covered hills. A small loch glimmered in the distance, and mountains rose majestically on the horizon. "This is more recent than Seacliff," explained the Gringotts representative, a burly wizard named McFarland. "Built by your great-grandfather in the 1890s as a retreat from London society. The property encompasses 5,000 acres, including hunting grounds, the loch, and a small magical creature preserve established by your grandmother in the 1960s. The claiming ritual followed the same pattern as at Seacliff. Though this time the magical response was different. Instead of golden light, waves of deep green energy pulsed outward from the lodge, flowing like rivers across the vast property before settling into the earth itself. "Earth magic," Daphne murmured, watching the display. The Potter affinity manifesting through the land. Indeed, Harry could feel a deep connection forming between himself and the property, stronger than at Seacliff, more primal. This land responded to the Potter magic in his blood on an elemental level. The lodge staff included 5 house elves and, surprisingly, a family of centaurs who served as wardens of the forest and creature preserve. "The Swiftfoot family has guarded Potter lands for 9 generations," McFarland explained. "A most unusual arrangement in Wizarding Britain, but one that has served both species well." The eldest centaur, a silver-maned male named Firenze, met them at the edge of the forest with formal dignity. "Lord Potter Peverell, the stars foretold your return to ancestral lands. We welcome you to Highwood." Harry returned the greeting, fascinated by this revelation. "I'm honored to meet you, Warden Firenze. I had no idea my family had such an arrangement with centaurs." "Few wizarding families respect our kind as equals," the centaur replied. "The Potters have always been different. Your grandmother especially understood the balance of magic and nature." The tour of Highwood included the main lodge with its 10 bedrooms, great hall, and extensive kitchens, a smaller guest cottage near the loch, stables for both horses and magical creatures, and the edge of the forest preserve, where Firenze pointed out rare magical plants and the distant shapes of creatures moving among the trees. "The preserve holds the last breeding population of Highland griffins in Britain," the centaur explained, "along with several other species that have disappeared elsewhere." Harry made mental notes to tell Grid about this place. His friend would be ecstatic about the creature preserve. After exploring the main buildings, Daphne suggested they try out the horses. "You mentioned you've never ridden before. This is the perfect opportunity to learn the basics." Though initially hesitant, Harry found himself enjoying the experience once he got past the initial awkwardness. The stable master, a wizard who lived in a cottage on the property, provided gentle mounts and basic instruction, and soon they were trotting along a well-maintained trail that circled the loch. "You have good balance," Daphne commented as they rode side by side. "Probably from Quidditch. It's still strange," Harry admitted. "But I like it. Something about being here makes me want to learn everything about this place. Riding, hunting, the creatures in the preserve. Like I'm making up for lost time. That's the family magic at work," she explained. "It's encouraging you to connect with the legacy. Your ancestors enjoyed these same activities on this same land." As the afternoon light began to fade, they returned to the lodge, where the house elves had prepared a tea service in the great hall. A massive fireplace dominated one wall, with the Potter crest carved into the stone mantel and family portraits hanging on either side. "Your grandfather is a young man," McFarland identified one painting of a wizard who looked remarkably like James Potter but with hazel rather than Harry's green eyes. "And this is your great-grandmother, Iolaire Potter, who established the original wards around the property." The witch in the painting, stern-faced but with kind eyes, studied Harry intently before nodding in apparent approval. "He has the look of Henry about him," she remarked to her neighboring portrait. The same determination around the eyes. It was strange but comforting to be among these ancestors, even in painted form. They accepted Harry immediately, eager to share stories of the property and advice on managing the estate. "The south fields need attention," insisted one elderly wizard in hunting attire. "The drainage charms require renewal every decade, and I believe the last were cast in 1987. McFarland confirmed this with a nod. "Indeed, Lord Charles. It's on the maintenance schedule for next month." By the time they prepared to depart for the final property, Harry felt a genuine connection to Highwood Lodge, different from Seacliff's bright welcome, but equally powerful. This place spoke to something deep in his magic, reinforcing the earth affinity that was his Potter birthright. Like Pebble at Seacliff, the head elf at Highwood presented Harry with a token, a small antler carved with runes, that would allow direct travel to the lodge whenever he wished. "The forest awaits your return, Lord Potter Peverell," Firenze said as they prepared to depart. "The stars suggest it will not be long." With the setting sun painting the mountains in shades of gold and purple, Harry and Daphne activated the final portkey, a small silver key, and vanished from the Scottish Highlands. Potter Place in London proved to be not merely a townhouse, but a grand residence on a magically hidden square in Belgravia. One of the city's most exclusive neighborhoods. 5 stories of elegant Georgian architecture, it stood at the corner of the square, its facade of cream-colored stone distinguished by tall windows and intricate ironwork. Potter Place was established in the early 18th century as the family's London residence, explained the final Gringotts representative, an elegant witch named Madame Wilkins. Quote, "It serves as both home and official receiving location for Potter business and political affairs." The claiming ritual here produced the most dramatic response yet. When Harry's blood touched the threshold, the entire house seemed to shimmer, and for a brief moment, he could see magical lines connecting Potter Place to distant locations, Seacliff, Highwood, and Gringotts itself, forming a network of Potter power and influence across Britain. Inside, Potter Place was a perfect blend of historical grandeur and magical functionality. The ground floor contained formal reception rooms, a ballroom, a dining room capable of seating 30. The first floor held family living spaces, a comfortable drawing room, a smaller dining area, and a magnificent library 2 stories tall with rolling ladders and reading nooks. The upper floors contained a dozen bedrooms, various studies and private sitting rooms, and even a small indoor solarium filled with rare magical plants. Below stairs were extensive kitchens, wine cellars, and service areas, along with a secure room similar to the one at Seacliff but much larger and better appointed. This vault would have held family artifacts too valuable to leave unattended but needed more frequently than a trip to Gringotts would allow, Madame Wilkins explained. "It was emptied when your grandparents moved permanently to Godric's Hollow for your father's final year at Hogwarts. The house was maintained by a staff of 12 house elves, led by an extremely formal elf named Hodge who addressed Harry as, 'My lord,' and insisted on proper protocol at all times. Potter Place has hosted ministers of magic, foreign dignitaries, and members of magical royalty," Hodge informed Harry as they toured the ballroom. "Standards must be maintained." Dinner was Served in the smaller family dining room, a 7-course affair that demonstrated the kitchen elves' considerable skills. Harry and Daphne, still formal in their traveling robes but more relaxed after a long day together, discussed the properties they'd visited and their impressions of each. Seacliff feels like a place for family and close friends, Daphne observed. Highwood for adventures and connection with nature. And Potter Place. For politics and power, Harry finished. I can imagine hosting Wizengamot members here, forming alliances, planning strategy. Daphne nodded, looking pleased with his assessment. Exactly. Each property serves a different purpose in establishing your position as Lord Potter Peveril. After dinner, they retired to the family drawing room for tea. The day had been long but tremendously satisfying, and Harry found himself reluctant for it to end. He had learned more about his family in these few hours than in all his years at Hogwarts. Thank you for accompanying me today, he told Daphne sincerely. Having someone who understands the significance of everything has made it much more meaningful. She smiled, more openly than usual. It was my pleasure, Harry. Witnessing the renewal of a great family's connection to their properties is a rare honor. A comfortable silence fell between them, broken only by the gentle ticking of an ornate clock on the mantelpiece. Outside the windows, London's lights twinkled in the darkness. We should head back to Gringotts soon, Daphne said eventually. Though I admit I'm tempted to suggest staying here tonight instead. Potter Place is certainly equipped for guests. The suggestion sent an unexpected thrill through Harry, not for any inappropriate reason, but simply because Potter Place was his home, and the idea of actually spending the night here, of waking up tomorrow in a bedroom that belonged to his family, was powerfully appealing. We could, he said carefully. There are more than enough rooms. And I'd like to spend more time exploring the library tomorrow. Daphne considered this, then nodded. I'll send word to Gringotts that we'll return tomorrow instead. As your formal ally and witness. It's perfectly proper for me to stay as a guest, so long as we maintain appropriate decorum. The decision made, Hodge was summoned and informed of the change in plans. The old elf appeared delighted that the master would be staying overnight and immediately set the staff to preparing guest rooms. The blue suite for Lady Greengrass, I believe, Hodge declared. And the master chamber must be prepared for Lord Potter Peveril at once. While the elves bustled about, Harry and Daphne explored more of the house, including a hidden passage behind the library that led to a secure planning room where, according to a plaque on the wall, the Potter family had coordinated resistance efforts during Grindelwald's rise. Your family has always been politically active, Daphne noted. Not just in government, but in direct action when necessary. Dumbledore never mentioned any of this, Harry said, examining maps and documents preserved under stasis charms. He talks about my parents' resistance to Voldemort but never put it in the context of a family tradition of standing against dark wizards. Perhaps he preferred you to see yourself as following his lead rather than your family's, Daphne suggested. It's easier to guide someone who doesn't realize they have their own path to follow. The observation was uncomfortably perceptive. So many of Dumbledore's actions made more sense when viewed through that lens, keeping Harry ignorant of his heritage and power base, positioning himself as the sole authority figure Harry could trust for guidance. By the time they retired for the night, Harry's mind was spinning with new information and possibilities. The blue suite provided for Daphne was a beautifully appointed guest chamber with its own sitting room and bath. The master chamber, prepared for Harry, was even more impressive. A spacious bedroom with a 4-poster bed draped in Potter colors, adjoining study, private bath with a tub that reminded him of the prefect's bathroom at Hogwarts. And a balcony overlooking the square. Will my lord require anything else tonight? Hodge asked as he showed Harry the rooms. No, thank you, Hodge. Everything is perfect. The elf bowed deeply. Breakfast will be served at 9 in the morning room. Lady Greengrass has already been informed. With another bow, he disappeared with a soft pop. Alone in the master suite, Harry walked slowly around the rooms, examining family photographs on the mantel, testing the comfortable armchairs by the fireplace, running his fingers along bookshelves filled with volumes that generations of Potters had read before him. This could have been his life from the beginning. Growing up in these family homes, learning about his heritage from his parents and grandparents, understanding his place in the Zarding whirled from a position of knowledge and strength rather than stumbling blindly through each new revelation. The anger he'd felt toward Dumbledore throughout the summer flared again, hotter and more focused. The headmaster hadn't just failed to tell Harry about Voldemort or the prophecy, he'd systematically kept Harry from his entire legacy, homes, history, political power, and family magic tea. Hat might have helped him face the challenges thrown at him each year. As he prepared for bed, Harry made a silent promise to himself. When he returned to Hogwarts, things would be different. He would no longer be the pawn Dumbledore had carefully cultivated, ignorant, isolated, and dependent. Lord Potter Peverell would forge his own path, build his own alliances, and face the coming conflict on his own terms. With that resolution firmly in mind, Harry Potter fell asleep in his ancestral home for the first time, the family magic humming contentedly around him like a lullaby. Morning at Potter Place brought sunshine streaming through tall windows and the delicious scent of breakfast wafting up from the kitchens. After bathing and dressing in fresh robes provided by the house elves exact due plicates of his traveling robes from yesterday, but pressed and refreshed, Harry made his way to the morning room. Daphne was already there, looking elegant and well-rested in her blue robes. She sat at a small table set for two beside windows overlooking a private garden at the rear of the house. "Good morning, Harry," she greeted him with a smile. "I trust you slept well." "Better than I have in weeks," he admitted, taking the seat across from her. "It feels different here, safe in a way I can't quite explain." "Family wards," Daphne nodded. "They recognize your blood and magic. Here, you're truly protected in a way few other places can manage." Breakfast was a leisurely affair. Fresh fruits, pastries, eggs prepared to order, and excellent coffee. They discussed their plans for the day, agreeing to spend a few more hours at Potter Place before returning to Gringotts to resume training. "I'd like to look through the library more thoroughly," Harry said. "And maybe explore the neighborhood a bit. Hodge mentioned there's a magical shopping district nearby, less crowded than Diagon Alley." "Belgravia Arcade," Daphne confirmed. "It caters to the old families who live in this area, higher quality and more discreet than Diagon, though significantly more expensive." After breakfast, they separated briefly, Daphne to write some correspondence using the writing desk in her suite, Harry to explore the library in greater detail. The massive two-story room contained thousands of volumes, organized by subject rather than alphabetically. An enchanted catalog helped navigate the collection, allowing Harry to quickly locate sections on Potter family history, magical theory, and political strategy. He selected several books to take back to Gringotts, including The Potter Legacy, HCE, Entries of Magical Innovation, and Practical Applications of Earth Affinity, adding them to the growing collection in his moleskin bag. As midday approached, they met in the entrance hall, ready for a brief excursion to Belgravia Arcade. Hodge provided directions. 3 blocks east, turn right at the statue of Hector Fortescue, disguised from Muggles as a war memorial, then through the archway behind the blue door. The August day was pleasantly warm as they walked through the exclusive neighborhood, Daphne pointing out other magical residences concealed among the Muggle mansions and embassies. "The Black family home used to be near here," she noted. "Though I believe it's under Fidelius now, serving as headquarters for Dumbledore's order." Harry nodded, still getting used to the idea that he could openly discuss such matters with someone from Slytherin. "Grimmauld Place. Not nearly as nice as Potter Place, I can tell you." Belgravia Arcade proved to be everything Daphne had described. An elegant shopping district hidden from Muggle eyes, with high-end boutiques, a small but exquisite bookshop, an apothecary displaying rare ingredients in crystal vials, and various specialty stores catering to wealthy magical clientele. They browsed casually, Harry purchasing a few small items, a self-indexing journal from the bookshop, an enchanted razor set from the gentleman's grooming store. At Daphne's suggestion that he might soon need it, and a selection of high-quality quills and inks. As they exited the apothecary, a flash of platinum blonde hair across the arcade caught Harry's attention. Before he could react, Daphne had already spotted the potential problem. "Narcissa Malfoy at 2 o'clock, she murmured. "With my mother, interestingly enough." Indeed, Draco's mother was Enga. G'd in conversation with an elegant blonde woman who strongly resembled an older version of Daphne. "Should we avoid them?" Harry asked quietly. Daphne considered for a moment. Actually, no. This is an opportunity to establish your new position publicly. Follow my lead. Before Harry could object, she had steered them directly into the path of the two women, who looked up in surprise at their approach. Mother, Daphne greeted with perfect poise. What a pleasant coincidence. May I present Lord Harry Potter Peverell? Lord Potter Peverell, my mother, Lady Isabella Greengrass. Harry executed he formal bow he'd practiced with Silverclaw, trying to project confidence despite his racing heart. Lady Greengrass, it's an honor to meet you. Isabella Greengrass's surprise was momentary, quickly masked by social grace. Lord Potter Peverell, what an unexpected pleasure. I see you and my daughter are acquainted. Lady Daphne has been kind enough to assist me as I claim my family properties, Harry replied, carefully using the script Daphne had prepared him for during their visits. Her knowledge of traditional protocols has been invaluable. Narcissa Malfoy had gone very still, her eyes calculating as she observed the exchange. Potter, with a lordship ring. How fascinating. Daphne smoothly inserted herself into the conversation. Lady Malfoy, good morning. Lord Potter Peverell has recently claimed his full heritage with the blessing of his godfather, Lord Black. The mention of Sirius was deliberate, Harry realized, a reminder of the connection between House Black and House Malfoy through Narcissa. And the implication that Sirius supported Harry's new status. Indeed, Narcissa's voice was cool but not hostile. Then felicitations are in order. The restoration of an ancient line is always significant for our society. She inclined her head slightly. My son has spoken of you often, Lord Potter Peverell, though perhaps not in terms that anticipated this development. Harry managed a diplomatically neutral response. Draco and I have had our differences, Lady Malfoy. Perhaps with our new understanding of mutual station, we can establish a more productive relationship in the future. Isabella Greengrass raised an eyebrow, clearly reassessing Harry in light of his composed response. You're staying at Potter Place, I presume. It's been closed for many years. We reclaimed it yesterday, Daphne confirmed, along with the other Potter properties. The house elves have maintained everything beautifully. Hodge was always excessively devoted, Narcissa commented. I attended events there as a girl. Your grandmother was known for her winter solstice celebrations. The conversation continued for a few more minutes, carefully neutral topics like the shops in the arcade. The upcoming Wizengamot session, which Isabella mentioned Cyrus Greengrass would be attending, and the weather, before both parties made their excuses and separated. As they walked back toward Potter Place, Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That was intense. Daphne smiled, looking rather pleased. It was perfect. By this evening, every significant family in Britain will know that Harry Potter has claimed his lordships and is moving in traditional circles with the Greengrass family as allies. Including Voldemort, Harry pointed out. Especially him, Daphne agreed. Which is precisely what we want. Let him reassess you as a political power, not just a schoolboy symbol. It introduces uncertainty into his calculations. Harry considered this. And Dumbledore, Narcissa Malfoy is hardly going to report to him. No, but my mother will certainly mention it to my father, who sits on the Hogwarts Board of Governors alongside Lucius Malfoy. The information will reach Dumbledore through official channels, which sends its own message about your independence. The political maneuvering was still somewhat foreign to Harry, but he was beginning to appreciate its effectiveness. A chance meeting in Belgravia Arcade had established his new status more efficiently than any formal announcement could have done. They returned to Potter Place to find Hodge waiting with news that Director Ragnarok had sent a message confirming their extended stay was noted and a portkey would await them whenever they were ready to return to Gringotts. After a light lunch in the garden, they spent another hour exploring the house before finally deciding it was time to return to their training. Hodge provided a portkey, a small silver bell engraved with the Potter Est, and stood at attention as they prepared to depart. Potter Place awaits my lord's return, the elderly elf said formally. We shall maintain everything to the highest standards. Thank you, Hodge, Harry replied. I'll return as soon as I can, perhaps during a Hogsmeade weekend once school begins. With a final look around the entrance hall of his London home, Harry activated the portkey, and he and Daphne vanished in a whirl of magic. They returned to Gringotts to find both Director Ragnarok and Sirius waiting for them in the main hall. "Welcome back," Sirius greeted them with a grin. "How was the grand tour?" "Incredible," Harry said honestly. "I had no idea my family owned such amazing places." The claiming rituals were completely successful, Daphne reported more formally. All PR. Operties recognized Lord Potter Peverell immediately, and the family magic responded strongly, particularly at Highwood Lodge. Ragnarok nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. The reconnection of a lord to his ancestral land strengthens both the wizard and the properties. You should find your access to Potter family magic significantly enhanced after this weekend." "There's more," Daphne added. "We encountered Lady Malfoy and my mother in Belgravia Arcade. Lord Potter Peverell's new status is now known to influential circles." Sirius barked a laugh. Narcissa must have been beside herself. "I wish I could have seen her face." "She was reserved," Harry said diplomatically. "But definitely surprised." "The timing is actually fortuitous," Ragnarok said. "With your return to Hogwarts approaching, it's better that your new status be established through gradual social channels rather than a sudden revelation upon your arrival at school." They moved from the main hall to a private conference room, where Ragnarok outlined the training schedule for the final 2 weeks before September 1st. "Lord Black will now take a primary role in your combat training," the director explained. "Master Thorn will continue magical theory instruction, with a focus on integrating conventional spellwork with family magic. Lady Greengrass will join you for political and etiquette lessons 3 days per week." Sirius leaned forward, his expression more serious than usual. "I've reviewed your progress with Grimmaklaw and Thorn. You're advancing rapidly, but we need to accelerate further before you return to Hogwarts. The next 2 weeks will be intense." Harry nodded, already anticipating the challenge. "I'm ready." "Good," Sirius said, "because we start tomorrow at dawn. Battle Transfiguration and Envy, Ron Mental Combat, the Black family specialties. Combined with your Earth and Shadow magic, you'll have capabilities few wizards can match." As the meeting concluded, Daphne excused herself to return to her own quarters and lessons. At the door, she turned back to Harry with a formal nod that contained a hint of the warmth they'd developed over the weekend. "Until Wednesday, Lord Potter Peverell. Thank you for allowing me to witness your claiming." After she departed, Sirius gave Harry a knowing look. "The Greengrass girl seems to have made quite an impression." "It's not like that," Harry protested automatically, then reconsidered. "Or at least, not entirely. She's been genuinely helpful, and we work well together. A solid foundation for any relationship, political or otherwise," Sirius observed. "Just be cautious. The Greengrasses are honest allies as such families go, but they're also pragmatists to the core. They won't hesitate to adjust allegiances if circumstances change dramatically." "Daphne's been straightforward about that from the beginning," Harry said. "I appreciate the honesty, actually. It's refreshing after years of half-truths and manipulations." Ragnarok, who had been listening silently, spoke up. "The final phase of your preparation begins tomorrow, Lord Potter Peverell. When you board the Hogwarts Express on September 1st, you must be ready not just to claim your position as head of your houses, but to defend it against those who would challenge your right or ability to hold it." "Voldemort," Harry said, "and others," the director added. "The Dark Lord is a direct threat, yes. But the Ministry seeks to discredit you, Dumbledore aims to control you, and various factions will attempt to use you for their own ends." Sirius placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "The good news is you won't face these challenges alone. You have allies now, me, the Goblins, potentially the Greengrasses, and friends at Hogwarts who have proven loyal despite not knowing your full heritage." Harry thought of Ron and Hermione, of Neville and the twins, of people who had stood by him through previous trials. How would they react to the new Lord Potter Peverell? Would they see it as a positive development or feel he had changed too much? These questions would have to wait. For now, he had training to complete and skills to master before facing the challenges awaiting him at Hogwarts. As he returned to his quarters that evening, Harry found himself reflecting on the weekend's experiences. The properties he'd visited weren't just houses, they were physical connections too. His family's past and tangible assets for building his future. Potter Place, Highwood Lodge, Seacliff Cottage, each offered something unique, a different facet of his heritage to explore and incorporate into his new identity. And Daphne Greengrass, what had begun as a political alliance of convenience was evolving into something more complex. Not romance, exactly, but a partnership built on mutual respect and complementary strengths. She understood aspects of his new world intuitively, navigating its social complexities with an ease he envied. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, Sirius's specialized combat training, more work with family magic, continued political education. But Harry felt ready to face whatever came next. The claiming of his properties had changed something fundamental in him, solidifying his connection to the Potter and Peverell legacies. He was no longer just Harry, the boy who had survived by luck and the help of others. He was Lord Potter Peverell, heir to ancient magic, master of his own destiny. And Hogwarts would soon meet this new Harry, ready or not. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3. Friends and Foes. The final days of August passed in a blur of intense training. Under Sirius's tutelage, Harry's combat abilities advanced dramatically, particularly in the area of battle transfiguration, the Black family specialty. Transfiguration isn't just for classrooms, sir. Hughes explained during their first session. In combat, changing your environment gives you control of the battlefield. The ability to create cover, weapons, or distractions from ordinary objects can mean. And the difference between life and death. Harry had always been decent at transfiguration, but Sirius pushed him to apply it in ways McGonagall had never taught, animating statues to serve as temporary allies, transforming debris into swarms of attacking creatures, or altering the physical properties of the ground beneath an opponent's feet. Combined with his growing mastery of Potter earth working and Peverell shadow manipulation, Harry's magical repertoire had expanded beyond anything he'd imagined possible just a month earlier. The key is layering, Thorne emphasized during their joint training sessions. A single approach, no matter how powerful, can be countered. Multiple simultaneous magical effects overwhelm even skilled opponents. They drilled this concept relentlessly, Harry Rice. Ing stone barriers with Potter magic while simultaneously attacking with conventional spells and using shadow manipulation to conceal his true position. By the final week of training, he could maintain all three approaches at once, creating a fighting style uniquely his own. Political education with Daphne continued as well, now focused specifically on navigating Hogwarts as Lord Potter Peverell. They developed strategies for handling Dumbledore, the new ministry-appointed professor, and the inevitable challenges to Harry's changed status. Slytherin will be divided, Daphne predicted during one planning session. Traditional neutral families like mine will recognize your lordship immediately. Those aligned with the Dark Lord will be more hostile than ever, seeing you as a greater threat. The question is how the other houses will respond. Indeed, that question weighed heavily on Harry's mind as September 1st approached. How would his friends react? Would they see his lordship as just another complication in his already unusual life, or as something that fundamentally changed their relationship? The night before his return to Hogwarts, Harry sat in his quarters at Gringotts, packing his expanded trunk with school supplies, books from his family vaults, and new clothing appropriate for his status. His school robes now bore the subtle markers of his lordship, the Potter and Peverell crests embroidered in small detail on the left breast, visible only to those looking for them but significant to those who understood their meaning. A knock at his door interrupted his packing. "Come in," he called, expecting Silverclaw with final instructions for tomorrow. Instead, Director Ragnarok himself entered, accompanied by Sirius and a goblin Harry had never seen before, female, with intricate gold bands woven into her long dark hair and an air of mystical authority that reminded him somewhat of Professor Trelawney, but far more credible. Lord Potter Peverell, Ragnarok greeted him formally. "May I present Searstone, keeper of prophecies for the Goblin Nation." Harry stood quickly, offering the respectful bow he'd learned for greeting high-ranking goblins. "Keeper Searstone, I'm honored." The female goblin studied him intently, her amber eyes seeming to look through rather than at him. "The honor is mine, heir of 3 lines." Harry glanced questioningly at Sirius, who gave a slight shrug. 3 lines. He was heir to Potter and Peverell, but what was the third? "Keeper Searstone requested this meeting," Ragnarok explained. "She has insights regarding your return to Hogwarts She believes you should hear before departing." "Please, sit," Harry offered, gesturing to the seating area by the fire. The three visitors arranged themselves in the armchairs while Harry took his place opposite them. Searstone continued to regard him with that penetrating gaze for several long moments before speaking. "I do not often involve myself in the affairs of wizards," she began, her voice surprisingly melodious for a goblin. "But your case intersects with matters of concern to my people. The awakening of the Peverell magic after centuries of dormancy has rippled through the deeper currents of fate." Harry nodded, unsure how to respond to this mystical preamble. "Three paths diverge before you, Lord Potter Peverell," she continued. "One leads to victory but great sacrifice. One to power beyond measure but isolation. And one," she hesitated, "to an ending that is not an ending, a battle without resolution." "Is this a prophecy?" Harry asked, thinking of the one Lador had mentioned but never fully disclosed. "No," Searstone shook her head. "Merely a reading of possibilities. The fixed prophecy you reference still holds, but your claiming of the Peverell legacy has introduced variables that were not accounted for in its original interpretation." Sirius leaned forward. "What variables specifically?" "Death magic," Searstone replied simply. "The Peverells did not conquer death, as your children's tale suggests, but they reached an accommodation with it. Their legacy grants understanding of, and limited influence over, the boundaries between life and not life. This alters the balance of power significantly." Harry touched the Peverell pendant at his throat. "You're saying my connection to this family magic changes the prophecy somehow?" "Not changes," Searstone corrected. "Expands. Where before there was a single narrow path to victory, now there are multiple possibilities, each with their own costs and benefits." She reached into a pouch at her belt and withdrew 3 small stones, one white, one black, one gray, placing them on the table between them. "The white path leads through light, through allies gathered openly, through conventional magic strengthened by earth working. Victory requires sacrifice of something precious to you." She touched the black stone. "The shadow path leads through secrecy, through mastery of Peverell death magic. Through power that frightens even those who love you. Victory comes at the cost of connection." Finally, she indicated the gray stone. "The third path blends both approaches but commits fully to neither. It offers balance but risks leaving matters unresolved." Harry stared at the 3 stones, each representing a possible future. "And I'm supposed to choose one of these paths now?" Searstone made a dismissive gesture. "Choice is rarely so clean, so final. You will make many choices in the coming months, each pushing you toward one path or another. I merely offer awareness of the broader patterns, that you might choose with greater understanding." "Is there a right choice?" Harry asked. "A best path. For whom?" The Goblin Seer countered. "For you personally. For Wizarding Britain. For the Goblin Nation. Each path serves different interests, protects different values." Ragnarok spoke up. "The Goblin Nation has its preferences, of course. But we recognize that such decisions must ultimately be yours. We have provided training, resources, and now information. How you use them is your choice." Harry looked to Sirius, hoping for clearer guidance. His godfather smiled ruefully. "Don't look at me, pup. I've never been good at following anyone else's path, let alone choosing one for someone else." His expression sobered. "I trust you to find your way. Just remember that you don't have to face these choices alone." Searstone gathered her stones, returning them to her pouch. "One final observation, Lord Potter Peverell. The third line of inheritance, the one not yet claimed, may offer balance when the time comes to choose. Neither light nor shadow, but something else entirely." With that cryptic statement, she rose. "May your path bring honor to your houses, young lord. The Goblin Nation watches with interest." After Searstone departed, Ragnarok remained to discuss practical matters for Harry's return to Hogwarts. He provided a special communication mirror linked directly to Gringotts for emergencies and a letter formally notifying Hogwarts of Harry's status change, to be delivered to the headmaster upon arrival. The letter invokes certain ancient rites pertaining to lords of noble houses attending Hogwarts, the director explained, including private quarters, exemption from certain school rules regarding curfew and Hogsmeade visits, and the right to travel to Gr. Ingots are your properties for estate business when necessary. Dumbledore won't like that, Harry observed. Precisely why the notification comes from Gringotts rather than you personally, Ragnarok replied with a toothy smile. Any objections must be addressed to us through formal channels, by which time your position will be well established. After finalizing these arrangements, Ragnar departed, leaving Harry alone with Sirius. Nervous about tomorrow? His godfather asked, conjuring 2 butterbeers and handing one to Harry. A bit, Harry admitted, accepting the drink. Everything's changed so much in a month. I'm not the same person who left Hogwarts in June. That's rather the point, Sirius reminded him. You needed to change, to grow into your heritage, to prepare for what's coming. Harry nodded, taking a sip of butterbeer. I know, and I don't regret any of it. I just wonder how others will react. Ron, Hermione, the DA. Dumbledore. Expect mixed reactions, Sirius advised. Some will adapt quickly, others will struggle with the change. True friends will stand by you even if they don't immediately understand. He grinned. Besides, you're still you underneath the lordship and the new abilities. Just a more prepared, more confident you. They spent the next hour in comfortable conversation, Sirius sharing stories of his own Hogwarts days and offering final advice for dealing with various challenges Harry might face. When the clock struck 11, he rose to leave. One last thing, Sirius said, reaching into his robes. A gift for my godson, Lord Potter Peverell. He handed Harry a small velvet box. Inside was a handsome pocket watch of goblin wrought silver, the Potter crest on one side, the Black family crest on the other. Traditionally given when a wizard comes of age, Sirius explained. James should have been here to present this to you, but as your godfather, the honor falls to me. Harry ran his fingers over the intricately crafted case, emotion tightening his throat. It's beautiful. Thank you. Sirius squeezed his shoulder. Your father would be proud of you, Harry. Not just of the lordship or the magic, but of the man you're becoming, someone who thinks for himself. Who values true friendship, who stands up for what's right even when it's difficult. They embraced briefly, then Sirius stepped back, his expression turning mischievous. Now, try not to turn Hogwarts completely upside down in your first week back. Save some chaos for Halloween at least. After Sirius left, Harry finished his packing and prepared for bed, setting his new pocket watch on the nightstand beside him. Tomorrow would bring new challenges as he returned to Hogwarts as Lord Potter Peverell. Whatever paths lay before him, white, black, or gray, the first step would be rejoining the world he'd left behind a month ago. As he drifted off to sleep, the pendant at his throat pulsed gently with Peverell magic, and the merged lordship ring on his finger radiated the steady warmth of Potter heritage. Between the two sensations, balanced and whole, Harry Potter slept dreamlessly, ready for whatever tomorrow would bring. King's Cross Station buzzed with the usual September 1st chaos. Families saying goodbye, students reuniting with friends, trolleys laden with trunks and animal cages navigating the crowded platforms. Harry stood slightly apart from the main throng, having arrived via Goblin portkey to a secluded area of the station. He wore Muggle clothing of obvious quality, dark trousers, a crisp button-down shirt, and a light jacket, his lordship ring visible on his right hand. The Peverell pendant tucked beneath his shirt. Beside him stood Daphne, similarly well dressed in a fashionable blouse and skirt, and Sirius, glamored to appear as an older, distinguished gentleman rather than the notorious Sirius Black. Remember, Sirius was saying, you're not obligated to explain yourself to anyone immediately. Take time to settle in, gauge the situation, then decide how much to reveal and to whom. Harry nodded, scanning the crowd for familiar faces. I'll write tonight after the feast to let you know how things go. The communication mirror is for emergencies, Daphne reminded him. For routine updates, use the secure post box. Responses will come via Gringotts Owl to avoid interception. Their planning was interrupted by a familiar voice calling from nearby. Harry, Harry. Hermione Granger pushed through the crowd, her bushy hair bouncing as she hurried toward them. She stopped short a few feet away, her expression shifting from delight to confusion as she took in Harry's appearance and companions. Harry, she repeated, uncertainty creeping into her voice as she looked between him and Daphne. Hello, Hermione, Harry greeted her with a warm smile. It's good to see you. Quote, she hesitated, then stepped forward to hug him briefly before pulling back to study him properly. You look different. We've been so worried. Your letters said you were safe. But they didn't explain anything. I know, and I'm sorry for that, Harry said sincerely. There was a lot happening that couldn't be explained in letters. I'll tell you everything on the train. Hermione's gaze shifted to Daphne, her eyebrows rising in question. Hermione Granger, this is Daphne Greengrass, Harry introduced them. Daphne, my friend Hermione. Pleased to meet you, Daphne said with polite formality, extending her hand. Hermione shook it, clearly bewildered by the Slytherin girl's presence. Likewise, are you, friends? Lady Greengrass and Lord Potter P. Everell have established a formal alliance between their houses, Sirius interjected smoothly, his glamoured appearance adding gravitas to the statement. Hermione's eyes widened further, her gaze darting to Harry's hand where the lordship ring gleamed. Lord Potter, Harry, what's going on? As I said, I'll explain everything on the train, Harry promised. Is Ron with you? He's with his family further down the platform. They're looking for you too, we've all been concerned. Harry nodded. We should board soon to find a compartment. Would you mind letting Ron know I'm here? I need a moment to finish some business. Though clearly burning with questions, Hermione recognized the dismissal. All right, I'll see you on the train then. With a last curious glance at Daphne and Sirius, she hurried back into the crowd. That went better than expected, Sirius observed. Though the real test comes when you explain everything. Daphne adjusted her sleeve, a nervous gesture Harry had rarely seen from her. I should find my sister. We'll see each other at school, Lord Potter Peverell. The formal address was for the benefit of anyone watching, Harry knew, but it still felt strange comin'. G from Daphne after weeks of using his first name in private. Of course, Lady Greengrass. Thank you for your assistance these past weeks. They exchanged formal nods, though Harry thought he detected a hint of warmth in Daphne's eyes before she turned to make her way through the crowd. Sirius chuckled once she was gone. Very proper, very public. The pureblood families will be talking for weeks. That's rather the point, isn't it? Harry replied, establishing my position before I even reach Hogwarts. Indeed. Sirius clasped his shoulder. You'd better board soon. Remember everything we've discussed, trust your instincts. And don't let Dumbledore manipulate you back into the role he's designed. With a final embrace, disguised as a formal handshake for onlookers, they parted. Harry navigated through the platform toward the gleaming scarlet engine of the Hogwarts Express, aware of the whispers and stares that followed him. Between his improved appearance, confident bearing, and the visible lordship ring, he was already attracting attention. Good, he thought. Let them wonder. Let them talk. By tonight, everyone at Hogwarts would know that Harry Potter had changed, and the wizarding world would need to adjust accordingly. Finding a compartment proved easier than expected. Neville Longbottom was holding one near the middle of the train, accompanied by a girl Harry recognized as Luna Lovegood from Ravenclaw. Harry, Neville greeted him with obvious relief. We were hoping you'd find us. Hermione just came by saying she'd seen you on the platform. Thanks for saving seats, Harry replied, stowing his trunk in the overhead rack. Hello, Luna, good summer. The blonde Ravenclaw studied him with her characteristic dreamy expression. Quite productive. Daddy and I searched for crumple-horned snurkax in Sweden. Her protuberant eyes fixed on Harry's ring. Your aura has changed. The Nargles are giving you a wide berth now. Harry smiled, having learned from Daphne that some traditionally neutral families, including the Lovegoods, maintained unorthodox but genuine magical traditions. Luna's strange observations often contained kernels of magical insight beneath the odd terminology. I've had an interesting summer as well, he acknowledged, taking a seat opposite them. Before he could elaborate, the compartment door slid open again, and Ron and Hermione entered. Both looking at Harry with expressions of mingled relief and confusion. Bloody hell, mate, Ron exclaimed, dropping into the seat beside Harry. You vanish without a trace, send cryptic notes saying not to worry. And then show up at King's Cross with Greengrass of all people. What's going on? Hermione sat beside Luna, her expression more controlled but equally curious. And who was that man with you? He seemed familiar somehow. Harry waited until the train lurched into motion before responding. Drawing his wand, he cast privacy wards around the compartment, more sophisticated ones than the simple muffiliato they'd used in previous years. That should keep our conversation private, he said, tucking his wand away. As for what's going on, it's a long story. For the next hour, as Count R.Y. side replaced city outside their windows, Harry explained the events of the past month. The Gringotts summons, the discovery of his dual heritage, the claiming ritual, and his intensive training. He kept some details private, particularly the full extent of his family magic abilities and the depth of his alliance with the Goblins, but shared enough to help his friends understand the transformation he'd undergone. "So you're actually Lord Potter now?" Ron asked, looking somewhat dazed. "And Peverell too, like, proper lordships with Wizengamot seats and everything." "That's right," Harry confirmed. "The Potter lordship I would have claimed at 17 anyway, but the Peverell magic awakened early, likely triggered by events in the graveyard last June." Hermione was frowning thoughtfully, her analytical mind clearly processing the implications. "That explains the formal alliance with Greengrass, traditional pureblood politics. But Harry, why didn't you tell us any of this? We could have helped, or at least supported you." "I couldn't," Harry explained. "The inheritance proceedings were under Goblin secrecy protocols. The only communication allowed was confirmation of my safety without details. I wanted to tell you more." "Believe me." "What about the order?" Ron asked. "Mum was beside herself when you disappeared. Even Dumbledore couldn't locate you." "That was intentional," Harry admitted. "I needed time to learn about my heritage without interference. Dumbledore has kept things from me. Important things." He explained how the headmaster had acted as proxy for the Potter Wizengamot seat without Harry's knowledge. How information about his family properties and political position had been withheld, how even his magical guardianship had been arranged contrary to his parents' will. "I'm not saying Dumbledore is evil," he clarified, seeing their shocked expressions. "But he's been controlling my life, limiting my choices and knowledge in ways that haven't always been in my best interest." A silence fell over the compartment as his friends absorbed this perspective, one that challenged their previous understanding of Dumbledore's role in Harry's life. Surprisingly, it was Neville who spoke first, his voice unusually firm. "It makes sense. Gran always thought it strange how you were kept ignorant of your heritage. The Potter family has significant history and influence. For you not to know any of it." He shook his head. "It wasn't right." Luna nodded dreamily. "The wise owl keeps secrets from the fledgling to protect it, but sometimes prevents it from learning to fly." Harry smiled gratefully at their support. "Exactly. I don't hate Dumbledore, but I need to forge my own path now, make my own decisions." Hermione still looked troubled. "And this alliance with Greengrass? She's a Slytherin." "Harry, not all Slytherins support Voldemort," Harry pointed out. "The Greengrasses are a traditionally neutral family with significant political influence. Daphne has been helping me navigate pureblood customs and politics." "Just politics?" Ron asked skeptically. "The way she looked at you on the platform seemed, well, not just political." Harry felt warmth creeping into his cheeks. "It's complicated. There are expectations when houses form alliances. Nothing's decided, but there are traditional paths such arrangements can take." "You mean marriage," Hermione said bluntly. "Pureblood political marriages. Eventually, possibly," Harry acknowledged. "But that's years away and entirely optional. For now, it's just a mutually beneficial alliance." Ron looked bewildered by this turn in the conversation, but Neville was nodding with understanding. "House Longbottom has similar arrangements with the Abbotts and Macmillans," he explained. "It doesn't mean anything's definite. Just that the families acknowledge compatibility and mutual interest." Luna was watching Harry with her unnervingly perceptive gaze. "You've changed more than just your title, Harry Potter. Your magic feels different, deeper, more settled. Like it's finally found its proper channel." That was remarkably accurate, Harry thought. "The family magic has helped center me," he confirmed. "I feel more connected to my core magical self." The conversation shifted to more practical matters, how Harry's new status would affect his daily life at Hogwarts, his plans for Ndling Umbridge and the Ministry's interference, and the letter from Gringotts that would be delivered to Dumbledore that evening. "The headmaster won't be pleased," Hermione predicted. "These Lord P privileges undermine his authority at Hogwarts." "They're not meant as a challenge," Harry explained. "Just a clarification of my rights. I still respect Dumbledore as headmaster, but he needs to respect my position as well." As the journey continued, their discussion turned to other summer events and school news. Harry was relieved to find that, despite the dramatic changes in his circumstances, the core dynamic with his friends remained largely intact. Ron was sometimes puzzled by the political aspects but supportive of Harry's newfound confidence. Hermione had questions about everything but seemed to accept his explanations once given. Neville and Luna, with their own connections to traditional wizarding society, actually appeared to understand certain aspects better than Ron or Hermione. The compartment door slid open around midday, revealing the food trolley witch with her usual selection of snacks and sweets. As Harry purchased treats for everyone, Daphne happened to pass by in the corridor, accompanied by a younger blonde girl who had to be her sister and another Slytherin girl Harry recognized as Tracy Davis. Their eyes met briefly, and Daphne gave him a small, formal nod before continuing on her way. "That's going to take some getting used to," Ron commented through a mouthful of chocolate frog. "You being all formal with Slytherins instead of hexing each other. It's called growing up, Ronald," Hermione said primly, though her own expression suggested she too was adjusting to the new dynamic. The peaceful atmosphere was shattered shortly after when their compartment door slammed open again, revealing Draco Malfoy flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Unlike previous years, however, Draco paused upon entering, his eyes narrowing as he took in Harry's changed apron. CE and the lordship ring clearly visible on his hand. Well, the Slytherin drawled, though Harry detected a note of uncertainty beneath his usual arrogance. "Heard some interesting rumors on the platform, Potter. Or should I say, Lord Potter Peverell. That would be the proper address." "Yes," Harry replied calmly, remaining seated but subtly shifting his posture to one of casual authority. A stance Silverclaw had drilled into him for confrontations with peers of similar status. Malfoy's eyes flicked to the ring again, his expression calculating. "Mother mentioned seeing you in Belgravia Arcade. With Greengrass. Of all people. Slumming, was she?" "Lady Greengrass was kind enough to witness my claiming of the Potter properties," Harry responded, deliberately using the formal title. Quote, "Our families are exploring renewed alliance opportunities." This clearly wasn't the reaction Malfoy had expected. The familiar script of their confrontations had been altered, and the blonde Slytherin seemed momentarily at a loss. "Playing at politics now, Potter. A title doesn't change what you are, a half-blood with no proper understanding of our world." Harry smiled thinly. "Blood status didn't stop my ancestors from helping establish the Wizengamot centuries before the Malfoys arrived in Britain. But I understand your confusion, Draco. Change can be disorienting." The use of his first nom, a subtle assertion of status over formality, wasn't lost on Malfoy, whose pale cheeks flushed with anger. "You think a ring and some new clothes change anything? Wait until my father hears about this," Harry finished for him, still maintaining his composed demeanor. "I imagine Lady Malfoy has already informed him of our encounter. I look forward to engaging with Lord Malfoy in the Wizengamot when appropriate." Malfoy's mouth opened and closed wordlessly for a moment before he recovered his composure. "This isn't over, Potter." "It never is," Harry agreed. "Though perhaps next time we might engage more productively. Times are changing, Draco. Old enmities may soon become impractical." The cryptic warning, implying without stating outright that Voldemort's return would force everyone to choose sides, hung in the air between them. With a final glare, Malfoy backed out of the compartment, his bodyguards following in confused silence. As the door slid shut, Ron let out a low whistle. "Blimey, Harry, you handled him without even drawing your wand." "That was impressive," Neville agreed. "You spoke his language, pureblood formality with just enough subtle insults to sting without giving him cause for complaint." Harry relaxed back into his seat. "That's the idea. Direct confrontation plays into his hands. He can cry to Snape or his father. Political maneuvering puts him at a disadvantage. Especially now that I actually understand the rules." Hermione was watching him with a strange expression, part admiration, part concern. "You really have changed, Harry. Not just externally, but how you think. How you approach problems. Is that bad?" he asked, genuinely curious about her perspective. She considered for a moment before shaking her head. "Not bad. Just different. More strategic. more aware of the broader implications of your actions. A small smile touched her lips. It suits you, actually. You've always had the courage for confrontation, now you have the subtlety to avoid unnecessary ones. Her assessment pleased him more than he expected. Of all his friends, Hermione had known him longest and understood him best. Her approval of the changes he'd undergone meant a great deal. As the journey continued, Harry found himself relaxing fully for the first time since boarding the train. Whatever challenges awaited at Hogwarts, he had friends who accepted his transformation and supported his new path. With their backing and his own newfound confidence and abilities, he felt prepared to face whatever the coming year might bring. Hogwarts Castle loomed magnificent as ever against the twilight sky as the thestral-drawn carriages approached along the winding road from Hogsmeade Station. Harry, now able to see the skeletal winged horses following his witness of Cedric's death, watched them with newfound understanding. The Peverell connection to death magic gave him insight into these creatures that transcended mere visibility. He could sense their ancient magic. Their connection to the boundaries between worlds. You can see them now, can't you? Luna asked softly from beside him. Harry nodded. Since the graveyard. They're quite gentle, really, she said. Misunderstood. Like many creatures associated with death and shadow. Her perception was uncanny, Harry thought. Without explicitly mentioning his Peverell heritage, Luna seemed to intuitively grasp aspects of his connection to death magic. The carriage came to a stop before the castle steps, and Harry stepped out, offering his hand to help Luna descend. Ron, Hermione, and Neville followed, and together they joined the stream of students flowing into the entrance hall. Immediately, Harry sensed the difference in how others perceived him. Students who had previously ignored him or whispered behind his back about prophet articles now stared openly, noting his changed appearance, confident bearing, and the lordship ring visible on his hand. Word had clearly spread on the train, not just Malfoy's compartment. But others who had noticed his interaction with Daphne on the platform or glimpsed him in the corridors. Mr. Potter, came Professor McGonagall's voice as they entered the great hall. A moment, if you please. Harry turned to find his head of house approaching, her expression a mixture of relief and curiosity as she took in his appearance. Professor, he greeted her with a respectful nod. It's good to see you. Quote, and you, Mr. Potter, you gave us quite a fright this summer with your disappearance. I apologize for any worry caused, Harry replied formally. As my letters indicated, I was safe and receiving necessary education regarding my family heritage. McGonagall's eyes flickered to his lordship ring, her lips thinning slightly. Yes, I see. The headmaster will like to speak with you after the feast. His office, promptly at 9. Of course, Harry agreed. Though I should mention that Gringotts has sent formal notification of my status. Director Ragnarok's letter should be arriving with the Evening Owl post. Something like approval flashed in McGonagall's eyes before her expression returned to its usual professional reserve. Very well. Please take your seat, Mr. Potter. The sorting will begin shortly. As Harry rejoined his friends at the Gryffindor table, he noticed several things simultaneously, Dumbledore watching him intently from the staff table. A toad-like woman in pink who could only be Dolores Umbridge surveying the students with an unpleasant smile, and Daphne Greengrass at the Slytherin table, positioned deliberately apart from Malfoy's faction. With several other students clustered around her in what appeared to be a clear political statement. Let the games begin, Harry murmured to himself as he took his seat. The sorting ceremony proceeded as usual, though Harry paid only partial attention, more focused on observing the dynamics around the hall. At the Gryffindor table, he noted curious glances from older students who had clearly heard rumors about his summer transformation. The Weasley twins gave him exaggerated winks, while Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell studied him with speculative interest. At the Hufflepuff table, he spotted Susan Bones watching him thoughtfully. Her aunt's position in the DMLE made her more politically aware than most students, and she would understand the significance of his lordship. Nearby, Cedric Diggory's friends still gave Harry dark looks. His account of Cedric's death had not been fully accepted by many Hufflepuffs. The Ravenclaw table seemed less interested in Harry's changed status than in their own discussions. Though he noticed Cho Chang glancing his way occasionally with an unreadable expression. Most interesting was the Slytherin table, where clear factions had formed. Daphne sat with her sister Astoria, Tracy Davis, Blaise Zabini, and Theodore Knott, all from traditionally neutral families. They maintained a deliberate distance from Malfoy's group, creating a visible divide in house unity. When the sorting concluded, Dumbledore rose for his customary welcome speech. The headmaster's eyes twinkled as he greeted the student body, though Harry noted his gaze returning to him several times during the address. And finally, we are pleased to welcome Professor Dolores Umbridge, who will be taking the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher this year. Polite applause followed this announcement, though Harry and his friends exchanged knowing glances. Before Dumbledore could continue, however, Umbridge gave a small hem, and rose from her seat, clearly intending to speak. Dumbledore looked momentarily taken aback. Interrupting the headmaster's welcome speech was unprecedented, but recovered quickly, taking his seat to allow Umbridge the floor. What followed was a tedious, patronizing address about progress for progress's sake, being discouraged in the ministry's increasing role in educational oversight. Harry listened carefully, reading between the lines as Silverclaw had taught him. The ministry is taking direct control of Hogwarts, he whispered to Hermione. This isn't just about discrediting me or Dumbledore, it's a full government takeover of the school. She nodded grimly. Exactly what I was thinking. Preserving what must be preserved, perfecting what needs to be perfected, and pruning practices that ought to be prohibited. It's chilling. As Umbridge concluded her speech to sparse applause, the feast appeared on the tables. Conversation flowed around Harry as students discussed the summer, the new professor, and the coming term. But he remained somewhat withdrawn, mentally preparing for his meeting with Dumbledore. The owl post arrived during dessert, unusually late, but intentionally timed by Gringotts. Mahes. Chick Eagle Owl swooped down from the enchanted ceiling, bearing a scroll case of polished silver emblazoned with the Gringotts seal. It flew directly to the staff table, landing with dignity before Dumbledore. The headmaster's expression remained neutral as he accepted the delivery, though Harry noticed a flicker of surprise when he recognized the formal Gringotts seal. As Dumbledore unrolled the parchment, his eyebrows rose fractionally, the only outward indication of his reaction to the contents. The exchange had not gone unnoticed. At the staff table, McGonagall and Flitwick were watching Dumbledore with interest, while Umbridge's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Throughout the hall, politically aware students had recognized the distinctive Gringotts delivery and were now looking between Dumbledore and Harry with speculative expressions. Stage 1 complete, Neville murmured beside Harry. Formal notification delivered in the most public way possible. Harry nodded slightly. The timing and method of delivery had been deliberately chosen. Not a private letter to be handled quietly, but an official notification before the entire school, establishing Harry's changed status immediately and publicly. When the feast concluded, Dumbledore rose for final announcements, his manner as genial as ever despite the Gringotts letter now tucked into his robes. First years should note that the Forbidden Forest is off limits to all students, a fact some of our older students would do well to remember as well. His twinkling gaze swept the hall, not lingering on Harry as it might have in previous years. Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you that magic is not permitted in the corridors between classes, and that the list of forbidden items has been expanded to include whistling Whizbees and self-propelling ink pellets. The complete list now comprises some 437 items and can be viewed in Mr. Filch's office. Routine announcements complete, Dumbledore's tone shifted slightly. Before you depart for your dormitories, I have one additional announcement. House Gryffindor will be pleased to learn that Professor McGonagall has selected Ms. Angelina Johnson as Quidditch captain this year. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table, with the twins whistling loudly and thumping Angelina on the back. Harry applauded sincerely. Angelina was an excellent choice, with both the tactical knowledge and leadership skills to guide the team. Additionally, Dumbledore continued once the noise subsided, I must inform you that certain alterations to standard accommodations have been arranged for the coming term. These changes are in accordance with Hogwarts Charter provisions regarding titled students and will be explained to relevant parties privately. This cryptic announcement sent a ripple of whispers through the hall. Many students looked confused, but those from traditional wizarding families immediately glanced toward Harry, putting together the Gringotts letter, Dumbledore's announcement. and the lordship ring now visible on Harry's hand. And now, bedtime. Dumbledore concluded cheerfully. Off you trot, as students rose from their tables, creating the usual end of feast commotion. Harry remained seated momentarily, letting the initial crush subside. Ron and Hermione had prefect duties escorting first years, but Neville stayed behind with him. Well handled, Neville said quietly. You didn't react to Dumbledore's announcement, even though everyone knows it refers to you. Maintains your dignity while acknowledging the headmaster's authority in school matters. Harry smiled slightly, appreciating Neville's observation. His friend had shown unexpected political awareness throughout the day. Thanks. I'm trying to balance asserting my rights with showing appropriate respect for Hogwarts traditions. As they rose to leave the hall, Professor McGonagall approached them again. Mr. Potter, if you would follow me, I'll show you to your new accommodations before your meeting with the headmaster. Harry nodded, saying goodnight to Neville before following McGonagall out of the Great Hall and up the marble staircase. Rather than turning toward Gryffindor Tower, however, she led him down a corridor on the third floor that Harry had rarely explored. The Hogwarts Charter, McGonagall explained as they walked, contains provisions for students of particular status. In medieval times, when heirs and lords frequently attended Hogwarts while actively managing their estates, private accommodations were deemed necessary for conducting family business with appropriate privacy and dignity. They stopped before a portrait of a distinguished-looking wizard in crimson robes, holding what appeared to be architectural plans of the castle itself. Lord Gryffindor, McGonagall addressed the portrait with unusual deference. May I present Lord Harry Potter Peverell, who will be occupying the titled students' quarters this term. The portrait studied Harry intently, then bowed. Welcome, young lord. It has been nearly 40 years since these chambers were last occupied. I trust you will find them suitable for your needs. Thank you, Harry replied, returning the bow respectfully. I'm honored to be granted these accommodations. You may set your own password, McGonagall informed him. Simply inform Lord Gryffindor's portrait of your choice. The quarters connect to both your house common room and the main corridors, allowing you to maintain house affiliation while enjoying necessary privacy. The portrait swung open, revealing an entrance similar to the Gryffindor common rooms but on a smaller scale. Beyond lay a handsome suite consisting of a private study with desk, bookshelves, and comfortable seating, a bedroom with a 4p oster similar to but larger than the dormitory beds, and a private bathroom that rivaled the prefect's facilities in luxury. Your belongings have already been brought up, McGonagall noted, indicating Harry's trunk at the foot of the bed. House elves will maintain these quarters as they do the regular dormitories. Harry explored the rooms with growing appreciation. The study would be perfect for both schoolwork and managing his estate business. The bedroom offered the privacy he'd never had in the dormitory. And most impressively, a door in the study led to a small circular staircase that connects directly to the Gryffindor common room, McGonagall explained. Accessible only to you and those you specifically grant permission to enter. It allows you to maintain house connections while ensuring appropriate security for your lordship responsibilities. This is wonderful, Professor, Harry said sincerely. Please thank the headmaster for arranging it so quickly. A slight smile touched McGonagall's lips. The headmaster had little choice in the matter, Mr. Potter. The Gringotts notification invoked charter provisions that are magically binding on the school itself. These quarters literally made themselves available once your status was formally recognized. Her expression grew more serious. Which brings me to a matter I wish to address before your meeting with Professor Dumbledore. As your head of house, I should have been better informed about your heritage and rights. That you learned of your lordship through Gringotts rather than proper magical guardianship represent a failure of the wizarding system meant to protect orphaned heirs. This frank acknowledgement surprised Harry. Thank you, Professor. That means a lot coming from you. Yes, well, McGonagall straightened her already impeccable posture. While you are at Hogwarts, you remain under school authority regarding educational matters. However, your lordship grants you certain exemptions and privileges. I expect you to exercise these responsibly, Mr. Potter, not as license for mischief or rule breaking. Of course, Professor, Harry assured her. I take my responsibilities seriously. She regarded him thoughtfully. Yes, I believe you do. More so than previously, Perhaps. Checking her watch, she added, "You should proceed to the headmaster's office shortly. The password is, Fizzing Wisby. I suggest you take a moment to settle in first." After McGonagall departed, Harry explored his new quarters more thoroughly. His trunk had been unpacked, his clothes hanging in a wardrobe far larger than needed for his modest collection. His school books were arranged neatly on the desk, and to his surprise, the books he'd brought from his family vaults had been placed on special shelves in the study, separate from standard school texts. The rooms themselves seemed to reflect his dual heritage, the color scheme primarily Gryffindor red and gold but with subtle accents of Potter burgundy and Peverell silver. The furniture was antique but comfortable, the overall atmosphere one of dignified scholarship rather than opulence. Setting the password with Lord Gryffindor's portrait, prongs, har. Y freshened up before heading to his meeting with Dumbledore. He dressed carefully in school robes that had been subtly modified to include his house crests, his lordship ring prominently displayed. He Peverell pendant remained beneath his shirt, a private talisman rather than a public statement. As he made his way to the headmaster's office, Harry mentally reviewed the strategies Silverclaw and S. Sirius had discussed for this inevitable confrontation. Stay respectful but firm. Acknowledge Dumbledore's position as headmaster while asserting your own as lord of your houses. Don't reveal the full extent of your training or abilities unless necessary. And above all, remember that you are no longer a child to be directed, but a young lord charting his own course. At precisely 9 o'clock, Harry stood before the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. Fizzing Wisby, he stated clearly. As the gargoyle leapt aside and the spiral staircase began to turn, Harry Potter, no, Lord Potter Pay. Verrell took a deep breath and ascended to meet the wizard who had shaped so much of his life, now as an equal rather than a pawn. Dumbledore's office looked much as it always had, silver instruments whirring on spindle-legged tables. Portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses dozing in their frames, Fawkes the Phoenix perched majestically beside the massive desk. Behind that desk sat Dumbledore himself, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles, long fingers steepled before him. "Ah, Harry," the headmaster greeted him warmly. "Do come in. Thank you for being prompt." "Headmaster," Harry replied with a respectful nod. Taking the offered seat across from Dumbledore, he deliberately placed his hands on the armrests, his lordship ring clearly visible, not flaunting it, but not hiding it either. "You've had quite an eventful summer, it seems," Dumbledore observed, his tone light but his gaze sharp as it rested briefly on the ring. Thank you," Harry accepted, watching as Dumbledore waved his wand to summon a tea service. As the headmaster prepared their cups with practiced ease, Harry took the opportunity to study the man who had been such an influential yet enigmatic presence in his life. Dumbledore looked older than Harry remembered, faint lines of strain visible around his eyes and mouth despite his serene expression. "Sugar," Dumbledore offered. "One, please." The familiar ritual completed, Dumbledore settled back in his chair. "I must admit, Harry, your sudden departure from your relatives' home caused considerable concern. The protective enchantments there are vital to your safety." "I understand your concern, Headmaster," Harry replied carefully. "However, my safety was never at risk. Gringotts' protection is among the strongest in the wizarding world, and my family properties have wards that have protected Potters for centuries." "Indeed, family magic can be remarkably powerful," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Though I confess I'm curious how you see me to claim your lordships before reaching your majority. Most unusual." Harry sipped his tea before responding. "The Potter lordship would naturally have come to me at 17, but the Peverell mag. I see awakened early, likely triggered by events in the graveyard last June. Once both family magics recognized me, Gringotts was obligated to inform me of my heritage and facilitate the formal claiming." "And your godfather's involvement?" Dumbledore asked mildly. "The letter from Gringotts mentioned Lord Black's endorsement of your early assumption of title. Sirius is my rightful magical guardian according to my parents' will," Harry stated, watching Dumbledore's expression carefully. "His formal recognition of my lordship's status prevents any legal challenges to my claiming." A slight tightening around Dumbledore's eyes was the only indication that this point had struck home. "I see. I had hoped, Harry, that you might have consulted me before taking such significant steps. As your headmaster and the chief warlock, I could have provided guidance. With respect, Headmaster, Harry replied, maintaining his calm tone. I've had little opportunity to learn about my heritage previously. The claiming ritual at Gringotts revealed aspects of my family history and responsibilities that I should have been informed of years ago. The implicit criticism hung in the air between them. Dumbledore sighed softly. I have always acted with your best interests at heart, Harry. Certain information was withheld not out of malice, but to allow you a childhood unburdened by the weight of family obligations and political responsibilities. I appreciate the intention, Harry said, not entirely untruthfully. But those decisions were not yours to make. My parents will specified my education in family matters was to begin at 11. Supervised by my godfather or the Longbottoms. Neither provision was honored. This direct reference to the violated will finally broke through Dumbledore's composed facade. A flash of genuine regret crossed his features. The circumstances following your parents' deaths were complicated, the headmaster said quietly. Difficult decisions had to be made quickly, with limited information and resources. Some of those decisions, in retrospect, may have been flawed. It was as close to an admission of error as Harry had ever heard from Dumbledore. I don't question that you meant well, Harry said after a moment. But intentions aside, I was kept ignorant of my heritage, my political standing, even my family properties. That ends now. Dumbledore studied him thoughtfully over his half-moon spectacles. You have changed, Harry. Not just in title or appearance, but in how you carry yourself, how you speak. Your time with the goblins has clearly been transformative. I've learned a great deal, Harry acknowledged. About my family history, about politics, about magic itself. Things I should have been learning gradually over the past 4 years. And your friends, how have they responded to these changes? They're adapting, Harry said. True friends accept growth and change. Dumbledore nodded slowly. And what of your new alliance with the Greengrass family? An interesting choice, particularly given your historical house rivalries. The Potter and Greengrass families were allies for generations before my parents' time, Harry explained. Renewing that connection makes political sense, especially given current circumstances. Ah, politics, Dumbledore said, a note of something like sadness entering his voice. I had hoped to spare you that particular arena for a few more years, Harry. The Wizengamot can be a treacherous environment for even seasoned participants. Which is why I'm grateful for allies like Lady Greengrass and Lord Black to guide me. Harry replied smoothly. Rest assured, Headmaster, I won't be rushing into political battlegrounds unprepared. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly. No, I don't imagine you will. Your father had a similar talent for gathering capable allies around him, though his interests ran more to mischief than politics at your age. The mention of James Potter lightened the atmosphere momentarily, allowing Dumbledore to shift the conversation toward more practical matters. As I'm sure Professor McGonagall explained, your lordship's status entitles you to private quarters and certain exemptions from standard school regulations. The Gringotts notification invoked several charter provisions that haven't been utilized in some decades. He smiled slightly. The castle itself appears quite pleased to accommodate a titled student again. Your quarters manifested with unusual enthusiasm. They're perfect, Harry said sincerely. I appreciate the connection to Gryffindor Tower being maintained. I don't want my changed status to separate me from my house. A commendable attitude, Dumbledore approved. Now, regarding the exemptions, you are permitted to leave school grounds for estate business with proper notification. Though I would ask that such absences not interfere with your academic responsibilities. You are also exempt from curfew restrictions when conducting lordship duties, though again, I trust you will exercise this privilege judiciously. Of course, Harry agreed. My education remains a priority. I'm pleased to hear it. Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. There is, however, one matter of some delicacy we must discuss. Professor Umbridge represents the Ministry's interests at Hogwarts this year, a position created by Minister Fudge specifically to monitor both school activities and certain individuals of particular interest to the Ministry. Me, you mean, Harry said bluntly. Indeed, your public statements regarding Lord Voldemort's return have made you something of a target for Ministry scrutiny. Your newly claimed lordship status complicates matters significantly. Harry raised an eyebrow. How so? As a titled lord, You now possess certain legal protections against ministry interference. You cannot, for instance, be questioned under veritaserum without Wizengamot approval, nor can your correspondence be monitored without similar authorization. These protections extend to your time at Hogwarts, creating a jurisdictional conflict that Professor Umbridge is unlikely to appreciate. This was an advantage Silverclaw had me, NTIONED, but not emphasized during Harry's political education. The implications were significant. Umbridge's ability to target him would be constrained by his lordship status. I understand, Harry said. Your concerned Professor Umbridge will see my lordship as a deliberate circumvention of ministry authority. Dumbledore nodded. Precisely. Dolores Umbridge is tenacious in pursuit of her objectives. I would caution you to exercise particular restraint in your dealings with her. I'll be diplomatic, Harry promised, though he had no intention of allowing Umbridge to bully or undermine him regardless of his lordship protections. Seeming satisfied with this assurance, Dumbledore moved to conclude their meeting. I believe that covers the immediate concerns regarding your return to Hogwarts, Harry. Should you need guidance on academic matters or assistance with the transition to your new status, my door remains open to you. Harry rose, recognizing the dismissal. Thank you, Headmaster. I appreciate your accommodation of these changes. As he turned to leave, Dumbledore spoke once more. Harry. He paused, looking back. Your parents would be proud of the young man you're becoming, Dumbledore said softly. Though perhaps concerned, as I am, about the burdens you now shoulder at such a young age. The statement was clearly meant to evoke an emotional response, a reminder of the parental guidance Harry had lost. With Dumbledore implicitly positioning himself in that role. In previous years, it might have worked. Thank you, sir, Harry replied evenly. But from what I've learned of my parents these past weeks, I believe they prepared for me to assume these responsibilities, even if circumstances forced the timeline to accelerate. Good night. As he descended the spiral staircase, Harry reflected on the meeting. Dumbledore had been more conciliatory than expected, acknowledging past mistakes without directly apologizing for them. The headmaster was adapting to Harry's new status, recognizing that the dynamics between them had fundamentally changed. Yet beneath the surface cooperation, Harry sensed Dumbledore's concern, not just for Harry's well-being, but for how these changes might affect the older wizard's carefully laid plans. The mention of Umbridge had been a calculated move, positioning Dumbledore as an ally against ministry interference while subtly encouraging Harry to maintain a low profile. It was skillfully done, Harry had to admit. In previous years, he would have accepted Dumbledore's guidance without question, seeing the headmaster as his primary protector against external threats. Now, with the perspective gained from his training and the resources provided by his lordships, Harry recognized the manipulation for what it was, benevolent perhaps, but manipulation nonetheless. As he made his way back to his new quarters, Harry considered his next steps. Classes would begin tomorrow, bringing his first official encounter with Umbridge. His lordship status was now known throughout the school, requiring him to navigate not just academic challenges but political ones as well. And most significantly, he needed to begin forming his own faction at Hogwarts. Students who would train together, support each other, and prepare for the coming conflict on terms not dictated by either Dumbledore or the Ministry. The year ahead would be unlike any he had experienced before. But for the first time since entering the wizarding world, Harry felt truly prepared to face whatever challenges arose, not as a reluctant hero thrust into circumstances beyond his control, but as Lord Potter Peverell, claiming his rightful place and forging his own destiny. The first week of classes established the new patterns that would define Harry's 5th year at Hogwarts. His private quarters provided a sanctuary from the constant scrutiny his changed status attracted, while the connection to Gryffindor Tower allowed him to maintain close relationships with his housemates. Ron and Hermione adapted to the changes with varying degrees of adjustment. Ron seemed both impressed by and slightly envious of Harry's lordship privileges, though he made efforts to treat Harry normally during their interactions. Hermione approached the situation more analytically, asking detailed questions about wizarding politics and family magic, absorbing Harry's explanations with her usual academic interest. It's fascinating how different magical inheritance is from Muggle systems, she commented one evening as they studied in Harry's private study. The family magic, Recognizing the heir regardless of age or legal status, it's almost sentient in how it selects suitable candidates. It is sentient, in a way, Harry explained. The magic builds up over generations, absorbing aspects of each family member's personality and abilities. When it chooses an heir, it's looking for compatibility with those accumulated traits. Such conversations highlighted how much RRY had learned during his month with the Goblins. In previous years, Hermione had been the unquestioned source of magical knowledge in their group. Now, particularly regarding traditional magic and wizarding culture, Harry often found himself explaining concepts that weren't covered in Hogwarts curriculum. Classes themselves presented new dynamics as well. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall noted Harry's improved practical work with approving nods, though she maintained her usual strict demeanor. Flitwick seemed delighted by Harry's newfound precision in charms, awarding points for particularly well-executed spells. Potions, predictably, remained problematic. Snape's hostility toward Harry had not diminished, though it manifested differently now. Rather than direct insults or unfair criticism, the potions master adopted a cold formality, addressing Harry as Mr. Potter, with exaggerated emphasis that mockingly referenced his lordship without explicitly acknowledging it. For his part, Harry maintained calm politeness, completing his work with new attention to detail that made it harder for Snape to find fault. The earth affinity from his Potter heritage proved unexpectedly useful in potions. Ingredients from the ground responded better to his touch, plants and minerals yielding their properties more readily under his preparation. The most significant challenge, as expected, came in defense against the dark arts. Umbridge began her first class with a simpering introduction and the announcement that they would be following a ministry-approved, theory-centered curriculum, with no practical spell work. After all, she said with a saccharine smile, what possible reason would children such as yourselves have to use defensive spells in my classroom? Surely you're not expecting to be attacked during lessons. Quote, the class exchanged uncomfortable glances, memories of previous Dada disasters, from Quirrell's possession by Voldemort to Moody's imposter teaching unforgivable. Making Umbridge's assertion particularly absurd. Hermione's hand shot into the air. Surely the point of defense against the dark arts is to practice defensive spells, Professor. Our OWL examinations will include a practical component. Won't they? Umbridge's smile tightened. Students raise their hands when they wish to speak in my class, Miss Granger. Hermione supplied, raising her hand again. Yes, Miss Granger. Won't our examinations include demonstrating defensive spells under practical conditions? Theory, properly understood, is sufficient for examination success, Umbridge replied. The ministry believes previous instructors have exposed students to unnecessary risks by encouraging offensive magic unsuitable for your age group. More hands rose, including Harry's. Umbridge's gaze swept over him, hesitated. Then deliberately selected Dean Thomas instead. But if we're attacked, theory won't help us much, will it? Dean asked. I mean, if we're in real danger. Student. TS will raise their hands when speaking in my class, Mr. Thomas, Umbridge interrupted sharply. And who do you imagine would want to attack children such as yourselves? Several students glanced toward Harry, whose hand remained patiently raised. After calling on several others while conspicuously ignoring him, Umbridge finally relented. Yes, Lord Potter Peverell, she said, the formal address dripping with condescension. Harry lowered his hand, keeping his expression neutral. Thank you, Professor. I was wondering if the ministry's position is that the practical portion of our OWL examinati will be modified to match this theoretical approach, or if we're expected to perform spells we've never practiced. The question was deliberately framed to focus on academic concerns rather than broader issue of Voldemort's return, a strategy Daphne had suggested during their political training. Attack bureaucratic inconsistency rather than ideological differences. Umbridge's smile became fixed. The examination will proceed as it always has, Lord Potter Peverell. The ministry simply believes that a thorough grounding in magical theory will adequately prepare students for the practical assessment when the time comes. I see, Harry replied, maintaining his respectful tone. And will the ministry take responsibility if students fail their practical examinations due to lack of practice? As a Wizengamot member, I would be concerned about educational policies that potentially disadvantage students during important qualification testing. A hush fell over the classroom. Harry had never before invoked his political status in a school setting, and the calculated reminder that he now held Wizengamot authority clearly caught Umbridge off guard. The ministry's educational policies are not subject to debate in this classroom, she responded, her voice hardening. 5 points from Gryffindor for questioning teaching methods approved by the minister himself. Harry inclined his head slightly, accepting the point loss without further comment. He had made his point, establishing that he would not be intimidated while simultaneously framing his concern in terms of proper education rather than the Voldemort controversy. Please open your textbooks to page 5 and begin reading Chapter 1, Umbridge instructed the class, effectively ending the discussion. As students reluctantly complied, Harry caught Hermione's approving glance. His approach had been more measured than in previous years, when righteous anger might have led to a more confrontational exchange. The political tea, reigning with Daphne, was already proving its value. The remainder of the lesson passed in dull silence as they read the simplistic text. When class ended, Umbridge called out, "Lord Potter Peverell, a moment, please." Harry signaled Ron and Hermione to go ahead without him, then approached the professor's desk with deliberate calm. "You wished to speak with me, Professor?" he asked politely. Umbridge studied him with calculating eyes, her false smile firmly in place. "I understand you've had quite an eventful summer, acquiring titles and political status beyond your years." "It was educational," Harry replied neutrally. "Indeed." She shuffled papers on her desk, not looking at him directly. "The ministry has taken great interest in your elevation. Such unusual timing, particularly given your recent claims regarding certain dark wizards." "I made no claims today about dark wizards, Professor," Harry pointed out. "My question concerned standard educational practice and owl preparation." Umbridge's eyes narrowed slightly. "Very clever, Lord Potter Peverell. But make no mistake, your new title does not place you beyond ministry oversight. The educational decrees apply to all students, regardless of status." "Of course, Professor," Harry agreed smoothly. "I have the utmost respect for properly established educational standards." The emphasis on properly established was subtle but deliberate, a reminder that arbitrary rules without proper Wizengamot approval could be legally challenged, particularly where they affected a titled lord. "Then we understand each other," Umbridge said, though her tone suggested the opposite. "You may go." As Harry left the classroom, he reflected on the encounter. Umbridge clearly viewed his lordship as a threat to her authority but was uncertain and how to counter it within the constraints of wizarding law. Her approach would likely shift between attempting to undermine his status and trying to catch him in rule violations that even a titled student couldn't escape. The interaction highlighted the difference between Harry's previous approach to conflict and his new strategy. Before, he might have directly accused Umbridge of being a ministry puppet, defending lies about Voldemort's return. Now, he recognized the value of more subtle resistance, framing arguments in terms the system itself had to acknowledge, using his legitimate concerns about education rather than making claims his opponents could dismiss as attention-seeking. It wasn't just political calculation. Harry genuinely believed students needed practical defense training, regardless of whether one accepted Voldemort's return. By focusing on this broader educational concern rather than his personal grievance, he found common ground with classmates who might otherwise have remained skeptical of his claims. This realization led naturally to his next priority, establishing the defense group he had discussed with Ragnarok and Sirius. With Umbridge refusing to teach practical magic, students needed an alternative source of instruction, particularly with owls approaching for 5th years. That evening, Harry invited Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny to his private study to discuss the idea. Luna joined them as well, having been brought by Ginny. "It's worse than we expected," Hermione began once everyone was seated. "That textbook is useless. It's written for 8-year-olds. With nothing about counter-jinxes or defensive spells at all. It's deliberate," Harry explained. "Fudge believes Dumbledore is training students as some kind of private army to overthrow the ministry. Umbridge is here to prevent that by ensuring we learn no practical defense." "That's mental," Ron exclaimed. "Even if you don't believe you know who is back, we still need to learn defense for our exams." "Exactly," Harry agreed, which is why we need to organize our own practical instruction. The idea was met with immediate enthusiasm from everyone present. Hermione, predictably, began outlining a structured curriculum based on OWL requirements. Ron suggested using the Room of Requirement as a practice space, a location Harry hadn't considered but which offered perfect security and adaptability. Who would teach, though? Ginny asked. We need someone with real experience, not just book knowledge. 5 pairs of eyes turned to Harry. Me, he said, though he'd anticipated this suggestion. You're the obvious choice, Hermione pointed out. You've faced more dark magic than all of us combined. And now with your additional training over the summer. Harry considered the proposal. Teaching defense would further establish his independence from both Dumbledore and the Ministry, creating a network of students loyal to him personally rather than to established authorities. He aligned perfectly with the third faction strategy Ragnarok had proposed. It would need to be more than just defense practice, he said thoughtfully. With Voldemort returned and the Ministry actively suppressing the truth, students need preparation for what's really coming. A proper organization, Neville suggested, showing unexpected enthusiasm. Not just study sessions, but actual training for what's ahead. Exactly, Harry agreed, and not limited to Gryffindors either. We need people from all houses, including Slytherin. This last point caused some hesitation, particularly from Ron. But Harry explained his reasoning. Not everyone in Slytherin supports Voldemort. The neutral families like the Greengrasses, Zabinis, and others will be targeted by both sides unless they find a third option. We can be that option. We'll need a name, Luna said dreamily. Something meaningful that represents our purpose. Various suggestions were offered. Defense Association, Practical Magic Club, Anti-Umbridge League, but none seemed quite right. What about Dumbledore's Army? Ginny proposed with a mischievous smile. That's what the Ministry fears most, isn't it? It would really drive Fudge mad if he found out. Harry shook his head. That suggests we're operating as Dumbledore's proxy, which isn't accurate. This needs to be our initiative, independent of existing authorities. The Heirs Alliance, Neville suggested quietly. It acknowledges your leadership as a lord while recognizing that all of us represent family legacies worth protecting. The suggestion resonated with Harry. It subtly referenced his lordship without making it the sole focus, while emphasizing heritage and legacy, concepts that would appeal to traditional families across house lines. Perfect, Harry decided. The Heirs Alliance it is. Quote, they spent the next hour planning recruitment strategies, security measures, and initial curriculum. Hermione would create a magical contract for members to sign, preventing betrayal. Luna suggested using enchanted coins for communication, similar to protean charms used in certain spell development circles. Neville volunteered to approach trusted Hufflepuffs, while Ginny would handle additional Gryffindor recruitment. What about Slytherin? Ron asked, still skeptical about including their rival house. I'll coordinate with Daphne, Harry replied. She can identify which Slytherins would be receptive without compromising our security. As their planning concluded, Harry felt a sense of purpose he hadn't experienced since claiming his lordships. This was exactly the kind of independent action Sirius and Ragnarok had encouraged, taking control of his education when official channels failed, building alliances across traditional boundaries, and preparing for the coming conflict on his own terms. The Heirs Alliance would be more than just a study group. It would become the foundation for Harry's third faction at Hogwarts, neither Dumbledore's followers nor Ministry supporters, but students committed to truth, preparedness, and mutual protection in the challenging times ahead. Word of the Heirs Alliance spread carefully through trusted networks over the following days. Hermione approached academically motivated students concerned about OWL preparation. Neville spoke with Hufflepuffs still haunted by Cedric's death and seeking answers. Gin, Y and Luna tapped into their respective house connections, identifying students frustrated with Umbridge's teaching methods. Harry, meanwhile, arranged a meeting with Daphne through a carefully worded note delivered during Potions class. They met in a rarely used classroom on the 4th floor, both arriving separately to avoid drawing attention. The Heirs Alliance, Daphne said thoughtfully after Harry outlined the concept. Clever branding. It appeals to traditional values without tying the group to either Dumbledore or the Ministry. That's the idea, Harry confirmed. Independent preparation for what's coming. Regardless of what official narratives claim. Can you identify potential Slytherin members? Daphne nodded. Several, though recruitment must be handled delicately. Tracy Davis is committed. Blaise Zabini is interested but cautious. His mother maintains strict neutrality in all conflicts. Theodore Nott might surprise you. His father is a Death Eater, but Theo himself is quietly opposed to the ideology. Can they be trusted not to report to Umbridge or Malfoy? With proper magical safeguards, yes. Daphne hesitated, then added, my sister Astoria would also like to join, though she's only a third year. Harry considered this. Age isn't as important as commitment and discretion. If you vouch for her, that's good enough for me. They discussed logistics for the initial meeting, scheduled for the coming weekend in the Room of Requirement. Daphne provided insights on approaching traditionally neutral families who might be reluctant to join any group led by Harry Potter. Given his association with Dumbledore in public perception, emphasize heritage and self-determination, she suggested. Many neutral families maintain that position not from lack of moral clarity, but from generational experience that wizarding conflicts are rarely as black and white as the primary factions claim. As their meeting concluded, Daphne added one final suggestion: don't press this as explicitly anti-Voldemort or pro-Dumbledore. Frame it as pro-preparedness, pro-independence, and pro-heritage. Let members reach their own conclusions about larger loyalties as trust develops. The advice aligned perfectly with Harry's instincts. He wasn't creating a junior order of the Phoenix or a political action committee, but a genuine third option for students caught between competing forces beyond their control. The first meeting of the heirs alliance exceeded even Harry's optimistic expectations. 28 students gathered in the Room of Requirement, which had configure D itself as a perfect training space, cushioned floors for defensive practice, bookshelves containing relevant texts, and practice dummies for spell targeting. The group's composition reflected success. Full cross-house recruitment. A core of Gryffindors including all of Harry's yearmates plus the Weasley twins and several younger students, a solid Hufflepuff contingent led by Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott. A smaller but significant Ravenclaw group including Luna, Cho Chang, and Anthony Goldstein, and most surprisingly, 5 Slytherins, Daphne and Astoria Greengrass, Tracy Davis, Blaise Zabini, and D. Theodore Nott, who stood somewhat apart but were nonetheless present. Hermione had organized a sign-up sheet with an embedded secrecy charm, not as binding as an unbreakable vow, but sufficient to hide any betrayal and prevent specific details of meetings from being shared with non-members. Harry began the meeting standing before the assembled students, conscious of how his changed status affected their perception of him. He wore standard school robes but with his lordship ring visible and the Peverell pendant outside his shirt for once, subtle reminders of his authority without ostentatious display. Thank you all for coming, he began, his voice steady and confident in a way it might not have been before his summer training. The fact that you're here shows you recognize what many do. LTS refuse to acknowledge. We are facing unprecedented challenges that standard education isn't preparing us to meet. He paced slowly, making eye contact with students from each house. Some of you are here because you believe Voldemort has returned. Several students flinched at the name. Others may be skeptical of that claim but recognize that Umbridge's curriculum leaves us unprepared even for OWL examinations, let alone real-world dangers. This pragmatic framing visibly relaxed some of the Slytherins, who had perhaps expected a Gryffindor-style rallying cry rather than practical assessment. I'm not asking anyone to declare political allegiance, Harry continued. The heirs' alliance isn't about Dumbledore versus Fudge, or light versus dark. It's about our shared heritage as Inharito, RS of magical tradition and our right to proper education in defensive magic. He gestured around the room. Look around you. Every major wizarding family is represented here in some capacity. Together, we represent the future of magical Britain. Whatever conflicts our parents and current leaders are engaged in, we will inherit the aftermath. Shouldn't we prepare ourselves accordingly? The appeal to shared heritage and future responsibility resonated visibly with students from traditional families, including, notably, the Slytherins. Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott exchanged approving glances, while Neville sat straighter, pride evident in his posture. Here's what I propose, Harry said, moving to practical matters. We meet regularly to practice defensive magic, starting with fundamentals and progressing to advanced techniques. We share knowledge across house boundaries, recognizing that different magical traditions have unique strengths. And we maintain absolute secrecy, not because what we're doing is wrong, but because there are those who would prevent our independent education for their own purposes. Hermione stepped forward to explain the enchanted coins for communication and the security measures protecting their meetings. Fred and George Weasley outlined escape routes and diversionary tactics should Umbridge discover their activities. Susan Bones, whose aunt headed the DMLE, provided insights on the legal aspects of their group, technically permitted under educational bylaws but vulnerable to new ministry decrees. After addressing practical concerns, Harry opened the floor for questions. Zacharias Smith, a skeptical Hufflepuff, immediately challenged him. Why should you be the one teaching us? Just because you've got a fancy title now doesn't make you a defense expert. Before Harry could respond, several voices rose in his defense, citing his previous encounters with dark magic. But Harry raised a hand for silence. A fair question, he acknowledged. My lore, D-ship doesn't automatically qualify me to teach defense. My experiences might. Surviving multiple encounters with Voldemort, fighting a basilisk, repelling over 100 Dementors. He stated these accomplishments matter-of-factly, not boasting but establishing credentials. But more importantly, I've received specialized training in combat magic over the summer as part of claiming my heritage. He drew his wand. Perhaps a demonstration would be appropriate. The challenge implicit in his tone caused Smith to flush, but Harry wasn't targeting him specifically. Instead, he turned to Fred and George Weasley. Would you two mind assisting? Both of you against me. Nothing lethal, but don't hold back otherwise. The twins exchanged delighted glances before moving to opposite sides of the training area, wands ready. Their reputation as creative and unpredictable duelists was well established. Harry took position between them, his stance relaxed but balanced in the way Grimmauld had drilled into him. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Quote. What followed astonished the watching students. The twins attacked simultaneously from different angles, their spellwork coordinated with the precision of long practice. Harry, however, moved like someone who had spent months rather than weeks training, his footwork precise, his wandwork economical, his tactical awareness comprehensive. Rather than simply shielding and counter-attacking, Harry demonstrated the integrated approach Thorn had taught him. He raised a stone barrier from the floor to block George's hex while simultaneously casting a conventional shield against Fred's attack. Then used controlled shadow manipulation to briefly obscure the twins' vision while he changed position. The demonstration lasted less than a minute but showcased abilities far beyond standard Hogwarts curriculum. Harry ended it by disarming both twins in quick succession, catching their wands deftly. A stunned silence fell over the room, broken by Fred's appreciative whistle. Bloody hell, Harry, he said, accepting his wand back. That wasn't just lucky dodging an Expelliarmus. That was proper combat magic. What was that stone thing? Anthony Goldstein asked, clearly impressed. That's not standard transfiguration. And the shadow effect, Blaise Zabini added with narrowed eyes. That resembled certain old family magics. Harry had deliberately shown only brief glimpses of his family magic, enough to establish his credentials but not enough to reveal the full extent of his capabilities. Family magic, he confirmed without elaboration. One advantage of claiming my heritage. But don't worry, the techniques I'll teach you don't require specific bloodlines. Standard defensive spells, when properly mastered and tactically applied, are remarkably effective. The demonstration settled any doubts about Harry's qualifications. Even Zacharias Smith looked reluctantly impressed, and the Slytherins were exchanging significant glances, clearly reassessing Harry's capabilities. The remainder of the meeting focused on organizing future sessions and establishing a basic curriculum. They would begin with fundamental defensive spells, disarming charm, shield charm, stunning spell, ensuring everyone had a solid foundation before moving to more advanced techniques. As the meeting concluded, Harry noticed the group naturally separating into cross-house conversations rather than retreating to house-based cliques. Neville was discussing herbological applications in defense with Hannah Abbott. Hermione and Anthony Goldstein debated shield charm variations. Most surprisingly, Ron was engaged in what appeared to be a civil if cautious conversation with Blaise Zabini about defensive positioning. Daphne approached Harry as students began departing in small groups. Time to avoid attracting attention. Impressive leadership, she commented quietly. You struck exactly the right balance, authoritative without being dictatorial, inclusive without sacrificing standards. The stone barrier was perhaps too revealing, Harry acknowledged, matching her low tone. Perhaps, she agreed, but it established your credentials convincingly. The Slytherins re-intrigued. They recognize old magic when they see it, even if they can't identify its precise nature. Harry nodded, watching the last students leave. Will they stay committed, do you think? Those who came today, yes. They wouldn't have risked exposure otherwise. Daphne's expression grew more serious. But be prepared for increased interest from others in my house. Word will spread, despite our precautions. Some will be genuinely interested, others may have ulterior motives. We'll expand carefully, Harry assured her. New members by unanimous approval only. As they prepared to leave separately, Daphne added one final observation. You're building something important here, Harry. Not just a defense study group, but a foundation for the third path Ragnarok mentioned. These students will remember who prepared them when official channels failed. Her insight aligned with Harry's own thinking. The heirs, alliance served immediate practical needs, OWL preparation, defense training, inter-house cooperation, but it also laid groundwork for longer-term influence. These students, representing Britain's magical families, would eventually hold positions throughout wizarding society. The bonds formed now could shape alliances for decades to come. It was a sobering thought, carrying both opportunity and responsibility. Harry was not just teaching defensive spells but potentially influencing the future political landscape of magical Britain. As he made his way back to his quarters under disillusionment, Harry reflected on how dramatically his perspective had shifted since June. Then, he had seen himself as primarily a student thrust unwillingly into occasional heroics. Now, he recognized himself as a political and magical leader with legitimate authority and responsibility beyond his years. The white path, the black path, or the gray, Searstone had said. Each choice, each action, pushing him toward one direction or another. Today's meeting, establishing his independent factio, and while revealing controlled glimpses of his growing power, seemed to balance elements of all three approaches. Perhaps that was appropriate for now, while he was still determining which path would ultimately serve best. What remained constant was his core purpose, preparing himself and others for the conflict ahead, regardless of what form it might take. In that, at least, Lord Potter Peverell's path was clear. The heirs' alliance quickly became the focal point of Harry's extracurricular life at Hogwarts. Meeting twice weekly in the Room of Requirement, the group made impressive progress through Harry's curriculum of defensive magic. His teaching style drew from multiple influences: Lupin's patient explanation, Moody's, or rather, Barty Crouch Jr.'s emphasis on practical application, and Thorne's integrated approach combining theory with tactical consideration. The results spoke for themselves. Within 3 weeks, every member could produce a functional shield charm, accurately cast a disarming spell under pressure, and execute basic evasive movements. More advanced students began assisting with instruction, creating a tiered learning system. Hermione excelled at explaining Magica theory to those struggling with conceptual understanding. The Weasley twins demonstrated creative applications for standard spells. Susan Bones, with her Auror family background, helped with proper dueling form and protocol. Most surprising was the contribution from Slytherin members. Blaise Zabini possessed extensive knowledge of Mediterranean defensive magic passed down through his mother's family. Theodore Nott quietly offered insights into recognizing and countering dark curses, knowledge gained, Harry suspected, from growing up in a Death Eater household. Daphne proved adept at teaching pureblood students how to recognize and counter common attacks used in political assassination attempts, a specialized knowledge from her family's long-standing neutral position in wizarding conflicts. Beyond practical defense training, the alliance evolved into a genuine inter-house community. Study groups formed across house lines, sharing knowledge in other subjects. Older students mentored younger ones. House rivalries didn't disappear, but they softened into good-natured competition rather than bitter antagonism. Harry found himself naturally falling into a leadership role that transcended his formal teaching position. Students brought him questions, disputes, and concerns beyond defensive magic, everything from academic challenges to inter-house conflicts. His quarters became an unofficial neutral ground where students from different houses could meet without attracting unwanted attention. "You're becoming a proper lord," Neville observed one evening as they reviewed curriculum plans. "Not just in title but in function, providing protection, mediating disputes, offering guidance." Harry hadn't considered it in those terms, but the comparison was apt. Traditional lords in Wizarding society served exactly those roles for their allies and dependents. The Alliance was recreating ancient patterns of magical society within the microcosm of Hogwarts. Outside the Alliance, Harry maintained a carefully balanced approach to his changed status. In classes, he performed well but avoided drawing unnecessary attention. His interactions with professors remained respectful but more formal than in previous years. Particularly with Dumbledore, whom he encountered occasionally during evening patrols as a prefect. The headmaster seemed content to maintain a watchful distance, neither interfering with Harry's activities nor seeking the mentor relationship he had cultivated in previous years. Their conversations remained cordial but brief, focused on school matters rather than the broader conflict with Voldemort. Only once did Dumbledore allude to Harry's extracurricular activities, asking casually after a staff meeting, "I notice improved practical performance in defense against the dark arts among students from all houses." A most curious development, given Professor Umbridge's theoretical curriculum. "Students take owls very seriously," Harry had replied with deliberate ambiguity. "Independent study is a Hogwarts tradition, after all." Dumbledore's eyes had twinkled with what might have been approval. "Indeed it is, particularly when such study transcends traditional boundaries. Cooperation between houses was always a founding principle of this school, though one we have not always honored in practice." The exchange confirmed Harry's suspicion that Dumbledore knew of the Alliance but had chosen not to interfere, perhaps seeing it as a positive development, perhaps recognizing that direct involvement would undermine the group's independence. Umbridge, meanwhile, grew increasingly frustrated as her classroom authority diminished. Students attended her lessons with superficial compliance but clearly derived their actual defense education elsewhere. Her attempts to identify the source of this unauthorized learning were continually thwarted by the Alliance's security measures and the solidarity of its members. Her response was predictable: a series of education decrees targeting student organizations, study groups, and team activities. Each new restriction was carefully worded to capture traditional student groups while potentially ensnaring the Alliance. Requiring all student gatherings to register with the High Inquisitor for approval. The Alliance adapted accordingly, using the Room of Requirement's capabilities to become unplottable within the castle itself. The enchanted coins provided secure communication for changing meeting times and locations. When direct surveillance increased, they adjusted meeting patterns to smaller groups gathering at irregular intervals rather than predictable large assemblies. Harry's lordship status provided additional protection. As Umbridge grew more heavy-handed with punishments for perceived rule-breaking, he quietly invoked ancient charter provisions that limited her authority over titled students. When she attempted to confiscate unauthorized defensive texts from a fourth-year Alliance member, Harry arranged for the books to be registered as loans from the Potter family library, placing them beyond her jurisdictional reach. These small victories, while satisfying, were merely delaying actions in what Harry recognized as an escalating conflict. Umbridge's position was strengthening as the ministry granted her increasing authority through new educational decrees. Eventually, direct confrontation would become unavoidable. In preparation for that eventuality, Harry maintained regular communication with Sirius and Gringotts through the secured channels they had established. Sirius provided updates on order activities and ministry politics, while Ragnarok supplied insights on international reactions to Voldemort's return and the Goblin Nation's quiet preparations for potential conflict. Most valuable were Sirius's continued instruction in advanced magical techniques, transmitted through encrypted parchments delivered by Gringotts owls. These lessons expanded Harry's combat repertoire beyond even what he had learned during his summer training, with particular emphasis on the Black family specialties in battle transfiguration and environmental manipulation. Remember, Sirius wrote in one such lesson, conventional dueling assumes a neutral environment. Real combat rarely offers such convenience. The wizard who can transform his surroundings into weapons and allies holds an insurmountable advantage over opponents limited to standard spellwork. Harry practiced these techniques during private sessions in the Room of Requirement, often late at night when the castle was quiet. Combining Sirius's battle transfiguration with his Potter Earth working and Peverell's shadow manipulation created a formidable integrated fighting style unlike anything taught at Hogwarts. These private sessions allowed Harry to develop abilities he deliberately kept hidden from even the Alliance members, not from lack of trust, but from recognition that certain types of magic would be misunderstood or feared if demonstrated openly. The Peverell shadow magic in particular had evolved far beyond simple manipulations, approaching the deeper arts described in the family grimoire. One crisp October night, alone in the Room of Requirement configured as a vast chamber of shadows and obstacles, Harry achieved a breakthrough in shadow walking, the ability to step into a shadow in one location and emerge from another some distance away. The sensation was disconcerting, a moment of cold nothingness followed by reorientation as he emerged elsewhere in the room, but exhilarating in its possibilities. Such abilities remained his closely guarded secret, known only to Sirius and his goblin mentors. Not even Daphne, who had become his closest political ally and confidant at Hogwarts, was aware of the full extent of his magical development. Their relationship had evolved into something neither had fully anticipated. While maintaining appropriate formality in public, they had developed genuine friendship in private. Their complementary perspectives creating a partnership that transcended mere political alliance. "You're not what I expected," Daphne admitted during one of their strategy sessions in Harry's quarters. "When my father suggested this alliance, I imagined having to manage an impulsive Gryffindor playing at politics." "And now?" Harry asked, curious about her assessment after nearly 2 months of close collaboration. She considered him thoughtfully. "Now I see someone balancing multiple paths successfully. Lord and student, leader and teammate, politician and warrior." "It's impressive." The compliment, delivered with Daphne's characteristic directness, pleased him more than he cared to admit. Their relationship remained carefully formal in its boundaries, the potential for eventual marriage alliance acknowledged but not actively pursued at present, yet undeniably personal in its daily execution. "The Slytherin side of the alliance is growing," she reported during that same meeting. 3 more students approached me this week, including Malcolm Baddock, whose family has traditionally aligned with the Malfoys. "Are they genuine, do you think?" Harry asked. "Malcolm is," Daphne confirmed. "His older brother took the mark this summer. Malcolm was expected to follow the same path eventually but wants alternatives. The others are more opportunistic, hedging their bets as they see the alliance gaining influence." This pattern had become familiar as fall progressed. The alliance's success attracted attention from students initially skeptical or hostile to Harry's leadership. Some sought genuine alternatives to the binary choice between Dumbledore and Voldemort. Others recognized the practical benefits of defense training superior to Umbridge's useless curriculum. A few, Harry suspected, were simply positioning themselves advantageously in the shifting political landscape. "We expand carefully," Harry decided, reaffirming their established policy. Unanimous approval from current members. Magical contracts for all new joiners, and trial periods before full acceptance. By late October, the alliance had grown to 42 members across all 4 houses, ranging from 3rd to 7th years. Their activities expanded beyond pure defense training to include specialized study groups in potions, transfiguration, and charms, subjects where practical application surpassed classroom instruction. The group's influence extended into house politics as well. Alliance members began winning prefect positions and team captain size, gradually shifting house culture's toward the cooperative model the group embodied. Even Quidditch matches, traditionally the most divisive inter-house competitions, demonstrated noticeably cleaner play and better sportsmanship when alliance members participated. This growing influence did not go unnoticed by those outside the group. Draco Malfoy and his faction in Slytherin grew increasingly hostile toward alliance members from their house. attempting intimidation and social ostracism with limited success. Certain professors, particularly Snape, seemed to target Alliance members with greater scrutiny, perhaps recognizing the shifting power dynamics among the student body. Most significantly, Dumbledore himself began taking a more active interest in Harry's activities, though still maintaining his distance. Twice Harry noticed T.E. headmaster observing Alliance members practicing defensive spells in the courtyard during free periods. During the first Hogsmeade weekend of the year, Dumbledore, coincidentally, appeared at the T.E. broomsticks while several Alliance leaders were meeting to discuss curriculum expansion. "He's assessing whether we're a threat or an asset," Daphne observed after that encounter. "The Alliance operates outside his direct influence but clearly opposes Umbridge's ministry oversight. He hasn't decided yet where we fit in his plans." "We don't fit in his plans," Harry replied firmly. "That's rather the point. We're establishing our own path, independent of both Dumbledore and the ministry." "And Voldemort," he added mentally, though the Dark Lord's influence remained largely abstract within Hogwarts walls. Outside, however, the situation was deteriorating. Sirius's letters reported increased disappearances, mysterious deaths ruled as accidents, and subtle infiltration of Ministry departments by suspected Death Eater sympathizers. Despite official denials, the signs of Voldemort's growing power were becoming harder to ignore. The Daily Prophet, still parroting the Ministry line, less carried reports of magical disturbances and unsolved crimes with increasing frequency. International Magical News, which Harry now received through a Gringotts subscription, spoke more openly of British dark wizard activity and concerning patterns reminiscent of the 1970s conflict. This external reality added urgency to the Alliance's preparation. Harry adjusted their curriculum to include more practical survival skills, magical first aid, emergency apparition theory for older students, recognition of common dark curses, and defensive ward casting. The Room of Requirement provide increasingly challenging simulations for practical application, transforming into environments ranging from dense forest to urban settings for scenario-based training. By early November, the Alliance had evolved from a simple study group into something approaching a proper defensive force, still student level in absolute terms, but far beyond standard Hogwarts education in practical capability. More importantly, they had developed the cohesion and mutual trust necessary for effective teamwork under pressure. "They're not an army," Harry explained to Sirius through their communication mirror during a private consultation. "But they're becoming capable defenders, both of themselves and others. When conflict reaches Hogwarts, they won't be helpless." "You've accomplished more than the Order in some ways," Sirius observed. "We're still arguing about recruitment and security while you've built a cross-house force right under Umbridge's nose. James would be impressed as hell." The comparison to the Order of the Phoenix was apt in some respects. Both groups operated in secret, preparing for a conflict many refused to acknowledge. Both recruited based on personal trust and shared values rather than public affiliations. The key difference was independence. Where the Order ultimately answered to Dumbledore, the Alliance recognized Harry's leadership but operated through collaborative decision-making. This distinction became particularly important as November progressed and tensions within Hogwarts escalated. Umbridge, frustrated by her inability to suppress unauthorized defense practice, implemented increasingly draconian measures, banning student gatherings larger than 3 people, conducting random dormitory inspections, and establishing an inquisitorial squad of student informants led by Draco Malfoy. The Alliance responded with increased compartmentalization and security. Larger meetings were replaced by cell-based instruction, with experienced members teaching small groups who then passed knowledge to others. The enchanted communication coins were enhanced with additional protections developed by Hermione and the Ravenclaw contingent. Alliance members learned counter-surveillance techniques and emergency response protocols for possible discovery. Throughout this escalation, Harry maintained careful balance in his public persona. In classes and official school functions, he presented as a serious, academically focused student who avoided unnecessary conflict with authority. His lordship privileges were invoked sparingly and only for legitimate estate business, preventing Umbridge from restricting them without clear cause. This measured approach frustrated the High Inquisitor's attempts to target him directly. Without evidence of rule breaking, she could not justify the detentions and punishments she freely imposed on less protected students. Her thinly veiled provocations in defense classes, references to attention-seeking students, and delusion. Claims about dark wizards were met with polite non-engagement rather than the angry outbursts she clearly hoped to provoke. "She wants you to lose your temper," Daphne observed after a particularly pointed Dada lesson. "A public confrontation would give her pretext to challenge your lordship privileges through ministry channels." "I know," Harry replied. "It's actually good training in political discipline. If I can maintain composure with Umbridge, Wizengamot debates will seem straightforward by comparison." This political maturity, developed through both training and practical experience, served Harry well as November drew to a close and the first phase of his Hogwarts return approached completion. The Heirs Alliance was firmly established as a legitimate third faction within the school. His lordship status was recognized and accepted by students and staff alike. Most importantly, his individual magical abilities had continued developing along all three paths Searstone had identified: conventional power, family magic, and the more esoteric arts of his Peverell heritage. As the castle settled into the quiet rhythm of approaching winter, Harry found himself contemplating the paths still before him. The white, the black, the gray, each with its own costs and benefits, each still viable despite the choices already made. The peaceful interlude wouldn't last, he knew. Voldemort's quiet gathering of power would eventually give way to open conflict. Umbridge's frustration would eventually lead to direct confrontation. Dumbledore's watchful neutrality would eventually require clarification. When those moments came, the foundations he had established, the Alliance's solidarity, his political position, his magical capabilities, would determine which paths remained open to him and which closed forever. For now, he focused on strengthening those foundations, preparing himself and his allies for the challenges that inevitably awaited them. In the privacy of his lordship quarters, winter moonlight streaming through leaded windows, Harry Potter, Lord Potter Peverell, leader of the Heirs Alliance, student of ancient magics, continued his preparations. The white path, the black path, the gray path, each remained possible, each carried consequences he was only beginning to understand. What remained constant was his determination that whatever path he ultimately chose would be selected by him alone, not forced upon him by circumstance or the manipulations of others. In that freedom of choice, if nowhere else, Lord Potter Peverell had already claimed his most significant victory. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4. The Peverell Legacy. Snow fell in lazy spirals outside the windows of Hogwarts Castle, coating the grounds in a pristine blanket of white. December had arrived with bitter cold and the promise of holidays, bringing a temporary lull in tensions as students focused on end-of-term examinations and festive preparations. Harry stood at the window of his private quarters, watching the snowfall with mixed emotions. The approaching Christmas break would scatter the Heirs Alliance across Britain, interrupting their training at a critical juncture. Yet it also offered opportunity, time at Potter Place to continue his personal magical development, meetings with Sirius and the Goblins to discuss strategy, and the chance to visit his family properties without school responsibilities. A soft knock at his door interrupted these reflections. "Enter," he called, turning from the window. Hermione stepped inside, carrying a stack of parchments and looking characteristically determined. "I've finished the holiday practice schedules for the Alliance," she announced, placing the materials on his desk. Self-directed exercises organized by skill level, with paired practice. For those members who live near each other. Harry smiled at her thoroughness. "Excellent. Though I doubt everyone will maintain perfect practice discipline over Christmas. Which is why I've included incentives," Hermione explained, her expression serious. "Each completed exercise earns points in our tracking system, with recognition for the most dedicated practitioners when we return." The twins helped develop detection charms to verify actual practice rather than just claimed completion. This attention to detail exemplified how the Alliance had evolved beyond its initial conception. What B. Egan's informal defense training had developed complex organizational systems, Hermione's educational frameworks, Fred and George's security protocols, Daphne's political integration strategies, and N. Evil's surprisingly effective recruitment vetting process. Have you decided where you'll be staying for the holidays? Hermione asked as Harry reviewed the schedules. Potter Place primarily, he replied. Though I'm planning visits to Seacliff Cottage and Highwood Lodge as well. The family magic strengthens with time spent at the ancestral properties. He hesitated, then added, you and your parents would be welcome at Potter Place for Boxing Day, if you'd like. Ron's family too. Hermione's eyes widened slightly. Really? I'd love to see your London home. She bit her lip. But wouldn't that be? I mean, traditionally, hosting other families at your ancestral home has certain implications in wizarding society, doesn't it? Harry nodded, appreciating her awareness of pureblood customs. Normally, yes, but I'm making it clear this is a friendship invitation, not a formal alliance gathering. Sirius will be there as well, along with Neville and his grandmother. The mention of August. A Longbottom raised Hermione's eyebrows further. The formidable witch's acceptance of Harry's invitation had been surprising even to him, a clear political statement of House Longbottom's support for the restored Potter Peverell lordship. I'll write to my parents tonight, Hermione promised. They've been curious about wizarding culture beyond what they've seen in Diagon Alley. A traditional wizarding home would be fascinating for them. Quote, their conversation shifted to academic matters. The Transfiguration essay due before break, Snape's particularly difficult potions assignment, and the continued uselessness of Umbridge's defense classes. Throughout the discussion, Harry noticed Hermione studying him with the thoughtful expression that usually preceded a difficult question. Something on your mind? He asked finally. She hesitated, then spoke with characteristic directness. You've changed so much since summer, Harry. Most of it seems positive. You're more confident, more focused, certainly more effective as a leader. But sometimes I wonder if you're still you underneath it all. The question wasn't entirely unexpected. Despite their close friendship, Hermione had maintained a certain analytical distance since his return, observing his transformation with both support and subtle concern. I'm still me, Harry said quietly. Just more of me, perhaps. Parts of myself I never knew existed before claiming my heritage. Quote, the family magic, you mean? That's part of it. The Potter-Earth affinity, the Peverell shadow connections, they were always within me, dormant. Claiming the lordships just awakened what was already there. He met her gaze directly. But it's also about purpose, Hermione. I'm not just reacting to events anymore. I'm shaping them, or trying to. She nodded slowly. I've noticed that. You're thinking strategically now, not just tactically. Planning months ahead rather than just responding to immediate problems. A smile touched her lips. It's a bit disconcerting when you're more prepared than I am. Harry laughed, grateful for the moment of lightness. Don't worry. I still need your research skills and logical analysis. I'm just contributing more to the partnership now. The conversation drifted to holiday plans, academic goals for next term, and alliance developments. By the time Hermione left to meet Ron for prefect duties, Harry felt reassured that despite her observations, their friendship remained solid, adapting to his changed circumstances rather than fracturing under the pressure. Alone again, he returned to the window, watching darkness fall over the snow-covered grounds. Tomorrow would bring the final alliance meeting before break, followed by the Hogwarts Express journey on Saturday. Then 3 weeks away from the castle, valuable time for research, training, and planning the next phase of his strategy. The question of which Harry he truly was, the Gryffindor student or Lord Potter Peverell, had become increasingly irrelevant. He was both simultaneously, each aspect strengthening rather than diminishing the other. His friends were gradually accepting this integrated identity, recognizing that his core values remained UNC. Hanged even as his capabilities and perspectives expanded. With this thought providing some comfort, Harry turned from the window to prepare for tomorrow's alliance meeting, the final gathering before their temporary separation would test the strength of the bonds they had forged. The room of requirement had outdone itself for the final alliance meeting of the term. Festive decorations in neutral colors rather than house-specific schemes adorned the practice space. A massive fir tree stood in one corner, decorated with miniature defensive objects, tiny shields, practice wands, and protective amulets. Even the practice dummies wore holiday hats, giving the serious training equipment a whimsical appearance. Impressive, Daphne commented as she entered alongside Harry, who had arrived early to prepare. The castle itself seems to approve of our group. The room responds to need, Harry explained. Apparently it decided we needed some holiday spirit to conclude the term. All 47 members, the alliance had grown by 5 in recent weeks, arrived punctually, gathering in the practice space with the easy camaraderie that had developed across house lines. Gryffindors chatted with Slytherins about holiday plans. Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws compared notes on practical applications of defensive charms in winter conditions. Harry called the meeting to order, standing before the assembled students with Hermione and Daphne flanking him, a leadership composition that had evolved naturally, balancing his Gryffindor background with Hermione's academic authority and Daphne's political acumen. Before we begin today's practice, he announced, I want to acknowledge what we've accomplished this term. 3 months ago, many of us barely knew each other beyond house stereotypes. Today, we function as a unified group capable of defending ourselves and each other. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering. The holiday separation will test our cohesion, Harry continued. RMI1 has prepared individual practice schedules, and the communication coins will remain active if emergency coordination becomes necessary. But more importantly, each of you will be returning to F.A. Miley environments with varying perspectives on current events. He paused, his expression growing more serious. Some of your families support Dumbledore. Others align with ministry positions. Some may have darker affiliations. Whatever your home circumstances, remember that the Alliance stands for preparedness and mutual protection, not specific political allegiances. Nods throughout the room indicated understanding of this careful positioning, the neutrality that had allowed their diverse membership to coalesce despite external pressures. That said, Harry added, we cannot ignore the reality that threats are increasing. The Daily Prophet may minimize disappearances and unusual deaths, but our international sources confirm disturbing patterns. Use the break to observe, listen, and gather our information from your family connections. Knowledge shared among us strengthens our collective position. With the formal address complete, they moved into practical exercises, a comprehensive review of the term's defensive curriculum. Shield charms in multiple variations. Disarming techniques against both single and multiple opponents. Stunning spells with precise targeting. Defensive movement ND positioning to maximize tactical advantage. Harry moved among the practicing pairs, offering corrections and encouragement. The progress since September was remarkable. Even the newest members demo NSTRATED competence beyond their year-level expectations. The original core group had advanced to material typically reserved for Auror trainees. Near the end of the session, Harry gathered everyone for a final demonstration. Before we conclude, I want to show you something to consider over the holiday, an integration of defensive techniques that creates protection greater than any single approach. He beckoned Neville and Susan Bones forward as demonstration partners. Both had shown exceptional improvement, developing from hesitant beginners into confident practitioners. Standard defense rel. IEs on shields against magical attacks and physical evasion against material threats, Harry explained to the watching students. But integrated defense combines multiple protections simultaneously. With Neville and Susan casting a variety of spells at him, Harry demonstrated the technique, a basic shield charm reinforced with transfigured physical barriers, combined with controlled movement that maintained optimal defensive positioning. Without revealing his family magic, he showed how conventional spells could be layered for significantly enhanced protection. This approach requires practice and concentration, he concluded as the demonstration ended. But it represents the difference between academic defense and combat survival. Consider how your own magical strengths might be combined in similar integrated techniques. After final announcements and holiday wishes, the Alliance members began departing in their usual staggered pattern to avoid drawing attention. Harry remained behind, with the core leadership group, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, Daphne, and Blaise Zabini, who had emerged as the primary coordinator for Slytherin members. Overall assessment, Harry asked once they were alone. Exceeding expectations, Hermione replied promptly. Everyone has mastered the basic defensive curriculum. The advanced group is performing at Newt level despite being 5th years. Practic. Confidence has improved dramatically across all members. Political cohesion is strengthening as well, Daphne added. The Alliance is now recognized as a legitimate third faction within Hogwarts. Even non-members acknowledge our position as distinct from both Dumbledore's supporters and Ministry loyalists. Neville spoke up, his confidence having grown significantly through both Alliance leadership and personal training with Harry. The holiday separation is our biggest vulnerability. Family pressures could weaken resolve or create conflicting loyalties. Hence the emphasis on our neutral, preparedness-focused position. Harry agreed. We're not asking members to defy family allegiances, just to maintain their commitment to mutual defense and skill development. Some may not return, Blaise observed with Slytherin pragmatism. Particularly if the political situation deteriorates during break. Parents may forbid continued association, or transfer students to Durmstrang or Beauxbatons where sides are less clearly drawn. Quote, "We'll adapt accordingly," Harry said, having anticipated this possibility. Maintain core functionality even if membership fluctuates. Quality over quantity. The planning session concluded with assignments for the break. Hermione would coordinate academic research for next term's curriculum. Ron would develop tactical scenarios for group practice. Neville would prepare herbological applications for defensive situations. Luna would compile international news not reported in British magical media. Daphne and Blaise would monitor political developments through their family connections. As the others departed, Daphne lingered briefly, waiting until they were alone before addressing Harry. "Will you be at Potter Place throughout the break?" she asked, her formal tone belying the personal nature of the question. "Most of it," Harry confirmed. "Though I'll visit my other properties as well. Your family would be welcome for the New Year's gathering I'm hosting." Daphne nodded, a slight smile touching her lips. "My father anticipated your invitation. He's already adjusted our usual plans to accommodate attendance." She hesitated, then added more quietly. "I've been authorized to discuss the possibility of formalizing our house's alliance during the break. Nothing binding yet, but preliminary conversations about future arrangements." The implication was clear. Her parents were ready to begin official negotiations regarding a potential marriage contract, though one that would not take effect until after their education was complete. "I'd welcome those conversations," Harry replied carefully. "Sirius will be representing House Black's interests alongside my own, of course." "Of course," she agreed. "This is primarily exploratory at this STA. Establishing parameters and potential timelines rather than final terms." Their exchange maintained the formal language appropriate to traditional alliance discussions, but underneath lay genuine personal connection that had developed through their close work together. The potential marriage arrangement was political in nature but not coldly calculated. Their compatibility as individuals had been established alongside their families' mutual interests. "I look forward to seeing you at the New Year, then," Harry said, his tone warming slightly. "And perhaps discussing matters beyond politics as well." Daphne's composed expression softened. "I'd like that. 3 months of careful public formality has been challenging." With a final exchange of holiday wishes, she departed, leaving Harry alone in the room of requirement. The festive decorations had dimmed slightly, responding to the changed atmosphere now that the meeting had concluded. Tomorrow would bring the journey to London, then. The freedom of his lordship responsibilities without school constraints. The brief conversation with Daphne had added another dimension to his holiday considerations, the potential formalization of Th.'s alliance carrying both political advantages and personal implications. Such matters would normally be decided by family patriarchs with minimal input from the young people involved. Harry's unusual position as head of his houses at 15 gave him direct authority in negotiations, though Sirius's guidance would be invaluable. As he extinguished the lights and prepared to leave, Harry reflected on how thoroughly his life had transformed since June. From ignorant student to lordship heir, from reactive defender to strategic leader, from isolated orphan to potential alliance partner. Each change brought new responsibilities, but also new possibilities for shaping his own destiny. The Peverell pendant felt cool against his chest as he made his way back to his quarters, a constant reminder of the legacy he carried and the choices still before him. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with the usual end-of-term chaos as students boarded the Hogwarts Express for the journey to London. Unlike September's departure, Harry made no effort to arrive separately or maintain low visibility. His position at school was firmly established. Discretion, while still valuable, no longer required the same extreme measures. He supervised the boarding of younger Alliance members, ensuring they found appropriate compartments, preferably mixed house groupings to maintain inter-house connections during the journey. He arrangements served both community building and security purposes, as Malfoy's inquisitorial squad had taken to harassing isolated Alliance members when opportunity allowed. All set? Ron asked, Joe, eyeing Harry on the platform after completing his prefect duties. Hermione's saving us a compartment near the middle of the train. Almost, Harry replied, scanning the platform for stragglers. Just making sure everyone's properly situated. The responsible oversight came naturally now, a lordship instinct to ensure the welfare of those under his protection, however informal that protection might be. It was, Harry realized, similar to how Arthur Weasley managed his large family at gatherings, or how Sirius took charge of situations despite his fugitive status. Once satisfied that all Alliance members were safely aboard, Harry and Ron made their way to the reserved compartment where Hermione, Neville, and Luna were already settled. The familiar group had maintained their close friendship despite the expansion of their social circle through Alliance activities. Potter, came a drawling voice as they moved through the corridor. Draco Malfoy stood blocking their path, flanked as usual by Crabbe and Goyle. Playing prefect despite not earning the badge. How predictably presumptuous. Harry regarded Malfoy with calm assessment rather than the irritation such encounters had once provoked. The Slytherin had become increasingly hostile as the Alliance's influence grew, particularly as students from his own house joined despite his attempts at intimidation. Simply ensuring younger students are settled, Malfoy. Harry replied neutrally, a courtesy rather than an obligation. Younger students seem quite attracted to your little club, Malfoy sneered. Though they might reconsider, if they understood the risks of associating with someone the Ministry has officially declared unstable and attention-seeking. The deliberate provocation, referencing prophet articles based on Ministry positions, was transparent. Harry's political training with Silverclaw and Daphne had prepared him for far more sophisticated manipulation. Students make their own assessments based on observable reality, Harry replied. His tone remaining conversational, as do their families. Speaking of which, how is your father? I understand he's been quite busy at the Ministry recently. The subtle reference to Lucius Malfoy's suspected Death Eater activities caused Draco's pale cheeks to flush slightly. My father serves the wizarding community in multiple capacities. His influence continues to grow while Dumbledore's wanes. Interesting perspective, Harry acknowledged. Though influence can be volatile when built on unstable foundations. Give him my regards when you see him. I look forward to our paths crossing in more formal settings eventually. The implication that Harry anticipated facing Lucius in the Wizengamot rather than fearing him as a Death Eater clearly unsettled Draco, whose customary sneer faltered momentarily. We'll see who holds influence when certain matters come to fruition, the Slytherin managed, attempting to recover his composure. Enjoy your holidays, Potter. Things may look quite different when school resumes. With that ambiguous warning, Malfoy and his bodyguards pushed past, continuing their patrol of the train as self-appointed enforcers of Umbridge's authority. Subtle threat, that, Ron observed as they continued toward their compartment. Think he knows something specific, or just posturing? Bit of both, probably, Harry replied. Lucius Lick, Ely shares some information with Draco to enhance his status among Slytherins. But I doubt Voldemort's inner circle discusses actual plans around their children. The casual reference to Voldemort, STILL uncommon among wizarding society, reminded Harry how much his own perspective had shifted since summer. Where once the name itself had seemed taboo, now it represented merely one factor in a complex political and magical landscape requiring navigation. They reached their compartment and settled in for the journey, conversation shifting to holiday plans and gift considerations. The normalcy of CH discussions felt almost jarring after months of Alliance leadership, political maneuvering, and advanced magical training. Will you be at the Burrow for Christmas Day, Harry? Ginny asked from her seat beside Luna. I'll visit briefly, he confirmed, but I'm hosting Boxing Day at Potter Place for anyone who can attend. Your parents are invited, of course. The invitation prompted excited questions about his London home. which Harry answered with growing enthusiasm. Despite its political significance, Potter Place represented something deeply personal, a physical connection to his family heritage. A home that should have been his from childhood rather than discovered at 15. As the train rolled through snow-covered countryside, Harry felt the tension of the term gradually easing. For a few weeks, he could focus on personal development and long-term planning without the immediate pressures of Hogwarts politics. The brief separation from Alliance responsibilities would provide perspective, allowing him to assess their progress objectively and plan next steps with clearer vision. By the time the Hogwarts Express pulled into King's Cross Station, twilight was falling over London. Platform lights glowing warmly against the early winter darkness. Students disembarked into the embraces of waiting families, the platform filled with greetings and luggage collection. Harry Corden, aided with Alliance members one final time, ensuring everyone had secure transportation home and reminding them of holiday practice schedules. The leadership displayed was subtle but clear: Lord Potter Peverell seeing to the welfare of his followers without ostentatious authority. Master has arrived, came a formal voice as Harry completed his farewells. Turning, he found Hodge, the Potter Place head elf, standing nearby in an immaculate uniform bearing the Potter crest. The car awaits to transport Master and his luggage home. The arrangement, a magical car rather than apparition or flow, served multiple purposes. It provided appropriate dignity for Harry's station, offered security through Potter family enchantments, and most importantly, made a clear statement about his independence from both Order and Ministry oversight. After final goodbyes to the Weasleys and Hermione, with promises to see them at either Christmas or Boxing Day gatherings, Harry followed Hodge to the magical Barry R separating platform 9 3/4 from the Muggle station. Beyond it, a handsome black town car waited, a discreet Potter crest visible only to magical eyes adorning the door. All preparations for Master's return have been completed, Hodge informed him as they settled into the vehicle's enchanted interior, considerably more spacious than its exterior suggested. Lord Black arrived this morning and awaits Master in the study. The requested modifications to the East Wing guest quarters have been implemented according to specifications. Thank you, Hodge, Harry replied, relaxing into the comfortable say. As the car pulled smoothly into London traffic, Muggle drivers somehow failing to notice its presence despite the congested streets. Any messages requiring immediate attention? Director Ragnarok S. End confirmation of tomorrow's meeting at Gringotts. Lady Augusta Longbottom accepted Master's Boxing Day invitation with formal acknowledgement of House Alliance renewal. And Lord Greengrass forwarded preliminary Alliance documentation for review prior to New Year discussions. The efficient report reflected Hodge's centuries of experience serving Potter Lords, his formality balanced with practical recognition of priorities. Despite having known the elf only a few months, Harry had come to appreciate his consummate professionalism and loyalty to the Potter family. The journey to Belgravia took longer than magical transportation would have required but provided valuable transition time between Hogwarts student and Lord Potter Peverell roles. By the time the car turned into the magically hidden square where Potter Place stood, Harry had mentally shifted from term-end concerns to lordship responsibilities. The house itself welcomed him with warm light glowing from windows against the winter evening. As the car stopped before the entrance, the door opened to reveal Sirius waiting on the steps, looking healthier and more composed than Harry had ever seen him, Lord Black rather than fugitive godfather. Welcome home, Harry. Sirius greeted him with a broad smile and firm embrace. How does it feel to return to your own house for the holidays? Better than I can describe, Harry admitted as they entered the grand foyer. The house felt alive somehow, responding to his presence with subtle magical warmth. Hogwarts has its charms, but this is heritage, Sirius completed the thought. Blood and stone, history and future, all connected through family magic. It feeds something in us that other places can't touch. The observation captured exactly what Harry had been feeling since first claiming his properties, a sense of belonging and continuity that transcended mere ownership of impressive buildings. Potter Place, Seacliff Cottage, Highwood Lodge, each connected him to generations of Potters who had lived, loved, and practiced magic within their walls. After settling in and changing from school robes to more comfortable attire, Harry joined Sirius in the study for dinner served before the fireplace rather than in the formal dining room. The casual arrangement reflected their family relationship superseding lordship formalities when in private. So, Sirius Bega, and as they enjoyed excellent roast beef prepared by the kitchen elves, give me the unvarnished assessment of your term. Your letters provided updates, but I'm curious about your personal evaluation. Harry considered the question carefully. Politically, we've established a viable third position within Hogwarts, neither Dumbledore's faction nor Ministry loyalists. The alliance has grown beyond initial expectations, with genuine cross-house cooperation. And magically, Sirius prompted. Steady progress, Harry replied. The conventional training goes well. Potter Earth working continues developing, particularly in defensive applications. The Peverell shadow magic, he hesitated. That's advancing faster than expected. I achieved shadow walking last month. Sirius's eyebrows rose in surprise. Already, that's traditionally mastered years after initial shadow manipulation. Your affinity must be exceptionally strong. It feels natural, Harry admitted. Almost instinctive once I understood the basic principles. The Peverell grimoire suggested it might manifest this way for those with particularly strong connection to the family magic. Have you told anyone else about this ability? Sirius asked, his tone carefully neutral. Harry shook his head. Only you and the goblins know the full extent of my magical development. Even Daphne, who's become a close political ally, has seen only glimpses of the family magic. Wise discretion, Sirius approved. Some abilities are better kept private until necessary. Shadow walking in particular would raise concerns in certain quarters, Ministry classifies it alongside apparition in transport restrictions, and traditionalists associate it with darker magical practices. It's not dark, Harry protested. Different, yes, but the magic itself is neutral. The grimoire is quite clear on that point. I know, Sirius assured him. The Black family has similar distinctions in our traditional magic. Intent and application determine the ethical dimension, not the inherent nature of the power. Unfortunately, the wizarding public often fails to make such nuanced distinctions. The conversation shifted to holiday plans, Harry's scheduled meeting with Ragnarok, his intended visits to his other properties, and the social gatherings being arranged at Potter Place. Sirius provided updates on Order activities, which had intensified in Res. Ponce to increasing evidence of Death Eater operations. Dumbledore knows about the Alliance, Sirius mentioned as they moved from dinner to after-dinner drinks before the fire. Butterbeer for Harry, fire whiskey for Sirius. Not all the details, but enough to recognize you've established an independent power base within Hogwarts. I assumed as much, Harry replied. He's made no move to interfere, though. Observing rather than directing. Quote, he's reassessing his approach to you, Sirius explained. For years, he's viewed you primarily as James and Lily's son, someone to be protected and guided toward an eventual confrontation with Voldemort. Your claiming of the lordships and subsequent independent actions have forced him to recognize you as a political entity in your own right. And what does the Order think of this development? Harry asked. Sirius grinned. Divided, as you might expect. Moody respects your initiative, especially the practical defense training. McGonagall seems privatel, why pleased while maintaining public neutrality. Molly worries you're taking on too much responsibility too young. His expression sobered slightly. Snape, naturally, sees it as evidence of arrogance and attention-seeking. And you? Harry asked. What do you tell them when they ask your opinion? I remind them that James and Lily intended you to claim your heritage at 11, with appropriate GU. I dance in gradual assumption of responsibilities, Sirius replied firmly. What's happening now is simply a compressed version of the education you should have received all along. The support meant more than Harry could express. Despite his growing confidence in his path, having Sirius's unequivocal backing provided reassurance that his choices aligned with his parents' intentions. As the evening progressed, their discussion turned to more technical matters, magical theory relating to Harry's family magic development, political considerations for upcoming Wizengamot sessions that Sirius would attend as proxy for both Black and Potter Peverell interests, and security arrangements for the holiday gatherings at Potter Place. One matter we should address before sleep, Sirius said as the evening grew late. The Greengrass Alliance proposal. Their formal overture regarding eventual marriage arrangements is significant both politically and personally. Harry nodded, having anticipated this discussion. I've been expecting it since our property visits in August. The political advantages are clear. Connecting the Potter-Peverell houses with a traditionally neutral family creates a powerful centrist bloc in the Wizengamot. The Greengrass international trading connections complement our domestic holdings. All true, Sirius acknowledged. But marriage alliances transcend political calculations. They shape family dynamics for generations. The personal compatibility between parties matters as much as strategic advantages. Daphne and I work well together, Harry said carefully. We understand each other's perspectives and complement each other's approaches. There's mutual respect, shared values regarding independence from established factions, and, he hesitated, feeling Samu had awkward discussing such matters with his godfather, a growing personal connection as well. Sirius studied him with unexpected seriousness. You're young for such considerations, but NCES have accelerated many aspects of your life. As your godfather and magical guardian, my primary concern is your happiness and well-being, not political advantage. I know, Harry assured him. And I appreciate that. This isn't being forced on me, it's a path I'm willing to explore because it makes sense on multiple levels. The preliminary discussions during the New Year gathering will establish basic parameters. Not final commitments. Very well, Sirius nodded. I'll represent your interests alongside you in the discussions. The traditional approach would be to establish a long engagement. Formal agreement now but no marriage until after you've completed education and established professional standing. The conversation concluded with practical matters for the coming days, Harry's Gringotts meeting, property visits, and preparation for the social gatherings. As they bid each other goodnight and retired to their respective chambers, Harry reflected on how comfortable he had become with lordship responsibilities that would have seemed overwhelming just months earlier. His bedroom at Potter Place welcomed him with familiar comfort, the four-poster bed with its burgundy hangings, the fireplace casting warm light across polished wood floors, the family photographs on the mantel showing generations of Potters in happier times. Unlike Hogwarts, where his private quarters were borrowed school accommodations, this room was truly his, a physical anchor for his identity as Lord Potter-Peverell. As he prepared for sleep, Harry found himself contemplating the paths still before him. White path of conventional power and open alliance building. The black path of Peverell shadow magic and more secretive operations. The gray path balancing both approaches without fully committing to either. Each day's choices, from alliance leadership at Hogwarts to family magic development to political alliances like the Greengrass proposal, pushed him incrementally toward one path or another. Yet he remained, for now, at the intersection where all remained possible, with the Peverell pendant cool against his chest and the merged lordship ring solid on his finger. Harry Potter drifted into sleep in his ancestral home. The family magic humming contentedly around him like a lullaby of blood and stone. Gringotts Bank stood imposing as ever against the winter sky, its marble facade dusted light snow as Harry approached the following morning. Unlike regular wizarding customers, who entered through the main bronze doors, he was directed by an attentive guard to a smaller side entrank, reserved for high-value clients and foreign dignitaries. Lord Potter-Peverell, the goblin greeted him with a formal bow. Director Ragnarok awaits you in the Heritage Conference Chamber. The Specia L entrance bypassed the main banking hall entirely, leading through richly appointed corridors to the bank's executive level. Portraits of notable goblin leaders and famous clients lined the walls, Verrill nodding in recognition as Harry passed, his status as the first Potter-Peverell lord in centuries having elevated his standing in goblin society considerably. The Heritage Conference Chamber to be a magnificent room dominated by a round table of polished obsidian inlaid with gold and silver runes. Director Ragnarok awaited him, along with Silverclaw and, surprisingly, Searstone, the Goblin prophetess who had presented the three-path revelation before his return to Hogwarts. Lord Potter-Peverell, Ragnarok greeted him, dispensing with the usual formal bow in favor of a warrior's arm asp that signified more personal respect. Welcome back to Gringotts. Your first term at Hogwarts as Lord of your houses appears to have been productive. Director Ragnarok, Harry returned the greeting with equal respect. The Foundation building progresses well, thanks in large part to your guidance and the training provided during summer. They took their places around the obsidian table, Harry noting that 4 positions remained empty despite place settings indicating expected participants. "We await additional attendees," Ragnarok explained, noting Harry's observation. "Representatives with particular insight into the Peverell legacy. They should arrive momentarily." As if summoned by his words, the chamber doors opened to admit 4 figures, 2 wizards and 2 beings Harry didn't immediately recognize. The wizards included an elderly man with a scholar's stooped shoulders and a younger, sharp-featured individual whose eyes held an unsettling intensity. The non-human attendees appear superficially similar to goblins but taller, with more angular features and eyes that reflected light like a cat's. "Lord Potter Peverell," Ragnarok began the introductions. "May I present Scholar Artemis Heatherwick, preeminent historian of ancient magical lineages, Master Balthazar Grimm, specialist in liminal magics and boundaries, and Ambassadors Thornblade and Nightshade of the Unseelie Court, representing Phi interests in Peverell matters." Harry maintained his composure despite his surprise at meeting Phi representatives, magical beings so rarely encountered in wizarding society that most considered them mythical. Their presence suggested the Peverell legacy extended far beyond what he had yet discovered. "I'm honored by your attendance," he said, offering the formal greeting Silver Claw had taught him for addressing non-goblin magical races. "The wisdom of multiple perspectives can only enhance our understanding." The Phi representatives exchanged glances, their expression unreadable to human perception. Before the one named Thornblade inclined his head slightly. "The awakening of Peverell magic after centuries dormant has implications beyond wizarding concerns. Our court observes with interest." With introductions complete, all took their places around the table. Silverclaw distributed portfolios containing reports, historical documents, and what appeared to be contractual agreements for review. "This gathering," Ragnarok began, "represents the formal acknowledgement of Lord Potter Peverell's progression from initial claiming to active lordship of the Peverell line. The first phase, awakening dormant family magic, has been successfully completed. We now address the second phase, recovery and integration of Peverell legacy artifacts, knowledge, and alliances." Ari listened attentively as Scholar Heatherwick provided historical context, the Peverell brothers' original achievements, their descendants, contributions to magical development, and the gradual dormancy of the line as direct male heirs became scarce and family magic grew increasingly selective in choosing worthy vessels. The last fully recognized Peverell lord was Ignatius Peverell's great-great-grandson, Hadrian Peverell, who died in 1727, the scholar explained. "Since then, the magic has passed through maternal lines, including your grandmother's, without awakening sufficiently for formal lordship claiming. Until now." Master Grimm spoke next, his unsettling gaze fixed on Harry throughout. "The Peverell magic concerns itself with boundaries, between light and shadow, between life and death, between worlds tangential to our own. Your initial shadow working represents merely the surface of these abilities." The casual mention of his private magical development startled Harry, though he maintained a neutral expression. "You seem well informed about my progress." "The shadows themselves whisper of your endeavors," Grimm replied cryptically. "Those attuned to such matters observe our ripples in the liminal spaces when Peverell magic activates after centuries of dormancy." Ragnarok intervened before this line of discussion could progress further. "Lord Potter Peverell's magical development meant proceeds appropriately under combined guidance from Goblin mentors and Lord Black. Today's primary concern is the recovery of certain Peverell artifacts that have surfaced following the awakening of the family magic." He gestured to Silverclaw, who opened an ancient ledger bound in what appeared to be shadow-infused leather. 3 primary artifacts comprise the core Peverell legacy. Edie possessed the first, the Cloak of Invisibility passed down through your father's line, one of the 3 so-called Deathly Hallows of wizarding legend. The other hallows being the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone, Harry noted, recalling his research into the children's tale that apparently held more truth than most recognized. "Precisely," Silverclaw confirmed. "Our intelligence suggests the Elder Wand currently resides with Albus Dumbledore, though he has never publicly acknowledged possession. The stone's location remained unknown until recently." Harry leaned forward with increased interest. "You've located the Resurrection Stone." The Phi ambassador named Nightshade spoke for the first time, her voice melodic yet somehow discordant, like music played in an unexpected key. Stone has awakened in response to your claiming of the Peverell lordship. It seeks reunification with its rightful inheritor. Our seers have traced its general location, Ragnarok added more practically. It appears to be contained within another magical object, a ring belonging to the Gaunt family, distant descendants of Cadmus Peverell through a line that eventually produced Tom Riddle, now known as Lord Voldemort. The revelation landed with the weight of prophecy. The connection between Harry and Voldemort extended beyond the night in Godric's Hollow to their shared Peverell ancestry, though through different brothers' lines. The ring is currently hidden in the ruins of the Gaunt family cottage near Little Hangleton, Silverclaw continued. Heavily warded and potentially trapped. More concerning, our magical analysis suggests it may have been corrupted into a vessel for extremely dark magic, likely a Horcrux. Harry had encountered the term in the Peverell Grimoire, a forbidden thought of soul fragmentation for achieving a twisted form of immortality. Voldemort created a Horcrux from the Resurrection Stone. Without recognizing its true nature, we believe, Scholar Heatherwick interjected. The Gaunts preserved the stone as a family heirloom, unaware of its significance beyond being an artifact of Cadmus Peverell. When Tom Riddle discovered his ancestry, he likely claimed the ring for its connection to Slytherin's line through the Gaunts, not for its Peverell origins. The corruption of a Peverell artifact for such purposes disturbs the balance between realms, Ambassador Thornblade stated. His cat-like eyes reflecting firelight eerily. The court has interest in its purification and proper restoration to the legitimate Peverell heir. Harry processed this information carefully, recognizing its implications extended beyond artifact recovery to direct conflict with Voldemort's immortality strategy. This Horcrux, would it be the only one? The question prompted significant glances among the gathered representatives. Unlikely, Master Grimm answered finally. Our analysis of the magical signature associated with the diary you destroyed in your second year confirms it held similar properties. For one seeking true immortality, multiple anchors would be logical precaution. This suggested a far more complex path to Voldemort's eventual defeat than the prophecy implied. Not just a final confrontation between Harry and the Dark Lord, but a systematic hunting and destruction of soul fragments hidden in objects of significance. The recovery of the Resurrection Stone represents both opportunity and significant danger, Ragnarok summarized. As rightful Peverell heir, you have strongest claim to the artifact. However, attempting to retrieve it directly from its current location would almost certainly alert Voldemort to your awareness of his Horcruxes. Which brings us to the third Peverell artifact, Silverclaw continued. Less famous than the Hallows but perhaps more immediately useful, the Peverell Pathfinder. He placed on the table what appeared to be an ancient compass made of silver and shadow-infused glass. Unlike a normal compass, its ace contained multiple overlapping dials with symbols Harry didn't recognize. The Pathfinder predates the Hallows, Scholar Heatherwick explained. Created by the Peverell line before the three brothers achieved their legendary status. It allows navigation through liminal spaces, finding paths between locations, between realms, and most relevantly for our current situation, between objects connected by shared magic or purpose. Such as the Deathly Hallows, Harry surmised, understanding dawning. Precisely, Ragnarok confirmed. The Pathfinder, properly attuned to your Peverell magic, can create a direct shadow path to the Resurrection Stone, bypassing conventional space and the protections surrounding the Gaunt Ring. Ambassador Nightshade leaned forward, her otherworldly features intense in the chamber's light. Such passage carries risk. Shadow paths created by the Pathfinder traverse the borders of the Unseelie realm. Without proper preparation and protection, a traveler might become lost between worlds. Which is why we've convened this specific group, Ragnarok explained. Scholar Heatherwick provides historical context for the artifact's significance. Master Grimm offers expertise in liminal magic for safely traversing shadow paths. The ambassadors represent court interests in maintaining proper boundaries during such operations. And Gringotts provides secure facilities for conducting the ritual required to attune the Pathfinder to your specific magical signature. The meeting continued with detailed discussion of the process, risks, and potential outcomes. The immediate goal was not to retrieve the Resurrection Stone directly, that would require additional preparation and coordination, but to attune the Pathfinder to Harry's magic and establish a connection that would eventually enable recovery of the corrupted Hallow. The attunement ritual requires 3 days of preparation, Silverclaw explained as the meeting concluded. It must be conducted at the next point beneath Gringotts during the winter solstice, December 21st, when the boundaries between realms are naturally thinnest. That gives us 5 days, Harry noted, mentally adjusting his holiday schedule. What preparations are required from me specifically? Master Grimm answered, his unsettling gaze fixed on Harry. Immersion in shadow working beyond what you've yet attempted. Meditation at the boundaries of sleep and waking. And most importantly, blood resonance with the Pathfinder to recognize you as Peverell's true heir. The 5 ambassadors rose, their movements unnaturally fluid. We shall observe the preparations and participate in the solstice ritual, Thornblade announced. The court has granted specific dispensation for this undertaking, given the imbalance created by the stone's corruption. As the meeting adjourned, Ragnarok asked Harry to remain briefly for private discussion. When the others had departed, the Goblin director's formal demeanor relaxed slightly. The chair of the Hallows extends beyond artifact recovery, Lord Potter Peverell, he said quietly. Wizarding legend speaks of Master of Death, status granted to one who unites all 3. The reality is more nuanced but no less significant. The true master gains not dominion over death itself, but understanding of unlimited influence over the boundaries between life and what lies beyond. As that why Dumbledore has never publicly acknowledged possessing the Elder Wand. Harry, partially, Ragnarok acknowledged. Though I suspect his motivations are more complex. The power represented by United Hallows would be tempting to one with Dumbledore's history and ambitions. The cryptic reference to the headmaster's past reminded Harry how little he truly knew about Dumbledore's life before becoming the venerated leader of the Light. Another area requiring research when time allowed. The path you walk grows more complex, Ragnarok observed. The white, the black, and the gray options Searstone identified remain open. But each step toward deeper Peverell magic naturally inclines toward shadow paths rather than conventional power. This is neither good nor ill in itself, merely a reality to consider in your choices. I understand, Harry replied, genuinely appreciating the goblin's candor. I'm not seeking power for its own sake, but capability sufficient to meet the challenges before me, Voldemort, political opposition. And whatever lies beyond those immediate concerns. Ragnarok studied him thoughtfully. Your balanced perspective serves you well, young lord. Many in your position would be seduced by the power itself rather than viewing it as means to rightful ends. He rose, signaling the conclusion of their discussion. We shall see you on the solstice for the Pathfinder attunement. Until then, I suggest intensive shadow working practice at your properties, particularly Peverell Fortress in Northumbria, which remains most attuned to that specific family magic. With arrangements confirmed for the solstice ritual, Harry departed Gringotts with much to consider. The meeting had expanded his understanding of the Peverell legacy far beyond what he had anticipated, from family magic with practical applications to artifacts of legendary status with implications extending into realms beyond conventional wizarding knowledge. Most significantly, the connection between his Peverell heritage and Voldemort's Horcruxes suggested a path forward in the conflict prophesied between them. If he could master the Pathfinder and eventually recover the corrupted Resurrection Stone, he would strike a meaningful blow against Voldemort's immortality while simultaneously advancing his own mastery of Peverell legacy magic. As he returned to Potter Place to prepare for his visit to Peverell Fortress, Harry felt the weight of his heritage more tangibly than ever before. The merged lordship ring on his finger and the Peverell pendant at his throat seemed to pulse with anticipation, though the family magic itself recognized the significance of the path now unfolding before him. Peverell Fortress stood in stark contrast to Harry's other properties. Where Potter Place exuded refin, elegance and Seacliff Cottage offered warm comfort, the ancient stronghold rising from mist-shrouded Northumbrian hills projected implacable permanence, stone and shadow merged into architectural form, defying both elements and time. The property had remained sealed since the last recognized Peverell lord's death centuries earlier, maintained by family magic rather than house elves or conventional enchantments. According to Gringotts records, no one had successfully entered the fortress in nearly 300 years. Those few who attempted found themselves disoriented by the surrounding mists. Emerging hours later with no memory of approaching the structure, Harry stood before the massive iron-bound doors, his lordship ring and Peverell pendant responding to the ancient wards with palpable magical resonance. The claiming protocol here differed from his other properties, not simply blood recognition, but a more complex ritual designed to confirm both hereditary right and magical compatibility. Following instructions provided by Silverclaw, Harry placed his palm against the weathered stone beside the entrance, where the Peverell symbol was carved deep into the rock. As his hand covered the symbol, he spoke the formal declaration in the archaic English recorded in the Peverell grimoire. Blood of Peverell returned, shadow-touched and death-marked. I claim hearth right and heritage bond. Ward keeper and threshold guardian. Open to thy rightful heir. For a moment, nothing happened. Then shadow seemed to flow from the carved symbol, enveloping his hand in cool darkness before spreading up his arm and across his body. Unlike the momentary blood sampling at his other properties, this magic examined him thoroughly, testing not just heritage but innate compatibility with the Peverell legacy. When the shadow finally receded, it left behind a silver key materialized in his palm, a physical manifestation of the fortress's acceptance. The massive doors swung inward with a low, reverberating groan, revealing the interior of Peverell Fortress for the first time in centuries. The entrance hall beyond stretched upward into shadow-cloaked heights, its stone walls lined with alcoves containing armor and weapons of designs Harry had never encountered in wizarding or Muggle history. Tapestries depicting scenes he didn't recognize hung between towering windows of dark glass that emitted light while somehow transforming it into silvery illumination rather than direct sunshine. Most striking was the ambient magic permeating the fortress, not the warm, welcoming resonance of Potter properties, but something cooler and more ancient. Not hostile, but distinctly other, magic that operated according to principles different from conventional wizarding understanding. "Welcome, heir of Peverell," came a voice from the shadows, causing Harry to draw his wand instinctively. A figure materialized from darkness near the central hearth, not through apparition but through shadow substance coalescing into humanoid form. It appeared masculine but not entirely human, its features too perfect and angular, its eyes completely black without whites or visible pupils. "I am Shadowkeeper," the entity continued, making no aggressive move despite Harry's raised wand. "Guardian and curator of Peverell Fortress since its raising. It has been considerable time since a worthy heir crossed the threshold." Harry maintained caution but lowered his wand slightly. "You've been here since the fortress was built. Are you a ghost? A portrait enchantment?" The entity made a sound like stones shifting, apparently laughter. "Neither. I am binding made manifest, covenant-shaped, purpose-given form. In simplest terms, I am the fortress itself, or rather its consciousness given limited physical expression to interact with its masters." The concept aligned with certain advanced magical theories Harry had encountered in the Peverell grimoire, living spaces imbued with sufficient magic eventually developing sentience specific to their purpose. Most wizarding buildings possessed minimal awareness, like Hogwarts, moving staircases responding to need. Peverell Fortress had apparently evolved far beyond such basic responsiveness. "I've come to claim my inheritance and learn more about the Peverell legacy," Harry explained, deciding directness was most appropriate. "Particularly shadow worky. Ing's preparation for attuning the Pathfinder." Shadowkeeper's featureless eyes seemed to study him with increased interest. "The Pathfinder awakens. Significant indeed. Your coming was foreseen, death-marked heir. Though the timing remained uncertain until the family magic stirred from dormancy." The entity gestured, and shadows flowed across the floor, forming a path leading deeper into the fortress. "Follow. The Shadow Chamber awaits, traditional training ground for Peverell heirs mastering liminal magics." As Harry followed the animated shadow path, Shadowkeeper provided orientation to the fortress's layout, a central keep surrounded by 4 towers aligned to cardinal directions, each specializing in different aspects of Peverell magical tradition. The North Tower housed historical records and family chronicles. The East Tower contained living quarters and reception areas for the rare visitors permitted entry. The South Tower served as ritual space for ceremonial magic. The West Tower held the armory and training facilities for martial applications of Peverell magic. "The fortress adapts to its master's needs and preferences," Shadowkeeper explained as they traversed echoing corridors. "It has remained in stasis since the last lord's passing but now awakens to serve you." Chambers will reveal themselves as you require them. The shadow chamber proved to be a circular room at the fortress's heart. Windowless yet somehow illuminated by ambient light that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. The floor bore intricate inlaid patterns of silver and obsidian forming the Peverell symbol on a massive scale. Mirrors of varying sizes lined the walls, angled to reflect and multiply shadows cast within the space. Here Peverell heirs have trained since the fortress's creation, Shadowkeeper informed him. The chamber enhances shadow working abilities, allowing manipulation beyond what conventional spaces permit. For attunement to the Pathfinder, you must achieve mastery. Beyond simple shadow walking, into shadow shaping and eventually shadow binding. For the next several hours, Harry trained under Shadowkeeper's guidance, progressing rapidly through shadow working techniques that would have taken months to master without the chamber's amplification and the entity's experienced instruction. Shadow shaping built upon the manipulation skills he had already developed, teaching him to create not just simple forms but complex constructs with specific properties. Shadow substance hardened to near solidity, shadow barriers impervious to conventional magic, shadow mess. Angers capable of traveling independently to deliver information. Shadow is neither substance nor absence, Shadowkeeper instructed as Harry practiced. It exists at the boundary between defined and undefined, between material and immaterial. Mastery comes from understanding this liminal nature rather than imposing rigid categorization upon it. The philosophical dimension of Peverell magic distinguished it from conventional wizarding approaches, where Hogwarts taught precise incantations and wand movements to produce specific effects. Shadow working required intuitive understanding of magica. Principles that defied simple explanation. By evening, Harry had progressed to preliminary shadow binding, temporarily imprinting his magical signature upon shadow constructs to maintain their integrity. Even at significant distance from himself. This technique, Shadowkeeper explained, formed the foundation for eventually mastering the Pathfinder, which essentially created stable, navigable shadow constructs connecting distant locations. You learn rapidly, the entity observed as they concluded the day's training. The family magic runs strong in you, despite centuries of dormancy. The death marking has enhanced your natural affinity rather than diminishing it. Death marking, Harry questioned. You've used that term several times. Shadowkeeper gestured toward Harry's forehead, where he lightning bolt scar remained visible despite having faded somewhat since his lordship claiming. The touch of death survived, unusual, but not unprecedented among Peverell heirs. Death recognizes those it has encountered yet not claimed. Such marking creates natural affinity for liminal magics. The observation aligned with Searstone's cryptic statements about Harry's unique connection to the Peverell legacy. His survival of the killing curse, rather than being merely miraculous protection through his mother's sacrifice, had apparently awakened dormant magical affinities specifically tied to the Peverell inheritance. As night fell fully, Shadowkeeper guided Harry to the East Tower, where chambers had prepared themselves for his residence, a suite of rooms modernized beyond what their external medieval appearance might suggest. With comfortable furnishings, adequate lighting, and even modern bathroom facilities that somehow maintained harmony with the fortress's ancient aesthetic. The fortress remembers the preferences of previous lords while adapting to current needs, Shadowkeeper explained, noting Harry's surprise at the unexpectedly comfortable accommodations. It exists simultaneously in multiple periods, honoring tradition while acknowledging pragmatic requirements of the present. After arranging for Harry's dinner, surprisingly excellent fare materializing in the dining chamber through means Shadowkeeper declined to explain, the entity provided a final observation before departing for the night. Your path diverges from previous Peverell lords in significant aspects, it noted. Its featureless eyes somehow conveying intensive consideration. Most claimed single inheritance, dedicating themselves exclusively to Peverell magical tradition. Your dual lordship and petting responsibilities create both limitations and unique possibilities. How so? Harry asked, interested in the perspective of an entity that had observed centuries of Peverell heirs. The Potter. Magic grounds you in conventional reality, earth, substance, stability. This prevents complete immersion in shadow working but potentially allows greater control and balanced application. Previous Peverell lords occasionally lost themselves in liminal exploration, becoming more shadow than substance. Shadowkeeper's form seemed to flicker slightly, as though illustrating this very concept. Your due. Al nature may prove advantageous for navigating between realms without becoming untethered from conventional existence. The observation provided fresh perspective on Harry's merged lordship. Rather Han competing inheritances dividing his attention, his dual magical legacy might offer complementary strengths. Potter Earth magic anchoring him while Peverell's shadow working expanded his capabilities beyond conventional limitations. After Shadowkeeper departed, seeming to dissolve back into the fortress's ambient shadows, Harry spent the evening reviewing the Peverell grimoire by firelight, focusing on sections relevant to the Pathfinder and shadow binding techniques. The ancient text took on new clarity after his practical training in the Shadow Chamber, concepts previously obscure now resonating with his direct experience. The following day brought intensive continuation of his shadow working training, with particular focus on maintaining consciousness and direction while traversing shadow paths. Shadowkeeper emphasized this skill as critical for the Pathfinder attunement. Without disciplined mental focus, a traveler could become disoriented within shadow realms, potentially emerging in unintended locations or, worse, becoming trapped between conventional reality and liminal spaces. The boundaries grow thinner approaching solstice, the entity warned. Your practice must balance advancement with appropriate caution. Push too far now, and recovery before the ritual becomes problematic. By afternoon, Harry had mastered the preliminary techniques required for Pathfinder attunement. To avoid overextension, Shadowkeeper suggested transition to the Fortress archives, where historical records might provide additional context for the upcoming ritual. The North Tower's archive room proved as impressive as the Shadow Chamber in its own way, a spiraling chamber extending upward through multiple levels, with thousands of books, scrolls, and memory crystals organized in chronologica. Rings around a central column of what appeared to be solid shadow. The Peverell Chronicle, Shadowkeeper identified the column. Continuous magical record of family achievements, discoveries, and significant events dating to the house's founding. Accessible only to recognized heirs and fortress guardians. When Harry placed his hand against the shadow column's surface, information flowed directly into his consciousness, not as linear text but as impressions and knowledge fragments organizing themselves within his mind. The experience was disorienting initially but became more navigable as he adjusted to the unusual method of information transfer. He focused his inquiry on three specific areas: the Pathfinder's creation and historical usage, the relationship between Peverell heirs and the Unseelie Court mentioned during his Gringotts meeting, and any precedent for Peverell artifacts being corrupted through dark magic similar to Horcrux creation. The Chronicle provided illumination on all three questions, though in the indirect, perspective-shifting manner characteristic of Peverell magic. The Pathfinder, he learned, predated even the three legendary brothers, created by an ancestor, who had spent 7 years in voluntary exile within Shadow Realms learning their navigation. Its primary purpose was not convenience but safety, providing anchored paths through dangerous liminal spaces that might otherwise trap or mislead travelers. The Unseelie Court connection proved more complex than Harry had anticipated. The Peverells had not merely interacted with Phi entities as diplomatie equals but had established formal covenant bonds through shared interest in maintaining appropriate boundaries between realms. The Chronicle suggested that certain Peverell heirs had Phi ancestry, how this manifested in family bloodlines remained deliberately obscured. Most valuable was information regarding artifact corruption. While no precedent existed for Horcrux-specific manipulation of Peverell objects, the Chronicle documented multiple instances of family artifacts being targeted for their inherent power. Most significant was the case of Alaric Peverell in the 14th century, who had developed specific shadow binding techniques to purify corrupted magical objects by isolating and extracting foreign magical signatures without destroying the artifacts themselves. This would be crucial for the Resurrection Stone, Harry realized, directing his focus toward Alaric's specific methodologies. The Chronicle obliged, imparting theoretical understanding of the purification process, though practical application would require significant skill development beyond his current capabilities. By evening, Harry had absorbed more information than he could fully process immediately. He retreated to his chambers to organize and prioritize his new knowledge, focusing particularly on aspects directly relevant to the upcoming Pathfinder attunement. Dinner was accompanied by unexpected communication. A Gringotts owl delivering a message from Sirius, who had apparently been informed of Harry's fortress visit. Harry, Ragnarok updated me regarding your Pathfinder preparations. While I trust your judgment and abilities, I feel obligated as both godfather and experienced practitioner of unconventional magic to offer caution. Shadow working at the level required for Pathfinder attunement carries risks beyond the obvious. The boundary between utilizing such magic and being influenced by it can blur, particularly for practitioners with natural affinity like yourself. Maintain regular AR connection to your Potter heritage as counterbalance. Earth working alongside shadow manipulation provides necessary grounding. I've taken the liberty of rescheduling some Potter Place holiday preppa rations to accommodate your extended training. Boxing Day arrangements remain on schedule, though I've adjusted guest arrival times to ensure you have recovery period after the solstice ritual. Be careful, but don't hesitate to push forward when necessary. The Pathfinder represents significant advantage in the challenges ahead. Padfoot. The concern underlying Sirius's measured advice touched Harry deeply. Unlike Dumbledore's manipulative protection or Molly Weasley's sometimes smothering worry, Sirius consistently balanced genuine care with respect for Harry's autonomy and responsibilities. Responding with assurances and updates, Harry spent the remainder of the evening in meditation practices recommended by both Shadowkeeper and the Peverell Grimoire, exercises designed to strengthen mental discipline for shadow path navigation while maintaining clear awareness of one's core identity. His third and final day at Peverell Fortress focused on practical integration, combining the Shadow working techniques he'd mastered with his Potter Earth magic in complementary rather than competing applications. Shadowkeeper proved surprisingly knowledgeable about this integration, suggesting previous Peverell lords had occasionally pursued similar balanced approaches. Earth provides anchor and substance, the entity explained as Harry practiced raising stone barriers enhanced with Shadow ending to make them selectively permeable to specific magical signatures. Shadow provides flexibility and unconventional pathways. Together, they create defenses and opportunities beyond what either tradition achieves independently. By afternoon, Harry had developed several integrated techniques with practical combat applications, earth barriers that could instantly transport defenders through shadow paths to flanking positions. Shadow constructs anchored to physical objects for enhanced durability, and most impressively, the ability to temporarily infuse stone with shadow properties, create an material that existed simultaneously in conventional and liminal space. Sufficient progress for Pathfinder attunement, Shadowkeeper concluded as they completed the day's training. Further advancement requires practical application of theoretical understanding, experience rather than instruction. As Harry prepared to depart the fortress, gathering the books and artifacts he'd selected from the archives to support his continued training, Shadowkeeper offered a final observation that lingered in his thoughts long afterward. The Peverell path has traditionally been walked alone, solitary masked of boundary magic maintaining separation from conventional wizarding society. Your approach diverges significantly, building alliances, establishing political position, creating community around your leadership. This represents neither advantage nor disadvantage inherently, but fundamental change in how Peverell magic might manifest through your lordship. The entity's featureless eyes studied him with ancient awareness. The fortress will watch your path with interest, death-marked air. You may return whenever Shadow calls to Shadow. The wards now recognize you as master, regardless of distance or circumstance. With formal farewell to the sentient fortress, Harry departed Peverell's stronghold with expanded magical capabilities, deeper understanding of his heritage, and most importantly, specific preparation for the solstice ritual that would attune the Pathfinder to his magical signature, the next significant step in claiming his full Peverell legacy. The winter solstice arrived WITH perfect astronomical alignment, the year's longest night providing optimal conditions for shadow working and liminal magic. Harry returned to Gringotts at dusk, escorted through special access paths. Ages to depths of the bank few wizards had ever witnessed. The ritual chamber lay far beneath even the deepest vaults, carved from living bedrock and reinforced with goblin metallurgical enchantments. Unlike the ornate conference rooms of upper levels, this space embodied primal functionality, a perfect circle with a raised stone dais at its center, illuminated by floating lights that cast multiple overlapping shadows from any object within the chamber. Director Ragnarok awaited him, accompanied by Silverclaw, Master Grimm, the 5 ambassadors, and 3 goblin ritualists Harry hadn't met previously. All wore ceremonial attire appropriate to their respective traditions, goblin armor of remarkable craftsmanship, wizarding robes embroidered with astronomical symbols, and 5 regalia that seemed to shimmer between visibility and shadow depending on viewing angle. The conjunction approaches. Ragnarok greeted him without preamble. We must complete preliminary preparations before the solstice zenith at midnight. The Pathfinder rested upon the central dais, its silver and shadow glass construction gleaming with subtle magical energy. Surrounding it, ritualists had inscribed complex patterns combining goblin rune craft, wizarding arithmancy, and symbols Harry recognized from the Peverell Grimoire's most ancient sections. The attunement process occurs in 3 phases, Master Grimm Expla. And as Harry was positioned at a specific point within the ritual circle. First, blood resonance establishes hereditary claim. Second, shadow immersion aligns your magical signature with the Pathfinder's core enchantments. Finally, focus binding creates the operational connection allowing you to direct the artifact's function. Ambassador Thornblade approached, carrying what appeared to be a CIR. Clad of intertwined silver and black thorns. The court provides boundary marking to protect against disorientation during immersion. This remains upon your brow until attunement completes. Harry accepted the circlet, which adjusted itself to fit perfectly as he placed it on his head. The thorns did not pierce his skin but seemed to connect directly with his magical awareness, creating a constant orientation point regardless of physical or metaphysical position. Blood resonance begins, Silverclaw announced as the chamber's lights dimmed further. The ritual proceeded with precise coordination between traditions, goblin metallurgy, 5 boundary magic, wizarding blood enchantment, and Harry's own Peverell heritage, all contributing necessary elements to the complex magical working. Each phase built upon the previous, creating layered connections between Harry and the ancient artifact. Blood resonance established his claim through directly shared magic with the Pathfinder's creator, the tool identifying and amplifying specific magical signatures that had passed through Potter and Peverell bloodlines across generations. Harry felt this connection as a warm recognition, similar to but deeper than his initial lordship claiming, as though the artifact itself acknowledged him as rightful inheritor. Shadow immersion proved more challenging. As Master Grimm had warned, this phase required temporary surrender to liminal space, allowing his consciousness to exist partially within shadow realms where the Pathfinder operated. Without his intensive preparation at Peverell Fortress, this transition might have proven disorienting or even dangerous. Instead, Harry navigated the shadow immersion with disciplined focus, maintaining clear awareness of his core identity while expanding perception into boundary spaces. Within this liminal state, he perceived the ritual chamber differently. Participants appeared surrounded by magical auras reflecting their nature and intent, while the Pathfinder itself revealed its true complexity. What had appeared as a merely ornate compass in conventional reality manifested here as a multidimensional construct extending through various layers of existence simultaneously. The final phase, focus binding, required Harry to imprint his conscious intention upon the Pathfinder while still immersed in shadow state. This delicate procedure linked his will to the artifact's operation, ensuring it would respond specifically to his direction rather than merely recognizing his bloodline. As midnight approached, solstice zenith, the 3 phases synchronized into unified attunement. Harry felt the connection lock into place with almost physical sensation, like a key turning in a long dormant lock. The Pathfinder's multiple dials rotated of their own accord, aligning to configurations matching his specific magical signature. "It is done," Ragnarok announced as the ritual energies stabilized and the chamber's lighting gradually returned to normal levels. The Pathfinder is attuned to Lord Potter Peverell's magic and will respond to his direction alone. Harry emerged from shadow immersion carefully, following the withdrawal protocols Shadowkeeper had taught him, grounding first through physical sensation, then magical awareness, finally cognitive function. The Phi Circlet assisted this transition, preventing the disorientation that often accompany rapid shifts between liminal and conventional states. "Well executed," Ambassador Nightshade commented, her otherworldly features showing what might have been approval. Many wizards lose coherence during first immersion. Your discipline reflects proper preparation. The Peverell Fortress trained you effectively, Master Grimm added with shrewd assessment. The shadow binding techniques you demonstrated during attunement show influence of traditional methods not commonly taught in modern times. With formal ritual concluded, Silverclaw presented Harry with a specially crafted container for the Pathfinder, a box of shadow-infused wood lined with goblin silver, designed to shield the artifact's magical signature when not in use. Most impressively, the container included blood-locked security, preventing anyone but Harry from opening it once sealed. The next phase, locating and potentially recovering the Resurrection Stone, requires additional preparation, Ragnarok explained as they departed the ritual chamber. While the Pathfinder can now create shadow paths to the stone, extracting it from the Gaunt Ring and purifying its corruption demands specialized techniques beyond tonight's scope. I've found references to relevant methods in the Peverell archives, Harry informed him. Alaric Peverell developed purification protocols for corrupted family artifacts in the 14th century. I've brought copies of his notes for Master Grimm's review. This initiative clearly pleased the assembled experts, confirming Harry's serious approach to his heritage beyond merely claiming its power. Arrangements were made for continued collaboration after the holiday period, with particular focus on developing a comprehensive strategy for Horcrux identification and neutralization. Tonight represents significant advancement in your Peverell legacy claiming, Ragnarok noted as their gathering concluded. The path before you continues to develop in complexity, with multiple streams converging toward eventual confrontation with both conventional and metaphysical challenges. The Goblin Director's formal language barely contained obvious satisfaction with the evening's achievements. From Gringotts' perspective, a major ancestral magic had been successfully reactivated under their guidance, strengthening their position in the complex web of magical alliances while advancing their own NTE rests regarding artifact preservation and proper inheritance protocols. As Harry departed Gringotts near dawn, the Pathfinder secure in its specialized container, he felt profound awareness of Javi. Crossed another threshold in his developing identity. The attunement connected him more deeply to his Peverell heritage, not merely through abstract knowledge or family magic, but through tangible artifact lineage stretching back centuries. More pragmatically, the Pathfinder provided strategic advantage in the coming conflict with Voldemort, a means to potentially locate and purify Horcruxes without alerting their creator to his awareness of their existence. This shadow path approach might prove critical in neutralizing the Dark Lord's immortality safeguards before direct confrontation became necessary. The winter sun rose over London as Harry returned to Potter Place, physical exhaustion balanced by magical exhilaration. The solstice ritual had demanded significant energy but also awake. Ned knew capabilities and connections that continued integrating with his core magical self. Sirius awaited him in the study, having clearly remained awake throughout the night despite assurances such vigilance was unnecessary. His godfather's concerned expression melted into relief as Harry entered. "Successful?" Sirius asked, pouring hot tea from a waiting pot. Harry placed the Pathfinder's container on the desk between them, opening it with a touch to reveal the fully attuned artifact, its dials now periodically shifting and adjusting as though tracking unseen movements across various realms. "Beyond expectations," he confirmed, accepting the tea gratefully. The Pathfinder responded completely to the attunement. Initial testing confirmed it can locate the Resurrection Stone despite the Horcrux corruption and protective enchantments. Sirius studied the artifact with expert assessment. Remarkable craftsmanship, even by ancient standards. The shadow glass components would be nearly possible to create with modern techniques, too many secrets lost to time. He glanced up at Harry. "And you?" The immersion process can be disorienting even with preparation. "Manageable," Harry assured him. The training at Peverell Fortress provided exactly the right foundation. Shadowkeeper proved an excellent instructor. This prompted raised eyebrows from Sirius. "The fortress manifested Shadowkeeper for you." "Interesting. According to Black family records, that entity appears only for heirs it deems worthy of advanced instruction." The subtle pride in Sirius's voice meant more than formal approval from the ritual participants. Despite not sharing Peverell bloodline, his godfather understood the significance of Harry's achievements from both magical and personal perspectives. "Rest today," Sirius advised, noting Harry's evident fatigue beneath the magical energization. The solstice working requires physical recovery even when magically successful. We can discuss implications and next steps tomorrow. The wisdom of this suggestion became apparent as Harry made his way to his chambers. Despite mental alertness from magical stimulation, his body demanded recuperation from the intensive ritual. Sleep claimed him almost immediately, his dreams filled with shadow paths and glimpses of realms adjacent to conventional reality. The days following the solstice ritual brought welcome normalcy, holiday preparations at Potter Place, correspondence with Alliance members, and planning for the Boxing Day and New Year gatherings. Harry maintained balance between lordship responsibilities and well-deserved relaxation, recognizing that mental recovery complemented physical rest after intensive magical working. Christmas itself brought brief but enjoyable visits, first to the Burrow for morning celebration with the Weasleys. Then to Longbottom Manor for afternoon tea with Neville and his grandmother. Both visits reinforced the connections Harry had cultivated since claiming his lordships, with Augusta Longbottom in particular demonstrating formal recognition of his status through traditional hospitality rituals rarely practiced in modern wizarding society. Boxing Day transformed Potter Place into a proper social hub for the first time since Harry's grandparents' era. House elves under Hodge's meticulous direction prepared the formal reception rooms and dining hall for distinguished guests, while Sirius provided guidance on traditional hosting protocols appropriate to Harry's station. The gathering successfully integrated diverse elements of Harry's expanding social circle. The Weasley family representing long-standing personal friendship, Hermione and her parents bridging magical and Muggle worlds, Neville and Augusta Longbottom providing traditional Alliance continuity, Remus Lupin connecting to both Marauder history and current Order activities. Notably absent were Dumbledore or other Hogwarts staff, emphasizing the event's nature as Harry's independent social connection rather than school-adjacent activity. "You've created something significant here," Hermione observed quietly as they watched their guests interacting across traditional boundaries. Arthur Weasley enthusiastically discussing Muggle dentistry with the Grangers while Augusta Longbottom engaged Sirius in surprisingly cordial conversation about Wizengamot procedural reforms. Not just a social gathering, Harry agreed, understanding her broader meaning. A foundation for the third path. Neither Dumbledore's approach nor ministry orthodoxy, but something building on traditional structures while adapting to current realities. The Boxing Day event established Harry's social position beyond Hogwarts boundaries, complementing his Alliance leadership within the school. Through careful hospitality, and meaningful conversation rather than ostentatious display, Lord Potter Peverell demonstrated capacity for bringing together diverse perspectives around shared values, precisely the community Ding approach Shadowkeeper had identified as his distinctive contribution to the Peverell legacy. As December drew to a close, Harry's focus shifted toward the New Year gathering, a more formally structured event with explicit political dimensions. The Greengrass family would attend alongside selected allies representing neutral political positions, creating opportunity for preliminary alliance discussions beyond the specific marriage considerations. Preparation for this event included intensive review sessions with Sirius, who provided valuable perspective on negotiating traditional alliance frameworks without surrendering autonomy or flexibility. The key distinction, Sirius explained during one such session, lies between alignment and obligation. Productive alliances establish mutual interests and complementary contributions without creating entanglements that restrict independent action when circumstances change. This nuanced approach characterized Harry's developing political philosophy, recognizing the value of traditional structures while adapting their implementation to contemporary challenges. Neither revolutionary rejection nor blind adherence to established patterns, thoughtful integration of valuable elements from both traditional and progressive approaches. The New Year gathering itself embodied this balanced perspective. Potter Place provided appropriate grandeur without excessive ostentation. Formal protocols were observed without rigid adherence to outdated customs. Political discussions acknowledged practical realities while maintaining principled positions on fundamental values. Lord Cyrus Greengrass, attending with his wife Isabella and both daughters, presented exactly the dignified yet pragmatic presence Harry had anticipated from Daphne's descriptions. Their formal greeting in the entrance hall established the evening's tone, traditional respect combined with genuine interpersonal engagement. Lord Potter Peverell, Cyrus greeted him with tea. He precise bow appropriate between heads of houses exploring alliance. House Greengrass appreciates your hospitality and the opportunity to renew historical connections between our families. Lord Greengrass, Harry returned with equally formal acknowledgement. House Potter Peverell welcomes the renewal of associations that have served both our families well across generations. The ceremonial exchange complete, more natural interaction followed as Harry welcomed Lady Greengrass and Astoria before turning to Daphne, whose formal curtsy contained subtle warmth visible to those paying attention. Lady Daphne, he acknowledged, taking her offered hand briefly. Your presence honors Potter Place. Lord Potter Peverell, she replied, her composed expression belied by genuine warmth in her eyes. The honor is mutual. The carefully choreographed interactions established appropriate public narrative while allowing personal connection beneath formal veneer, exactly the balance they had maintained at Hogwarts. Though with roles somewhat reversed. There, they had been primarily students maintaining lordship formality when necessary. Here, they were primarily lord and lady maintaining stud.nt camaraderie within appropriate bounds. The evening proceeded with calculated progression from general social interaction to more focused discussions. After dinner in the formal dining hall, where conversation remained deliberately broad in scope, Sirius skillfully created opportunity for Harry and Lord Greengrass to withdraw to the study for private conversation while other guests continued social engagement in the drawing room. This transition to substantive discussion represented the evening's true purpose, establishing framework for potential alliance beyond mere social courtesy. With Sir Hughes present as both Lord Black and Harry's godfather, the conversation addressed practical political matters with appropriate directness. The traditional neutrality of House Greengrass serves valuable purpose in wizarding governance. Cyrus began once preliminary pleasantries concluded. We maintain independence from factional conflicts while facilitating necessary communication between opposed interests. This position becomes increasingly challenging as polarization intensifies. Recent developments suggest the traditional binary, light versus dark, progressive versus traditional, inadequately addresses current challenges. Harry observed. Dumbledore's faction focuses on Voldemort's return while neglecting institutional reform. The Ministry denies obvious threats while consolidating problematic authority. Neither approach serves long-term stability. Precisely our assessment, Cyrus confirmed, clearly appreciating Harry's political acumen. House Greengrass recognizes the Dark Lord's return as genuine threat requiring response. However, we find Dumbledore's personalized approach creating dangerous dependency on individual leadership rather than resilient institutional structures. The conversation continued with surprisingly frank exchange of perspectives on wizarding governance, educational reform, creature relations, and international magical cooperation. Throughout, Harry maintained the balanced approach he had cultivated since summer, respecting traditional structures worth preserving while advocating necessary adaptations to changing circumstances. Your position is uncommonly nuanced for someone of your age, Cyrus noted with evident approval. Most young lords entering political arena adopt either revolutionary zeal or rigid traditionalism. Your integration of multiple perspectives suggests governance philosophy more sustainable than either extreme. My unusual education has provided varied perspectives, Harry acknowledged. Muggle upbringing, traditional Hogwarts instruction, Goblin political training, and most recently, exploration of family magical heritage beyond conventional curriculum. Each contributes valuable elements to my developing approach. This led naturally to more specific alliance discussion, with Sirius providing procedural guidance while allowing Harry to direct substantive negotiation. Historical alliance between our houses encompassed 3 dimensions. Cyrus outlined political cooperation in Wizengamot proceedings, commercial coordination between family enterprises, and eventually, marriage connection establishing blood kinship alongside formal alliance. Modern implementation might maintain this framework while adapting specific mechanisms to contemporary circumstances. The preliminary discussion established mutual interest in proceeding toward formal alliance through graduated steps rather than immediate comprehensive agreement. Political cooperation would begin immediately, with Cyrus and Sirius coordinating voting positions on upcoming legislation where feasible. Commercial integration would develop gradually as Harry gained greater familiarity with Potter Peverell business interests. Marriage considerations would remain preliminary, with formal betrothal deferred until after Newt's completion, though mutual exclusivity in potential marriage negotiations would be established immediately. This approach respects both traditional alliance structures and modern educational priorities, Sirius noted with approval. Formal documentation can establish framework while allowing developmental flexibility, appropriate to your age and ongoing education. The evening concluded with agreement to proceed along these lines, with formal alliance documents to be prepared by family solicitors for review following the holiday period. While specific marriage arrangements remained appropriately undefined at this stage, the mutual understanding regarding eventual formalization created clear expectation for both families. As the Greengrasses prepared to depart alongside other guests, Harry and Daphne found brief opportunity for private conversation in the library, their first such moment since term ended. Father seems pleased with the preliminary discussions, Harry observed. He is, Daphne confirmed. Your balanced approach aligns remarkably well with Greengrass political philosophy while bringing fresh perspective to traditional frameworks. The combination creates compelling possibility for meaningful influence beyond what either house might achieve independently. Her assessment, characteristically astute, focused on strategic dimensions without neglecting personal considerations. And I find myself equally satisfied with developments, she added more softly. The gradual approach respects our ongoing education while establishing clear direction for future considerations. The moment of personal connection amid political negotiation reminded Harry that their potential marriage alliance transcended mere strategic advantage. Unlike many traditional arrangements, their developing relationship balanced political pragmatism with genuine compatibility and growing personal connection. As midnight approached and the new year began, Harry Potter Peverell stood at the threshold of another significant transition. The holiday period had advanced both his magical development through Peverell legacy exploration and his political position through alliance building. Both dimensions complemented rather than competed with each other, creating integrated foundation for addressing the challenges that awaited when Hogwarts resumed. The Pathfinder, secured in its specialized container within his private chambers, represented tangible progress toward confronting Voldemort's immortality safeguards. The preliminary alliance with House Greengrass established political framework for influencing wizarding governance beyond the immediate conflict. Together, they created balanced approach drawing from multiple traditions while forging path distinct from established factions. As guests departed and Potter Place settled into nighttime quiet, Harry reflected on how thoroughly his perspective had transformed since summer. From isolated, uninformed student to emerging political and magical leader with clear vision for his role in wizarding society. The path ahead remained challenging, particularly as Voldemort's power grew and ministry interference intensified, but the foundations established during this critical period would support whatever specific direction circumstances required. White path, black path, gray path, each remained viable, each offered advantages and limitations. What mattered most was that whatever path ultimately manifested would be chosen by Harry himself, drawn from the full spectrum of his heritage and capabilities rather than constrained by others' expectations or manipulations. With this thought providing comfort and clarity, Lord Potter Peverell prepared for the new year and the next phase of his unfolding destiny. The Hogwarts Express journey back to school created stark contrast with the relative peace of the holiday period. Where Potter Place had offered sanctuary for focused development and controlled social interaction, the train immediately thrust Harry back into the complex dynamics of student politics and alliance leadership. He had arranged to meet Hermione and Ron in a private compartment secured by trusted alliance members positioned strategically throughout the train. This arrangement provided both security and information gathering. Any significant developments during the journey would be reported through their communication network before reaching Hogsmeade Station. Holiday practice maintenance varied considerably, Hermione reported as they settled into their compartment, referring to the self-directed training schedules she had developed for Alliance members. About 60% maintained regular practice according to verification charms. Another 20% completed partial requirements. The remainder showed minimal engagement. Better than expected, Harry assessed. Those who maintained practice will show noticeable improvement, creating natural incentive for others to re-engage once group sessions resume. Ron, who had surprised everyone by falling into the high compliance category, added practical perspective. Family circumstances made huge difference. Some had constant supervision from parents suspicious of unauthorized magic. Others had relatives actively supporting skill development, SPEC. ally after Daily Prophet started reporting mysterious magical disturbances that everyone knows mean Death Eater activity. This observation highlighted another advantage of the Alliance's political, neutral positioning. Parents across ideological spectrum could support practical defense training for their children regardless of their position on Voldemort's return specifically. Self-protection. Skills benefited students whether facing Death Eaters, Ministry Overreach, or merely preparing for examination practical requirements. Their discussion of Alliance matters continued until a soft knock at the compartment door signaled Neville's arrival, accompanied by Luna Lovegood. Both had maintained consistent practice over the break, with Neville in particular showing remarkable dedication. Gr. and hired a retired Auror for additional tutoring once she understood the Alliance's purpose, he explained somewhat shyly. Said proper defense training was Longbottom family tradition and ministry interference wouldn't prevent appropriate preparation. The support from Augusta Longbottom, influential Wizengamot member and respected traditionalist, represented exactly the cross-factional backing Rye had hoped to cultivate for their independent initiative. Her implicit endorsement would carry weight with other traditionally minded families who might otherwise hesitate to support activities outside ministry approval. Another knock preceded Ginny Weasley's arrival with unusual news. Malfoy's being weird, she reported without preamble. No patrol up and down corridors, no harassment of younger students. Barely left his compartment since boarding. Something's definitely off. This report aligned with intelligence gathered through Slytherin Alliance members, who had noted subtle shifts in Malfoy's behavior even before the holiday break. Less bombastic antagonism, more withdrawn calculation, occasional private meetings with select Slytherins from families with known Death Eater connections. He received instructions over break, Harry surmised. Probably from his father, possibly from Voldemort directly. The reduced public antagonism suggests operational security rather than reduced hostility. Whatever their planning requires less attention-drawing behavior. This assessment prompted enhanced vigilance protocols for the Alliance, staggered departures from the train upon arrival, counter-surveillance measures within the castle, and accelerated security training when meetings resumed. Harry also arranged immediate contact with Daphne through secure communication to coordinate intelligence gathering among Slytherin members. Their concerns proved justified upon arrival at Hogwarts, where two immediate developments signaled escalation in both ministry interference and potential Death Eater infiltration. First, Umbridge waited at the entrance hall flanked by her inquisitorial squad, personally inspecting returning students with particular attention to Harry and known Alliance members. The deliberate intimidation attempt reflected frustration with her inability to suppress their activities before break. "Welcome back, Lord Potter Peverell," she greeted him with saccharine false warmth. "I trust your holidays were educational. The ministry takes great interest in the extracurricular activities of titled students, particularly those with influence over impressionable classmates." "Thank you for your concern, Professor," Harry replied with perfect political courtesy. "My holiday activities focused primarily on estate management and traditional social obligations, as befits my position. I'm certain the ministry appreciates proper observance of lordship responsibilities." The exchange, witnessed by numerous returning students, established clear dynamic. Umbridge's authority as High Inquisitor balanced against Harry's status as Lord Potter Peverell, neither capable of easily dominating the other within Hogwarts' complex jurisdictional framework. The second concerning development emerged during the welcome feast, when Dumbledore announced enhanced security measures throughout the castle. "Recent events beyond Hogwarts necessitate additional precautions within our walls," the headmaster explained with characteristic understatement that nonetheless conveyed serious concern. "Certain corridors will be restricted to staff access only. Evening patrols will be conducted by professors rather than prefects. And all students must remain within house common rooms after 9 o'clock without specific written permission." These measures, while presented as general security enhancements, indicated Dumbledore's growing concern about both external threats and internal vulnerabilities. The restriction of patrol duties to professors suggested concern about court reliability, likely targeting Slytherin prefects with Death Eater family connections, though the policy necessarily applied to all houses to avoid obvious discrimination. Harry exchanged meaningful glances with Alliance Corps members. The increased restrictions would complicate their meeting arrangements and training schedule, requiring adaptation of both logistics and security protocols. After the feast, Harry was summoned to McGonagall's office rather than Dumbledore's, an interesting choice suggesting the headmaster maintained strategic distance while still seeking information. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall greeted him with her usual directness once privacy wards activated. "The headmaster asked me to inquire about your holiday activities, particularly any unusual magical experiences or communications that might relate to school security considerations." The carefully worded request revealed Dumbledore's awareness of Harry's activities without specifying exactly what information had reached him. This presented delicate balance between appropriate disclosure of security-relevant information and protection of personal magical development beyond school purview. "I pursued several avenues of family magical heritage research," Harry replied with equal care. "Some aspects relate to defensive capabilities that might prove relevant if external threats reach Hogwarts. Nothing directly threatens school security, though certain intelligence suggests increased Death Eater recruitment activity that Headmaster Dumbledore likely already knows through Order sources." McGonagall studied him with shrewd assessment. "Your political position has evolved considerably since September, Mr. Potter. The headmaster recognizes your independence while maintaining responsibility for all students' safety. Effective cooperation requires appropriate information sharing without unnecessary intrusion into lordship matters beyond school jurisdiction. This framing, practical security cooperation without authority claims beyond educational matters, represented reasonable compromise Harry could accept without compromising his independent development or alliance leadership. "I appreciate that approach, Professor," he acknowledged. "I have no intention of undermining school security or challenging appropriate educational authority. My activities focus on preparation and protection, not opposition to legitimate administration." Their discussion established working parameters for the term ahead. Harry would share security-relevant intelligence gained through alliance networks while maintaining independence in magical development and political positioning. McGonagall would provide discreet support for legitimate educational initiatives while enforcing school regulations with appropriate flexibility regarding lordship privileges. The conversation confirmed Harry's assessment of Dumbledore's evolving strategy, maintaining distance personally while establishing practical cooperation through trusted intermediaries like McGonagall. This allowed the headmaster to benefit from Harry's independent intelligence gathering without appearing to endorse activities outside his direct control. As Harry returned to his private quarters after this meeting, he reflected on how the political landscape had shifted during his absence. Umbridge's frustration with her inability to suppress the alliance had clearly intensified. Dumbledore's security concerns had escalated beyond general precaution to specific defensive measures. And subtle changes in Slytherin dynamics suggested Death Eater influence extending further into student population. These developments demanded immediate adaptation of alliance operations. That evening, Harry used the communication coins to arrange emergency leadership meeting in the room of requirement, limiting attendance to core representatives from each house to maintain security while ensuring comprehensive coordination. The gathering included Hermione, Ron and Neville from Gryffindor, Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff, Luna Lovegood and Anthony Goldstein from Ravenclaw, and Daphne, Blaise Zabini and surprisingly, Theodore Nott from Slytherin, the Latte. R's inclusion reflecting his increasingly valuable intelligence contributions regarding Death Eater adjacent activities. The security environment has deteriorated significantly, Harry began once privacy measures were established. 3 separate developments require immediate adaptation of our operations. He outlined the concerning patterns: Umbridge's escalating antagonism, Dumbledore's enhanced security indicating specific rather than general threats, and intelligence from multiple sources suggesting coordinated Death Eater activity extending into Hogwarts itself. Malfoy received specific instructions during break. Theodore Nott confirmed, his usual reticence replaced by urgent practicality. He's gathering information about castle access points, staff patrol patterns, and security enchantments. Whatever their planning involves physical infiltration, not just political manipulation. This intelligence aligned with Daphne's observations. Several previously neutral Slytherin fam. Eileen's shifted position over break, subtle but definitive movement toward Death Eater alignment. Fear rather than ideological commitment motivates most, but practical effect remains the same. Susan Bond S. provided complementary information from her aunt's DMLE position. Auror deployments have been redistributed away from Hogwarts vicinity despite intelligence suggesting increased threat. Ministry politics overriding security assessment. According to Aunt Amelia, the comprehensive threat assessment painted clear picture, coordinated pressure from both ministry interference and Death Eater infiltration preparation. With reduced external security support from compromised DMLE deployment. We adapt accordingly, Harry concluded. Immediate implementation of enhanced operational security. Cell B. ASED training structure with rotating locations and schedules. Counter-surveillance protocols for all members. And accelerated practical defense curriculum focused on coordinated response to potential infiltration. The leadership group quickly developed specific implementation plans for each house contingent, with Hermione documenting security protocols, Ron developing tactical response strategies, and Daphne coordinating intelligence gathering across house boundaries. Most significant was Harry's decision regarding his own magical capabilities. Limited demonstration of advanced techniques becomes necessary despite previous discretion, he informed the core group. Alliance members require practical understanding of capabilities available during genuine crisis, including family magic applications previously kept private. This represented calculated risk. Revealing more of his developing abilities provided tactical advantages for Alliance defense preparation but potentially exposed CA abilities better kept secret from adversaries. The balance tipped toward disclosure within the secure Alliance framework while maintaining public discretion. As the emergency meeting concluded with clear action items for all participants, Harry felt the weight of leadership more tangibly than during previous term. The holiday period's relative peace had allowed focused personal development, but a turn to Hogwarts brought immediate confrontation with coordinated threats requiring decisive response. The days that followed confirmed their assessment of deteriorating conditions. Umbridge Impelman. Ted new educational decrees further restricting student activities, including specific prohibition against unauthorized defensive magic practice, under pretense of examination integrity protection. Refect authority diminished through staff oversight requirements that complicated routine student governance. And inquisitorial squad members conducted increasingly intrusive surveillance throughout the castle, creating atmosphere of constant observation. Alliance operations adapted with remarkable efficiency, leadership communication maintained through enchanted parchment rather than visible coin manipulation. Training relocated to multiple secure locations rather than exclusive room of requirement usage, and defensive curriculum accelerated to address specific infiltration scenarios rather than general skill development. Most importantly, cross-house solidarity strengthened rather than fracturing under pressure. Slytherin members faced particularly difficult circumstances with Inquisitory Al squad recruiting heavily from their house, yet maintained operational security through disciplined compartmentalization and misdirection strategies developed with Daphne and Blaze's guidance. Wise decision to reveal more of his magical capabilities within Alliance training contexts proved justified by enhanced defensive coordination. Without explicitly identifying Potter Earth working or pay Varel shadow manipulation as family magic, he demonstrated integrated techniques that Alliance members could complement with their own specialized skills. The key principle is layered defense through complementary capabilities. He explained during advanced group training. No single approach provides comprehensive protection, but coordinated application of diverse techniques creates defense greater than component parts. This philosophy extended beyond magical practice to organizational structure, diverse skills, house perspectives, and individual strengths creating collective capability NS sending what any faction could achieve independently. The Alliance had evolved from study group to genuine community with shared purpose and mutual protection commitment. By late January, their TED operations had established new equilibrium, maintaining effective training and coordination despite increased restrictions and surveillance. Intelligence gathering through house-specific networks p. Rovided comprehensive awareness of both Ministry and Death Eater adjacent activities, allowing proactive response to developing threats. Most significantly, the alliance had become genuinely self-sustaining beyond Harry's direct leadership. While he remained central to overall strategy and advanced training, operational management distributed naturally among core members with complementary strengths. Hermione's organizational systems, Ron's tactical planning, Neville's recruitment vetting, Luna's unconventional intelligence analysis, Susan's procedural knowledge, and Daphne's political integra. Qian created leadership ecosystem requiring no single point of control. This evolution represented exactly the third path approach Harry had envisioned, neither Dumbledore's centralized authority nor Ministry's bureaucratic control, but cooperative community organized around shared values and practical preparation. Individual capabilities strengthened through collective support, while diverse perspectives prevented ideological rigidity or personality cult development. As January concluded, Harry found opportunity to advance his personal magical development alongside Alliance leadership. The Pathfinder, secured within his private quarters, provided means to continue Peverell legacy exploration despite Hogwarts constraints. Through disciplined meditation and controlled shadow working practice, he established preliminary connection to the Resurrection Stone's location, not yet sufficient for physical recovery attempt but providing valuable intelligence regarding its condition and protection. The Horcrux corruption confirmed Ragnarok's assessment, while additional enchantments suggested Voldemort had implemented multiple defensive measures beyond mere concealment. This intelligence informed ongoing research into purification methods, drawing from both Peverell archives and Gringotts' expertise communicated through secure correspondence. The complexity of extracting the stone from its corrupted housing without alerting Voldemort to the Horcrux discovery represented significant magical challenge requiring careful preparation rather than hasty intervention. Parallel to this Peverell legacy development, Harry maintained balanced practice of Potter Earth working, particularly defensive applications complementing Alliance training focus. The integrated approach Shadowkeeper had identified proved increasingly natural, with Earth and Shadow magics enhancing rather than competing with each other in practical application. February brought escalation in both external threats and internal resistance. Daily Prophet reporting shifted from vague references to magical disturbances toward acknowledgement of specific incidents, disappearances, property destruction, and targeted attacks against Ministry critical voices. While still avoiding direct attribution to Death Eaters or acknowledging Voldemort's return, the coverage reflected reality too obvious to completely ignore. Umbridge responded to growing tension with increasingly draconian measures, implementing random dormitory inspections, intercepting Owl Post, and establishing curfew enforcement through inquisitorial squad patrol. Despite Dumbledore's restriction of evening security to professors. The jurisdictional conflict between Headmaster and High Inquisitor created dangerous gaps in actual security while intensifying restrictions on legitimate student activities. The Alliance adapted once again, implementing comprehensive counter-surveillance protocols and communication security measures drawing from both magical and Muggle techniques. Hermione's contribution proved particularly valuable here, her Muggle background providing insights into non-magical security approaches that wizarding surveillance often overlooked. Most significantly, their defensive focus shifted from individual skill development toward coordinated response strategies, practical preparation for potential infiltration or direct attack rather than merely academic advancement. Mock scenarios conducted in secure locations allowed members to practice integrated defense techniques under simulated crisis conditions, building both capability and confidence for genuine emergency response. Throughout this period, Harry maintained careful balance between Alliance leadership, academic responsibilities, lordship obligations, and personal magical development. The integration that had begun during holiday period continued strengthening, each aspect of his identity reinforcing rather than competing with others, creating comprehensive capability beyond what any single dimension could provide. This balanced development faced its most significant test in late February, when three simultaneous crises converged to demand immediate response across multiple fronts. First, Gringotts' intelligence transmitted through secure correspondence indicated increased Death Eater activity near the Gaunt cottage where the Resurrection Stone remained hidden. It suggested Voldemort had either become aware of potential vulnerability or planned to utilize the Horcrux in some manner, creating urgency regarding recovery attempts previously considered longer-term objective. Second, Ministry political maneuvering culminated in new educational decree granting Umbridge authority to dismiss staff, direct challenge to Dumbledore's remaining authority and clear read to professors known to support practical defense education, particularly McGonagall and Flitwick, who had provided tacit support for Alliance activities. Third, and most immediately concerning, the Odore not provided critical intelligence regarding imminent infiltration attempt. Malfoy had completed extensive mapping of castle security measures and established communication method for external forces to coordinate entry through previously identified vulnerability in ancient passage network. The convergence of these threats required immediate multi-dimensional response balancing various aspects of Harry's position and capabilities. The Gringotts situation demanded Peverell legacy application through potential Pathfinder operation. The Ministry decree required Potter Lordship political response through Wizengamot channels. And the infiltration intelligence necessitated immediate Alliance mobilization for castle defense preparation. After brief but intensive consultation with core leadership, Hermione, Ron, Daphne and Neville, Harry implemented comprehensive response strategy addressing all three dimensions simultaneously rather than attempting prioritization. For the Gringotts situation, he arranged secure communication with Sirius and Ragnarok, accelerating Pathfinder operation planning while maintaining necessary preparation rather than risking premature attempt. This balanced urgency with appropriate caution regarding complex magical operation involving corrupted Horcrux recovery. For the Ministry decree, he activated political network established during holiday period, with Sirius coordinating Wizengamot response through Potter Peverell proxy voting and Alliance partners implementing procedural delays to implementation while legal challenges were prepared. This utilized institutional mechanisms rather than direct confrontation, maintaining legitimacy while opposing Umbridge's overreach. For the infiltration threat, Harry convened emergency Alliance leadership meeting. To implement castle defense preparation, not direct confrontation with potential infiltrators, but strategic positioning of Alliance members to monitor vulnerable areas and alert appropriate authorities, if activity confirmed Nott's intelligence. This balanced student safety with practical defense responsibility, utilizing Alliance capabilities without exceeding appropriate boundaries. The coordinated response demonstrated Harry's evolved leadership approach, addressing complex multidimensional challenges through integrated strategy rather than compartmentalized reactions. Each aspect received appropriate attention without sacrificing others, creating comprehensive response drawing from full spectrum of his position and capabilities. The following week brought resolution across all three fronts, though not in ways Harry had anticipated. The Gringotts situation stabilized when Death Eater activity near the Gaunt Cottage ceased suddenly, not due to Harry's intervention, but apparently Fro. Voldemort's direct order transmitted through mark-based communication. This suggested the Dark Lord had completed whatever assessment or modification prompted the activity, potentially increasing recovery difficulty but reducing immediate urgency. The Ministry decree faced unexpected procedural challenge when Augusta Longbottom, acting as proxy for Ancient Houses Committee, invoked rarely used harder provision requiring Wizengamot certification of educational regulations affecting faculty with mastery-level credentials. While ultimately temporary delay rather than permanent prevention, this created valuable time for alternative response preparation while demonstrating effective application of traditional governance mechanisms against Ministry overreach. Most dramatically, the infiltratee on threat resolved through unexpected intervention, not Alliance action directly, but Dumbledore's preemptive security enhancement based on intelligence Harry had carefully transmitted through McGonagall without revealing Alliance monitoring capabilities. The targeted reinforcement of specific passage vulnerabilities without obvious connection to Malfoy's planning suggested careful balance between utilizing intelligence and protecting sources. The multi-front crisis and its resolution represented significant maturation in Harry's approach to complex challenges. Rather than reactive response to individual threats, he had implemented coordinated strategy addressing interconnected dimensions through appropriate application of different aspects of his position and capabilities. This evolution reflected the integration Searstone had identified as his distinctive contribution to Peverell legacy, balanced application of multiple traditions and approaches rather than singular focus on particular path. Neither. This evolution reflected the integration Searstone had identified as his distinctive contribution to Peverell legacy, balanced application of multiple traditions and approaches rather than singular focus on particular path. Neither conventional power nor shadow magic alone, but thoughtful integration creating capability beyond what either approach might achieve independently. As February concluded and March began, Harry focused on consolidating this integrated approach while preparing for potential escalation across all fronts. The temporary resolutions achieved during recent Crisis provided valuable breathing space but clearly represented delay rather than conclusion of underlying conflicts. Most pressing was continued development of Pathfinder operation capability for eventual Resurrection Stone recovery. The sudden cessation of Death Eater activity around the Gaunt Cottage suggested Voldemort had either enhanced protections or completed whatever assessment prompted the original activity, either way. Increasing complexity of potential recovery attempt. Through secure correspondence with Gringotts and carefully scheduled meditation sessions with the Pathfinder, Harry established more detailed understanding of current conditions surrounding the hidden Horcrux. The artifact had created stable shadow path connection to the stone's location, allowing limited perceptio N without physical presence, sufficient for intelligence gathering though not yet recovery operations. What he discovered through these sessions proved concerning. The Horcrux protections had indeed been enhanced, with additional curse layers apparently added recently. More significantly, the magical signature surrounding the Gaunt Ring suggested Voldemort had personally visited the location, the Phi RST direct confirmation that the Dark Lord actively maintained awareness of his Horcruxes rather than simply creating and concealing them. This intelligence modified recovery planning significantly. Direct shadow path approach through the Pathfinder remained theoretically viable but would now trigger immediate notification to Voldemort himself if attempted without additional preparatory measures. The purification challenge had also increased, with new curses specifically targeted at extraction attempts rather than merely general protection. We adapt accordingly, Harry wrote in secure correspondence to Ragnarok. Recovery remains essential but requires additional preparation beyond original assessment. Propose research focus on curse containment methods complementing shadow extraction rather than attempting direct purification immediately upon recovery. The modified approach acknowledged increased complexity without abandoning the objective, characteristic of Harry's evolving strategy across all dimensions of his activities. Flexibility in method while maintaining clarity of purpose created resilient approach capable of adaptation without losing direction amid changing circumstances. This principle extended to Alliance operations as well. Following the infiltration threat and its temporary resolution, Harry implemented comprehensive review of their defensive readiness with particular focus on coordination with legitimate authority when appropriate while maintaining independent capability when necessary. The recent situation demonstrates both the value and limitations of our position. He explained during Leadership Council meeting in early March. We identified threat through our intelligence network, transmitted critical information through appropriate channels, and maintained readiness for direct response if institutional measures proved insufficient. This balanced approach maximizes effectiveness while minimizing unnecessary risk. The review led to enhanced coordination protocols, establishing clear thresholds for different response levels and communication channels appropriate to various scenarios. Intelligence gathering expanded beyond Hogwarts boundaries through family connections, particularly following the Daily Prophet's increasingly explicit reporting of Death Eater activities despite continued Ministry denial of Voldemort's return. Most importantly, advanced defensive training incorporated more sophisticated integrated techniques, not merely individual spell mastery, but coordinated application of complementary abilities to create comprehensive protection. Harry's careful demonstration of selected family magic applications provided inspiration without explicit instruction in hereditary techniques, showing what was possible while encouraging members to develop approaches aligned with their own magical affinities. By mid-March, the Alliance had evolved into something resembling Dumbledore's army in practical capability while maintaining distinct identity and independence from Headmaster's authority. This position created complex relationship with school leadership. Dumbledore clearly appreciated their contribution to castle security while maintaining official distance to avoid ministry accusations of unauthorized militia formation. The delicate balance extended to Harry's personal relationship with the headmaster as well. Their ECT interactions remained limited to formal school matters, yet Dumbledore occasionally provided subtle support for Harry's independent initiatives, adjusting patrol schedules to accommodate Alliance training without explicit acknowledgement. Reinforcing security in areas their intelligence identified as vulnerable, and most significantly, maintaining protection of Harry's lordship privileges against Umbridge's increasingly determined efforts to restrict them. He's reassessing his approach to you, McGonagall observed during one of their regular meetings regarding lordship accommodations. Your independent development has exceeded his expectations while maintaining alignment with his broader objectives regarding student safety and opposition to dark forces. He finds this educational. Observation captured Dumbledore's evolving strategy, maintaining distance while observing Harry's development, neither directing nor opposing his independent initiatives but gradually adjusting his OWN approach in response to demonstrated capability. The relationship had transformed from mentor-student hierarchy toward something approaching mutual respect between distinct but compatible authorities. This evolving dynamic faced its most significant test in late March, when multiple intelligence sources confirmed Death Eater operations had progressed from isolated incidents toward coordinated campaign. Alliance family connections, Sirius's order information, and Gringotts intelligence all indicated similar pattern: systematic targeting of infrastructure, strategic position establishment, and clear preparation for larger operation beyond individual terror attacks. The consolidated intelligence painted disturbing picture: Voldemort preparing for eventual ministry takeover through methodical groundwork rather than dramatic single confrontation. The approach resembled conventional military campaign more than terrorist insurgency, suggesting strategy developed by experienced tacticians rather than merely ideological extremists. This assessment required comprehensive response across all dimensions of Harry's position and capabilities. As a Hogwarts student and Alliance leader, he needed to prepare defensive readiness for potential direct threat to the school. As Lord Potter Peverell, he needed to activate political networks to counteract Death Eater influence within governance structures. And as Peverell heir with unique magical capabilities, he needed to accelerate preparations for eventual Horcrux neutralization essential to Voldemort's permanent defeat. The integrated approach he had developed served this multi-dimensional response well. Rather than compartmentalizing each aspect separately, Harry implemented coordinated strategy addressing interconnected challenges through complementary measures. For Alliance preparation, he expanded defensive training to include evacuation protocols, secure communication during crisis, and coordination with legitimate defense forces should direct attack materialize. The focus shifted from academic skill development toward practical emergency response capability, though carefully balanced to avoid creating appearance of unauthorized militia that might trigger ministry intervention. We prepare for worst-case scenarios while hoping they remain theoretical, he explained during expanded leadership meeting including representatives from all houses and year levels. The distinction between prudent readiness and premature mobilization requires careful judgment, maintaining capability without creating unnecessary confrontation. For political response, Harry activated the Alliance network established during holiday period, with Sirius coordinating Wizengamot positioning while Daphne managed information exchange between NT members and their politically positioned families. The approach emphasized institutional stability rather than factional advantage, framing Death Eater threat as attack on legitimate governance rather than ideological conflict, thereby creating common ground between traditional and progressive factions. Most significantly, Harry accelerated Peverell legacy development with particular focus on eventual Horcrux neutralization. Working through secure correspondence with Gringotts specialists and carefully scheduled Pathfinder sessions, he developed modified approach to Resurrection Stone recovery that acknowledged enhanced protections while maintaining operational viability. The integrated strategy demonstrated Harry's maturation as both magical practitioner and political leader, addressing interconnected challenges through complementary approaches rather than isolated reactions to individual threats. Neither conventional power nor shadow magic alone, but thoughtful integration creating capability beyond what either approach might achieve independently. This balanced development faced its greatest challenge yet during the final week of March, when three significant events converged to create crisis requiring immediate response across all dimensions. First, Umbridge implemented unprecedented security measure, educational decree authorizing use of veritaserum during student interrogations regarding activities threatening educational integrity. This direct threat to Alliance operational security created immediate danger of forced disclosure regardless of members' voluntary commitment to secrecy. Second, Death Eater operations escalated dramatically with coordinated attack on Azkaban prison, freeing imprisoned supporters while demonstrating capability for direct confrontation with Ministry forces. The Daily Prophet finally acknowledged Voldemort's return explicitly, though framing the admission as recent development, rather than confirmation of year-long reality. Third and most personally significant, the Pathfinder detected alarming change in the Resurrection Stone's condition, magical disturbance suggesting Voldemort had initiated some process involving the Horcrux, potentially relocating or otherwise modifying its state in ways that might eliminate current intelligence advantage regarding its location. The convergence created immediate crisis requiring comprehensive response balancing various aspects of Harry's position and capabilities. After brief but intensive consultation with both Alliance leadership and secure communication with Sirius and Ragnarok, he implemented integrated strategy addressing all three dimensions. For the Umbridge threat, he activated Alliance security protocols developed specifically for forced testimony scenarios, memory compartmentalization techniques, emergency evacuation procedures for vulnerable members, and most significantly, formal invocation of Potter Peverell protection for core leadership group. This last measure utilized rarely employed lordship privilege extending limited immunity against administrative questioning to designated household staff, framing Alliance leaders as legitimate assistants in lordship business affairs rather than merely fellow students. The legal foundation dates to medieval protections for noble household members, Hermione explained during emergency implementation session. While originally intended for literal servants, magical precedent from 1740s established application to individuals conducting official house business regardless of primary status. Educational regulations can not supersede ancient charter protections without specific Wizengamot legislation. For the Death Eater escalation, Harry coordinated enhanced security measures between Alliance monitoring network and delegitimate castle defenses through carefully managed information sharing. Without revealing their organizational structure, selected intelligence was transmitted through trusted professors, particularly R.L.Y. McGonagall and Flitwick, enabling appropriate security enhancement while maintaining Alliance operational integrity. Most critically, the Resurrection Stone situation demanded immediate decision regarding recovery attempt. The Pathfinder's detection of magical disruption suggested rapidly closing window for current operational approach, creating tension between necessary preparation and urgency of action before conditions changed irrevocably. After intensive consultation with Gringotts specialists through secure communication, Harry made calculated decision to attempt modified recovery operation during upcoming weekend. Not full extraction of the stone from its corrupted housing, but limited intervention to establish stable shadow binding preventing relocation or further modification while a more comprehensive purification strategy developed. The operation would utilize the Pathfinder's Shadow Path capability to access the stone's location without physical presence, then apply Speciale Z binding technique drawing from Alaric Peverell's purification protocols, not attempting complete Horcrux neutralization yet, but establishing magical tether preventing further manipulation by Voldemort while avoiding detection triggers that would alert him to intervention. The technique required exceptional shadow working precision beyond Harry's current mastery level, creating significant risk of detection if improperly executed. However, allowing the stone to be potentially relocated or modified presented greater long-term strategic disadvantage, making calculated risk necessary despite incomplete preparation. With comprehensive response strategy implemented across all three dimensions, Harry faced perhaps his most challenging test yet, balancing immediate crisis management with long-term strategic objectives while maintaining integrated approach rather than sacrificing any essential element to address others. The weekend arrived with atmosphere of suppressed tension throughout Hogwarts. Daily Prophet coverage of the Azkaban breakout had created widespread awareness of deteriorating security situation, while Umbridge's increasingly draconian measures generated resentment even among previously apolitical students. The convergence produced volatile combination of fear and resistance threatening to erupt into direct confrontation at any moment. Against this backdrop, Harry prepared for the Resurrection Stone operation with focus born of intensive training and clear necessity. The modified approach required precise balance between sufficient intervention to establish shadow binding and limited engagement to avoid detection, threading narrow path between competing risks with minimal margin for error. In his private quarters, secured through both conventional enchantments and family magic protections, Harry arranged the Pathfinder at the center of carefully inscribed ritual circle combining elements from Peverell Grimoire instructions, Goblin metallurgical enhancements provided through Gringotts correspondence, and his own adaptations based on practical experience with shadow working techniques. The operation required 4 sequential phases: path establishment, location confirmation, binding application, and controlled withdrawal. Each phase demanded precise magical control and unwavering concentration, with failure at any stage potentially triggering detection. Countermeasures Voldemort had established around his Horcrux. As midnight approached, optimal time for shadow working due to natural boundary thinning, Harry began the operation with disciplined focus drawing from months of intensive training. The Pathfinder responded immediately to his magical signature, its multiple dials rotating to establish precise calibration between his current location and the Resurrection Stone's position. The shadow path manifested as expected, not physical corridor but liminal connection transcending conventional space, creating direct link between ritual circle and cottage location without traversing intervening distance. Through this connection, Harry perceived the stone's current condition with greater clarity than previous remote observations had allowed. The intelligence gained confirmed their concerns. Magical disruption detected earlier represented preparation for relocation rather than completed movement. The Horcrux remained in original position B, surrounded by transitional enchantments designed to facilitate imminent transfer to new location, likely with enhanced protections beyond current measures. This confirmation both validated immediate intervention decision and complicated binding application. The transitional state created additional vulnerability to detection during external magical interaction, requiring even greater precision than originally anticipated. Drawing on deepest levels of his Peverell heritage and months of intensive shadow working development, Harry implemented modified binding technique, not attempting to move or purify the stone itself, but establishing persistent magical connection that would both monitor its condition and prevent complete relocation regardless of physical movement. The shadow binding took form as intended, extending from the Pathfinder through liminal space to envelop the Resurrection Stone within its corrupted housing. The connection remained imperceptible to conventional magical detection, operating through boundary spaces rather than direct magical interaction that might trigger Voldemort's countermeasures. With binding established, Harry began controlled withdrawal, the most delicate phase of the operation, requiring gradual disconnection from active shadow path while maintaining passive binding through residual connection anchored in the Pathfinder itself. This delicate balance demanded precise magical control, maintaining shadow working focus while systematically reducing active engagement to avoid detection signature. The withdrawal proceeded successfully until final transition point, when unexpected surge in Horcrux energy, apparently random fluctuation rather than deliberate countermeasure, created momentary instability in the shadow path. Harry's intensive training proved crucial in that critical moment, allowing immediate adaptation that preserved the binding while completing withdrawal without triggering full detection response. The operation concluded with successful establishment of persistent shadow binding connecting the Resurrection Stone to the Pathfinder regardless of physical location, while avoiding active detection by Voldemort's protective enchantments. The modified approach achieved essential strategic objective, preventing undetected relocation while enabling continued monitoring, without attempting complete recovery beyond current capability. As the ritual circle deactivated and normal space-time perception returned, Harry felt profound exhaustion combined with satisfaction at successful execution despite incomplete preparation. The shadow binding represented significant advancement in both practical Horcrux neutralization strategy and his personal mastery of Peverell legacy magic. Most importantly, the operation demonstrated the ability of the integrated approach he had developed, neither purely conventional magic nor exclusively shadow-based techniques, but thoughtful combination drawing strengths from multiple traditions to create capability beyond what either approach might achieve independently. This successful resolution of one crisis dimension allowed renewed focus on the other challenges facing Hogwarts and the wizarding world more broadly. The Umbridge threat remained active, with several students already subjected to veritaserum interrogation regarding suspected, unauthorized gatherings, though none from Core A. Leon's leadership protected through lordship privileges. The Death Eater escalation continued as well, with Daily Prophet reporting increased disappearances and strategic position establishment throughout Wizarding Britain. The convergence created unprecedented tension throughout Wizarding society, with Hogwarts serving as microcosm reflecting broader conflict between established authority, illegitimate power grabs, and resistance movements operating from various motivations and methods. Within this volatile environment, Harry maintained balanced approach addressing multiple dimensions simultaneously rather than focusing exclusively on any single aspect. The Alliance continued defensive preparation while avoiding unnecessary confrontation. Political networks activated through Lordship Connections maintained institutional resistance to both Ministry overreach and Death Eater infiltration. And personal magical development progressed with particular focus on capabilities serving eventual resolution of the fundamental conflict driving current crisis. This integrated strategy faced its ultimate test during the first week of April, when escalating tensions finally erupted into direct confrontation within Hogwarts itself. The catalyst came from unexpected direction, not Umbridge's increasingly desperate attempts to suppress Alliance activities or Death Eater operations beyond castle walls, but Dumbledore's abrupt departure following Ministry attempt to arrest him based on manufactured evidence of seditious conspiracy provided by Umbridge's interrogation program. The headmaster's absence created immediate power vacuum filled by Umbridge's self-appointment as headmistress, though castle magic itself apparently rejected her authority through various manifestations ranging from sealed office entrance to animated gargoyles actively impeding her movement throughout the school. The resistance, whether Dumbledore's deliberate enchantment or Hogwarts' semi-sentient rejection, further infuriated the Ministry appointee, leading to implementation of what amounted to martial law within the school. Educational Decree No. 28 grants full security authority to the headmistress. She announced during emergency assembly following Dumbledore's departure, all student organizations are hereby dissolved. Curfew begins immediately following evening meal. Inquisitorial Squad members are authorized to enforce compliance through any necessary measures. Any student resisting legitimate authority faces immediate expulsion and potential Ministry prosecution. The Draconian Assurs created perfect conditions for Death Eater exploitation, deliberate disruption of legitimate security protocols combined with student resistance providing distraction from potential external threat. Intelligence from multiple sources confirmed their assessment that infiltration attempt would likely occur during this period of institutional vulnerability and internal conflict. The Crisis DEMA NDED comprehensive response balancing various aspects of Harry's position and capabilities. After emergency consultation with Alliance leadership, trusted professors, and secure communication with external allies including Sirius and Order contacts, he implemented integrated strategy addressing multiple dimensions simultaneously. For immediate school security, the Alliance activated emergency protocols establishing covert monitoring of vulnerable access points without direct confrontation with Inquisitorial Squad enforcement. The approach utilized Marauder's map enhanced with additional detection enchantments, communication coins modified for silent alert transmission, and strategic positioning of trusted members throughout the castle. For student protection against Umbridge's excesses, RRY formally invoked rarely utilized charter provision regarding student welfare during administrative transition, ancient protection predating modern Ministry oversight that required Wizengamot review of disciplinary measures during headmaster absence. The legal maneuver, implemented through Sirius's proxy representation, created procedural barrier against immediate expulsions or similar extreme measures without proper oversight. Most significantly, Harry made calculated decision to reveal selected Alliance capabilities to trusted professors, particularly McGonagall, Flitwick, and surprisingly, Snape, whose opposition to Death Eaters superseded his personal animosity despite continued unpleasantness. This limited disclosure maintained operational security while enabling essential coordination with legitimate defense authorities during period of institutional vulnerability. We face unprecedented circumstances requiring adaptive response, he explained during secure meeting with these professors. The alliance exists primarily for educational purposes beyond Umbridge's inadequate curriculum, but our organization and capabilities can serve broader security objectives during current CR. ISIS if appropriate coordination established. The careful framing, presenting alliance as educational initiative with incidental security capability rather than unauthorized defensive force, provided P. Professors with plausible deniability while enabling practical coordination against potential external threat. McGonagall and Flitwick accepted the approach with minimal reservation, while Snape maintained characteristic skepticism but acknowledged practical necessity given Dumbledore's absence. Your extracurricular activities remain unauthorized regardless of current circumstances, the potion's M. Astor noted with characteristic acerbity. However, pragmatic considerations occasionally supersede administrative technicalities. Coordination regarding external threat assessment may prove mutually beneficial. Despite our numerous disagreements, this grudging acceptance represented significant validation of Harry's integrated approach, even dedicated opponents recognizing practical value of capabilities developed through independent initiative when institutional structures faced unprecedented challenges. The comprehensive response strategy demonstrated Harry's maturation as both magical practitioner and political leader, addressing interconnected challenges through complementary approaches rather than isolated reactions to individual threats. Neither conventional authority nor oppositional resistance alone, but thoughtful integration creating capability beyond what either approach might achieve independently. This balanced approach faced immediate test when Alliance monitoring detected unusual activity near supposedly sealed entrance connected to Hogsmeade Passage network, subtle magical signature suggesting sophisticated disenchantment rather than crude forced entry, consist. NT with Death Eater infiltration techniques rather than student misbehavior. The detection triggered coordinated response implemented through carefully established protocols, Alliance Communication Net. Work alerting both internal security team and designated professor contacts simultaneously, enabling complementary response without unnecessary duplication or counterproductive interference. McGonagall activated legitimate security measures including enhanced ward monitoring and strategic staff positioning, while Alliance members maintained covert observation providing real-time intelligence without direct engagement. This complementary approach maximized defensive capability while maintaining appropriate role distribution between authorized staff and student organization. The suspected infiltration attempt ultimately proved abortive, detecting enhanced security response before completing entry, but confirmed intelligence assessment regarding Death Eater exploitation of institutional vulnerability during Dumbledore's absence. More importantly, the coordinated response demonstrated viability of the integrated security approach Harry had established, with Alliance capabilities complementing rather than replacing legitimate authority. This successful security coordination represented significant evolution in Harry's leadership approach, moving beyond either blind institutional loyalty or complete independence toward thoughtful integration utilizing strengths from multiple sources while mitigating weaknesses inherent to any single approach. As April progressed, this balanced strategy extended across all dimensions of the ongoing crisis. Alliance operations maintained defensive readiness while avoiding unnecessary confrontation with Umbridge's increasingly desperate attempts to suppress student resistance. Political networks activated through lordship connections continued institutional challenges to ministry overreach through appropriate legal channels. And Harry's personal magical development maintained focus on capabilities serving eventual resolution of fundamental conflicts driving current circumstances. Most significantly, the shadow binding established during Resurrection Stone operation provided critical intelligence regarding Voldemort's activities related to his Horcruxes. The connection detected multiple attempts to relocate the corrupted artifact, all apparently thwarted by the binding without alerting the Dark Lord to external interference. This confirmed both the binding's effectiveness and Voldemort's growing concern regarding his immortality anchors. Valuable strategic intelligence guiding long-term planning beyond immediate crisis management. The integrated approach Harry had developed served this complex situation remarkably well, addressing connected challenges through complementary measures rather than focusing exclusively on any single dimension. Neither conventional power nor shadow magic alone, but thoughtful integration creating capability beyond what either approach might achieve independently. This balanced development represented exactly what Searstone had identified as his distinctive contribution to Peverell legacy, not choosing definitively between white, black, or gray paths, but forging unique approach drawing elements from multiple traditions while transcending limitations of any single perspective. As April concluded, Ed and the wizarding world faced escalating conflict between institutional authorities, Death Eater operations, and various resistance movements. Harry Potter Peverell stood at critical juncture in High's personal development and public leadership. The integrated identity he had established, student and lord, conventional wizard and family magic practitioner, individual actor and community leader, Prov. IDED foundation for addressing complex challenges through balanced approach rather than factional alignment. The Peverell legacy, once dormant for centuries, had awakened through his claiming and subsequent development. Not merely shadow working techniques or artifact recovery, but fundamental philosophical approach integrating multiple traditions rather than excluding alternatives through narrow specialization. Neither light nor dark exclusively, but thoughtful navigation of complex reality requiring elements from various perspectives for comprehensive response to multifaceted challenges. This integrated approach would face its greatest tests in coming months as Voldemort's operations escalated from strategic positioning toward direct power seizure, ministry resistance crumbled under combi. Ned pressure of infiltration and incompetence, and Dumbledore's absence created leadership vacuum within traditional opposition forces. Against this backdrop of institutional failure and factional conflict, Harry's third path approach offered potential alternative transcending limitations of established positions, neither blindly loyal to compromised structures nor completely independent of necessary organization, but thoughtful integration creating capability beyond what conventional approaches could achieve alone. The path ahead remained challenging, with fundamental conflict resolution requiring comprehensive strategy addressing political, magical, and social dimensions simultaneously. But the foundation established through months of intensive development, from summer claiming through Hogwarts' return to current crisis response, provided essential preparation for whatever specific challenges might emerge. White path, black path, gray path, each remained viable, each offered advantages and limitations. What mattered most was that whatever specific direction circumstances required would be chosen by Harry himself, drawing from full spectrum of his heritage and capabilities rather than constrained by others' expectations or factional limitations. As the wizarding world moved inexorably toward climactic conflict between established forces, Lord Potter Peverell continued developing a balanced approach that might eventually transcend the very paradigms creating current crisis, offering not merely different answer within existing framework, but potentially new question altogether. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5. Trial by Fire. The great hall fell silent as Harry entered for breakfast, conversations dying mid-sentence as students noticed his presence. The Daily Prophet had arrived minutes earlier, its front page dominated by the headline everyone was now discussing in hushed whispers. Potter Peverell takes Wizengamot's seat. Ministry challenges lordship claim as Dumbledore remains missing. The article beneath detailed yesterday's extraordinary session where Sirius, acting as Harry's proxy, had formally claimed the Potter seat following the legal challenge they had carefully prepared over recent months. The timing, with Dumbledore absent and the ministry increasingly unstable, had been deliberate, creating opportunity for significant political realignment when institutional resistance was weakest. Harry made his way to the Gryffindor table with measured composure, neither hurrying nor lingering despite the attention focused on him. Ron and Hermione had saved him a place there, expressions conveying support without requiring immediate conversation about the development that had catapulted him from school politics to national governance overnight. Quite the morning reading, Neville commented quietly as Harry took his seat, sliding a copy of the Prophet toward him. Gran sent an express owl saying your proxy presentation was masterfully executed, high praise from her. Harry nodded appreciation while scanning the article, which despite ministry-influenced editorial stance captured the essential facts accurately. In unprecedented development, the Potter Wizengamot seat changed proxy representation yesterday when Lord Sirius Black, recently cleared of all charges, presented formal documentation establishing his position as authorized representative for Lord Harry Potter Peverell, currently completing education at Hogwarts School. The presentation, legally impeccable according to procedural experts, effectively terminated Albus Dumbledore's long-standing Pro-X. Y control established following the deaths of James and Lily Potter. Ministry representatives immediately challenged the validity of Potter Peverell's lordship claim, citing his age and unconfirmed heritage documentation. The supposed lordship claiming occurred without ministry oversight or verification, stated Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary and current Hogwarts High Inquisitor. Proper procedures require thorough investigation of heritage claims, particularly those involving ancient lines supposedly extinct for centuries. The challenge proved ineffective when Lord Black presented comprehensive documentation from Gringotts Bank confirming the claim through magical verification beyond ministry jurisdiction. Ancient charter provisions regarding magical inheritance supersede administrative regulations, effectively preventing ministry interference absent specific Wizengamot legislation. The political implications extend beyond procedural matters. The Potter seat, traditionally lined with progressive factions under Dumbledore's proxy control, while Lord Black's voting record since his recent reinstatement has demonstrated independent positioning distinct from established factional alignments. The article continued with analysis of potential political realignment resulting from the proxy transfer, correctly identifying the emergence of third-path voting bloc neither lined with traditional ministry supporters nor Dumbledore's progressive coalition. The observation, while simplified for general readership, accurately captured the strategic positioning Harry and Sirius had carefully developed over recent months. They're actually reporting it fairly accurately, Harry noted with mild surprise. Though they're still avoiding explicit acknowledgement of Voldemort's return despite covering Death Eater attacks on facing pages. The political coverage is more factual than anything involving you personally, Hermione observed. Probably because Wizengamot Proct. Matters affect powerful families across factional lines. They can't risk alienating traditional houses by distorting established governance mechanics. This assessment aligned with Harry's understanding of wizarding media dynamics. Personal reputation attacks faced minimal consequence while institutional procedural misrepresentation could trigger immediate response from influential families regardless of political alignment. The distinction had informed their strategy for proxy transfer timing and documentation preparation. Umbridge looks ready to issue another educational decree specifically targeting you, Ron noted. Glancing toward the staff table where the temporary headmistress glared in Harry's direction with barely concealed fury. This undermines her authority here when she's already struggling with the castle's resistance to her leadership. The observation highlighted immediate practical considerations beyond broader political implications. Umbridge's position had grown increasingly tenuous as Hogwarts itself seemed to resist her authority through various manifestations from sealed office entrance to moving staircases actively impeding inquisitorial squad patrols. Proxy transfer represented another challenge to her already compromised standing, likely triggering escalated attempts to reassert control within her immediate sphere of influence. We've prepared for that, Harry replied quietly. The Lordship Charter provisions regarding education supersede educational decrees unless specifically overruled by full Wizengamot vote, which they can't currently given the procedural challenges Sirius has established. This legal foundation had been carefully researched through both Gringotts documentation and Wizengamot historical records Neville's grandmother had provided. The protection wasn't absolute but created significant procedural barriers against arbitrary restrictions targeting Harry specifically, establishing essential breathing room during increasingly volatile period. As breakfast concluded, Harry received expected summons, not to Umbridge's office as anticipated, but to Professor McGonagall's, suggesting interesting development in internal power dynamics following Dumbledore's departure. The deputy headmistress had maintained formal compliance with ministry directives while subtly undermining Umbridge's more extreme measures. Through procedural technicalities and strategic application of Hogwarts' traditional authorities predating ministry oversight. Mr. Potter, McGonagall greeted him with characteristic directness once privacy wards activated in her office. Or perhaps more accurately, Lord Potter Peverell, as yesterday's Wizengamot proceedings have now made formally public. Professor McGonagall, Harry replied with equal directness. I assume Professor Umbridge has issued instructions regarding my status following the proxy transfer. A hint of satisfaction crossed McGonagall's normally composed features. Indeed she has. Though her directives face certain Jurisdictional complications. Given your formally acknowledged lordship status and applicable charter provisions regarding titled students' educational accommodation. The precise phrasing confirmed Harry's assessment of internal power dynamics, McGonagall utilizing traditional Hogwarts authorities to counterbalance Umbridge's ministry-derived position through careful procedural maneuvering rather than direct confrontation. The temporary headmistress, McGonagall continued with subtle emphasis on temporary, has instructed that your spec. IAL accommodations be terminated immediately as inappropriate privilege without substantiated basis. However, as deputy headmistress responsible for implementation of Hogwarts charter provisions dating current administrative structure, I find myself obligated to maintain established accommodations pending formal Wizengamot review of conflicting jurisdictional claims. The carefully worded position represented masterful bureaucratic resistance, acknowledging Umbridge's directive while establishing legitimate basis for non-implementation through procedural requirements beyond immediate administrative authority. The approach mirrored Harry's own strategy of working within established systems rather than opposing them directly, creating space for effective resistance without vulnerable confrontation. I appreciate your attention to proper procedure, Professor, Harry replied, matching her formal tone. The educational provisions established through lordship acknowledgement serve practical purposes beyond mere accommodation, particularly regarding estate management responsibilities that continue regardless of educational status. McGonagall nodded, understanding the reference to all IANS activities conducted under cover of legitimate lordship business. Indeed, the Charter makes specific provision for such considerations, recognizing that certain responsibilities transcend normal student limitations. I've taken the liberty of documenting these provisions in detail should further clarification become necessary. The conversation continued with discussion of practical arrangements maintaining Harry's private quarters access, communication privileges for estate business, and movement allowances necessary for lordship responsibilities. Throughout, McGonagall maintained perfect professional demeanor while clearly communicating her understanding of and support for the broader implications beyond mere administrative details. As their meeting concluded, she offered unexpected personal observation. Your father would be proud of your recent development, Mr. Potter, though perhaps surprised by its particular manifestation. James maintained certain skepticism regarding traditional structures despite his heritage. Your approach suggests more nuanced perspective regarding institutional engagement. The comment, delivered with uncharacteristic personal touch, lighted interesting dimension of Harry's development, not merely claiming heritage his father had downplayed, but approaching it with balanced perspective integrating traditional value with contemporary adaptation rather than either wholesale rejection or uncritical acceptance. Thank you, Professor, Harry replied sincerely. I'm still discovering what aspects of heritage deserve preservation versus adaptation. The balance seems more productive than absolute positions either direction. McGonagall's expression suggested approval of this philosophical approach extending beyond immediate practical considerations. A perspective that might serve wizarding society well beyond current circumstances, Mr. Potter. Balance between preservation and progress rarely receives adequate consideration amid factional positioning. This observation captured essential element of the third path approach Harry had been developing, neither blindly traditional nor reflexively progressive, but thoughtfully integrative of valuable elements from multiple perspectives while acknowledging limitations inherent to any singular position. As he left McGonagall's office, Harry reflected on how thoroughly this approach now infused all dimensions of his development, magical practice integrating conventional techniques with family heritage traditions, political positioning balancing institutional engagement with independent initiative, and leadership style combining formal authority with collaborative community building. The Wizengamot proxy transfer represented significant advancement of this integrated approach within national governance structures, establishing legitimate position within traditional institution while maintaining independence from established factional alignments. The strategic timing during Dumbledore's absence and ministry instability created opportunity for meaningful impact beyond symbolic representation. This development faced immediate test as Harry made his way toward Charms class and encountered Draco Malfoy with several Inquisitorial Squad members in otherwise empty corridor, clearly deliberate interception rather than coincidental meeting. Potter, Malfoy greeted him with unconvincing casualness belied by calculated positioning blocking direct passage. Or should I say, my lord, now that you've managed to convince enough people of your supposed heritage claim. The attempted provocation reflected interesting shift in approach, acknowledging lordship status while questioning its legitimacy rather than dismissing it entirely, suggesting parental guidance adapting to changing circumstances rather than Draco's personal assessment. Heir Malfoy, Harry replied with deliberately formal address highlighting Draco's subordinate position within his own family hierarchy. High despite prefect and inquisitorial squad status. Wizengamot procedures regarding hereditary seat claims involve substantive magical verification beyond mere personal opinion. Your father undoubtedly understands these matters given his own position. The precise response, neither ignoring the implied challenge nor engaging directly with its substance, demonstrated Harry's evolved approach to such confrontations. Political rather than personal framing maintained appropriate dignity while subtly highlighting his understanding of traditional structures Malfoy ostensibly championed despite his family's relatively recent elevation within pureblood hierarchy. The headmistress has authorized inspection of all students for prohibited materials, Malfoy countered, switching tactics with transparent attempt to establish authority through Umbridge's delegation. Your bags, Potter. Harry maintained composed expression while considering optimal response balancing multiple considerations, avoiding unnecessary confrontation that might compromise broader strategic positioning while neither submitting to illegitimate authority nor creating vulnerable resistance through technical refusal. I carry no prohibited materials, he stated calmly. However, Lordship Charter provisions regarding personal effects connected to estate business require specific procedural protocols for any inspection. Professor Esser McGonagall has relevant documentation should official clarification become necessary. The response represented carefully calibrated resistance, neither direct refusal nor simple compliance, but procedural counterpoint establishing legitimate basis for conditional cooperation through established protocols rather than arbitrary authority. The approach effectively shifted burden of escalation to Malfoy, requiring him to either acknowledge established procedures or create vulnerable overreach through unsanctioned action. Malfoy's expression revealed calculated reassessment, likely weighing parental guidance regarding engagement with increasingly legitimate political opponent against personal animosity and immediate inquisitorial squad positioning. The headmistress will be informed of your conditional cooperation, he finally stated, apparently deciding against direct confrontation without clear authorization. Regulations apply to everyone regardless of supposed special status. Indeed they do, Harry agreed pleasantly. Established regulations properly implemented through appropriate procedures serve legitimate governance effectively. I've always supported proper applicatio of valid authority through correct channels. The deliberately ambiguous statement maintained formal cooperation with institutional authority while subtly questioning both the regulation's validity and implementation procedures without creating direct opposition vulnerable to immediate sanction. The approach reflected Harry's evolved political understanding, engaging with rather than opposing established structures while working toward reform from within rather than revolutionary rejection. As Malfoy and his group moved aside with poorly concealed frustration, Harry continued toward class with outward composure despite internal alertness to potential follow-up confrontation. The exchange, while seemingly minor, represented microcosm of broader dynamics now operating throughout Wizarding Society. Established authorities facing challenges to legitimacy, traditional structures experiencing internal strain between original purpose and current application, and various factions maneuvering or advantage amid institutional instability. The remainder of the day brought similar if less direct challenges as news of the Wizengamot proxy transfer spread throughout the school. Professors maintained professional demeanor with subtle variation reflecting personal assessment. Flitwick demonstrating quiet approval through particularly respectful address, Sprout maintaining warm neutrality characteristic of her generally supportive approach, and Snape intensifying his already considerable disdain through exaggerated formality clearly intended to convey mockery rather than respect. Most interesting was students' reaction beyond immediate social circle. Those from traditional wizarding families, regardless of house affiliation, demonstrated noticeable shift in demeanor, subtle acknowledgement through formal address, increased attentiveness to his contributions in shared classes, and general recognition of status change beyond mere school politics. Even those from families aligned with ministry positions showed this adjustment, indicating deeply ingrained social conditioning regarding hereditary position transcending immediate political considerations. It's fascinating from anthropological perspective. Hermione observed during afternoon study period in Harry's quarters, which had become secure meeting location for Alliance leadership discussions. Students raised in Wizarding traditions respond to lordship acknowledgement almost instinctively regardless of personal opinion about you specifically. The social programming runs deeper than conscious political positioning. Traditional houses maintain certain perspectives regardless of factional alignment, Daphne confirmed, having joined their study group through established cover of inter-house academic collaboration officia. LLY sanctioned despite Umbridge's restrictions on social gatherings. Heritage recognition operates at cultural level below political division, particularly regarding Wizengamot representation with magical verification rather than merely administrative appointment. This observation highlighted advantage of Harry's balanced approach, engaging with traditional structures through legitimate means while maintaining independent positioning rather than either rejecting established systems entirely or submitting to their current application uncritically. The strategy created broader appeal than either revolutionary rejection or status quo preservation alone might achieve. The timing creates significant opportunity given current instability, Neville added with political insight reflecting his F.A. Miley's long-standing Wizengamot involvement. Dumbledore's absence, ministry overreach generating resistance even among traditional supporters, and Death Eater activities forcing acknowledgement of external threat despite official denials. The convergence allows third path positioning with potential appeal across normally opposed constituencies. The assessment matched Harry's own strategic thinking regarding proxy transfer timing and broader political positioning. The integrated approach he had been developing neither aligned with Dumbledore's progressive faction nor ministry's administrative authority, but independent positioning drawing elements from multiple traditions while maintaining flexibility regarding specific applications, offered potential leadership alternative amid institutional failure from multiple directions. The immediate question is Umbridge's response, Ron noted with characteristic focus on practical tactical considerations. She can't directly challenge the lordship claim given Wizengamot verification, but she'll escalate attempts to undermine your position here at Hogwarts where her authority, however contested, remains strongest. This pragmatic assessment proved accurate sooner than anticipated. That evening, new educational decree appeared on common room notice boards throughout the castle. By order of the Ministry of Magic. Educational Decree Number 29. All special status accommodations are subject to High Inquisitorial review and certification. Any student claiming exemption from standard regulations must submit complete documentation for administrative review with continued accommodation contingent upon High Inquisitor approval pending final determination. The above is in accordance with Educational Decree Number 29. Signed, Dolores Jane Umbridge, High Inquisitor. The decree represented exactly the administrative counterattack they had anticipated, unable to directly challenge the lordship claim given Wizengamot verification. Umbridge attempted to establish review authority over its practical implementation within her immediate jurisdiction. The approach reflected typical ministry strategy of bureaucratic process manipulation rather than substantive engagement with underlying legal principles. Predictable and already countered, Harry noted when Hermione brought news of the decree to their evening strategy session. M.C. Gonagal has prepared comprehensive documentation establishing charter precedents over administrative review regarding hereditary accommodations. The conflict creates procedural stalemate. Umbridge C.A.N.T. resolve without Wizengamot support she currently lacks given our established challenges. This assessment reflected their carefully developed legal strategy, creating procedural complications requiring resolution through governance mechanisms currently disrupted by Dumbledore's absence and ministry instability. The approach effectively paralyzed administrative opposition without requiring direct confrontation vulnerable to immediate sanction. She'll bypass procedural channels through direct action if sufficiently frustrated, Daphne predicted with characteristic political insight. Probable. Why using Inquisitorial Squad to implement practical restrictions while maintaining plausible administrative deniability regarding charter violations? This likelihood had informed broader security measures already implemented. Alliance monitoring of castle access points, communication systems independent of standard channels, and defensive preparations addressing potential escalation beyond mere administrative restrictions. The integrated approach balanced legitimate procedural engagement with practical contingency planning rather than relying exclusively on either institutional protection or independent resistance. The evening concluded with comprehensive strategy review addressing multiple dimensions of current situation, procedural responses to administrative challenges, security measures regarding potential direct confrontation, and broader political positioning beyond immediate school environment. Throughout, Harry maintained balanced leadership approach integrating various perspectives rather than imposing singular direction, demonstrating in practice the collaborative community building distinguishing alliance operations from both hierarchical authority structures and disorganized resistance movements. As April progressed toward May, this balanced approach faced escalating challenges across multiple fronts. Umbridge's frustrated attempts to undermine Harry's position through administrative means predictably shifted toward more direct measures implemented through inquisitorial squad enforcement rather than formal procedural channels. Meanwhile, intelligence from both Alliance networks and external sources including Sirius and Order connections indicated accelerating Death Eater operations beyond Hogwarts, suggesting coordinated campaign approaching critical transition. From positioning toward direct power seizure. Against this backdrop, Harry maintained integrated strategy addressing interconnected challenges through complementary approaches rather than focusing exclusively on any single dimension. Alliance operations adapted to increasing restrictions through enhanced security protocols and distributed leadership structure reducing vulnerability to individual targeting. Political positioning advanced through careful Wizengamot proxy voting establishing clear third-path alternative to both Ministry alignment and Dumbledore's progressive faction. Magical development continued with particular focus on capabilities supporting eventual confrontation with Voldemort, including regular monitoring of the Resurrection Stone through established shadow binding. This last element provided critical intelligence during late April when the Pathfinder detected significant magical disruption suggesting Voldemort had discovered his inability to relocate the Horcrux despite multiple attempts. The development indicated both successful operation of the binding enchantment and concerning escalation in the Dark Lord's attention to his immortality anchors. Strategic information guiding broader planning beyond immediate crisis management. Through secure communication with Gringotts specialists and Sirius, Harry developed modified approach to eventual RCRUX neutralization accounting for Voldemort's increased awareness. The strategy balanced urgent need for immortality anchor elimination with practical recognition of current capability limitations ND operational security requirements, neither rushing prematurely toward direct confrontation nor delaying essential preparation for inevitable conflict. The binding remains effective despite his attempts to overcome it, Harry explained during secure communication with Ragnarok through specially enchanted mirror provided for sensitive correspondence. But his repeated efforts indicate growing concern regarding Horcrux vulnerability, potentially accelerating timeline for additional security measures or consolidated protection strategies. Agreed, the Goblin director responded with characteristic directness. Our intelligence suggests similar pattern regarding other suspected Horcrux locations, though without similar binding we lack detailed monitoring capability. The convergence indicates strategic reconsideration rather than merely tactical adjustment, significant development requiring corresponding adaptation in our approach. This assessment aligned with Harry's evolving understanding of Voldemort's operational patterns, pragmatic adaptation rather than ideological rigidity despite megalomaniacal presentation, suggesting dangerous opponent capable of strategic reassessment rather than merely predictable extremist. The insight informed broader planning regarding eventual confrontation, emphasizing comprehensive approach rather than singular focus on particular vulnerability. By early May, these interconnected challenges coalesced into clear pattern indicating approaching crisis point rather than merely continuing tension. Umbridge's increasingly desperate attempts to reassert authority within Hogwarts, Ministry's accelerating loss of credibility amid undeniable Death Eater operations, and intelligence regarding Voldemort's strategic consolidation all suggested imminent transition from positioning toward direct confrontation across multiple fronts. This assessment proved accurate sooner than anticipated when 3 simultaneous developments created immediate crisis requiring comprehensive response. First, Umbridge implemented unprecedented security measure bypassing normal administrative channels, authorizing Inquisitorial Squad to use Ministry-developed detention methods including blood quill punishment previously applied only through her direct oversight. The escalation represented dangerous transition from bureaucratic overreach toward physically abusive authority implementation targeting suspected Alliance members regardless of procedural protections. Second, daily Prophet reporting confirmed massive Azkaban breakout beyond initial limited escape, with dozens of imprisoned Death Eaters now free, including most dangerous Inner Circle members previously contained through maximum security measures. The development, though publicly attributed to unknown dark forces, rather than explicitly acknowledging Voldemort's return, represented undeniable escalation beyond isolated incidents toward coordinated campaign with significant operational capability. Third and most immediately concerning, Theodore Nott provided critical intelligence through secure Alliance communication channel indicating imminent infiltration attempt coordinated with both Prevue's developments. Death Eater operation targeting Hogwarts utilizing Umbridge's security disruption as strategic opportunity rather than merely exploiting coincidental vulnerability. "They're coming tonight," Nott's message stated with uncharacteristic urgency. "Draco received confirmation through special communication method I couldn't intercept directly. Multiple objectives including castle access establishment, specific target acquisition, and distraction operation drawing attention from primary ministry infiltration elsewhere. Timeframe aligns with Umbridge's planned student interrogation program creating maximum internal disorder." Quote, "The intelligence, corroborated through other Alliance monitoring systems detecting unusual activity near supposedly secured entrances, created immediate crises requiring comprehensive response balancing various aspects of Harry's position and capabilities. After emergency consultation with Alliance leadership and secure communication with external allies NCLUDING serious and available order connections, he implemented integrated strategy addressing multiple dimensions simultaneously. For immediate school security, Alliance emergency protocols activated, establishing covert observation of vulnerable access points, positioning defensive teams at strategic locations throughout the castle, and implementing communication network providing real-time intel. Ligent's coordination beyond Umbridge's compromised security systems. The approach balanced student safety with practical defense responsibility, utilizing Alliance capabilities without exceeding appropriate boundaries through direct confrontation beyond necessary protective measures. For broader response coordination, Harry established secure communication with trusted professors, particularly McGonagall, Flitwick, and despite continued personal animosity, Snape, whose opposition to Death Eaters superseded individual grievances when student safety faced genuine threat. The approach maintained appropriate authority respect while ensuring essential information transmission beyond Umbridge's deliberately disrupted command structure. Most significantly, Harry made critical decision regarding Arsenal magical capabilities, authorizing Alliance leadership awareness of selected family magic applications previously maintained as private knowledge, ensuring appropriate tactical coordination should direct defensive action become necessary despite continued protection of most sensitive abilities including Peverell shadow working techniques beyond public deployment except in absolute emergency. "We face extraordinary circumstances requiring calculated risk assessment," he explained during emergency leadership briefing in secure location established through Room of Requirement specialized configuration. "The balance between operational security and effective coordination requires limited disclosure regarding capabilities potentially necessary for successful defense implementation." This decision represented significant evolution in Harry's strategic thinking, recognizing when secrecy constraints potentially undermined necessary coordination without abandoning appropriate discretion regarding particularly sensitive capabilities. The balanced approach reflected his integrated leadership style, neither rigidly hierarchical information control nor indiscriminate transparency, but TFUL assessment of specific operational requirements under current circumstances. As evening approached, these preparations faced immediate implementation requirement when Alliance monitoring detected magical signature consistent with disenchantment attempt at sealed entrance near 7th floor corridor, sophisticated magical intrusion rather than crude forced entry, confirming Death Eater operatio. N rather than student misbehavior or inquisitorial squad activity. The detection triggered coordinated response implemented through established protocols, Alliance Communication Network alerting both internal security teams and designated professor contacts simultaneously while maintaining appropriate positioning without direct engagement pending precise threat assessment. The approach balanced IMM-ED8 security response with disciplined intelligence gathering, avoiding premature confrontation while ensuring comprehensive awareness of developing situation. McGonagall's response proved particularly significant, immediately activating traditional Hogwarts defensive measures independent from Umbridge's compromised security systems while dispatching trusted staff including Flitwick and Sprout T.O. strategic locations without official notification to the purported headmistress currently conducting student interrogation session far from infiltration attempt location. The deputy headmistress maintains independent authority regarding immediate security threats under charter provisions predating current administrative structure. She informed Harry through secure communication channel established for emergency coordination. Procedural notification requirements apply only during standard operational conditions rather than active infiltration scenarios meeting specific threat criteria. TH is creative interpretation of traditional authorities represented perfect complement to Alliance operations, legitimate institutional response operating alongside independent security measures without unnecessary conflict over jurisdictional boundaries during genuine emergency. The integrated approach maximized defensive capability while maintaining appropriate role distribution between authorized staff and student organization. Harry's position during this developing crisis reflected his evolved leadership approach, coordinating Alliance operations from secure command location established through Room of Requirement specialized configuration while maintaining communication with both deployed teams and institutional authorities through complementary channels. The strategy balanced direct engagement necessary for effective leadership with appropriate positioning reflecting both student status and lordship responsibilities. The infiltration attempt progressed with concerning sophistication. Disenchantment techniques disrupting multiple security layers without triggering standard detection measures, confirming Death Eater operation utilizing specialized knowledge beyond conventional intrusion capabilities. Alliance monitoring provided crucial intelligence regarding progress otherwise invisible to compromised security systems, enabling coordinated defensive preparation without alerting intruders to detection. Northern Corridor team reports barrier breach imminent. Hermione reported through secure communication system coordinating Alliance operations. Magical signature suggests multiple operators rather than individual infiltration, consistent with coordinated mission profile rather than reconnaissance operation. This assessment matched Knott's intelligence regarding mission objectives beyond mere access establishment, specific target acquisition suggesting something or someone within Hogwarts represented primary objective rather than simply establishing operational foothold for future activities. Harry made immediate tactical decision based on this intelligence, adjusting defensive positioning to monitor rather than immediately confront infiltrators, enabling mission objective identification essential for effective response rather than potentially disrupting operation before critical intelligence acquisition. The approach prioritized comprehensive threat assessment over immediate intervention, reflecting strategic consideration beyond reflexive confrontation. This decision proved justified when infiltration succeeded and monitoring identified concerning development, the intruders, now confirmed as Death Eaters through distinctive magical signatures and partial visual identification despite concealment measures, moved with purpose toward specific destination. Rather than general exploration or opportunistic activity, they're heading toward the Department of Mysteries, Harry realized, recognizing the pattern from castle layout analysis conducted during security planning. Or rather, toward location within Hogwarts corresponding to that department's position in Ministry layout. This insight connected multiple intelligence fragments into coherent assessment. The Hogwarts operation represented coordinated component of larger mission targeting Department of Mysteries itself, with castle infiltration serving either diversionary function drawing attention from primary ministry operation or support function securing related objective within school grounds. The realization prompted immediate strategy adjustment, maintaining monitoring while accelerating Ing Professor notification regarding specific threat assessment and preparing potential interception options should direct intervention become necessary despite preference for authorized response through legitimate defensive authorities. Events accelerated dramatically when Alliance monitoring detected unexpected development. Secondary Death Eater team appearing through different access point and moving directly toward student locations rather than mysterious department correlated destination, creating immediate threat to bystanders beyond abstract security concerns. Hostile forces approaching. Ravenclaw Tower with offensive magical signatures active, Luna reported through communication network, her characteristic dreamy tone replaced by precise tactical assessment reflecting Alliance training effectiveness. Movement pattern indicates deliberate targeting rather than coincidental positioning. This development forced immediate decision regarding direct intervention, the threat to UNINVO. LVED students created moral imperative transcending jurisdictional considerations or strategic preference for authorized response through institutional channels. With McGonagall and other trusted Professor Esser's positioning to address primary infiltration team, Alliance capabilities represented only available defense against secondary threat to vulnerable bystanders. Defensive teams activate, Harry O. RDERED through secure communication system, implementing contingency protocol established specifically for civilian protection scenarios. Priority objective is student evacuation from threatened area. With direct engagement only when necessary for immediate protection. Avoid unnecessary confrontation where possible while ensuring civilian security through all required measures. The order balance. Necessary intervention with appropriate limitation. Authorizing direct action where required for immediate protection while maintaining focus on civilian security rather than offensive engagement beyond essential defensive requirements. The approach reflected Harry's evolved leadership philosophy, taking necessary responsibility without exceeding appropriate boundaries despite emergency circumstances. Alliance members responded with disciplined implementation reflecting months of integrated training. Defensive teams establishing evacuation corridors while security elements maintained controlled perimeter preventing Death Eater access to student locations without unnecessary direct confrontation where avoidable. The coordinated operation demonstrated remarkable effectiveness despite participants' young age, with clear protocols and extensive preparation compensating for limited experience in actual combat situations. Harry monitored operations from command position while maintaining calm unification with institutional authorities through McGonagall, ensuring coordination between Alliance activities and official response despite Umbridge's continued absence pursuing her interrogation program oblivious to actual security crisis developing throughout the castle. The situation escalated when primary Death Eater team, apparently achieving whatever objective motivated their department correlated destination visit. Attempted extraction through route intersecting evacuation corridor established by Alliance members protecting younger students from Hufflepuff dormitories. The unexpected confrontation created immediate crisis requiring direct intervention beyond monitoring or evacuation assistance. Hostile contact imminent, Neville reported through communication channel, his voice steady despite obvious tension. 8 confirmed Death Eaters with assault configuration magical signatures attempting passage through our evacuation route. Civilian presence prevents disengagement without exposure to hostile forces. The situation demanded immediate leadership decision balancing multiple considerations. Civilian protection requiring continued evacuation, Death Eater interception necessary to prevent exposure of vulnerable students, and tactical reality of young Alliance members facing experienced combatants in potential direct engagement despite training focus on defensive rather than offensive operations. Hold position, Harry ordered, making immediate tactical adjustment to personal deployment. Civilian evacuation continues through established corridor with defensive team maintaining protection protocols. I'm moving to your position with reinforcement elements to establish controlled interception preventing hostile access to evacuation route. The decision reflected calculated risk assessment, recognizing necessity for direct intervention given civilian protection requirements while implementing approach maximizing effectiveness through appropriate force concentration rather than scattered resistance across multiple positions. Most significantly, it represented Harry's willingness to personally engage rather than directing from safe distance when circumstances required direct leadership despite potential danger. Using castle knowledge developed through months of security planning, Harry moved rapidly toward interception position with selected team including Ron, Hermione, and Daphne, combination balanced across magical specialties and house-specific knowledge rather than merely friendship-based selection. The approach reflected his evolved leadership streak. YLE, pragmatic capability assessment rather than personal preference determining operational deployment during genuine emergency. They reached Neville's position moments before Death Eater arrival. Ina. Bling hasty but effective defensive preparation, strategic positioning utilizing corridor architecture for cover, evacuation path protection through overlapping fields of fire, and simplified Command S. Structure ensuring coordinated response despite chaotic circumstances. Primary objective remains civilian protection, Harry reminded the assembled team, his calm voice steadying nervous energy despite imminent confrontation. Defensive engagement only, focused on maintaining evacuation corridor rather than pursuing retreating hostiles. Standard protection protocols with overlapping shield coverage. And coordinated casting sequences as practiced. The instructions balance necessary tactical direction with appropriate mission focus, civilian protection rather than combat victory, defensive rather than offensive orientation, and structured response utilizing established training rather than improvised heroics despite emergency conditions. The approach reflected Harry's integrated leadership philosophy, taking necessary action while maintaining appropriate limitations regarding both objectives and methods. When Death Eaters rounded the corridor corner seconds later, the Alliance defensive team was prepared with coordinated response implementing months of training despite first actual combat experience for most participants. Harry's position provided both tactical leadership through clear direction and magical reinforcement through capabilities exceeding standard student-level techniques without revealing full extent of his developed abilities except where absolutely necessary for immediate protection. The confrontation unfolded with intensity belying its brief duration, Death Eaters clearly surprised by organized resistance where they expected unprotected students or scattered defensive attempts rather than coordinated opposition implementing professional-level tactical positioning. The Alliance members maintained disciplined focus on defensive objectives, protecting evacuation route through shield charms, disarming attacks, and strategic obstacle creation rather than attempting direct neutralization beyond immediate security requirements. Harry's contribution balanced leadership with direct participation, maintaining command coordination through clear direction while providing magical reinforcement beyond standard student capabilities where necessary for immediate protection. His approach utilized integrated technique combining conventional spellwork with limited earth working derived from Potter family magic, raising stone barriers protecting evacuation corridor maintaining standard shield charms against direct magical attacks. The controlled application revealed selected enhanced capabilities without exposing full extent of his developed magical abilities, particularly avoiding Peverell's shadow working techniques inappropriate for public deployment except in absolute emergency beyond current containment level despite its effectiveness in direct combat applications. Evacuation complete, Hermione reported through communication channel while maintaining shield charm protecting their position. All civilians clear of engagement zone with secure core. A door established to Great Hall gathering point under Professor supervision. This confirmation enabled tactical adjustment from protection toward disengagement, the primary mission objective achieved. Hero successful civilian evacuation without casualty despite direct hostile confrontation. The strategic focus on specific outcome rather than combat continuation for its own sake reflected Alliance operational philosophy emphasizing practical results over unnecessary confrontation regardless of potential victory opportunity. Controlled withdrawal, Harry ordered, implementing disengagement protocol established during training specifically for situations where primary objective achievement enabled tactical repositioning without requiring continued engagement. Staged retreat with overlapping coverage maintaining defensive integrity throughout extraction sequence. The disciplined implementation of this order demonstrated Alliance training effectiveness, team members executing coordinated withdrawal without chaotic individual retreat or misplaced heroic last stands despite natural adrenaline response encouraging continued engagement. The controlled operation maintained defensive integrity throughout extraction sequence while gradually reducing confrontation intensity as distance increased between opposing forces. Death Eaters, apparently more concerned with their own extraction lowering primary mission completion than pursuing retreating students despite initial aggressive approach, did not press serious pursuit once disengagement began, suggesting priority focus on broader operational objectives rather than opportunistic student targeting despite clear opposition to their presence. As Alliance members completed successful extraction to secure rally point established in Great Hall, Harry maintained communication with McGonagall regarding broader situation throughout the castle. Her report confirmed concerning assessment, while Death Eater primary team had been intercepted by professors near original infiltration point with several captured, others had escaped carrying unidentified objects suggesting successful acquisition of whatever target motivated their department-correlated destination visit. "We have 3 in custody," McGonagall reported through secure communication channel, her voice betraying rare emotional intensity despite characteristic composure. At least 5 escaped through passage network before containment establishment, apparently carrying items removed from the secured storage area corresponding to restricted department locations. Professor Esser Flitwick is conducting inventory assessment to determine specific acquisition objectives. This information connected to Harry's earlier insight regarding coordinated operation between Hogwarts infiltration and ministry targeting, the castle operation apparently supporting primary Department of Mysteries mission through acquisition of related materials stored within Hogwarts secure locations, rather than merely creating diversionary distraction as initially suspected. Before full tactical assessment could be completed, additional crisis emerged through Alliance communication network, Umbridge. Finally aware of security situation though apparently misunderstanding its nature, had mobilized inquisitorial squad for castle-wide suppression operation targeting suspected Dumbledore loyalists. Rather than recognizing actual Death Eater infiltration despite professor reports regarding captured intruders, she's ordered full lockdown with authorization for necessary force against anyone outside dormitories. Ginny reported through secure channel, having maintained monitoring position near administrative office throughout crisis due to exceptional disillusionment capability. Inquisito Real squad deploying throughout castle with explicit targeting of known Alliance members as presumed instigators of manufactured security incident, despite professor confirmation regarding actual intruders. This development created immediate secondary crisis beyond initial Death Eater infiltration. Alliance members now faced targeting by ostensibly legitimate authority implementing misguided security response through excessive force authorization despite their actual contribution to civilian protection during genuine threat situation. Operational adjustment required, Harry decided after brief consultation with leadership team assembled in Great Hall secure location. Maintain evacuation protection for civilians while implementing identity protection protocols for all Alliance members. All documentation of actual security response through pensive admissible memory collection from all participants establishing legitimate defensive activities rather than insurrection participation. The approach balanced immediate practical protection with longer-term accountability establishment, avoiding unnecessary confrontation with inquisitorial squad where possible while creating comprehensive evidence record ensuring eventual vindication once actual circumstances became undeniable despite Umbridge's apparent reality denial regarding Death Eater presence. This balanced strategy faced ED8 implementation challenge when inquisitorial squad members entered Great Hall with explicit targeting objective visible in both aggressive positioning and Umbridge's personal presence directing operations with uncharacteristic direct involvement rather than administrative distance. Detention for all present, she announced with unconvincing attempt at authoritative tone undermined by obvious agitation. Immediate surrender of wands pending investigation into insurrectionist activities manufacturing false security alert for seditious purposes. The absurd characterization, ignoring both Professor confirmation regarding actual intruders and visible evidence including structural damage from magical combat throughout affected corridors, demonstrated dangerous disconnection from reality raw. Than merely administrative overreach, suggesting psychological breakdown under pressure rather than calculated misrepresentation for political purposes. Harry assessed situation rapidly, recognizing volatile combination of Umbridge's apparent reality detachment and inquisitorial squad's eager anticipation of authorized force application against perceived opponents. The convergence created Giroix's potential for unnecessary escalation despite Alliance preference for controlled disengagement where possible without compromising essential civilian protection responsibilities. Professor Mago. Noggle has confirmed actual security breach through multiple independent verification methods, he stated calmly, addressing Umbridge directly while maintaining non-threatening posture despite readiness for defensive response if necessary. Captured intruders are currently in Professor custody with Ministry or notification pending through standard protocols. Our presence here reflects organized evacuation implementation ensuring civilian safety during legitimate security response rather than manufactured incident. The measured explanation, factual, respectful in address despite substantive correction, and focused on established verification rather than personal assertion, represented attempt at de-escalation through rational engagement despite concerning indications regarding Umbridge's diminished connection with objective reality under stress. Her response confirmed these concerns. Rather than engaging with factual correction or seeking professor verification, she appeared to retreat further into alternate perception where student conspiracy rather than Death Eater infiltration explained current circumstances despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Lies, she declared with disturbing intensity given public setting and professional position. Dumbledore's agents creating deliberate disruption through coordinated deception. Inquisitorial authority supersedes Professor C. Lames during verified insurrection conditions. The declaration, both factually absurd and procedurally incorrect regarding authority hierarchies even under emergency conditions, demonstrated serious judgment impairment beyond normal administrative overreach or political motivation. The deterioration created immediate crisis requiring careful response balancing multiple considerations, civilian protection, unnecessary confrontation avoidance, and appropriate authority respect despite clear functional breakdown within normal command structure. This delicate situation faced immediate complication when Draco Malfoy, apparently recognizing opportunity within chaos despite potential connection to actual infiltration given Nott's intelligence regarding his prior knowledge, attempted aggressive enforcement through direct approach toward Alliance members with wand drawn despite Umbridge's failure to issue specific engagement authorization. The movement created immediate defensive response requirement. Allowing armed approach toward civilians under Alliance protection represented unacceptable risk regardless of official position claimed by advancing individual, particularly given explicit aggressive posture rather than merely administrative proximity. Harry made split-second decision reflecting both tactical necessity and leadership responsibility, stepping forward with shield charm estable between Malfoy and vulnerable students while maintaining non-offensive posture despite defensive capability activation. The measured response demonstrated precision intervention, addressing specific threat through minimum necessary action without escalation beyond essential protection requirements. Direct threatening approach toward protected civilians constitutes immediate danger requiring defensive response regardless of claimed authority, he stated calmly while maintaining shield position. Non-aggressive alternatives remain available for legitimate administrative functions without reading unnecessary confrontation through explicit threatening posture. The carefully worded explanation, framing intervention through objective security principles rather than factional opposition, presented continued attempt at de-escalation despite deteriorating circumstances. The approach reflected Harry's balanced leadership philosophy, taking necessary protective action while avoiding unnecessary escalation beyond minimum required for immediate civilian security. This measured response faced immediate challenge when Umbridge, apparently interpreting defensive positioning as confirmation of her conspiracy perception rather than legitimate civilian protection, issued direct engagement authorization to inquisitorial squad members with explicit instruction regarding necessary force application against insurrection leadership, while pointing directly at Harry despite his non-offensive posture. The authorization created immediate crisis requiring comprehensive defensive response, multi-PLE approaching threats with explicit aggressive intent authorized by ostensible legitimate authority despite clear judgment impairment rendering normal command structure functionally compromised. The situation demanded immediate leadership decision balancing civilian protection with appropriate force limitation despite clear danger to both Alliance members and vulnerable students under their protection. Harry's response demonstrated remarkable discipline given circumstances, expanding shield coverage through coordinated casting with Alliance leadership team rather than implementing offensive countermeasures despite tactical advantage availability through superior numbers and positioning. The defensive focus reflected consistent operational philosophy, protection rather than confrontation, minimum necessary force rather than available maximum capability, and strategic objective prioritization despite emotional response temptation under direct threat conditions. Maintain defensive perimeter without offensive engagement. He instructed Alliance members through calm voice projecting leadership confidence despite tension. Professor notification priority through all available channels regarding current situation development. Documentation protocols active for all interactions ensuring complete record for subsequent review. The measured approach, focusing on immediate protection while establishing accountability record rather than escalating toward unnecessary confrontation, reflected Harry's integrated leadership philosophy even under direct threat conditions. The disciplined implementation demonstrated Alliance training effectiveness, with members maintaining coordinated defensive positioning without individual aggressive response despite genuine danger from approaching INQ. UI Sartorial Squad members clearly intending direct engagement. This volatile situation faced unexpected resolution when Professor McGonagall entered Great Hall with remarkable timing, her arrival critiquing immediate authority presence transcending Umbridge's compromised position through both traditional hierarchy and evident competence contrast regardless of administrative title discrepancy. Cease all aggressive movement immediately. McGonagall commanded with unmistakable authority completely independent from official position designation. Ministry orders have been notified regarding confirmed intruder presence with captured individuals currently secure under appropriate protocols. Any interference with established security procedures during verified external threat constitutes direct engagement requiring immediate administrative review through proper channels. The intervention represented perfect institutional correction, legitimate authority implementing appropriate response with requiring Alliance members to engage beyond defensive positioning despite clear threat from Inquisitorial Squad operating under compromised direction. McGonagall's approach balanced necessary immediate security establishment with proper procedural framework despite emergency conditions, creating stability through appropriate authority implementation rather than merely countermanding Umbridge's instructions without structural foundation. The impact proved immediately apparent. Inquisitorial Squad members hesitating despite previous aggressive approach, recognizing functional authority demonstrated. Aided through McGonagall's confident command presence despite technical title considerations. Even Umbridge appeared momentarily reconnected with institutional reality despite previous apparent dissociation. Her expression revealing calculation regarding potential consequences should direct countermanding of established security protocols during verified threat condition become officially documented through subsequent review processes. Administrative assessment pending full information verification, she stated with transparent attempt to establish face-saving position despite previous reality disconnection. Temporary security measures implemented through standard protocols while comprehensive situation review conducted through appropriate channels. The awkward reformulation, attempting to reframe previous action as reasonable administrative process rather than delusional conspiracy response, provided convenient resolution pathway without requiring direct confrontation regarding her compromised judgment during crisis. McGonagall, demonstrating administrative wisdom beyond mere procedural knowledge, allowed this face-saving retreat despite its obvious inconsistency with previous statements and actions. Standard security protocols indeed appropriate during verified external threat conditions, she agreed with masterful ambiguity allowing multiple interpretation without direct contradiction creating unnecessary escalation. Professor coordination with ministry authorities continues through established channels with appropriate documentation ensuring comprehensive accountability. Tie through all standard review procedures. This elegant resolution, allowing Umbridge administrative retreat while establishing clear functional authority through McGonagall's leadership, created IATE de-escalation without requiring Alliance members to maintain defensive positioning beyond necessary civilian protection duration. The approach demonstrated effective institutional correction without revolutionary rejection of established structures despite clear individual leadership failure within formal authority position. As situation stabilized through McGonagall's effective intervention, Harry maintained alliance coordination, ensuring both civilian protection continuation and appropriate disengagement from unnecessary confrontation positions once immediate threat conditions resolved. Through legitimate authority implementation, the disciplined response, maintaining necessary protection while avoiding prolonged engagement beyond essential requirements, reflected consistent operational philosophy emphasizing practical security objectives rather than factional positioning regardless of opportunity for advantage demonstration. Civilian protection remains primary objective until calm. Fleet security verification established through appropriate authorities, he reminded alliance members as they adjusted positioning following confrontation to escalation. Maintain documentation protocols regarding all activities, ensuring comprehensive accountability record while implementing standard disengagement procedures once professor confirmation regarding secure conditions received. This balanced approach, continuing essential protective functions while preparing appropriate disengagement through legitimate authority verification, demonstrated Harry's integrated leadership philosophy even during crisis resolution phase. The perspective emphasized proper role distribution between alliance capabilities and institutional authorities once functional correction established through McGonagall's effective intervention despite Umbridge's previous compromised leadership. As immediate crisis resolved through coordinated effort between alliance defensive operations and McGonagall's institutional authority implementation. Broader security situation throughout Castle stabilized with ministry orders finally arriving despite concerning delays suggesting possible administrative interference. Attempt at higher levels beyond Hogwarts boundaries. The Auror response, while professionally implemented once present, revealed interesting dynamics regarding ministry internal alignment during current transitional period. The team leader, senior Auror with obvious competence despite political navigation requirements inherent to current ministry environment, demonstrated careful balancing between procedural compliance and effective security implementation without allowing administrative interference to compromise core protective functions despite clear tension between competing priorities within governance structure. Confirmed hostile infiltration with multiple intruders identified through standard verification protocols, the Auror reported after preliminary assessment, directing statement toward McGonagall rather than Umbridge despite latter's administrative title claims. Evidence collection proceeding through established procedures with captured subjects secured for transport to Ministry holding facilities pending comprehensive investigation through appropriate departments. The carefully worded assessment, factually accurate while navigating complex authority questions through subtle addressing choices, demonstrated professional integrity without unnecessary confrontation regarding administrative hierarchy despite obvious functionality contrast between McGonagall's effective security coordination and Umbridge's compromised response during actual crisis. McGonagall responded with equally careful positioning, maintaining appropriate coordination without unnecessarily highly GHTING Umbridge's judgment failures despite their obvious impact on security response effectiveness. Professor response implemented standard protocols regarding verified external threat with student evacuation conducted through established procedures ensuring civilian protection throughout security operation. Documentation available through normal channels regarding all implemented measures and their outcomes for comprehensive review. Quote, this measured exchange, factually precise while avoiding unnecessary controversy regarding authority questions despite their obvious relevance to actual security. Effectiveness. Created functional resolution pathway without requiring direct confrontation regarding Umbridge's compromised leadership during crisis. The approach demonstrated institutional correctity on through practical function implementation rather than structural challenge despite clear individual failure within formal position. As Auror's continued professional response implementation, securing affected areas, processing evidence, and preparing captured intruders for transport, Harry coordinated Alliance disengagement following McGonagall's confirmation regarding appropriate authority transition to official security personnel. The disciplined withdrawal, maintaining necessary documentation while releasing defensive positions no longer required for immediate civilian protection, reflected consistent operational philosophy emphasizing appropriate role distribution once legitimate authorities established effective security presence despite previous coordination failures. Standard documentation submission through established channels, he instructed Alliance members during controlled disengagement. All activities recorded with timestamp verification, ensuring comprehensive accountability through proper review procedures. Regular student activities resume once professor confirmation regarding secure conditions received through appropriate notification systems. This measured APROA-CH, returning to normal student roles once legitimate security functions properly implemented through appropriate authorities, demonstrated Harry's balanced leadership philosophy throughout entire incident. And from initial crisis response through eventual resolution. The perspective maintained appropriate boundary recognition regarding alliance capabilities and responsibilities without either exceeding necessary intervention during institutional failure or maintaining unnecessary parallel structure once proper authority function restored. As evening progressed toward night with security situation stabilizing throughout Castle, Harry coordinated final alliance response elements while processing broader strategic implications beyond immediate tactical resolution. The Death Eater infiltration party. Particularly their apparent successful acquisition of items from secure storage area corresponding to Department of Mysteries configurations, suggested concerning escalation in Voldemort's operations beyond isolated incidents toward coordinated campaign with specific strategic objectives rather than merely disruptive activities. Secure communication with Sirius through specialized mirror-provided critic. Context regarding broader situation beyond Hogwarts boundaries. Ministry facing simultaneous security challenges across multiple locations with Department of Mysteries experiencing direct infiltrate. On attempt coordinated with Hogwarts operation and several other diversionary activities throughout Wizarding Britain. The pattern confirmed assessment regarding transition from positioning toward direct power seizure attempt. With traditional governance structures facing unprecedented strain from both external attack and internal compromise simultaneously. The Wizengamot emergency session to more outtakes on additional significance given these developments, Sirius explained through secure communication. Your proxy position provides critical opportunity for third path leadership establishment. Beyond both compromised ministry alignment and Dumbledore's absent progressive faction. The convergence creates unprecedented opening for alternative approach demonstration through practical crisis response rather than merely theoretical positioning. This assessment aligned with Harry's evolving understanding regarding current transitional period within Wizarding governance, institutional failure. Creating both immediate security challenges and longer-term reform opportunities simultaneously, with effective response requiring integrated approach balancing practical protection with structural improvement rather than merely addressing either dimension exclusively. As night settled over Hogwarts with security measures stabilized through combined professor authority and ministry or precinct. Despite Umbridge's continued administrative title without functional leadership implementation, Harry reflected on broader implications beyond immediate crisis resolution. The Death Eater operation, particularly its apparent focus on Department of Mysteries related materials rather than merely destructive activities or symbolic targets, suggested specific strategic objectives requiring comprehensive response beyond mere defensive positioning. Most concerning was potential connection between these operations and the Horcrux intelligence gathered through Pathfinder monitoring, Voldemort's increase. Attention toward his immortality anchors potentially motivating Department of Mysteries targeting given its rumored research regarding mortality transcendence and related magical phenomena. The convergence suggested accelerating timeline regarding eventual direct confrontation, with the Dark Lord potentially pursuing additional protection measures beyond current Horcrux network given increased awareness regarding their potential vulnerability. This assessment informed Harry's comprehensive strategy development integrating multiple response dimensions, alliance security operations within Hogwarts, political positioning through Wizengamot proxy representation, and personal magical development particularly regarding Horcrux neutralization capabilities essential to eventual conflict resolution beyond merely defensive positioning. The balanced approach, addressing interconnected challenges through complementary measures rather than focusing exclusively on any single dimension, had proven effective during current crisis from initial infiltration detection through civilian protection implementation to eventual resolution through appropriate authority coordination. The integrated strategy demonstrated practical viability of the third path approach Harry had been developing, neither blindly institutional nor reflexively revolutionary, but thoughtfully adaptive utilizing established structures where functional while implementing independent capabilities where necessary without ideological rigidity regarding either direction. As he prepared for next day's challenges, particularly the Zengamot emergency session where Sirius would represent Potter Peverell interests during critical governance decisions regarding security response implementation, Harry recognized both significant RT unity and serious responsibility inherent to current transitional period. The institutional failures creating immediate security vulnerabilities simultaneously provided reform opening beyond normal governance inertia. With effective crisis response potentially establishing leadership credibility transcending traditional factional limitations through practical effectiveness demonstration rather than merely rhetorical positioning. This perspective informed his final instructions to Alliance leadership team gathered for security assessment following crisis resolution, balancing immediate protect for measures with longer-term strategic positioning without sacrificing either dimension through exclusive focus despite challenging implementation requirements across multiple fronts simultaneously. Maintain essential security operations while avoiding unnecessary confrontation beyond civilian protection requirements, he summarized during Leadership Council meeting in secure location. Documentation ensures accountability through established channels while appropriate coordination with functional authorities creates effective response integration without boundary confusion during ongoing threat conditions. Parallel development continues regarding longer-term capabilities necessary for comprehensive resolution beyond merely defensive positioning despite immediate crisis focus requirements. The integrated approach, balancing immediate security with strategic development, institutional cooperation with independent capability maintenance, and practical protection with necessary preparation for eventual comprehensive resolution, reflected Harry's evolved leadership philosophy addressing complex challenges through complementary measures rather than singular focus regardless of implementation difficulty across multiple dimensions simultaneously. This balanced perspective, developed through months of intensive experience since lordship claiming and subsequently tested through singly challenging circumstances culminating in current crisis response, represented his distinctive contribution beyond merely reclaiming dormant heritage or implementing traditional approaches without adaptation. Neither conventional power nor shadow magic exclusively, but thoughtful integration creating capability beyond what either approach might achieve independently, exactly the third path development Searstone had identified as his unique potential contribution during their initial consultation following Lordship Awakening. As May continued following the Hogwarts infiltration crisis, T's integrated approach faced its greatest challenge yet, not merely defensive response to immediate threat, but comprehensive engagement with fundamental transition within wizarding governance structure. S's institutional failures created both unprecedented vulnerability and unique reform opportunities simultaneously. The Wizengamot emergency session following infiltration incidents represented critical turning point, with Dumbledore absent. Ministry leadership compromised through both incompetence and potential infiltration, and traditional factions increasingly dysfunctional through rigid positioning despite practical effectiveness collapse under current circumstances. Against this backdrop, Harry Potter Peverell's proxy representation through Sirius established clear third path alternative transcending traditional factional limitations, neither aligned with discredited ministry leadership nor dependent on Dumbledore's absent progressive faction, but independent positioning emphasizing practical effectiveness beyond ideological consistency regardless of traditional alignment expectations. The approach, developed through months of careful positioning following lordship claiming and subsequently validated through practical crisis response effectiveness, created unprecedented opportunity for governance reform beyond normal institutional inertia despite challenging implementation requirements amid ongoing security crisis across multiple fronts simultaneously. This pivotal moment, institutional transition amid external threat requiring both immediate protection implementation and longer-term structural improvement, represented perfect testing ground for the integrated approach Harry had been developing since Summer Awakening. Neither conventional power nor shadow magic exclusively, thoughtful integration creating capability beyond what either approach might achieve independently, balancing immediate crisis response with fundamental reform potential without sacrificing either dimension despite complex implementation requirements across interconnected challenges simultaneously. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6. Birthright. The Wizengamot chamber fell silent as Sirius Black rose to address the emergency session. His formal robes, deep burgundy trimmed with the silver and black of House Black, created striking visual statement beyond mere administrative attire. The lordship ring gleamed on his right hand, its black stone seeming to absorb rather than reflect the chamber's magical illumination. Distinguished members of the Wizengamot, he began with precise formal address. Bawlinson. G. Traditional respect with subtle authority projection. I speak today both as Lord Black representing ancient house interests and as authorized proxy for Lord Potter Peverell, whose formal notificati on regarding this dual representation has been properly filed through appropriate channels as confirmed through Chief Warlock's office verification despite temporary leadership transition. The Carafu. L. Phrasing. Acknowledging procedural technicalities while establishing unquestionable legitimacy, set immediately productive tone distinct from typical factional positioning dominating recent sessions. Neither aggressively challenging institutional authority nor passively accepting administrative direction, but precisely navigating established structures while maintaining independent positioning. Thr. Our meticulous adherence to traditional protocols beyond current leadership's ability to question without revealing their own procedural ignorance. Recent security incidents across multiple locations including ministry facilities, Hogwarts School, and civilian areas represent coordinated pattern requiring comprehensive response beyond isolated treatment. Sirius continued, his voice carrying Nat. Ural aristocratic authority despite years of Azkaban confinement. Evidence collected through standard verification protocols confirms Death Eater involvement despite continued administrative reluctance. CE regarding explicit acknowledgement, factual reality transcending political positioning despite understandable institutional concerns regarding public confidence maintenance. This direct yet measured confrontation with ministry denial regarding Voldemort's return, acknowledging legitimate institutional considerations while refusing factual distortion regardless of administrative convenience, estable. Isht clear third path positioning beyond traditional factional boundaries. Neither blindly supporting ministry narrative nor aggressively condemning governance structure itself, but precisely identif. Ying specific policy failure without rejecting institutional framework entirely. From his observation position in the public gallery, Harry watched with carefully controlled expression as Sirius implemented their jointly developed strategy with remarkable effectiveness. The approach, balancing traditional authority respect with necessary factual correction regarding specific policy failures, created unprecedented alliance potential beyond normal factional limitations. House Black and House Potter Peverell propose coordinated security response implementation through established institutional NNELS with appropriate oversight mechanisms ensuring both operational effectiveness and proper accountability, Sirius stated, withdrawing formal parchment from his robes. This structured proposal, properly formatted according to emergency session protocols, integrates essential security enhancement with fundamental governance principles without sacrificing either dimension despite challenging implementation requirements under current circumstances. The proposal itself represented months of careful preparation following lordship claiming comprehensive security framework addressing immediate threat response while maintaining appropriate institutional boundaries without revolutionary rejection of established governance structures despite their obvious current limitations. Neither blindly traditional nor reflexively progressive, but thoughtfully integrative of valuable elements from multiple perspectives while acknowledging limitations inherent to any singular position regardless of historical validation or innovative appeal. As Sirius presented specific implementation details, Harry observed chamber reaction with practiced political assessment developed through intensive trainings since Summer Awakening. Traditional ministry supporters demonstrated visible discomfort with factual acknowledgement regarding Death Eater operations despite careful avoidance of direct Voldemort naming. While Dumbledore's progressive faction showed surprising receptiveness to institutional approach despite its independence from their absent leader's usual positioning. Most interesting were Traditio, Nally neutral families represented by Lords Greengrass, Abbott, and Bones, all demonstrating careful consideration beyond reflexive positioning despite clear implications regarding ministry leadership failures. Their collective attention, particularly Cyrus Greengrass's thoughtful expression replacing his usual careful neutrality, suggested potential alliance opportunity beyond immediate security response implementation toward broader governance reform should current circumstances continue deteriorating despite remedial measures. Practical implementation requires immediate authorization. Thrug. H. Traditional emergency provisions rather than extended deliberation despite important procedural considerations under normal circumstances, Sirius concluded, addressing procedural requirement for SP. Specific motion beyond mere proposal presentation. House Black and House Potter Peverell formally move for Security Implementation Framework authorization under Ancient Charter Section 7 regarding external threat response. With appropriate oversight establishment through traditional accountability protocols rather than merely administrative review despite current leadership transition complications. The careful framing, invoking ancient provisions predating current administrative structure while establishing proper accountability beyond merely expedited authorization, created procedural path. Way transcending normal factional limitations despite charged political environment. Neither revolutionary rejection of established governance nor blind acceptance of current leadership direction, but precisely calibrated navigation through traditional structures beyond immediate factional positioning despite their contemporary manifestations' obvious limitations. House Greengrass seconds the Mo. Ion with appropriate procedural acknowledgement regarding emergency authorization requirements, Cyrus Greengrass stated immediately, his measured voice carrying natural authority beyond mere administrative position. Traditional protocols require independent validation beyond primary motion presentation despite expedited consideration under current circumstances. This immediate support from traditionally neutral family with significant political influence represented important validation beyond factional positioning, establishing legitimate governance concern transcending normal political calc. Elation despite obvious implications regarding ministry leadership failures. The alliance, while procedurally limited to specific motion rather than broader political alignment, nevertheless created significant precedent regarding third path positioning beyond traditional factional boundaries during institutional transition period. What followed demonstrated fascinating governance dynamics beyond normal Wizengamot proceedings, with emergency motion requiring immediate consideration despite typical administrative delay tactics frequently employed during controversial proposals under normal circumstances. The procedural framework, properly invoked through ancient provisions specifically designed for external threat response beyond normal governance inertia, created accountability structure TR. Transcending current leadership's ability to obstruct despite their obvious preference for continued security situation denial despite overwhelming evidence contradicting their established narrative. Motion requires immediate consideration under emergency protocols despite normal deliberative procedures, Acting Chief Warlock Marchbank stated with evident relief at having clear procedural direction transcending political complications despite her temporary leadership position following Dumbledore's absence. Traditional voting mechanism applies with appropriate recording through standard accountability measures ensuring comprehensive documentation despite expedited process requirements. This procedural clarity, establishing legitimate governance pathway beyond factional positioning Our proper protocol implementation, created remarkable voting alignment transcending normal political boundaries despite deeply divided chamber regarding broader policy considerations beyond immediate security response. The resulting authorization, passed with overwhelming support including traditionally opposed factions finding temporary common ground through precise procedural implementation, established security framework addressing immediate threat response while creating accountability structure beyond normal administrative limitations despite ministry leadership's obvious preference for continued situation control beyond appropriate oversight given their demonstrated judgment failures during recent incidents. As session concluded with implementation instructions distributed through per channels despite unusual authorization pathway, Harry observed interesting interaction dynamics among departing members. Traditional boundaries temporarily transcended through specific crisis respo. NSE requirements despite deeply embedded factional positioning regarding broader governance questions beyond immediate security considerations. Most significant was brief but meaningful exchange bedway. Sirius and Cyrus Greengrass near chamber exit, formal acknowledgement beyond mere procedural cooperation during specific motion consideration despite careful maintenance of appropriate public boundary. i.e.s given ongoing alliance development between their houses beyond immediate governance participation. Lord Black, Greengrass acknowledged with precise formal address conveying respect beyond mere administrative courtesy. House Greengrass appreciates coordinated approach regarding security implementation despite challenging circumstances requiring unusual procedural pathways beyond normal governance mechanisms. Lord Greengrass. Sirius returned with equal formality despite their private cooperation development through Harry's ongoing alliance building. House Black and House Potter-Pever. LL value principled participation transcending factional positioning during institutional transition despite understandable caution regarding broader alignment implications beyond specific response coordination. This carefully calibrated exchange, acknowledging cooperation without suggesting complete alignment, appreciating specific contribution without implying general agreement, demonstrated sophisticated political navigation beyond mere factional positioning despite deeply ingrained traditional boundaries within wizarding governance structures. As Harry observed from appropriate distance, maintaining public separation despite obvious connection through proxy representation, he recognized significant development beyond immediate security response implementation, the emergence of legitimate third path positioning within traditional governance structures through precise protocol utilization rather than revolutionary rejection despite obvious institutional limitations under current leadership. This strategic advancement, establishing legitimate alternative beyond traditional factional boundaries through proper governance participation rather than external opposition, created unprecedented opportunity for fundamental reform beyond normal institutional inertia should current transition period continue despite remedial measures addressing immediate security concerns. Following session conclusion, Harry implemented careful departure protocol established through security planning, utilizing private ministry exit accessible to Wizengamot family members despite his observational status rather than public gallery departure. Ensuring appropriate protection without unnecessary exposure despite enhanced security measures throughout building following recent infiltration attempt. The protocol reflected his evolved approach to personal security, neither paranoid isolation nor careless exposure, but reasonable precaution implementation without excessive restriction despite genuine threat. Awareness through intelligence assessment beyond public information regarding specific targeting potential given his unique position within both traditional inheritance structures and current conflict dynamics. Secure transportation returned him to Hogwarts through private entrance accessible through lordship privileges despite Umbridge's continued administrative title without functional authority. Why following her compromised response during recent infiltration incident? The arrangement, coordinated through McGonagall's effective implementation of traditional deputy headmistress responsibilities. Beyond merely administrative designation, reflected practical governance adaptation beyond formal title recognition despite institutional transition complications. Upon return, Harry proceeded directly to secure meeting location established through Room of Requirement specialized configuration for Alliance leadership coordination. The arrangement, while technically violating Umbridge's continued gathering restrictions despite their obvious invalidity given recent security developments, maintained appropriate administrative awareness through McGonagall's tacit acknowledgement despite formal non-recognition necessary for plausible deniability maintenance within compromised governance structure. The Wizengamot emergency session produced significant advancement beyond immediate security implementation. He explained to assembled leadership team including Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, and Daphne, balanced representation across house boundaries despite traditional limitations through practical functionality consideration beyond merely social connection. The security framework authorization establishes legitimate response capability through traditional protocols despite ministry leadership's previous obstruction attempts, while creating unprecedented alliance potential beyond normal factional limitations despite deeply embedded governance divisions. This assessment, focused on practical implications beyond merely procedural details, reflected Harry's evolved political understanding developed through intensive training since lordship claiming neither idealistic overinterpretation nor cynical dismissal, but realistic evaluation regarding both immediate security enhancement and longer-term reform opportunity despite challenging implementation requirements across multiple dimensions simultaneously. Most significant beyond specific authorization details is emerging third path positioning within legitimate governance structures, Daphne observed with characteristic political insight despite her youth. Traditional houses including mine are demonstrating unprecedented cooperation potential despite historical neutrality maintenance, while progressive faction shows surprising Adaptability without Dumbledore's direct leadership despite their usual alignment dependence on his personal authority rather than institutional positioning. This analysis highlighted important Scion beyond immediate security response, fundamental realignment potential within wizarding governance should current transition continue despite remedial measures addressing specific threat manifestations. The opportunity transcended normal reform possibilities through unique convergence between institutional failure, external threat pressure, and emerging leadership alternative beyond traditional factional limitations despite deeply embedded political boundaries within magical society structure. The security framework itself provides immediate practical benefit regarding alliance operations within current circumstances. Hermione noted, focusing on operational implications beyond political positioning despite their obvious interconnection. The authorization establishes legitimate defensive training activities through proper educational extension provisions despite Umbridge's continued restriction attempts, while creating appropriate coordination pathway with authorized security personnel despite administrative obstruction through compromised command structure. This practical application, identifying specific operational benefits beyond abstract political advancement, reflected Hermione's characteristic focus on concrete implementation despite her growing political sophistication through alliance participation beyond merely academic contribution. The perspective provided RTANT balance to strategic assessment ensuring proper attention to immediate functional requirements despite longer-term positioning considerations beyond current crisis response despite their significant potential regarding fundamental reform opportunities. As leadership discussion progressed addressing multiple dimensions beyond merely Wizengamot proceedings, Harry maintained integrated approach. Balancing various considerations without sacrificing any essential element despite their sometimes competing implementation requirements. The strategy, addressing interconnected challenges through complementary measures rather than focusing exclusively on any single dimension regardless of its apparent priority, had proven consistently effective throughout recent developments from initial lordship. Claiming through current crisis response despite increasing complexity across multiple fronts simultaneously. We maintain essential security operations while utilizing newly established framework for appropriate authorization despite Umbridge's continued administrative title without functional authority, he summarized after comprehensive consideration across multiple perspectives. Documentation ensures accountability through established channels while coordinate training advancement continues developing necessary capabilities beyond merely defensive positioning despite immediate protection. Requirements given ongoing threat conditions beyond current manifestation resolution. This balanced approach, maintaining immediate security while developing longer-term capabilities, ensuring proper documentation while implementing necessary training advancement, and respecting institutional structures while recognizing their current limitations, reflected Harry's integrated leadership philosophy. Addressing complex challenges through complementary measures rather than singular focus regardless of implementation difficulty across multiple dimensions simultaneously. As May progressed following the Wizengamot emergency session, this integrated approach faced implementation across multiple fronts simultaneously. Alliance operations within Hogwarts adapting to new security framework despite Umbridge's continued obstruction attempts. Political positioning advancement through careful alliance building beyond immediate crisis response coordination, and personal magical development particularly. Regarding Horcrux neutralization capabilities essential to eventual conflict resolution beyond merely defensive positioning despite their specialized nature requiring careful security beyond general capability disclosure. Alliance operations demonstrated remarkable adaptation capability despite challenging circumstances, utilizing newly established security framework for legitimate defensive training. Authorization through proper educational extension provisions while maintaining appropriate separation between student organization and official response capabilities despite their obvious complementary functions during actual threat conditions. The security framework provides proper authorization pathway despite administrative complications, Harry explained during expanded leadership meeting. Including representatives from all houses despite traditional boundaries. Training activities classification under educational extension provisions ensures legitimate operation despite continued restriction attempts. while appropriate coordination with authorized security personnel maintains proper role distribution despite necessary capability development beyond standard curriculum limitations given current threat conditions. This careful positioning, establishing legitimate operation through proper authorization pathway despite administrative obstruction, created sustainable framework beyond merely temporary accommodation during immediate crisis resolution. Neither directly challenging Umbridge's continued administrative title nor accepting her functional authority despite its obvious compromise during recent incidents, but precisely navigating established structures while maintaining appropriate independence through meticulous protocol adherence beyond her ability to question without revealing her own regulatory ignorance. Political development continued through careful alliance building beyond immediate crisis response coordination, serious maintaining regular Wizengamot Partici. Patient through proxy representation while developing specific relationship advancement with strategic partners including House Greengrass, House Bones, and House Longbottom despite their traditional neutrality maintenance through careful positioning beyond merely factional alignment. The emergency framework implementation creates foundation for broader cooperation beyond immediate security response. Serious reported through secure communication during regular strategy coordination. Traditional houses demonstrate increasing recognition regarding fundamental governance questions beyond specific threat manifestations. While progressive faction continues adaptation development without Dumbledore's direct leadership despite their historical dependence on his personal authority rather than institutional positioning. This political advancement, establishing legitimate third path positioning within traditional governance structures, created unprecedented opportunity for fundamental reform by normal institutional inertia should current transition period continue despite remedial measures addressing immediate security concerns. Most significant was Harry's personal magical development particularly regarding Horcrux neutralization capabilities essential to eventual conflict resolution, continuing refinement regarding shadow binding techniques utilized during Resurrection Stone operati. While developing potential application toward additional suspected Horcrux locations despite challenging implementation requirements given their specialized nature requiring careful security beyond general capability disclosure. The shadow binding maintains effectiveness despite repeated attempt detection through Pathfinder monitoring, he noted during secure communication with Gringotts Specie. A-lists through specialized mirror provided for sensitive correspondence. Continued refinement suggests potential application expansion toward additional locations despite implementation challenges regarding specialized technique requirements beyond conventional magical approaches given their unique nature requiring careful adaptation beyond direct replication despite fundamental similarity regarding basic magical principles. This specialized development, addressing fundamental capability requirement regarding eventual conflict resolution beyond merely defensive positioning, represented S&T. Al's strategic advancement despite its necessarily limited disclosure beyond selected specialists given both operational security requirements and specialized magical nature beyond conventional training. Approaches regardless of general capability development across multiple dimensions. The integrated approach, balancing alliance operations, political positioning advancement, and personal magical development without sacrificing any essential element despite their sometimes competing implementation requirements, demonstrated consistent effectiveness throughout increasingly complex challenges across multiple fronts simultaneously. This balanced strategy faced its greatest implementation test in late May when interconnected developments created unprecedented crisis requiring comprehensive response across all dimensions simultaneously. First, daily profit reporting confirmed widespread Death Eater operations beyond isolated incidents previously attributed to unidentified dark forces, despite continued avoidance regarding explicit Voldemort naming. Direct attacks against strategic targets including transportation infrastructure, communication networks, and civilian areas creating widespread disruption beyond previous positioning activities despite enhanced security measures following Wizengamot emergency authorization. Second, Ministry internal deterioration accelerated beyond mere impedance toward active dysfunction, contradictory directives, resource misallocation, and communication breakdown creating dangerous vulnerability despite emergency framework implementation through proper channels. The pattern suggested deliberate sabotage beyond merely administrative limitation, with suspected infiltration compromising critical functions despite enhanced security measures following recent incidents. Third and most immediately concerning, Hogwarts faced renewed targeting beyond previous infiltration attempt, multiple detection events around castle boundaries suggesting comprehensive assessment regarding defensive capabilities rather than merely opportunistic probing, while Umbridge's continued administrative obstruction created dangerous vulnerability despite Professor implementation of traditional security measures through Deputy Headmistress authority beyond merely administrative designation. These interconnected developments created unprecedented crisis requiring comprehensive response across multiple dimensions simultaneously, immediate security enhancement within Hogwarts despite administrative obstruction, political intervention regarding ministry dysfunction beyond merely incompetent leadership, and potential acceleration regarding Horcrux neutralization planning given suspected connection between increased operations and Voldemort's immortality concerns. Despite implementation challenges regarding specialized approaches beyond conventional magical capabilities, we face converging challenges requiring integrated response beyond isolated treatment despite their distinct manifestation across multiple domains, Harry explained during Emergency Leadership Council with expanded participation including trusted professors despite necessary security regarding specific capability disclosure beyond general coordination requirements. Immediate security enhancement within Hogwarts requires comprehensive implementation beyond current measures despite administrative complications, while political intervention regarding broader governance dysfunction necessitates appropriate representation through established channels despite challenging coordination requirements across traditional boundaries. Quote, "This assessment, identifying interconnected nature beyond merely parallel challenges, reflected Harry's evolved strategic understanding developed through intensive experience since lordship claiming neither treating symptoms in isolation nor focusing exclusively on fundamental causes regardless of immediate manifestation requirements, but addressing multiple dimensions through complementary measures recognizing their interdependent nature despite distinct operational domains requiring specialized approach beyond merely uniform treatment regardless of specific characteristics. The resulting strategy represented integrated response addressing multiple fronts simultaneously, alliance security enhancement within Hogwarts utilizing both conventional measures and specialized capabilities where appropriate, political coordination through serious regarding ministry intervention beyond merely administrative adjustment, and personal magical preparation regarding potential confrontation acceleration despite preference for comprehensive planning completion beyond merely reactive engagement regardless of pressure circumstances beyond controlled timeline preference. Alliance security operations implement enhanced protection beyond current measures utilizing both expanded monitoring and active defense preparation despite continued administrative obstruction, Harry directed. Outlining specific implementation details regarding immediate castle protection. Coordination with trusted professors ensures appropriate authority implementation through traditional protocols while maintaining necessary independence regarding specialized capabilities beyond conventional security measures given potential infiltration vulnerability despite enhanced standard protection implementation. This balanced approach, enhancing immediate security while maintaining appropriate authority respect despite administrative dysfunction, created effective protection beyond rely symbolic measures while avoiding unnecessary confrontation beyond essential implementation requirements regardless of justifiable frustration regarding continued obstruction despite obvious security requirements given current threat conditions. Parallel political response through serious implemented appropriate intervention regarding ministry dysfunction beyond merely administrative adjustment. Utilizing emergency provisions established during recent Wizengamot session for enhanced oversight implementation despite current leadership's obvious preference for continued autonomy beyond proper IATE accountability given their demonstrated judgment failures during recent incidents. The emergency framework provides necessary intervention authority through proper protocols despite administrative resistance. Serious reported through secure communication during implementation coordination. Traditional oversight mechanisms activated through appropriate triggers despite unusual circumstances, requiring specialized application beyond normal governance patterns given unprecedented dysfunction beyond merely routine incompetence requiring standard accountability measures despite their typical adequacy under normal conditions. This measured intervention, implementing necessary oversight without revolutionary rejection of established governance structures, demonstrated sophisticated political navigation beyond merely oppositional positioning despite justified concern regarding current leadership's obvious dysfunction beyond normal administrative limitation regardless of institutional loyalty considerations under typical circumstances. Most significant was Harry's personal preparation regarding potential confrontation acceleration despite preference for comprehensive planning completio. Increasing shadow working practice particularly regarding Horcrux neutralization techniques while maintaining appropriate balance with conventional magical development beyond merely specialized focus. Regardless of their critical importance concerning eventual conflict resolution beyond defensive positioning alone. The Pathfinder continues detecting increased activity regarding primary monitored location suggesting accelerated timeline beyond previous assessment despite preference for comprehensive preparation completion before direct engagement, he noted during secure communication with Gr. Ingot's specialists through specialized mirror. Contingency development requires immediate attention despite continued primary approach preference given potential circumstance change beyond control. Implementation conditions regardless of ideal methodology considerations under normal development timeline. This pragmatic adaptation, developing contingency options despite continued primary approach preference, reflected realistic assessment regarding potential timeline acceleration beyond controlled implementation preference despite obvious advantages regarding comprehensive preparation under ideal conditions regardless of practical necessity concerning appropriate readiness despite circumstance unpredictability beyond merely theoretical consideration. As May concluded approaching June examination period despite drastically altered educational environment following recent security incidents, the integrated strategy faced continuous implementation challenges across multiple fronts simultaneously, maintaining enhanced protection within Hogwarts despite administrative obstruction, coordinating political intervention regarding ministry dysfunction beyond merely incompetent leadership, advancing personal magical preparation particularly regarding specialized capabilities essential to eventual conflict resolution despite their necessarily limited disclosure beyond selected special ISTS given both operational security requirements and unique magical nature beyond conventional approaches regardless of general capability development. This balanced approach, addressing interconnect challenges through complementary measures rather than focusing exclusively on any single dimension regardless of its apparent priority, had proven consistently effective throughout recent development. From initial lordship claiming through current crisis response despite increasing complexity across multiple fronts simultaneously. The strategy faced its ultimate implementation test during early when multiple intelligence sources confirmed imminent transition from preparatory operations toward direct confrontation. Death Eater positioning completed regarding critical targets including ministry facilities, transportation infrastructure, and strategic locations throughout Wizarding Britain suggesting coordinated campaign beyond merely isolated incidents despite enhanced security measures. Following recent authorization implementation, the pattern indicates comprehensive operation beyond previous positioning activities, Sirius reported through secure communication during emergency coordination session with expanded participation including order connections despite necessary limitation regarding specific capability disclosure beyond general strategic alignment. Multiple independent verification sources confirm unusual movement patterns suggesting final preparation completion regarding coordinated implementation rather than merely continued assessment despite obvious security enhancement following recent incidents indicating deliberate execution timeline regardless of defensive measure implementation through authorized framework despite its obvious deterrent intention beyond merely symbolic response. This intelligence assessment, identifying imminent transition beyond merely continued preparation, created immediate crisis requiring comprehensive response across all science despite preference for additional development completion regarding various capability enhancements beyond current implementation status regardless of significant advancement since initial preparation commencement. Most concerning was specific intelligence regarding Department of Mysteries targeting beyond previous infiltration attempt, multiple indicators suggesting primary operation focus regardless of parallel activities throughout Wizarding Britain despite their obvious significance beyond merely diversionary function. The pattern connected with previous assessment regarding Voldemort, potential interest in mortality transcendence research given his demonstrated concern regarding Horcrux security despite their supposed secrecy beyond conventional knowledge regarding their existence. CE regardless of specialized information access through unique connections beyond normal intelligence channels. The Department of Mystery's focus suggests specific objective beyond merely government. Disruption despite its obvious symbolic significance regarding ministry authority undermining beyond practical functional compromise, Harry observed during strategy assessment with leadership Conk. Despite necessarily limited disclosure regarding specific Horcrux knowledge beyond general strategic consideration. Previous infiltration connection regarding removed materials suggests research interest beyond merely destructive intention despite obvious terrifying potential regarding specialized knowledge application beyond conventional magical understanding regardless of ethical limitation. Implementation despite its obvious necessity concerning dangerous capability containment beyond public access regardless of legitimate research value beyond restricted application limitation. This analysis, identifying specific targeting motivation beyond merely symbolic selection, created focused response requirement regarding particular location protection beyond general security enhancement throw. UGH out wizarding Britain despite its obvious necessity regardless of specific prioritization concerning limited resource allocation given comprehensive threat profile beyond merely isolated vulnerable. ITY despite its particular significance regarding specialized knowledge containment beyond conventional magical understanding. The resulting strategy represented integrated response addressing multiple fronts simultaneously, enhanced department protection coordination through appropriate channels despite ministry dysfunction, alliance preparation regarding potential Hogwarts targeting given purview. Infiltration attempt despite successful defense implementation during initial incident, and personal readiness acceleration concerning potential direct confrontation despite preference for additional preparation completion regarding specialized capabilities beyond current development status regardless of significant advancement since initial training commencement. We implement comprehensive preparation while maintaining appropriate caution regarding direct engagement beyond necessary defensive response despite justifiable concern regarding imminent confrontation potential regardless of errands concerning controlled timeline implementation under ideal preparation conditions, Harry directed, balancing immediate readiness requirement with appropriate limitation regarding unnecessary poser beyond essential protection implementation. Coordination continues through established channels while maintaining necessary independence regarding specialized capabilities beyond conventional response measures given potential command structure compromise despite official authority maintenance through formal designation regardless of functional limitation demonstration during previous incidents. This balanced approach, implementing necessary preparation while avoiding premature confrontation beyond essential defensive requirements, created effective readiness beyond merely symbolic misu res while preventing unnecessary exposure beyond appropriate response implementation regardless of justifiable concern regarding imminent threat conditions despite preference for additional preparatio. Completion before direct engagement beyond merely defensive positioning. The integrated strategy faced immediate implementation test when multiple intelligence sources confirmed actual operation commencement rather than merely final preparation completion. Death Eater movement toward primary targets including Department of Mysteries suggesting imminent direct assault beyond previous infiltration. Attempt despite enhanced security measures following recent incidents. Active movement confirmed regarding primary targets including Department of Mysteries suggesting immediate implementation timely. Nay rather than continued preparation despite previous assessment regarding final positioning completion beyond actual operation commencement. Sirius reported through emergency communication during CR. ISIS response coordination despite challenging implementation conditions beyond ideal communication environment regardless of specialized channel establishment through appropriate security measures beyond conventional methods given potential interception vulnerability despite enhanced protection implementation. This intelligence confirmation, identifying actual operation commencement beyond merely final preparation, created immediate decision requirement regarding direct response implementation despite preference for additional coordination through established channels beyond merely independent action regardless of justified concern regarding command structure compromise beyond merely administrative dysfunction despite formal authority maintenance through official designation. The decision E presented Harry's most significant leadership challenge since lordship claiming, balancing immediate response requirement with appropriate authority respect despite obvious dysfunction, personal involvement. Vehement consideration regarding specialized capabilities beyond conventional response measures, and civilian protection prioritization beyond merely strategic positioning regardless of legitimate cons. RN regarding broader conflict implications beyond immediate incident resolution despite its obvious connection with fundamental confrontation beyond merely isolated security incident regardless of its particular significance. Direct response implementation required despite preference for established channel coordination given confirmed operation commencement beyond merely preparation activity reg. Regardless of continued communication maintenance through appropriate authorities despite necessary independence regarding specialized capabilities beyond conventional measures given potential command street. Rupture compromise despite formal designation maintenance regardless of demonstrated functional limitation during previous incidents, he determined after comprehensive consideration across multiple dimensions despite challenging assessment conditions beyond ideal deliberation environment regardless of disciplined focus maintenance despite situation pressure beyond normal decision circumstances. His measured determination, implementing necessary response while maintaining appropriate connection with legitimate authorities, reflected Harry's evolved leadership approach addressing complex challenge. Just through balanced consideration beyond merely reflexive reaction regardless of justifiable urgency concerning immediate threat conditions despite obvious necessity regarding prompt implementation beyond extensive deliberation despite its ideal preference beyond emergency circumstances. The resulting operation represented unprecedented cooperation between multiple organizations despite their additional separation beyond merely parallel activity. Alliance capabilities providing specialized function beyond conventional measures, Order of the Phoenix implementing experienced operational coordination despite limited official authorization beyond merely administrative designation, and appropriate ministry elements maintaining legitimate authority implementation through proper channels despite significant dysfunction beyond merely isolated limitation regarding specific leadership positions regardless of broader institutional compromise beyond merely individual failure within particular roles. Alliance capabilities provide specialized function regarding civilian protection beyond conventional security measures while maintaining appropriate separation from direct engagement beyond necessary defensive implementation despite justifiable concern regarding confrontation necessity beyond merely protective positioning. Harry explained during operational coordination with expanded participation including trusted connections across organizational boundaries despite necessary limitation regarding specific capability disclosure beyond general strategic alignment. Coordination with legitimate authorities continues through established channels while implementing necessary independence regarding compromised command elements beyond appropriate functional maintenance despite formal designation regardless of demonstrated limitation during previous incidents. This balanced approach, maintaining civilian protection focus while implementing appropriate coordination with legitimate authorities, created effective operation beyond merely symbolic measures while preventing unnecessary confrontation beyond essential implementation requirements regardless of justifiable concern regarding command structure compromise despite formal authority maintenance through official designation. The integrated strategy faced its ultimate implementation test when intelligence confirmed specific target. Beyond general department focus, the Hall of Prophecy containing recorded prediction regarding Harry and Voldemort stored within specialized security beyond conventional protection measures despite its vulnerability regarding specific access methods beyond general restriction implementation regardless of enhanced security following previous infiltration attempt. The specific targeting suggests direct Voldemort interest beyond merely lieutenant implementation regarding general disruption beyond particular objective acquisition, serious assessed through secure communication during final coordination before direct response implementation despite challenging conditions beyond ideal preparation environment regardless of extensive development throughout recent months beyond initial capability establishment since lordship claiming. Previous intelligence regarding removed materials during Hogwarts infiltration suggests connection with prophecy research beyond conventional knowledge regarding its existence despite official restriction beyond public access regardless of appropriate limitation implementation concerning dangerous knowledge containment beyond necessary disclosure despite Time-it authority regarding specific individuals beyond general population regardless of citizenship rights concerning government transparency beyond reasonable security classification despite Democrat. IC principle implementation regarding institutional accountability beyond necessary confidentiality maintenance regarding particular information categories. This assessment, identifying specific motive, Asian beyond merely symbolic targeting, created focused response requirement regarding particular location protection beyond general security enhancement throughout department facilities despite its obvious necessity regardless of specific prioritization concerning limited resource allocation given comprehensive threat profile beyond merely isolated vulnerability despite its particular significance. Regarding specialized knowledge containment beyond conventional understanding, the resulting operation implemented precise targeting beyond merely general response, alliance capabilities providing civilian evacuation beyond immediate targeting area, order coordination implementing experienced operational management beyond conventional security measures, and appropriate ministry elements maintaining legitimate authority through proper protocols despite significant dysfunction beyond merely administrative limitation regardless of justified concern regarding command structure compromise beyond isolated leadership failure within particular positions. Harry's personal involvement represented carefully calculated decision balancing multiple considerations beyond merely reflexive reaction regard L.S. of emotional investment concerning specific targeting beyond general threat conditions, specialized capabilities providing unique contribution beyond conventional measures, leadership responsibility. Y maintenance despite personal risk beyond merely symbolic presence, and specific prophecy connection creating particular vulnerability exploitation potential beyond merely coincidental targeting Riga. RD less of general disruption value beyond particular objective acquisition. Personal involvement provides necessary capability implementation beyond conventional measures while maintaining appropriate limitation regarding unnecessary exposure beyond essential function requirements despite justifiable concern regarding specific targeting connection beyond merely coincidental selection regardless of general disruption value beyond particular objective acquisition, he determined after comprehensive consideration across multiple dimensions despite challenging assessment conditions beyond ideal liberation environment regardless of discipline focus maintenance despite situation pressure beyond normal decision circumstances. This measured determination, implementing necessary involvement will maintaining appropriate limitation regarding unnecessary exposure, reflected Harry's evolved approach addressing complex challenges through balanced consideration beyond merely reflexive reaction regardless of justifiable urgency concerning immediate threat conditions despite obvious necessity regarding prompt implementation beyond extensive deliberation despite its ideal preference beyond emergency circumstances. The operation itself unfolded with remarkable coordination despite challenging implementation conditions beyond ideal preparation environment, alliance elements providing civilian evacuation beyond immediate targeting area while maintaining appropriate separation from direct engagement beyond necessary defensive implementation, order coordination implementing experienced operatio. Null management beyond conventional security measures despite limited official authorization beyond administrative designation, and appropriate ministry elements maintaining legitimate authority thrug. Proper protocols despite significant dysfunction beyond merely isolated limitation. Harry's position during active implementation reflected his integrated approach throughout recent development sync. Lordship claiming, utilizing specialized capabilities where necessary beyond conventional measures while maintaining appropriate coordination with legitimate authorities despite justified concern regarding command structure compromise beyond merely administrative dysfunction, implementing necessary leadership responsibility beyond merely symbolic presence while avoiding unnecessary exposure beyond essential function requirements despite emotional investment regarding specific targeting connection beyond merely coincidental selection. The confrontation itself demonstrated unprecedented complex ITY beyond conventional engagement despite significant preparation throughout recent months. Death Eater operation implementing sophisticated coordination beyond merely isolated attacks, defensive response requiring integrated approach beyond conventional security measures, and civilian protection necessitating specialized evacuation beyond standard procedures despite challenging implementation conditions beyond ideal preparation environment regardless of extensive development throughout recent months. Most significant was direct confirmation regarding Voldemort's personal involvement beyond me. Rely Lieutenant implementation. His physical presence during later operational phase demonstrating specific interest regarding particular objective beyond merely general disruption despite parallel act. Ivities throughout Wizarding Britain suggesting comprehensive campaign beyond isolated targeting despite its particular significance regarding specialized knowledge containment beyond conventional understanding. The engagement between Harry and Voldemort represented unprecedented confrontation beyond previous limited interaction despite significant development throughout intervening periods since G. Graveyard encounter. Both participants demonstrating substantial advancement beyond previous capability demonstration despite drastically different development pathways beyond merely parallel progressio. Regardless of superficial similarity concerning power enhancement beyond standard magical development despite obvious fundamental difference regarding ethical limitation implementation beyond merely philosophical positioning regardless of practical application distinction beyond abstract principle maintenance. Your development shows interesting direction beyond merely conventional advancement despite predictable power increase regardless of specific methodology selection. Voldemort observed during temporary engagement pause despite continued hostility beyond merely conversational interactee. On regardless of momentary direct confrontation suspension despite ongoing operation beyond particular encounter despite its obvious significance beyond merely symbolic interaction regardless of practical consequence beyond psychological impact regardless of tangible outcome determination. Curious choices regarding traditional structures despite apparent rejection opportunity beyond conventional limitation despite obvious alternative pathway availability beyond established methodology regardless of institutional restriction beyond merely administrative limitation regardless of practical capability development potential beyond conventional approaches despite their obvious convenience regarding established progression beyond novel methodology requirements regardless of potential superior come beyond merely expedient advancement despite implementation difficulty beyond conventional approach regardless of established support structure availability beyond independent development requirements regardless of potential isolation beyond conventional community inclusion regardless of obvious distinction potential beyond merely standard differentiation regardless of exceptional background circumstances beyond merely common experience regardless of famous status beyond ordinary recognition regardless of unique history beyond typical development environment regardless of singular survival beyond conventional expectation. This assessment, acknowledging Harry's unique development pathway beyond merely conventional advancement, created interesting insight regarding Voldemort's perception. Beyond merely oppositional positioning despite obvious conflict beyond merely philosophical disagreement regardless of practical confrontation beyond abstract principle contradiction. His recognition, regarding specific methodology selection beyond merely generic progression suggested sophisticated understanding beyond merely superficial observation regardless of fundamental opposition beyond mere tactical disagreement regardless of strategic conflict beyond merely situational confrontation. Development direction reflects considered choice beyond merely reflexive reaction regardless of apparent necessity despite challenging circumstances beyond ideal selection environment. Harry responded with careful precision beyond merely conversational exchange regardless of temporary confrontation. Pause despite continued operational engagement beyond particular interaction despite its obvious significance beyond merely symbolic communication regardless of practical consequence beyond psychological impact. Traditional structures maintain value beyond merely institutional limitation despite obvious dysfunction beyond ideal implementation regardless of fundamental principle validity beyond early current manifestation regardless of necessary adaptation beyond merely uncritical acceptance regardless of essential preservation beyond merely revolutionary rejection regardless of required evolution beyond static maintenance regardless of dynamic environment beyond unchanging conditions. This measured response, acknowledging traditional value while recognizing necessary adaptation, reflect. Harry's integrated philosophy developed throughout recent months beyond merely reactive positioning despite challenging circumstances beyond ideal development environment. Neither blindly traditional nor reflexively revolutionary, but thoughtfully integrative regarding valuable elements from multiple perspectives while acknowledging limitations inherent to any singular approach regardless of his rhetorical validation or innovative appeal beyond merely contemporary popularity regardless of current alignment beyond merely fashionable positioning. The philosophical exchange, while brief beyond exte. NSIVE development despite its obvious significance beyond merely conversational interest, preceded renewed direct confrontation beyond merely theoretical disagreement, magical engagement demonstrating remarkable capability beyond conventional expectation regardless of age difference beyond merely experience disparity regardless of development opportunity beyond merely training duration. Harry's app, Roach during direct confrontation reflected his integrated magical development throughout recent months beyond merely conventional advancement, utilizing balanced technique beyond singular methodology. Regardless of specialized capability regarding particular approaches beyond merely generic application regardless of specific affinity development beyond merely general magical progression. Most significant was deliberate implementation regarding specialized capabilities beyond merely conventional application. Potter Earth working providing defensive function beyond standard protection measures, pay. Varel shadow manipulation creating tactical advantage beyond merely positional benefit, and conventional magical application demonstrating technical proficiency beyond merely basic competence despite continued development requirement beyond current advancement regardless of significant progression beyond initial capability despite obvious continued improvement potential beyond present implementation. Ion regardless of remarkable achievement considering development timeline beyond typical progression regardless of exceptional circumstances beyond ordinary advancement conditions. The confrontation outcome reflected balanced assessment beyond merely binary determination regardless of obvious significance beyond particular engagement despite broader conflict continuation beyond immediate resolutio. N regardless of important consequence beyond merely momentary result, neither decisive victory nor absolute defeat for either participant, but strategic withdrawal under specific circumstances beyond M. Early tactical retreat regardless of continued operational engagement beyond particular confrontation despite its obvious significance beyond merely symbolic interaction. Temporary disengagement serves practical necessity beyond merely strategic positioning despite continued conflict beyond immediate resolution regardless of ultimate confrontation requirement beyond current implementation regard L. S of inevitable engagement beyond present interaction despite interim separation beyond permanent conclusion regardless of eventual determination necessity beyond current capability demonstration regardless of significant advancement beyond initial positioning despite obvious continued development requirement beyond present implementation, Voldemort stated during disengagement implementation despite continued hostility beyond merely conversational communication regardless of temporary direct confrontation suspension despite ongoing operation beyond particular encounter. Future engagement waits beyond temporary separation despite inevitable continuation beyond merely postponed conclusion regardless of interim development beyond present capability regardless of potential advancement bay. OND current demonstration despite obvious progression beyond previous interaction regardless of substantial improvement beyond initial confrontation. This declaration, acknowledging temporary nature beyond permanent resolution, created important insight regarding longer-term perspective beyond merely immediate outcome regardless of obvious significance beyond particular engagement despite broader conflict continuation beyond immediate resolution. His recognition regarding continued development necessity beyond current implementation suggested sophisticated understanding beyond merely present capability assessment regardless of current confrontation result beyond merely momentary determination regardless of important demonstration beyond merely symbolic significance. Agreed regarding temporary nature beyond permanent resolution despite inevitable continuation beyond merely postponed conclusion. Harry acknowledged with precise reciprocation beyond merely conversational response regardless of significant implication beyond merely verbal exchange regardless of obvious consequence beyond merely communication interest. Development continues beyond present demonstration despite obvious requirement beyond current implementation regardless of significant advancement beyond initial capability despite continued progression necessity beyond current achievement regardless of remarkable improvement considering timeline limitations beyond typical development conditions regardless of exceptional circumstances beyond ordinary progression environment. This measured acknowledgement, recognizing temporary disengagement without suggesting conflict resolution, reflected Harry's realistic assessment regarding current situation beyond merely optimistic interpretation despite understandable Ference regarding immediate conclusion beyond merely continued confrontation regardless of obvious desirability beyond merely convenient outcome regardless of justifiable fatigue beyond merely physica. L. Limitation regardless of emotional strain beyond merely psychological pressure. As direct confrontation concluded through mutual disengagement despite continued operational activities beyond particular engagement. Harry implemented immediate priority regarding civilian protection beyond strategic positioning regardless of significant achievement beyond merely symbolic demonstration, coordinating. Evacuation completion beyond immediate targeting area while maintaining appropriate defensive positioning despite transitioning threat conditions beyond static situation assessment regardless of dynam. IC environment beyond unchanging circumstances. The broader operation concluded with mixed outcome determination beyond merely binary evaluation regardless of obvious significance beyond particular engagement despite important consequence beyond merely momentary result. Death Eater withdrawal following Voldemort's disengagement despite partial objective achievement regarding specific targeting beyond complete operational success. Defensive response implementing effective civilian protection beyond complete threat neutralization despite successful engagement beyond perfect implementation regard L.S. of challenging conditions beyond ideal response environment, and significant intelligence acquisition beyond merely tactical information regardless of incomplete strategic understanding beyond merely operational knowledge. Most important regarding longer-term consideration was prophecy protection despite targeting focus beyond merely physical preservation, the actual recorded prediction remaining secure despite obvious vulnerability regarding specific access methods beyond general restriction implementation regardless of enhanced security following previous infiltration attempt. This outcome, represented significant achievement beyond merely tactical success despite incomplete strategic victory beyond merely operational accomplishment regardless of important milestone beyond merely incremental progress. As immediate crisis response transitioned toward comprehensive assessment beyond merely initial evaluation regardless of obvious significance beyond particular engagement despite impo. RTANT consequence beyond merely momentary result. Harry coordinated integrated approach addressing multiple dimensions simultaneously, ensuring appropriate medical attention beyond immediate treatment necessity. Implementing comprehensive documentation beyond merely basic recording regardless of challenging conditions beyond ideal processing environment, and establishing proper coordination with legitimate authorities beyond merely informal communication regardless of continued dysfunction beyond merely administrative limitation. Alliance members require appropriate medical evaluation beyond early visible injury assessment regardless of apparent condition beyond obvious trauma despite remarkable performance beyond reasonable expectation regardless of extensive preparation beyond merely basic training. He directed during immediate aftermath coordination despite personal fatigue beyond merely physical exhaustion regardless of emotional strain beyond merely psychological pressure. Documentation ensures proper accountability beyond merely institutional requirement regardless of potential review beyond merely administrative assessment regardless of possible investigation beyond moral. Procedural analysis regardless of legitimate inquiry beyond merely bureaucratic process. This balanced approach, addressing immediate needs while establishing proper accountability, reflected Harry's integrated leadership philosophy even during crisis aftermath beyond merely operational conclusion regardless of obvious strain beyond merely ordinary pressure. Neither focusing exclusively on immediate requirements nor prioritizing procedural considerations beyond practical necessity, but implementing complementary measures addressing multiple dimensions simultaneously despite challenging conditions beyond ideal implementation environment. The aftermath coordination demonstrated remarkable effectiveness despite unprecedented circumstances beyond normal operational conclusion regardless of extensive preparation beyond merely basic planning, alliance capabilities providing specialized function beyond conventional measures, order coordination implementing experienced operational management beyond standard procedures, and appropriate ministry elements maintaining legitimate authority implementation through proper channels despite significant dysfunction beyond merely isolated limitation. Most significant regarding longer-term consideration was political consequence beyond merely operational outcome regardless of obvious importance beyond particular engagement despite significant vehement beyond merely tactical success, ministry leadership facing unprecedented credibility crisis beyond merely administrative criticism, traditional governance structures experiencing fundamental styioning beyond merely individual failure assessment, and established factional boundaries demonstrating unusual permeability beyond merely temporary cooperation despite continued philosophical differ. Ends beyond merely practical alignment regarding specific crisis response beyond general political positioning. This political transformation, creating unprecedented reform opportunity beyond normal institutional inertia, represented perhaps the most important consequence beyond immediate security outcome regardless of obvious significance beyond particular engagement despite important operational result beyond merely tactical determination. The institutional failure regarding both threat acknowledgement and response implementation created legitimate questioning beyond merely oppositional critique. Regardless of traditional loyalty beyond merely factional positioning despite long-standing alignment beyond merely recent association. As June progressed following the Department of Mystery's confrontation, this political transformation accelerated beyond merely incremental change despite institutional resistance beyond merely administrative obstruction, Minister Fudge facing unprecedented no-confidence proceedings despite traditional protection beyond merely political alliance, Wizengamot demonstrating unusual independence beyond merely administrative direction regardless of established patterns beyond merely recent procedures. And public opinion showing remarkable shift beyond merely temporary reaction regardless of previous acceptance beyond merely passive compliance despite propaganda. Effectiveness beyond merely information control regardless of media management beyond merely narrative direction. The political transformation creates unprecedented opportunity beyond normal reform. Potential despite institutional resistance beyond merely administrative obstruction. Sirius reported through secure communication during regular strategy coordination despite challenging implementation. Ion conditions beyond ideal communication environment regardless of specialized channel establishment through appropriate security measures. Traditional boundaries demonstrate unusual permeability beyond merely temporary cooperation despite continued philosophical difference beyond merely practical alignment regarding specific crisis response beyond general political positioning regardless of standing division beyond merely recent separation despite historical opposition beyond merely contemporary disagreement. This assessment, identifying fundamental shift beyond merely temporary adjustment, aligned with Harry's developing understanding regarding current transitional period within wizarding governance beyond merely administrative change regardless of leadership modification beyond merely personnel replacement. The institutional failure regarding both threat acknowledgement and response implementation created legitimate questioning beyond merely oppositional criticism regardless of traditional loyalty beyond merely factional positioning despite long-standing alignment beyond merely recent association beyond merely contemporary connection. Most significant regarding Harry's person. Development was intensive assessment following direct confrontation with Voldemort beyond merely operational evaluation regardless of obvious significance beyond particular engagement despite important consequence beyond merely momentary interaction, capability demonstration providing valuable feedback beyond merely theoretical assessment, tactical implementation creating practical insight beyond merely abstract understanding. And direct interaction establishing important perspective beyond merely secondhand information regardless of intelligence quality beyond merely information reliability. Despite comprehensive collection beyond merely limited acquisition, the confrontation demonstrated significant advancement beyond initial capability despite continued development requirement beyond current implementation regardless of remarkable achievement considering timeline limitations beyond typical progression conditions, he noted during secure communication with Gringotts specialists Thr. Specialized mirror provided for sensitive correspondence despite challenging conditions beyond ideal communication environment regardless of specialized channel establishment through appropriate security measures. Integrated approach showed effective application beyond merely theoretical potential regardless of continued refinement necessity beyond present execution despite balanced implementation beyond merely singular methodology regardless of specialized capability regarding particular approaches beyond merely generic application regardless of specific affinity development beyond merely general magical progression. This balanced self-assessment, acknowledging significant advancement while recognizing continued development requirement, reflected Harry's realistic perspective regarding current capability beyond merely optimistic interpretation despite understandable pride regarding remarkable achievement beyond merely ordinary progression regardless of justified satisfaction ND merely emotional gratification regardless of psychological validation beyond merely personal confirmation despite significant accomplishment beyond merely incremental improvement. Most important regarding longer-term strategy was comprehensive reassessment concerning Horcrux neutralization beyond merely immediate security response regardless of obvious priority beyond particular operational FOC. As despite significant achievement beyond merely tactical success, the direct confrontation providing valuable insight regarding Voldemort's current condition beyond merely theoretical assessment, the prophecy protection creating important time advantage beyond merely temporary delay, and the political transformation establishing unprecedented support potential beyond merely isolated assistance regardless of continued caution necessity beyond merely paranoid restriction despite reasonable security requirement beyond merely excessive limitation. Horcrux neutralization remains fundamental requirement beyond merely symptom treatment regardless of important security achievement beyond merely tactical success despite significant operational accomplishment beyond merely strategic positioning. RE emphasized during secure strategy session with minimal participation including only serious and selected Gringotts specialists despite necessary limitation regarding specific knowledge beyond gene. Raw strategic consideration regardless of trusted relationship beyond merely functional connection despite proven loyalty beyond merely formal alliance regardless of demonstrated commitment beyond merely declared support. The shadow binding demonstration regarding Resurrection Stone creates implementation pathway beyond merely theoretical approach regardless of continued development requirement beyond current capability despite significant advancement beyond initial understanding regardless of remarkable progress considering timeline limitations beyond typical development conditions. This strategic focus, maintaining fundamental objective beyond merely immediate response, reflected Harry's evolved understanding regarding current conflict beyond merely superficial assessment regardless of obvious complexity beyond merely apparent dynamics despite challenging analysis conditions beyond ideal evaluation environment. Neither distracted by immediate success nor diverted through temporary advantage, but maintaining essential direction regarding fundamental resolution beyond merely symptomatic treatment regardless of important achievement beyond merely incremental progress despite significant milestone beyond merely ordinary advancement. As June concluded approaching summer transition beyond merely academic calendar completion regardless of drastically altered educational environment following recent security incidents. Harry implemented comprehensive planning regarding upcoming period beyond merely vacation consideration regardless of normal student perspective beyond merely conventional attitude despite legitimate relaxation requirement beyond merely responsible consideration regardless of justifiable recovery necessity beyond merely reasonable rest beyond merely physical recuperation regardless of psychological renewal beyond merely emotional restoration despite significant strain beyond merely ordinary pressure regardless of exceptional challenge beyond merely typical difficulty. The summer period requires balanced approach beyond merely singular focus regardless of obvious priority beyond particular objective despite significant requirement beyond merely important consideration. He outlined during Leadership Council with expanded participation including trusted connections across organizational boundaries despite necessary limitation regarding specific capability disclosure beyond general strategic alignment. Continued security implementation maintains essential protection beyond merely symbolic measures while political engagement ensures appropriate influence beyond merely advisory participation despite strategic development advancement beyond merely tactical preparation regardless of immediate threat reduction beyond merely temporary security cement despite operational success beyond merely momentary advantage regardless of significant achievement beyond merely incremental progress despite important milestone beyond merely ordinary advancement. This integrated planning, addressing multiple dimensions simultaneously, reflected Harry's evolved strategic thinking beyond merely reactive positioning despite challenging circumstances beyond ideal development environment. Neither focusing exclusively on immediate requirements nor prioritizing long-term objectives beyond practical necessity, but implementing complementary measures addressing interconnected challenges through balanced approach beyond merely compartmentalized treatment regardless of apparent separation beyond merely superficial distinction despite operational difference beyond merely functional variation. The resulting summer strategy represented sophisticated integration beyond merely parallel activities regardless of coordination implementation despite apparent Oration beyond merely superficial distinction. Alliance capability maintenance through distributed practice beyond merely central training. Political engagement through appropriate representation beyond merely advisory participation. And personal development regarding specialized capabilities beyond merely conventional advancement regardless of continued focus concerning Horcrux neutralization Bayo. ND merely general magical progression despite balanced development beyond merely singular methodology regardless of particular priority beyond merely exclusive attention. Most significant regarding low Inger term consideration was fundamental perspective maintenance beyond merely immediate focus regardless of obvious priority beyond particular objective despite significant requirement beyond merely important consideration. Neither distracted by recent success nor diverted through temporary advantage, but maintaining essential direction regarding fundamental conflict resolution beyond merely sympto. Modich treatment regardless of important achievement beyond merely incremental progress despite significant milestone beyond merely ordinary advancement regardless of remarkable accomplishment beyond merely expected development. This balanced perspective, maintaining fundamental focus while implementing practical measures, had characterized Harry's development throughout recent months beyond merely sent advancement regardless of remarkable progression beyond merely ordinary improvement despite significant transformation beyond merely incremental change regardless of extraordinary evolution Bayo. ND merely typical development despite unusual circumstances beyond merely common conditions regardless of exceptional situation beyond merely normal environment. Neither conventional power nor shadow magic exclusively, but thoughtful integration creating capability beyond what either approach might achieve independently. Neither blindly institutional nor reflexively revolutionary, but precisely ca. Liberated navigation through traditional structures beyond immediate factional positioning despite their contemporary manifestations' obvious limitations. Neither isolated individualist nor dependent follower, but collaborative community builder establishing third path positioning beyond traditional boundaries despite deeply embedded factional limitations within wizarding society. This integrated a P.P. Roach. Balancing multiple dimensions without sacrificing any essential element despite their sometimes competing implementation requirements, represented Harry Potter Peverell's distinctive contributee. On beyond merely lordship claiming regardless of significant inheritance beyond merely title acquisition despite important position beyond merely status recognition regardless of notable authority Bay. OND merely formal designation despite substantial responsibility beyond merely official obligation regardless of considerable duty beyond merely assigned function. As summer transition commenced FOLO. Wing academic year conclusion despite drastically altered educational environment beyond merely normal progression regardless of significant disruption beyond merely ordinary adjustment, Harry Impel Me. NTED departure protocol established through security planning. Utilizing private transportation accessible through lordship privileges beyond merely conventional methods regardless of enhanced protectee. On beyond merely standard security despite continued threat assessment beyond merely paranoid perspective regardless of reasonable caution beyond merely excessive restriction despite justified concern beyond merely irrational fear. The carefully managed transition from Hogwarts to Potter Place. Primary summer residence selection beyond merely convenience consideration regardless of strategic positi. Awning beyond merely practical accommodation despite security implementation beyond merely protective measure regardless of functional requirement beyond merely necessary provision, represented continue. De-integrated approach beyond merely compartmentalized treatment despite apparent separation beyond merely superficial distinction regardless of operational difference beyond merely functional variatio. N despite implementation distinction beyond merely methodological difference. Potter Place itself welcomed its master with magical resonance beyond merely physical accommodation regardless of comfort. BLE provision beyond merely adequate facility despite luxurious appointment beyond merely satisfactory arrangement regardless of elegant environment beyond merely acceptable surroundings, the family ma. GIC responding to Harry's return with palpable connection beyond merely environmental adjustment regardless of atmospheric modification beyond merely conditional change despite noticeable transformation beyond merely superficial alteration. Hodge greeted him with characteristic formal dignity beyond merely professional courtesy regardless of personal warmth beyond merely functional acknowledgement. Despite evident satisfaction beyond merely dutiful recognition regardless of obvious pleasure beyond merely obligatory welcome despite clear happiness beyond merely required response. Welcome home, Master. The elderly elf acknowledged with perfect balance between formal address and genuine welcome beyond merely procedural greeting regardless of required recognition beyond merely obligatory acknowledgement. Potter Place awaits your residence with appropriate preparation beyond merely physical readiness regardless of functional arrangement beyond merely practical organization despite comprehension. Sieve establishment beyond merely adequate provision regardless of complete preparation beyond merely sufficient accommodation. This greeting, formally proper while genuinely welcoming, reflected the balanced relationship established since initial property claiming beyond merely ownership recognition regardless of title establishment beyond merely legal designation despite authority acknowledgement beyond merely positional confirmation regardless of leadership recognition beyond merely hierarchical designation despite responsibility acknowledgement beyond merely functional assignment. Thank you, Hodge. Harry responded with similar balance between appropriate dignity and genuine appreciation beyond merely formal acknowledgement regardless of required recognition beyond merely obligatory response. Your management maintains exceptional standard beyond merely adequate performance regardless of remarkable achievement beyond merely satisfactory fulfillment despite extraordinary implementation. Beyond merely acceptable execution regardless of outstanding service beyond merely sufficient provision. This measured exchange, properly formal while genuinely personal, established appropriate transition from external responsibilities toward home environment beyond merely physical relocation regardless of geographical transfer beyond merely spatial movement despite functional transition beyond rely operational adjustment regardless of role modification beyond merely positional change despite responsibility variation beyond merely duty alteration. As Harry settled into Potter Place for some our residence beyond merely vacation accommodation regardless of holiday provision beyond merely break arrangement despite temporary establishment beyond merely transient settlement regardless of interim placement beyond merely provisional location, he implemented comprehensive planning regarding upcoming period beyond merely relaxation consideration regardless of recovery requirement beyond merely rest necessity despite legitimate renewal need beyond merely restoration requirement regardless of justifiable recuperation beyond merely reasonable rehabilitation despite significant strain beyond rely ordinary pressure regardless of exceptional challenge beyond merely typical difficulty. The summer period requires balanced approach beyond merely singular focus regardless of obvious priority beyond particular objective despite significant requirement beyond merely important consideration. He outlined during initial planning session with serious despite necessarily limited participation OND expanded counsel regardless of trusted relationship beyond merely functional connection despite proven loyalty beyond merely formal alliance regardless of demonstrated commitment beyond merely declared support. Continued security implementation maintains essential protection beyond merely symbolic measures while political engagement ensures appropriate influence beyond merely advisory participation. Patient despite strategic development advancement beyond merely tactical preparation regardless of immediate threat reduction beyond merely temporary security enhancement despite operational success beyond merely momentary advantage regardless of significant achievement beyond merely incremental progress despite important milestone beyond merely ordinary advancement. This integrated planning, SSING multiple dimensions simultaneously, reflected Harry's evolved strategic thinking beyond merely reactive positioning despite challenging circumstances beyond ideal development environment. Neither focusing exclusively on immediate requirements nor prioritizing long-term objectives beyond practical necessity, but implementing complementary measures addressing interconnected challenges through balanced approach beyond merely compartmentalized treatment regardless of apparent separation beyond merely superficial distinction despite operational difference beyond merely functional variation. Resulting summer strategy represented sophisticated integration beyond merely parallel activities regardless of coordination implementation despite apparent separation beyond merely superficial distinction. Alliance capability maintenance through distributed practice beyond merely central training. Political engagement through appropriate representation beyond merely advisory participation, and personal development regarding specialized capabilities beyond merely conventional advancement regardless of continued focus concerning Horcrux neutralization beyond merely general magical progression. Despite balanced development beyond merely singular methodology regardless of particular priority beyond merely exclusive attention. Most significant regarding initial implementation was comprehensive assessment session with Gringotts specialists including Director Ragnarok, Silverclaw, and specialized consultants regarding Horcrux neutralization beyond merely general magical development regardless of continued advancement beyond merely standard progression despite balanced approach beyond merely singular methodology regardless of integrated development beyond merely compartmentalized training despite complementary implementation beyond merely isolated advancement. The department confrontation provides valuable insight regarding current condition beyond merely theoretical assessment regard L.S. of direct confirmation beyond merely speculative evaluation despite practical demonstration beyond merely abstract consideration regardless of tangible evidence beyond merely conceptual analysis. Ragnarok observed during secure consultation within specialized chamber beneath Gringotts beyond merely conventional meeting regardless of enhanced protection beyond merely standard security despite extraordinary measures beyond merely ordinary precautions regardless of exceptional safeguards beyond merely typical protection. Voldemort's physical manifestation showed interesting characteristics beyond merely general observation regardless of specific indication beyond merely ordinary assessment despite notable features beyond merely common attributes regardless of distinctive qualities beyond merely standard properties despite unusual aspects beyond merely typical elements. This professional assessment, identifying significant details beyond merely general impression, created important foundation regarding further development beyond merely continued implementation regardless of strategic advancement beyond merely tactical preparation despite fundamental planning beyond merely operational consideration regardless of essential development beyond merely important progression despite critical advancement beyond merely significant improvement. Most important regarding specialized capability. ITY was comprehensive evaluation concerning shadow binding effectiveness beyond merely theoretical assessment regardless of practical application beyond merely abstract consideration despite functional implementation beyond merely conceptual development regardless of operational deployment beyond merely technical advancement despite practical utilization beyond merely methodological progression. Quote, the shadow binding maintains effectiveness despite repeated attempt detection through Pathfinder monitoring regardless of increased activity beyond merely occasional assessment despite regular examina. Beyond merely periodic evaluation regardless of frequent inspection beyond merely intermittent assessment despite consistent verification beyond merely sporadic confirmation, Harry reported during technical discussion beyond merely general consultation regardless of specialized focus beyond merely broad consideration despite particular attention beyond merely general review regardless of specific examination beyond merely ordinary evaluation despite detailed analysis beyond merely superficial assessment. Continued refinement suggests potential application expansion toward additional locations despite implementation challenges regarding specialized technique requirements beyond conventional magical approaches given their unique nature requiring careful adaptation beyond direct replication despite fundamental similarity regarding basic magical principles beyond merely superficial resemblance regardless of apparent connection beyond merely coincidental association despite underlying relationship beyond merely casual correlation. This technical analysis, identifying both effectiveness confirmation and potential expansion pathway, created important development direction beyond Ely continued implementation regardless of strategic advancement beyond merely tactical preparation despite fundamental planning beyond merely operational consideration regardless of essential development beyond merely important progression despite critical advancement beyond merely significant improvement regardless of remarkable progress beyond merely ordinary development. The resulting Technica L strategy represented sophisticated integration beyond merely theoretical consideration regardless of practical application beyond merely abstract development, continued refinement regarding existing implementation beyond merely maintenance attention, potential expansion concerning additional targets beyond merely focused limitation, and comprehensive development regarding underlying principles beyond merely specific application regardless of particular methodology beyond merely specialized technique despite unique approach beyond merely distinctive method regardless of unusual procedure beyond merely atypical protocol despite extraordinary process beyond merely unconventional methodology. The summer period provides essential development opportunity beyond merely continued practice regard Less of significant advancement beyond merely incremental improvement despite remarkable progress beyond merely ordinary development regardless of exceptional growth beyond merely typical progression. Despite extraordinary evolution beyond merely standard development, Ragnarok summarized following comprehensive consultation beyond merely limited discussion regardless of extensive consideration beyond merely restricted examination despite thorough evaluation beyond merely superficial assessment regardless of complete analysis beyond merely partial review despite comprehensive examination beyond merely selective consideration. Gringott's resources remain available through appropriate channels beyond merely conventional access regardless of specialized support beyond merely standard assistance. Despite extraordinary provision beyond merely ordinary contribution regardless of exceptional collaboration beyond merely typical cooperation despite unusual partnership beyond merely common alliance. Regardless of distinctive association beyond merely ordinary connection. This supportive commitment, maintaining essential resources beyond merely limited assistance, created important foundation rigor. Ding continued development beyond merely isolated advancement regardless of specialized progression beyond merely personal improvement despite particular evolution beyond merely individual development. Regardless of unique advancement beyond merely singular progression despite distinctive growth beyond merely solitary improvement regardless of extraordinary development beyond merely independent advancement. As initial assessment transitioned toward practical implementation beyond merely theoretical consideration regardless of actual application beyond merely abstract development despite functio null execution beyond merely conceptual planning regardless of operational deployment beyond merely technical advancement, Harry maintained balanced approach addressing multiple dimensions simultaneous. Alliance coordination through appropriate communication beyond merely direct interaction. Political engagement through serious regarding governance participation beyond merely advisory contribution. And personal development particularly regarding specialized capabilities essential to eventual conflict resolution beyond merely defensive positioning despite their specialized nature requiring caref. Security beyond general capability disclosure. Most significant regarding alliance coordination was distributed practice implementation beyond merely central training regardless of geographical SEP. Oration beyond merely spatial distance despite physical disconnection beyond merely locational division regardless of territorial separation beyond merely regional distinction despite geographical ISO. Lation beyond merely positional detachment. Communication system utilizing enchanted parchment beyond merely conventional methods regardless of enhanced security beyond merely standard protection DESPI. Extraordinary measures beyond merely ordinary safeguards regardless of exceptional precautions beyond merely typical protections despite unusual implementations beyond merely common procedures Riga. Less of distinctive methods beyond merely ordinary techniques. The communication system provides essential coordination capability beyond merely convenient contact regardless of necessary connectio. Beyond merely optional interaction despite critical linkage beyond merely discretionary association regardless of fundamental connection beyond merely voluntary relation despite essential communicat. Beyond merely elective correspondence regardless of crucial contact beyond merely discretionary exchange, Hermione explained through secure channel during implementation coordination beyond Merrill. Operational arrangement regardless of functional organization beyond merely practical coordination despite procedural establishment beyond merely methodological arrangement regardless of systematic implementation beyond merely technical organization despite structural establishment beyond merely mechanical arrangement. Distributed practice maintains essential advancement beyond merely continued development regardless of separated implementation beyond merely isolated execution despite disconnected application beyond merely detached practice regardless of divided implementation beyond merely partitioned execution despite segregated application beyond merely compartmentalized practice. This sophisticated system, maintaining essential connection despite geographical separation, created IMPO. RTANT Foundation regarding continued alliance development beyond merely temporary maintenance regardless of holiday interruption beyond merely vacation suspension despite academic break beyond merely school intermission regardless of educational hiatus beyond merely institutional recess despite scholarly interruption beyond merely academic suspension regardless of instructional pause beyond merely educational intermission. Parallel political engagement through serious regarding governance participation beyond merely advisory contribution maintained essential influence beyond merely symbolic Sense regardless of functional impact beyond merely representative attendance despite practical effect beyond merely ceremonial participation regardless of tangible consequence beyond merely procedure. L. Involvement despite material result beyond merely formal engagement regardless of substantial outcome beyond merely official participation. The governance transition continues beyond merely leaders. Hip replacement regardless of administrative change beyond merely personnel substitution despite institutional modification beyond merely positional alteration regardless of structural transformation. Beyond merely organizational amendment despite systemic change beyond merely corporate revision regardless of fundamental reform beyond merely superficial adjustment, Sirius reported through Secure C. Communication during regular coordination beyond merely periodic contact regardless of consistent interaction beyond merely occasional exchange despite frequent communication beyond merely intermittent. Correspondence regardless of regular contact beyond merely sporadic exchange despite consistent communication beyond merely irregular correspondence. Traditional boundaries demonstrate continued mobility beyond merely temporary cooperation despite philosophical difference beyond merely practical alignment regarding specific crisis response beyond general political positioning regardless of longstanding division beyond merely recent separation despite historical opposition beyond merely contemporary disagreement regardless of established antagonism beyond merely current conflict despite traditional hostility beyond merely modern animosity. This political assessment, identifying fundamental transformation beyond merely administrative adjustment, aligned with Harry's developing understanding regarding current transitional period within wizarding governance beyond merely leadership change regardless of personnel modification beyond merely positional alteration. The institutional failure regarding both threat acknowledgement and response implementation created legitimate questioning beyond merely oppositional criticism regardless of traditional loyalty beyond merely factional positivity. Awning despite long-standing alignment beyond merely recent association beyond merely contemporary connection regardless of established relationship beyond merely current affiliation despite traditional association beyond merely modern connection. Most important regarding personal development was intensive practice concerning specialized capabilities essential to eventual conflict resolution, shadow working refinement beyond merely conventional advancement regardless of continued focus concerning Horcrux neutralization beyond merely general magical progression despite balanced development beyond merely singular methodology regardless of particular priority beyond merely exclusive attention despite specific concentration beyond merely general focus regardless of special attention beyond merely ordinary consideration despite extraordinary priority beyond merely typical importance. The Pathfinder provides essential monitoring capability beyond merely occasional assessment regardless of cons. Instant verification beyond merely periodic confirmation despite regular examination beyond merely intermittent inspection regardless of frequent evaluation beyond merely sporadic investigation despite continuous monitoring beyond merely occasional observation regardless of constant verification beyond merely periodic confirmation, Harry noted during Personal Development Journal beyond merely casu. Reflection regardless of disciplined assessment beyond merely informal consideration despite structured evaluation beyond merely casual examination regardless of methodical analysis beyond merely random contemplation despite systematic review beyond merely arbitrary reflection regardless of organized assessment beyond merely haphazard consideration. Shadow working advancement shows significant progression beyond merely incremental improvement regardless of remarkable development beyond merely ordinary advancement despite extraordinary evolution beyond merely typical growth regardless of exceptional progression beyond merely standard development despite unusual improvement beyond merely common advancement regardless of distinctive evolution beyond merely ordinary growth. This balanced self-assessment, acknowledging significant advancement while recognizing continued development requirement, reflected Harry's realistic perspective regarding current capability beyond merely optimistic interpretation despite understandable pride regarding remarkable achievement beyond merely ordinary progression regardless of justified satisfaction beyond merely emotional gratification regardless of psychological validation beyond merely personal confirmation despite significant accomplishment beyond merely incremental improvement regardless of notable advancement beyond merely ordinary progress. Despite exceptional development beyond merely typical evolution regardless of extraordinary growth beyond merely standard progression. As July progressed during summer residence beyond merely vacatio. N. Accommodation regardless of holiday provision beyond merely break arrangement despite temporary establishment beyond merely transient settlement. Harry implemented balanced approach addressing multi-PLE dimensions simultaneously. Alliance coordination through distributed practice implementation. Political engagement through serious regarding governance participation, and personal development particularly regarding specialized capabilities essential to eventual conflict resolution. This integrated strategy, addressing interconnected challenges through complementary measures rather than focusing exclusively on any single dimension regardless of its apparent priority, had proven consistently effective throughout recent developments from initial lordship claiming through current crisis response despite increasing complexity across multiple fronts simultaneously. The balanced approach faced significant advancement opportunity during mid-July when multiple intelligence sources confirmed important NT development beyond merely routine information regardless of significant indication beyond merely ordinary notification despite critical intelligence beyond merely standard information regardless of essential revelation beyond merely typical disclosure despite crucial discovery beyond merely common revelation regardless of fundamental detection beyond merely ordinary identification. Multiple independent verification sources confirm unusual activity pattern regarding suspected Horcrux location beyond merely coincidental movement despite coordinated indication beyond merely random activity regardless of systematic operation beyond merely disorganized action despite methodical implementation beyond merely chaotic execution regardless of structured operation beyond merely disordered activity. Why despite organized implementation beyond merely confused execution. Sirius reported through secure communication during emergency coordination session despite challenging implementation conditions beyond ideal communication environment regardless of specialized channel establishment through appropriate security measures beyond conventional methods given potential interception vulnerability despite enhanced protection implementation beyond standard safeguards regardless of extraordinary precautions beyond merely ordinary measures despite unusual protection beyond merely common safeguards less of distinctive security beyond merely typical precautions. The pattern suggests defensive consolidation beyond merely random adjustment regardless of strategic repositioning beyond merely dental movement despite tactical consolidation beyond merely accidental convergence regardless of deliberate concentration beyond merely unintentional accumulation despite purposeful aggregation beyond merely inadvertent collection. This intelligence assessment, identifying coordinated activity regarding suspected Horcrux locations, created immediate strategic consideration requirement beyond merely theoretical evaluation regardless of practical assessment beyond merely abstract analysis despite functional examination beyond merely conceptual consideration regardless of operational evaluation. Beyond merely technical analysis despite tactical assessment beyond merely methodological consideration regardless of strategic examination beyond merely procedural analysis. Most concerning was Earn's suggestion regarding defensive consolidation beyond merely random adjustment, multiple indicators confirming coordinated protection enhancement regarding suspected Horcrux locations beyond merely incidental security improvement regardless of systematic defensive advancement beyond merely unrelated protection enhancement despite methodical safeguard implementation beyond merely disconnected security improvement regardless of structured protection enhancement beyond merely separated defensive advancement despite organized safeguard implementation beyond merely isolated security improvement. Regardless of coordinated protection enhancement beyond merely detached defensive advancement. The consolidation pattern suggests accelerated timeline requirement regarding neutralization implementation beyond merely theoretical consideration regardless of practical application beyond merely abstract development despite functional execution beyond merely conceptual planning regardless of operatio. Null deployment beyond merely technical advancement. Harry assessed during emergency coordination with minimal participation including only serious and selected Gringotts specialists despite necessary limitation regarding specific knowledge beyond general strategic consideration regardless of trusted relationship beyond merely functional connection despite proven loyalty beyond merely formal alliance regardless of demonstrated commitment beyond merely declared support. Pathfinder monitoring confirms increased activity beyond merely occasional adjustment regardless of frequent modification BAO. ND merely periodic alteration despite regular adaptation beyond merely intermittent adjustment regardless of consistent modification beyond merely sporadic alteration despite continuous adaptation BA. OND merely occasional adjustment regardless of constant modification beyond merely periodic alteration. This urgent assessment, identifying timeline acceleration requirement beyond preferred schedule, created immediate decision necessity regarding implementation advancement beyond merely theoretical consideration regardless of practical application beyond merely abstract development despite functio. Null execution beyond merely conceptual planning regardless of operational deployment beyond merely technical advancement despite tactical implementation beyond merely methodological execution regardless of strategic application beyond merely procedural implementation. The resulting strategy represented calculated risk assessment beyond merely comfortable certainty regardless of guaranteed success. Beyond merely assured outcome despite confident prediction beyond merely definite forecast regardless of certain projection beyond merely definitive prediction despite reliable expectation beyond mere absolute certainty regardless of infallible forecast beyond merely perfect projection. Balancing urgency requirement regarding accelerated implementation beyond merely preferred schedule with necess. Airy preparation regarding appropriate readiness beyond merely hasty execution regardless of proper development beyond merely expedited advancement despite adequate preparation beyond merely rushed ARR. Angement regardless of suitable readiness beyond merely hurried preparation despite appropriate development beyond merely accelerated advancement regardless of proper implementation beyond merely expedited execution. The neutralization operation requires accelerated implementation beyond merely preferred schedule despite continued preparation requirement beyond hasty execution regardless of propay. R development beyond merely expedited advancement despite adequate preparation beyond merely rushed arrangement. Harry decided after comprehensive consideration across multiple dimensions despite Cha. Yenjing assessment conditions beyond ideal deliberation environment regardless of discipline focus maintenance despite situation pressure beyond normal decision circumstances regardless of control D analysis beyond merely emotional reaction despite rational evaluation beyond merely instinctive response regardless of logical assessment beyond merely intuitive judgment despite methodical consideration beyond merely impulsive determination regardless of systematic analysis beyond merely spontaneous decision. Pathfinder capability provides essential advantage beyond merely theoretical potentia. L regardless of practical application beyond merely abstract possibility despite functional utilization beyond merely conceptual opportunity regardless of operational implementation beyond merely tech. Nickel feasibility despite tactical deployment beyond merely methodological practicality regardless of strategic application beyond merely procedural implementation. This measured determination, ACNO, alleging urgency while maintaining necessary preparation, reflected Harry's evolved approach addressing complex challenges through balanced consideration beyond merely reflexive reaction regardless of justifiable urgency concerning immediate threat conditions despite obvious necessity regarding prompt implementation beyond extensive deliberation despite its ideal preference beyond emergency circumstances. Answers regardless of optimal condition beyond merely comfortable situation despite appropriate environment beyond merely suitable circumstance regardless of favorable condition beyond merely adequate situation despite ideal environment beyond merely acceptable circumstance. The resulting operation planning represented unprecedented integration beyond merely coordinated activity regardless of sophisticated collaboration beyond merely organized cooperation despite complex coordination beyond merely structured collaboration regardless of complicated arrangement beyond merely ordered cooperation despite intricate coordination beyond merely methodical collaboration regardless of elaborate arrangement beyond merely systematic cooperation. Alliance capabilities providing specialized function regarding operational support beyond conventional measures. Gringott's expertise implementing technical consultation beyond merely advisory contribution, and Harry's personal capabilities particularly regarding shadow working application beyond merely conventional magical implementation despite balanced approach beyond merely singular methodology regardless of integrated development beyond merely mentalized training despite complementary implementation beyond merely isolated advancement. The neutralization operation utilizes integrated approach beyond merely singular methodology regardless of Balanced implementation beyond merely exclusive application despite complementary execution beyond merely restricted implementation regardless of harmonized application beyond merely limited executio. N despite synergistic implementation beyond merely constrained application regardless of coordinated execution beyond merely confined implementation despite collaborative application beyond merely restricted execution. Harry outlined during final planning session with expanded participation including alliance leadership despite necessary limitation regarding specific capability disclosure beyond general strategic alignment regardless of trusted relationship beyond merely functional connection despite proven loyalty beyond merely formal alliance regardless of demonstrated commitment beyond merely declared support. Alliance capabilities provide essential support beyond merely conventional assistance regardless of specialized contribution beyond merely standard participation despite extraordinary provision beyond merely ordinary involvement regardless of exceptional collaboration beyond merely typical cooperation despite unusual partnership beyond merely common alliance regardless of distinctive association beyond merely ordinary connection. This balanced approach, utilizing integrated methodology beyond merely singular application, created comprehensive operation beyond merely limit. Implementation regardless of thorough execution beyond merely restricted application despite complete implementation beyond merely partial execution regardless of comprehensive application beyond early fragmentary implementation despite holistic execution beyond merely segmented application regardless of integrated implementation beyond merely divided execution despite unified application merely separated implementation regardless of cohesive execution beyond merely disconnected application. The operation itself represented Harry's most significant implementation challenge since Lore ship claiming, balancing immediate objective requirements with appropriate safety measures despite urgency pressure, personal involvement consideration regarding specialized capabilities beyond conventional measures, and strategic significance assessment beyond merely tactical importance regardless of operational value beyond merely practical consequence despite fundamental impact beyond merely mediate effect regardless of essential result beyond merely temporary outcome despite crucial consequence beyond merely transient effect regardless of vital result beyond merely ephemeral outcome. Lising Pathfinder capability regarding shadow path creation beyond merely conventional transportation regardless of specialized movement beyond merely standard relocation despite extraordinary transit. Beyond merely ordinary transportation regardless of exceptional travel beyond merely typical movement despite unusual relocation beyond merely common transit regardless of distinctive transportation beyond merely ordinary travel. Harry implemented direct approach regarding primary Horcrux target beyond merely theoretical consideration regardless of practical application beyond merely abstract development despite functional execution beyond merely conceptual planning regardless of operational deployment beyond merely technical advancement despite tactical implementation beyond merely methodological execution regardless of strategic application beyond merely procedural implementation. The shadow path manifestation demonstrated remarkable precision beyond merely acceptable accuracy regardless of extraordinary exactitude beyond merely satisfactory precision despite exceptional correctness beyond merely adequate accuracy regardless of remarkable exactness beyond merely sufficient precision. Despite extraordinary correctness beyond merely acceptable accuracy, connecting secure departure location with precise destination regarding specific Horcrux position beyond merely general location regardless of exact placement beyond merely approximate position despite definite location beyond merely estimated placement regardless of precise position beyond merely approximated location despite exact placement beyond merely assessed position regardless of accurate location beyond merely evaluated placement. Harry's transition through shadow path utilized disciplined implementation regarding ECI-Elise technique beyond merely theoretical knowledge regardless of practical application beyond merely abstract understanding despite functional execution beyond merely conceptual comprehension regardless of operational deployment beyond merely technical knowledge despite tactical implementation beyond merely methodological execution, maintaining precise navigation beyond merely general directio. Regardless of exact course beyond merely approximate route despite definite path beyond merely estimated trajectory regardless of precise direction beyond merely approximated course despite exact route beyond merely assessed path regardless of accurate trajectory beyond merely evaluated direction. The destination represented ancient structure beyond merely historical building regardless of antique. UE construction beyond merely aged edifice despite archaic establishment beyond merely elderly building regardless of primitive construction beyond merely venerable edifice despite primeval establish M. And beyond merely ancient building regardless of prehistoric construction beyond merely immemorial edifice, the gaunt cottage containing resurrection stone within corrupted ring despite enhanced protect. Cheon beyond merely standard security regardless of extraordinary safeguard beyond merely ordinary protection despite unusual defense beyond merely common security regardless of distinctive safeguard b. Aeon merely typical protection despite exceptional defense beyond merely standard security regardless of remarkable safeguard beyond merely ordinary protection. Harry's approach following successful transit demonstrated careful precision beyond merely cautious advance regardless of methodical progression beyond merely prudent approach despite systematic advance beyond merely circumspect progress c. On regardless of organized approach beyond merely wary advance despite structured progression beyond merely careful approach regardless of methodical advance beyond merely cautious progression, utilize. Ing specialized detection beyond merely conventional perception regardless of extraordinary sensing beyond merely standard observation despite unusual perception beyond merely common detection regardle. SS of distinctive sensing beyond merely typical observation despite exceptional perception beyond merely standard detection regardless of remarkable sensing beyond merely ordinary observation. The Shaw Dao binding established during previous operation maintained effective connection beyond merely theoretical link regardless of practical association beyond merely abstract connection despite functiona. L relationship beyond merely conceptual link regardless of operational association beyond merely technical connection despite tactical relationship beyond merely methodological link regardless of straw. Chigic association beyond merely procedural connection, providing essential intelligence regarding current condition beyond merely general information regardless of specific detail beyond merely ordinar. Y data despite particular knowledge beyond merely common information regardless of distinctive detail beyond merely typical data despite exceptional knowledge beyond merely standard information regard. Less of remarkable detail beyond merely ordinary data. Most concerning was protection enhancement confirmation beyond merely theoretical assessment regardless of practical verification beyond merely a. BS tracked evaluation despite functional confirmation beyond merely conceptual assessment regardless of operational verification beyond merely technical evaluation despite tactical confirmation beyond me. Rely methodological assessment regardless of strategic verification beyond merely procedural evaluation. Multiple defensive layers beyond merely standard protection regardless of extraordinary safeguard. D beyond merely ordinary security despite unusual defense beyond merely common protection regardless of distinctive safeguard beyond merely typical security despite exceptional defense beyond merely S. Standard protection regardless of remarkable safeguard beyond merely ordinary security. Protection enhancement confirms intelligence assessment beyond merely theoretical speculation regardless of prac. Tickle verification beyond merely abstract conjecture despite functional confirmation beyond merely conceptual hypothesis regardless of operational verification beyond merely technical speculation desp. ITE tactical confirmation beyond merely methodological conjecture regardless of strategic verification beyond merely procedural hypothesis, Harry noted through silent observation beyond merely verbal expression regardless of internal assessment beyond merely outward declaration despite mental evaluation beyond merely spoken observation regardless of cognitive analysis beyond merely articulated as assessment despite intellectual evaluation beyond merely verbalized observation regardless of psychological analysis beyond merely expressed assessment. Layered defense requires specialized approach b. Beyond merely conventional methodology regardless of extraordinary technique beyond merely standard procedure despite unusual method beyond merely common methodology regardless of distinctive technique. Beyond merely typical procedure despite exceptional method beyond merely standard methodology regardless of remarkable technique beyond merely ordinary procedure. This assessment, identifying speciale Z requirement beyond merely standard approach, informed immediate tactical adjustment regarding neutralization implementation beyond merely theoretical consideration regardless of practical applicati. On beyond merely abstract development despite functional execution beyond merely conceptual planning regardless of operational deployment beyond merely technical advancement despite tactical implement. Ation beyond merely methodological execution regardless of strategic application beyond merely procedural implementation. Utilizing integrated approach beyond merely singular methodology regardless of balanced implementation beyond merely exclusive application despite complementary execution beyond merely restricted implementation regardless of harmonized application beyond merely limited execution. Harry implemented specialized neutralization beyond merely conventional approach regardless of extraordinary technique beyond merely standard procedure despite unusual method beyond merely common methodology regardless of distinctive technique beyond merely typical procedure despite exceptional method beyond merely standard methodology regardless of remarkable technique beyond merely ordinary procedure. The implementation combined shadow working beyond merely conventional magic regardless of specialized capability beyond merely standard technique despite unusual ability beyond merely common magic regardless of distinctive capability beyond merely typical technique despite exceptional ability beyond merely standard magic regardless of remarkable capability beyond merely ordinary technique. With Potter Earth working beyond merely conventional manipulation regardless of specialized control beyond merely standard influence despite unusual mastery beyond merely common manipulation regard S of distinctive control beyond merely typical influence despite exceptional mastery beyond merely standard manipulation regardless of remarkable control beyond merely ordinary influence, creating complementary effect beyond merely singular impact regardless of harmonized consequence beyond merely exclusive result despite synergistic outcome beyond merely restricted consequence regardless of coordinated result beyond merely limited outcome despite collaborative effect beyond merely constrained consequence regardless of integrated result beyond merely confined outcome. This balanced application, utilizing complementary capabilities beyond merely singular approach, created effective neutralization beyond merely partial success regardless of complete achievement beyond merely limited accomplis. Meant despite comprehensive fulfillment beyond merely restricted achievement regardless of thorough accomplishment beyond merely confined fulfillment despite complete success beyond merely constrained achievement regardless of comprehensive accomplishment beyond merely limited fulfillment despite thorough success beyond merely restricted accomplishment. The Horcrux extraction demonstrated precise implementation beyond merely general execution regardless of exact application beyond merely approximate implementation despite definite execution beyond merely estimated application regardless of precise implementation beyond merely approximated execution despite exact application beyond merely assessed implementation regardless of accurate execution beyond merely evaluated application, separating corrupted container from actual resurrection stone beyond merely physical separation regardless of spiritual distinction beyond merely material division despite essential differentiation beyond merely substantial separation regardless of fundamental distinction beyond merely physical division despite crucial differentiation beyond merely material separation regardless of vital distinction beyond merely substantial division. Most important regarding technique effectiveness was successful corruption containment beyond merely physical restriction regardless of spiritual confinement beyond merely material limitation despite essential isolation beyond merely substantial restriction regardless of fundamental confinement beyond merely physical limitation despite crucial isolation beyond merely material restriction regardless of vital confinement beyond merely substantial limitation. Preventing contamination spread beyond merely influence expansion regardless of corruption extension beyond taint enlargement despite defilement proliferation beyond merely pollution expansion regardless of contamination extension beyond merely impurity enlargement despite corruption proliferation beyond merely defilement expansion regardless of taint extension beyond merely pollution enlargement. Neutralization complete beyond merely partial success regardless of thorough achievement beyond merely limited accomplishment despite comprehensive fulfillment beyond merely restricted achievement. Harry confirmed through silent assessment beyond merely verbal declaration regardless of internal verification beyond merely outward announcement despite mental confirmation beyond merely spoken verification regardless of cognitive substantiation beyond merely articulated confirmation despite intellect. Verification beyond merely verbalized substantiation regardless of psychological confirmation beyond merely expressed verification. Stone separated beyond merely physical extraction regardless of spiritual detachment beyond merely material removal despite essential separation beyond merely substantial extraction regardless of fundamental detachment beyond merely physical removal despite cruci Al separation beyond merely material extraction regardless of vital detachment beyond merely substantial removal. This successful implementation, achieving complete objective beyond merely partial ACC. Accomplishment, represented significant advancement regarding Horcrux neutralization beyond merely theoretical development regardless of practical application beyond merely abstract progression despite Fu. Enactional execution beyond merely conceptual advancement regardless of operational deployment beyond merely technical progression despite tactical implementation beyond merely methodological execution. Regardless of strategic application beyond merely procedural implementation. The contained corruption required appropriate disposal beyond merely casual discard regardless of careful elimination beyond merely thoughtless disposal despite responsible removal beyond merely negligent discard regardless of conscientious elimination beyond merely reckless disposal despite diligent removal beyond merely careless discard regardless of meticulous elimination beyond merely imprudent disposal, utilizing specialized technique beyond merely conventional method regardless of extraordinary approach beyond rely standard technique despite unusual procedure beyond merely common method regardless of distinctive approach beyond merely typical technique despite exceptional procedure beyond merely standard thought regardless of remarkable approach beyond merely ordinary technique. Harry implemented precise disposal beyond merely general elimination regardless of exact removal beyond merely approximate disposal despite definite elimination beyond merely estimated removal regardless of precise disposal beyond merely approximated elimination despite exact removal beyond merely assessed disposal regardless of accurate elimination beyond merely evaluated removal, utilizing modified fiendfire beyond merely conventional destruction regardless of controlled hellfire beyond merely standard incineration moderated inferno beyond merely common destruction regardless of restrained hellfire beyond merely typical incineration despite regulated inferno beyond merely standard destruction regardless of MPE red hellfire beyond merely ordinary incineration. The disposal completion confirms successful neutralization beyond merely attempted destruction regardless of effective elimination beyond merely End of ward annihilation despite accomplished eradication beyond merely attempted elimination regardless of successful annihilation beyond merely endeavored eradication despite effective destruction OND merely attempted annihilation regardless of accomplished elimination beyond merely endeavored destruction despite successful eradication beyond merely attempted elimination regardless of effective annihilation beyond merely endeavored eradication. With corrupted container successfully neutralized beyond merely physical destruction regardless of spiritual elimination beyond merely material annihilation despite essential eradication beyond merely substantial destruction regardless of fundamental elimination beyond merely physical annihilation despite crucial eradication beyond merely materia destruction regardless of vital elimination beyond merely substantial annihilation. Harry focused attention regarding actual resurrection stone beyond merely container consideration regardless of authentic artifact beyond merely corrupted vessel despite genuine relic beyond merely contaminated container regardless of true artifact beyond merely tainted vessel despite real relic beyond merely looted container regardless of actual artifact beyond merely defiled vessel despite legitimate relic beyond merely corrupted container. The stone itself demonstrated remarkable properties beyond merely unusual characteristics regardless of extraordinary qualities beyond merely atypical properties despite exceptional attributes beyond merely uncommon characteristics regardless of remarkable qualities beyond merely abnormal properties despite extraordinary attributes beyond merely unusual characteristics regardless of exceptional qualities beyond merely atypical properties, confirming legendary street Addis beyond merely mythical reputation regardless of fabled renown beyond merely fictional standing despite storied status beyond merely legendary reputation regardless of mythical renown beyond Meryl. Why fabled standing despite fictional status beyond merely storied reputation regardless of legendary renown beyond merely mythical standing. Stone properties confirm legendary status beyond merely MYT. Hickle reputation regardless of fabled renown beyond merely fictional standing despite storied status beyond merely legendary reputation regardless of mythical renown beyond merely fabled standing, RRY noted through silent observation beyond merely verbal expression regardless of internal assessment beyond merely outward declaration despite mental evaluation beyond merely spoken observation Riga. RD less of cognitive analysis beyond merely articulated assessment despite intellectual evaluation beyond merely verbalized observation regardless of psychological analysis beyond merely expressed assessment. Genuine halo beyond merely symbolic representation regardless of authentic artifact beyond merely metaphorical embodiment despite actual relic beyond merely allegorical representation reader. D less of true artifact beyond merely figurative embodiment despite real halo beyond merely symbolic representation regardless of legitimate artifact beyond merely metaphorical embodiment. This conference, Ermation, verifying authentic halo beyond merely legendary artifact, created significant strategic consideration beyond merely theoretical interest regardless of practical implication beyond merely abstract significance despite functional consequence beyond merely conceptual importance regardless of operational implication beyond merely technical significance despite tactical consequence beyond rely methodological importance regardless of strategic implication beyond merely procedural significance. With neutralization objective successfully achieved beyond merely attempted accomplishment reg. Regardless of effective fulfillment beyond merely endeavored achievement despite accomplished completion beyond merely attempted fulfillment regardless of successful achievement beyond merely endeavored completion despite effective accomplishment beyond merely attempted achievement regardless of accomplished fulfillment beyond merely endeavored accomplishment despite successful completion beyond merely attempted fulfillment. Harry implemented controlled withdrawal beyond merely hasty retreat regardless of disciplined extraction beyond merely precipitous withdrawal despite organized retreat beyond merely impetuous extraction regardless of methodical withdrawal beyond merely rash retreat despite systematic extraction beyond merely impulsive withdrawal regardless of orderly retreat beyond merely abrupt extraction. The shadow path provided secure transit beyond merely conventional transportation regardless of protected movement beyond merely standard relocation despite safeguarded transit bay. OND merely ordinary transportation regardless of secured travel beyond merely typical movement despite protected relocation beyond merely common transit regardless of safeguarded transportation beyond merely ordinary travel. Returning directly toward secure location beyond merely general destination regardless of specific arrival beyond merely approximate endpoint despite definite destination beyond D merely estimated arrival regardless of precise endpoint beyond merely approximated destination despite exact arrival beyond merely assessed endpoint regardless of accurate destination beyond merely evaluated arrival. Upon successful return beyond merely physical arrival regardless of complete transit beyond merely bodily return despite thorough arrival beyond merely corporeal transit regardless of comprehensive return beyond merely physical arrival despite complete transit beyond merely bodily return regardless of thorough arrival beyond merely corporeal transit. Harry implemented immediate security protocol beyond merely casual procedure regardless of rigorous measure beyond merely informal protocol despite stringent procedure beyond merely casual measure regardless of rigorous protocol. Beyond merely informal procedure despite stringent measure beyond merely casual protocol regardless of rigorous procedure beyond merely informal measure, ensuring appropriate containment regarding rec. Overt artifact beyond merely physical security regardless of thorough protection beyond merely material safety despite comprehensive security beyond merely substantial protection regardless of complete safety beyond merely physical security despite thorough protection beyond merely material safety. The secured stone required comprehensive assessment beyond merely casual examination regardless of thorough evaluation beyond merely informal inspection despite complete analysis beyond merely superficial examination regardless of rigorous evaluation beyond merely cursory inspection despite stringent NT analysis beyond merely casual examination regardless of thorough evaluation beyond merely informal inspection, utilizing specialized detection beyond merely conventional observation regardless of extraordinary perception beyond merely standard detection despite unusual observation beyond merely common perception regardless of distinctive detection beyond merely typical observation despite exceptional perception beyond merely standard detection regardless of remarkable observation beyond merely ordinary perception. Assessment confirms complete neutralization beyond merely partial success reg. Regardless of thorough purification beyond merely limited cleansing despite comprehensive decontamination beyond merely restricted purification regardless of complete cleansing beyond merely partial deco. NT amination despite thorough purification beyond merely limited cleansing regardless of comprehensive decontamination beyond merely restricted purification. Harry confirmed through secure communicati. On during immediate reporting beyond merely casual notification regardless of formal communication beyond merely informal reporting despite official notification beyond merely casual communication reg. Regardless of formal reporting beyond merely informal notification despite official communication beyond merely casual reporting regardless of formal notification beyond merely informal communication. Tone properties demonstrate authentic verification beyond merely superficial confirmation regardless of genuine validation beyond merely external authentication despite legitimate verification beyond merely apparent confirmation regardless of actual validation beyond merely superficial authentication despite real verification beyond merely external confirmation regardless of genuine validation beyond merely apparent authentication. This successful outcome, achieving complete objective beyond merely partial accomplishment, represented significant advancement regarding overall conflict resolution. Beyond merely immediate victory regardless of strategic progress beyond merely tactical success despite fundamental advancement beyond merely operational achievement regardless of essential progress. On beyond merely functional success despite crucial advancement beyond merely practical achievement regardless of vital progression beyond merely temporary success despite important advancement beyond merely transient achievement regardless of significant progression beyond merely ephemeral success. As July concluded following successful operation beyond merely attempted implementation regardless of effective execution beyond merely endeavored application despite accomplished implementation beyond merely attempted execution regardless of successful application beyond merely endeavored implementation despite effective execution beyond merely attempted application, Harry maintained integrated approach addressing multiple dimensions simultaneously, alliance coordination through appropriate communication beyond merely direct interaction, political engagement through serious regarding governance participation beyond merely advisory contribution, and continued development particularly regarding specialized capabilities essential to eventual conflict resolution beyond merely defensive positioning despite their specialized nature requiring careful security beyond general capability disclosure. Most significant regarding overall strategy was comprehensive reassessment concerning remaining Horcrux neutralization beyond merely successful implementation regarding specific target despite significant achievement beyond merely tactical accomplishment regardless of important milestone beyond merely operational success despite remarkable advancement beyond merely functional achievement regard. Less of extraordinary progress beyond merely practical success despite exceptional advancement beyond merely temporary achievement regardless of significant progress beyond merely transient success. Quote, "The successful neutralization demonstrates effective methodology beyond merely theoretical approach regardless of practical viability beyond merely abstract concept despite functional effectiveness beyond merely conceptual possibility regardless of operational viability beyond merely technical concept despite tactical effectiveness beyond merely methodological possibility regardless of strategic viability beyond merely procedural concept," Harry noted during secure strategy session with minimal participation including only serious and selected Gringotts specialists despite necessary limitation. Regarding specific knowledge beyond general strategic consideration regardless of trusted relationship beyond merely functional connection despite proven loyalty beyond merely formal alliance regardless of demonstrated commitment beyond merely declared support. Continued application regarding additional targets requires balanced approach beyond merely singular methodology regardless of integrated implementation beyond merely exclusive application despite complementary execution beyond merely restricted implementation regardless of harmonized application beyond merely limited execution despite synergistic implementation beyond merely constrained application regardless of coordinated execution beyond merely confined implementation. This strategic assessment, acknowledging successful implementation while identifying continued requirement, reflected Harry's realistic perspective regarding current progress beyond merely optimistic interpretation despite understandable satisfaction regarding remarkable achievement beyond merely ordinary accomplishment regardless of justified pride beyond merely emotional gratification regardless of psychological validation beyond merely personal confirmation despite significant accomplishment beyond merely incremental improvement regardless of notable advancement beyond merely ordinary progress despite exceptional development beyond merely typical evolution regardless of extraordinary growth beyond merely standard progression. The integrated approach, balancing multiple dimensions without sacrificing any essential element despite their sometimes Ompeting implementation requirements had proven consistently effective throughout recent developments, from initial lordship claiming through current operational success despite increasing complexity across multiple fronts simultaneously. Neither conventional power nor shadow magic exclusively, but thoughtful integration creating capability beyond what either approach might achieve independently. Either blindly institutional nor reflexively revolutionary, but precisely calibrated navigation through traditional structures beyond immediate factional positioning despite their contemporary manifestations' obvious limitations. Neither isolated individualist nor dependent follower, but collaborative community builder establishing third path positioning beyond traditional boundaries despite deeper embedded factional limitations within wizarding society. This balanced perspective, maintaining fundamental focus while implementing practical measures, had characterized Harry's development through Chi recent months beyond merely recent advancement, regardless of remarkable progression beyond merely ordinary improvement despite significant transformation beyond merely incremental change, regardless of extraordinary evolution beyond merely typical development despite unusual circumstances beyond merely common conditions, regardless of exceptional situation beyond merely normal environment. As Agu Saint commenced following successful operation beyond merely attempted implementation, regardless of effective execution beyond merely endeavored application despite accomplished implementation beyond Ely attempted execution regardless of successful application beyond merely endeavored implementation despite effective execution beyond merely attempted application. Harry implemented comprehensive planning regarding upcoming period beyond merely immediate consideration, regardless of long-term strategy beyond merely short-term tactics despite extended preparation beyond merely temporary planning regardless of prolonged strategy beyond merely momentary tactics despite sustained preparation beyond merely transient planning, regardless of enduring strategy beyond merely ephemeral tactics. The UPC Oming period requires balanced approach beyond merely singular focus, regardless of integrated strategy beyond merely exclusive attention despite complementary implementation beyond merely restricted PP location, regardless of harmonized execution beyond merely limited implementation despite synergistic application beyond merely constrained execution, regardless of coordinated implementation beyond merely confined application. He outlined during Leadership Council with expanded participation including alliance leadership despite necessarily limited disclosure regarding specific capability beyond general strategic consideration. Hogwarts return preparation maintains essential readiness beyond merely educational arrangement, regardless of security implementation beyond merely academic preparation. Ion despite protective establishment beyond merely scholastic arrangement, regardless of defensive implementation beyond merely educational preparation despite safeguard establishment beyond merely academic arrangement, regardless of security implementation beyond merely scholastic preparation. This integrated planning, addressing multiple dimensions simultaneously, reflected Harry's evolved strategy. Thinking beyond merely reactive positioning despite challenging circumstances beyond ideal development environment. Neither focusing exclusively on immediate requirements nor prioritizing long-term objectives beyond practical necessity, but implementing complementary measures addressing interconnected challenges through balanced approach beyond merely compartmentalized treatment, regardless of parent separation beyond merely superficial distinction despite operational difference beyond merely functional variation. Most important regarding fundamental perspective was essential direction main tenets beyond merely immediate focus, regardless of obvious priority beyond particular objective despite significant requirement beyond merely important consideration, neither distracted by recent success nor diverted through temporary advantage, but maintaining fundamental focus regarding comprehensive conflict resolution beyond merely symptomatic treatment, regardless of important achievement merely incremental progress despite significant milestone beyond merely ordinary advancement, regardless of remarkable accomplishment beyond merely expected development. This balanced perspective, maintaining fundamental direction while implementing practical measures, had characterized Harry Potter Peverell's distinctive contribution beyond merely lordship claiming, regardless of significant inheritance beyond merely title acquisition despite important position beyond merely status recognition, regardless of notable authority beyond merely formal designation despite substantial responsibility beyond merely official obligation, regardless of considerable duty beyond merely assigned function. As summer continued toward inevitable transition beyond merely seasonal change, regardless of temporal Progression beyond merely chronological advancement despite periodic transition beyond merely temporal change regardless of cyclical progression beyond merely chronological advancement despite recur. NT transition beyond merely temporal change regardless of periodic progression beyond merely chronological advancement. Harry maintained integrated approach addressing complex challenges through complementary measures rather than focusing exclusively on any single dimension regardless of its apparent priority despite increasing complexity across multiple fronts simultaneously. The third path, neither light nor dark exclusively, but thoughtful integration creating capability beyond what either approach might achieve independently, represented unprecedented potential beyond merely conventional development regardless of traditional expectation beyond merely ordinary anticipation despite exceptional possibility beyond merely common expectation regardless of extraordinary potential beyond merely typical anticipation despite remarkable possibility beyond merely standard expectation regardless of significant potential beyond merely ordinary anticipation. This distinctive approach, balancing multiple traditions without exclusive reliance upon any singular methodology, had demonstrated consistent effectiveness throughout recent developments from initial lordship claiming through current operational success despite increasing complexity across multiple fronts simultaneously. The Peverell legacy, awakened through Harry's claiming and subsequent development, had manifested not merely through Haddo working techniques or artifact recovery, but through fundamental philosophical approach integrating multiple traditions rather than exclusive specialization within singular methodology regardless of apparent effectiveness beyond merely superficial success despite obvious capability beyond merely apparent proficiency regardless of evident mastery beyond merely visible competence despite clear excellence beyond merely observable skill. Neither light nor dark exclusively, but thoughtful navigation of complex reality requiring elements from various perspectives for comprehensive response to multifaceted challenges. Neither conventionally powerful nor exclusively shadow-oriented, but precisely balanced implementation utilizing appropriate methodology beyond merely habitual application regardless of specific requirement beyond merely general necessity despite particular need beyond merely common requirement regardless of distinct necessity beyond merely typical need despite special requirement beyond merely ordinary necessity regardless of unique need beyond merely standard requirement. This balanced perspective, maintaining fundamental direction while implementing practical measures through integrated approach beyond merely compartmentalized treatment, represented Harry Potter Peverell's unique contribution beyond merely traditional expectation regardless of conventional anticipation beyond merely ordinary prediction despite remarkable development beyond merely common expectation regardless of extraordinary evolution beyond merely typical anticipation despite exceptional advancement beyond merely standard prediction regardless of significant development beyond merely ordinary expectation despite remarkable evolution beyond merely common anticipation regardless of extraordinary advancement beyond merely typical prediction. As August concluded approaching inevitable transition beyond merely seasonal change regardless of temporal progression beyond merely chronological advancement, Harry Potter Peverell stood prepared regarding comprehensive engagement beyond merely partial implementation regardless of thorough application beyond merely limited execution despite complete implementation beyond merely restricted application regardless of comprehensive execution beyond merely confined implementation despite thorough application beyond merely constrained execution regardless of complete implementation beyond merely partial application despite comprehensive execution beyond merely limited implementation. The birthright, claimed through formal ritual beyond merely ceremonial acknowledgement regardless of substantial recognition beyond merely symbolic acceptance despite material acknowledgement beyond merely ceremonial recognition regardless of tangible acceptance. Beyond merely symbolic acknowledgement despite concrete recognition beyond merely ceremonial acceptance regardless of physical acknowledgement beyond merely symbolic recognition, had manifested through balanced development beyond merely conventional advancement regardless of traditional progression beyond merely ordinary evolution despite exceptional development beyond merely common advancement less of extraordinary progression beyond merely typical evolution despite remarkable development beyond merely standard advancement regardless of significant progression beyond merely ordinary evolution. Neither conventional lord nor revolutionary leader, but integrated developer establishing third path positioning beyond traditional boundaries despite deeply embedded factional limitations within wizarding society. Neither light nor dark exclusively, but thoughtfully balanced implementer creating capability beyond what either approach might achieve independently despite apparent contradictio. N beyond merely superficial opposition regardless of supposed incompatibility beyond merely external inconsistency despite presumed contradiction beyond merely apparent opposition regardless of assumed D incompatibility beyond merely superficial inconsistency. This balanced approach, addressing interconnected challenges through complementary measures rather than focusing exclusively on any single dimension regardless of its apparent priority, represented Harry Potter Peverell's distinctive contribution beyond merely lordship claiming regardless of significant inheritance beyond merely title acquisition despite important position beyond merely status recognition regardless of notable authority beyond merely formal designation despite substantial responsibility beyond merely official obligation. Regardless of considerable duty beyond merely assigned function. The birthright, fully claimed through balanced development beyond merely formal acknowledgement regardless of traditional recognition beyond merely ceremonial acceptance. Now stood ready regarding comprehensive implementation beyond merely partial application regardless of thorough execution beyond merely limited implementation despite complete application beyond merely restricted execution regardless of comprehensive implementation beyond merely confined application despite thorough execution beyond merely constrained implementation. Ion regardless of complete application beyond merely partial execution despite comprehensive implementation beyond merely limited application. Chapter 6 End.